In the early 1960s, during late autumn edging into early winter on the North China plain, the sky seemed exceptionally high and distant. The sunlight had lost its former warmth, turning pale and feeble. As far as the eye could see, the vast land lay withered and yellow as if forgotten by time itself. It was an endless expanse of lust devoid of the slightest trace of green, as though the entire world had been stained with a dull, faded hue of yellow. Countless fields lay. Parched soil that should have been fertile had cracked open into innumerable fissures like the pained wrinkles of the earth, silently telling of the torment of drought. The trees in the fields had also lost their vitality. Bark had peeled away from many trunks, exposing the pale wood beneath, as if they too were struggling desperately just to remain alive. No one knew whether these trees could endure this winter and live to see the spring of the coming year. Beneath a small earthen brick bridge spanning a drainage ditch, the world seemed even more desolate. The ditch was narrow, only a few meters across, so the bridge was naturally short. A tangle of weeds lay in disorder beneath it. In the early winter, beneath the bridge, there was not a drop of water, and even the weeds were sparse. Scattered tufts of grass dotted a riverbed, pitted as though countless holes had been dug into it. Lying under the bridge was a young man, with a waxen yellow face, breath shallow, his cheeks sunken from extreme thinness. His clothes looked as if they had grown too large for him. Around him huddled 7 or 8 children. Ji, wake up, a small voice called. Ji. Another child began to cry, but even their sobs did not dare rise into full-throated wails, as though they no longer had the strength. Broken, uneven cries and calls from 7 or 8 little voices chirped and buzzed by Yang Zhiyuan's ears. These children, boys and girls alike, spoke in voices so faint it seemed they did not dare call out loudly. The oldest appeared to be only 13 or 14, while the youngest was merely 3 or 4. They were dressed in rags, some clearly wearing clothes several sizes too large. Many garments were torn in numerous places, with darkened cotton stuffing poking out here and there. As if afraid the cotton inside would fall out, they had tied several lengths of straw rope around their clothes. A buzzing filled Yang Zhiyuan's ears. His head throbbed with a sharp needle-like pain. He forced his eyes open with difficulty, staring into 8 pairs of eyes in front of him. Who am I? Who is me? When I was born, was I still myself? Where is this place, and why are there so many little beggars before me? You're awake, came a tender voice in a Shandong accent. Ji, he's awake. Ji is awake. Another girl's voice with a Hebei lilt called out. Ji, Gudagij. Voices overlapped and tangled with everyone talking at once. He could hardly make out what anyone was saying. Stop, don't talk, Yang Zhiyuan barked. It was too chaotic. His head pounded. The little ones immediately fell silent, not daring to utter another word. Yang Zhiyuan closed his eyes, opened them, then closed them again, and opened them once more. Very well, he understood now. He had transmigrated. He had crossed over into the body of a 15-year-old youth with the same name and surname. It was currently the late autumn and early winter of 1960 in the Xia nation, another cursed year of Gengzi. In recent history, the years of Gengzi, and those near them, had rarely brought anything good. 1840, 1900, 1960, 2020. One could not help but wonder whether some curse lay over these years. The original Yang Zhiyuan hailed from Jun County under Dongchang Prefecture in Lu Province. This coincidentally matched the hometown of the later Yang Zhiyuan, though in his own world, he had never heard of this particular Yang Zhiyuan. Perhaps this was a parallel world. The drought in Lu Province had begun 2 years earlier. The original body, together with his parents and uncle, had held on at home for 2 full years. It was a great plain without mountains or sea to rely on for livelihood. Even drinking water had become a problem. Common folk could still manage to dig shallow wells, but they had neither the technology nor the means of later times to sink wells dozens or hundreds of meters deep. Though they did not live directly beside the Yellow River, it was not far away, and it was said the river had stopped flowing for dozens of days. His parents, uncle, aunt, grandfather, and grandmother had all passed away one after another, and many villagers had likewise perished. Originally, there had been no hope of escape, seeing that he was still a child with a younger clansman at his side, and both on the verge of starving to death. Someone took pity on them, secretly slipping him a few pieces of dried sweet potato, allowing them to flee. Along the way, there were crowds everywhere, as well as people catching others. The original Yang Zhiyuan and his clan cousin Yang Zhiyuan never even considered clambering onto a train. They could only hide by day and venture out at night to scavenge for food. When darkness fell, they hid in sheltered riverbeds or in pits, ditches, and overgrown groves where weeds were thick. Along the way, the original Yang Zhiyuan even developed a saintly compassion. He took in 7 more children one after another. In the end, he had practically become the grandfather of 7 Halua. No, rather the eldest brother of 7 Halua. Adding his own clan cousin Yang Zhiyuan, he ended up with 8 great Vajra under him. Among the 7 Halua, there were both boys and girls, more boys than girls. In this wretched time, it was not that the original body refused to save more girls. He himself was only 15, turning 16 after the new year, less than 1.70 m in height, weighing at most 70 or 80 jin. Yang Zhiyuan, his clan cousin and uncle's son, stood a little over 1.70 m and looked somewhat sturdier than him, though only slightly. He was just 14. The eldest of the other children was a 13-year-old girl named Zhou Hong. The second child, called Qi Erhua, had no formal given name and was 12. The third child, Lu Hongjun, was 10. The fourth, Qin Shidu, was also 10. The fifth, Li Xixing, was 8. The sixth, Zhang Guden, was 7. The seventh was a 5-year-old girl named Chu Xiaoya. He had almost managed to gather 7 children bearing surnames of the warring states. Among the 7, only 2 were girls, including himself and his cousin. There were 9 children in all, yet still only 2 girls among them. Zhou Hong, the eldest girl, was comparatively fortunate. When he had found her, she had simply fainted from hunger and had fallen behind a larger group, yet her immediate family was already gone. As for the 7th child, Chu Xiaoya, she had clearly been thrown into a drainage ditch by someone. He had found her only a few days earlier in such a ditch. If he had not given her a little water, she would have died then and there. Of the 7, Halua 6 had already lost their parents and immediate family. For the youngest 5-year-old Chu Xiaoya, no one knew whether her parents or grandparents still lived. The name Xiaoya had been given to her by the original Yang Zhiyuan. She might not even have had a name before calling herself only Yaya. The original youth had been an exceptionally good child, obeying his parents' last words to stay alive and raise his younger cousin Yang Zhiyuan. He was determined to behave as an elder brother should, choosing to go hungry himself so that his younger cousin could eat a little more later. Moved by compassion, he picked up these other children one after another, always trying to let them have one more bite of food. Rather than say he was leading them, it was more accurate to say a band of orphans had huddled together for warmth, struggling with all their might simply to stay alive. Yes, they were struggling. Had they not, they might have been gone the next day, or even that very night. The original Yang Zhiyuan had been driven to such extreme hunger that he likely died, allowing the soul of the later Yang Zhiyuan to cross into his body. In regard to his predecessor, Yang Zhiyuan could not help but raise a thumb in silent salute. In such an era when he himself was on the verge of starvation, he still dared to shelter so many children. One could only feel heartfelt respect. Yet, elder brother, you overestimated your own abilities, otherwise you would not have starved to death. However admirable the spirit, the approach, and the view of the later Yang Zhiyuan was somewhat unsound. One should only eat as much as one's stomach can hold. Without a Vajra diamond, how can one dare to take on porcelain work? But what was done was done. Yang Zhiyuan would not abandon them as he lay there, stomach burning, with hunger racking his brains over what to do. A clear chime rang out in his mind. Ding, system space activated. His chest was so sunken with hunger that it almost touched his back, as if a blazing fire were burning in his stomach. The sensation made Yang Zhiyuan feel he might collapse at any moment and vanish from this world forever. His suffering was unbearable, so when the chime of Ding system space activated sounded in his mind, it was like celestial music to his ears. Xiao Yong, do you have any water? Let me have a sip, he rasped. Yang Zhiyuan picked up a grimy gourd, pulled out the stopper, and carefully fed a few mouthfuls of water to Yang Zhiyuan. After swallowing those few sips, Yang Zhiyuan could no longer care whether the water was clean or not. His stomach felt just the slightest bit more comfortable. He signaled the others to keep quiet and began to study the system on his own. It seemed his fate was not yet meant to end. Otherwise, he would have become the Transmigrator with the shortest lifespan. The system space was a type of space that could grow and evolve. Inside was only 1 square meter of fertile farmland stretching infinitely upward into the sky. There were no spiritual waters like marrow-washing elixirs, nor any miraculous injections like those of foreign super soldiers. There were no invincible cultivation arts, nor any warehouse where time stood still. Just that single square meter of land. The system prompt stated that by capturing or collecting existing species of animals and plants, he could upgrade the space. Beyond that, there was no other information at all. Very well then. He had no idea what this space was truly capable of. What could you possibly plant on just 1 square meter of land? Looking at the group of little children in front of him, he wondered if he was supposed to feed them all with a mere square meter of farmland, since the space could be upgraded should he give it a try. Yet this crowd of children was not so easily deceived. He had to send them away somehow. Second brother, eldest sister, each of you take 3 of the little ones and go along both sides of the drainage ditch to look for things, he instructed. Whether it's grass roots or loaches you dig up, anything will do, at least one of each species. But you're not allowed to climb out of the ditch into the fields above where people's land is. At this time, people were posted all around the fields, mainly because winter wheat had just been sown and they feared someone would dig up the seeds to eat during the day. Yang Zhiyuan and the others usually hid in the ditch or in places where no one could see them. Otherwise, they might be caught and sent back. That was why so many famine refugees risked their lives clinging to trains. Being caught was disastrous. Chu Xiaoya still wanted to cling stubbornly to her eldest brother's arms, but in the end she was taken away by their elder sister, Zhou Hong. The group split into 2 teams, starting from the bridge. One went to the left and the other to the right. Seeing that the others had gone far away, Yang Zhiyuan slipped into the space in a flash. Within the 1 square meter of space, the soil under his feet was cultivated land, and the air was extraordinarily fresh. The sky above seemed incomparably high without him doing anything at all. He suddenly discovered that the space had expanded by 2 square meters. The system prompt appeared. Species added 2. Lice 1 type, primate 1 type. Space increased by 2 square meters. Very well, the lice were from his own head. But who was the primate? Let the esteemed readers tell him that Yang Zhiyuan squatted down and discovered that the cultivated soil under his feet was extremely fertile, like the black earth of the northeast that seemed to ooze oil when you grasped a handful. Not bad, not bad, it smells wonderful. Tui. Yang Zhiyuan did not actually eat the dirt. With a single thought, he turned and stepped out, finding his body still lying where it had been. Around him were several quilts, so filthy their original patterns were almost unrecognizable. There was a clay pot, a few ragged garments, some bundles wrapped in torn cloth, some dry grass. And that was all. Nothing else, damn it. There was truly nothing more. This starting point was no better than that of Zhu Shirliu, who began with only a bowl and ended with a rope. As for him, he began with a single pot and would end with a rope bearing 9 little gourd children. Yang Zhiyuan opened several of the small bundles. In some, there were only a few tattered clothes patched upon patches. In others, there were chopsticks made of twigs and bowls with chipped rims. In the bundle closest to him, Yang Zhiyuan opened it to find a few pieces of blackened food so charred and discolored that he could not tell what they had been made from. He forced himself not to eat them, though he doubted he could have stomached them anyway. There were only 3 pieces, each smaller than his fist. There were also a few pieces of dried sweet potato, several thin, small sweet potatoes, and a few potatoes no larger than ping-pong balls. A dozen or so kernels of corn, and to his surprise, more than 10 sprouted wheat grains. And that was all. Indeed, the beginning was exceptionally difficult. Unable to spare the time to miss his loved ones from his past life, Yang Zhiyuan picked up 1 sweet potato, a single corn kernel, 1 sprouted wheat grain, and the smallest potato. In a flash, he slipped back into the space. As expected, the space expanded by another 4 square meters. It was now 6 square meters in size. However, apart from himself, all species he brought in disappeared once they entered. Yang Zhiyuan then tried bringing in a tattered piece of clothing. The ragged garment did not vanish, but the space notified him that 1 more square meter had been added because there were fleas in the clothing. Very well. So those fleas had not been on him earlier. Perhaps any that had been on his body had already frozen to death in the cold. This ragged garment had always been wrapped up. It was a thin piece of clothing that he was not wearing at the moment, so the fleas hiding in it had survived inside. Next, Yang Zhiyuan experimented by taking a sweet potato into the space and burying it in the soil. Before his eyes, the sweet potato sprouted and sent out vines. He quickly propagated many cuttings from them. He then planted corn, potatoes, and wheat. Excellent. There was no need to wait for the potatoes to sprout and be cut into pieces before planting. This was quite good. Inside the space, Yang Zhiyuan gnawed fiercely on several pieces of raw sweet potato and raw corn, for he simply could not wait to cook or roast them. Only then did he slip out of the space. The space could rapidly bring all kinds of plants to maturity, which was acceptable enough, and it did not appear to require any particular form of energy. By the time he emerged, he had also figured out the space. He could plant by thought alone, or he could enter personally and plant by hand. He could even harvest by thought. Excellent, excellent. The taste. No, the space itself was magnificent. The only problem was that he had no way to bring those foods out. After all, his second brother was already 14 and no fool, and their elder sister Zhou Hong was quite bright as well. Such things would be hard to explain. Still, it seemed he now had the ability to solve the food problem for his younger brother and the 7 little ones. Yet he had to do it in a way that did not stand out at such a tender age. To carry a strange treasure and possess grain in times like these would tempt countless people to rob him outright. As someone whose soul had been over 30 years old in his previous life, he understood all too well the principle that a man's wealth is his own undoing. Yang Zhiyuan only dared to take out a few of the smallest sweet potatoes, and potatoes, naturally the tubers produced in the space, could not all look exactly identical. Otherwise it would cause trouble. The moment he brought them out, Yang Zhiyuan pulled out a small knife from his person, his knife for self-defense. Most of the time its greatest use was as a kitchen knife. He wiped the sweet potatoes and potatoes clean, cut them into small pieces, and put them into the clay pot, adding water from his younger cousin's gourd. He poured in a small amount of cornmeal and did not dare to take out any wheat flour. The cornmeal had been ground by his will together with the corn cobs under his mental control. It had been milled relatively fine. It was the so-called coarse cornmeal truly ground together with the cobs. If he took out the very fine cornmeal from later times now, it would be impossible to explain and would be courting death. Fortunately, his younger brother had also picked up some dry grass and branches. Under the clay pot, a makeshift stove of a few broken bricks still held a faint ember. He placed dry grass beneath, blew gently, and the fire sprang up. His younger brother Yang Zhiyuan, thankfully no great emperor, had not dared let the fire go out. They had only 3 matches left. The children had no idea how to make fire by drilling wood, and in these times with no food to eat a night without a fire for warmth was unbearable. They watched, waiting for the old horse to move faster.
The wind howled as the waters of the Ishui River grew cold. A brave man departs never to return. The biting cold wind blew, but fortunately the embankment offered some shelter from it. Occasionally the screams of ghosts and wolves could be heard in the wind. Yang Zhiyuan leaned against the side of the bridge watching the fire while controlling the space with his thoughts. A seed or a piece of land can only be planted once a day. Otherwise, even with just 6 square meters, Yang Zhiyuan believed he could cultivate a tycoon. 2 kilograms of flour harvested 2 kilograms of cornmeal each for 1 square meter. 30 kilograms of potatoes and 30 kilograms of sweet potatoes each for 2 square meters. Upon careful calculation, wheat yields over 1,000 kilograms per acre, and corn does as well. Potatoes and sweet potatoes yield 10,000 kilograms per acre, which translates to 2 square meters of each. Isn't that around 30 kilograms? Not bad. These yields are based on the higher productivity of later generations. It seems the land in this space is quite fertile. Yang Zhiyuan added some dry twigs to the stove. He found a thicker branch, broke it, and sharpened one end with a small knife. He began digging for various roots nearby to prevent any insect eggs or earthworms below. He tossed the soil along with the roots directly into the space. He also collected some tree roots and saplings, gathering one of each. By the time the 8 iron children returned, he had developed another 14 square meters. In a moment's thought, Yang Zhiyuan planted 14 square meters of potatoes and sweet potatoes. This thing has a high yield, so it's better to plant more. When the 8 iron children gathered around the pot, he harvested 150 kilograms of potatoes and 60 kilograms of sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes should not be eaten in excess as they can produce harmful gases. They can also cause heartburn and acid reflux, but he cooked them together with cornmeal and potatoes. Currently, the sweet potatoes are still one of the old varieties with white flesh, and they can be somewhat dry when eaten. Elder brother, look, we found something. Yang Zhiyuan extended his hand to show Yang Zhiyuan. Some roots, tree roots, and a half-dead loach, along with some insects that had already gone into hibernation. The other children also extended their hands to show Yang Zhiyuan. Observing these malnourished siblings, they all widened their eyes and swallowed in anticipation. Yang Zhiyuan patted the smallest Chu Xiaoya. You all put it in that bundle, we'll take a look later. Xiaoyang Dajie, check if the porridge in the pot is ready. If it is, each of you can have a bowl. Alright, with no spoon available, calling the earthen pot a pot is unavoidable. Big pot, what delicious food are you cooking? It smells so good. This was the voice of Chu Xiaoya. Of course it's delicious. In a moment I'll let you have a big bowl, okay, ugly duckling. Chu Xiaoya, haha. Yang Zhiyuan directly called her the ugly duckling. After all, the ugly duckling can grow up to become a beautiful swan. Big pot, no need for a bowl. The duckling can just take a small bite and the rest can be for the pot and sister. At such a young age, it's heart-wrenching that she's so sensible. She's said to be 5, but perhaps she might not even be 5 yet, as she can hardly pronounce big brother. The frail little black girl had bright eyes and dry yellow hair, and she looked like she might not weigh more than 25 kilograms. Yang Zhiyuan looked at her. This child was not even a meter tall. Before his traversal, although he had not married or had children, he had seen many children from relatives and neighbors. A 5-year-old girl in later generations should normally be around 110 centimeters tall, weighing over 16 to 20 kilograms. Being under a meter tall and weighing less than 30 kilograms is a dangerously alarming sign for health. Elder brother, you should eat too. Yes, brother, you should eat. Think about what you had this morning. Brother, you eat first. You eat more and I can just have a bite. Looking at the 7 iron children and Yang Zhiyuan in front of him, all speaking at once. Indeed, these children are quite good. He felt like a caring father. Dajie Zhou first poured a bowl filling it 8 full and handed it to him. Brother, you eat. Zhou is the eldest sister. He took her in from her dying grandmother. Before her grandmother passed away, she said, little brother, take her away. If you don't marry, let her be your wife. Alright, she is still a child bride, but he had never thought of her that way. He always regarded her as a sister. After traversing, Yang Zhiyuan is even less likely to have such thoughts. She is just a 13-year-old girl, still a child. Yang Zhiyuan could never commit such beastly acts. Zhou is 13 and a half. She will be 14 after the new year. A girl from the northwest of Shandong, standing less than 1 meter 60, weighing perhaps not even 70 kilograms. She is so thin that it is pitiful. Her cheeks are sunken and her eyes are protruding. Her dark yellow skin resembles a resilient little grass and she looks quite delicate. Dajie, you all eat. I have already eaten. This is what I dug out from a field mouse burrow yesterday. I didn't have time to take it out yesterday. You all hurry and eat, said Yang Zhiyuan, patting his stomach. Luo Zhang Godin came close, listening to Yang Zhiyuan's stomach. Elder sister, elder brother's stomach isn't rumbling. You little clever one, it really isn't rumbling, huh? Yang Zhiyuan patted Lua's head. It's not rumbling, elder brother has already eaten. Alright, everyone knows now, hurry and eat. I have hidden some other things, don't worry, there are more. Yang Zhiyuan reassured Yang Zhiyuan and Zhou Hong, who were a bit worried. Both were afraid of eating everything at once and not having anything left afterward. Really, brother? Yang Zhiyuan asked. This kid is usually a bit daft but listens well to Yang Zhiyuan. Zhou Hong stood nearby, also looking at Yang Zhiyuan. Really, hurry and eat. Only then did the 8 iron children cheerfully each take a bowl and start eating. Of course it was limited to 1 bowl per person, the earthen pot could only hold so much. Moreover, since everyone had been hungry for so long, they couldn't eat too much at once. Many novels start by feeding malnourished individuals a lot of meat, which is likely a death sentence. Yang Zhiyuan thought about observing the situation later, then nurturing everyone for a few days before taking them north. There is a capital city, their mountains, and further north is the northeast. Yang Zhiyuan squatted to the side watching his younger siblings and the 7 children bringing various plants, roots, some insects and tree roots. Taking advantage of their inattention, he quickly stored them all in the space. Some species that weren't present initially expanded the area of the space after entering. The existing species showed no reaction, and Yang Zhiyuan took them out and placed them back in their original spots. Xiao Yang put these away later. Dry the tree roots and grass roots and grind them into powder I have used for these half-dead insects. Got it, brother. In fact, there aren't many remaining insects and only a few kinds he still didn't know how they were dug up. During late autumn and early winter they were also half-dead, with some species repeating. Yang Zhiyuan kept observing the space with his thoughts. The space expanded again by 10 square meters. Now there are a total of 30 square meters. In the space, Yang Zhiyuan discovered a species just emerging from the ground. Perhaps it was due to some soil he collected that contained insect larvae. It was a cicada tortoise. This space could not only be used for planting but also for raising cicada tortoises. This is neat. Yang Zhiyuan quickly brought a branch into the space and placed it in front of the cicada tortoise. Instantly the cicada tortoise shed its shell, transforming into a cicada and laying eggs on the branch. In the early winter season, the cold wind howled, the leaves fell, and the earth appeared desolate. Yet within this seemingly ordinary season, Yang Zhiyuan experienced an unexpected surprise. Yang Zhiyuan did not know how many eggs a cicada could lay, but if he could roast a few cicadas to eat every day, he believed everyone would quickly replenish their nutrition. Moreover, Yang Zhiyuan quite enjoyed eating them, and besides, the shells could be sold for money. Of course, he did not like eating the molted cicadas. It seemed that people from Zhejiang province loved to eat cicadas that had turned black, and they sold for a high price. That kind of delicacy was beyond Yang Zhiyuan's enjoyment. He preferred the ones that had not molted. Like sweet tofu pudding, Yang Zhiyuan could not enjoy it either. It is said that every place has its customs. To the sweet-toothed friends out there, if you disagree, just click for more updates and leave a 5-star rating. The best way to prepare cicadas is to drown them in salt water, marinate for a few days, rinse them clean, and then deep fry. Just thinking about it makes one drool. Yang Zhiyuan buried the branch that had already laid eggs in the cornfield. In a moment of inspiration, he planted another 10 square meters of corn. In the space, processed flour and cornmeal floated in the air, forming clumps. Yang Zhiyuan had no bags for the flour. The harvested sweet potatoes and potatoes were also categorized into floating clumps in the half-space, which did not affect the light. In this space, Yang Zhiyuan's thoughts were like a deity. He could harvest tender corn whenever he wished, or old corn if he desired. As for cicadas, Yang Zhiyuan only harvested those that had just emerged from the soil and had not molted. Otherwise, he could not eat those that had molted and turned black. Moreover, with just a thought, he could control the harvest of various crops at any time. Theoretically, time should flow much faster in this space. However, the harvested products remained unchanged, floating in the air just as they were. It seemed that his space was indeed magical. Moreover, he could immediately know the yield and quantity of the products produced. Just like the 10 square meters of corn he had just planted, he harvested 20 gen of cornmeal. But he also harvested 800 cicadas. Since he did not let them change, they remained as they were and did not lay eggs. With a thought, 10 cicadas landed on 10 cornstalks. After they finished laying eggs, Yang Zhiyuan gathered the 10 cornstalks. With another thought, the remaining cornstalks floated in bundles in the air. The other sweet potato vines and the like did the same. The withered potato vines had long been crushed into the ground. The wheat stalks were the same. The space allowed for harvesting with just a thought, but each type of crop and cicada could only be harvested once a day. Previously he had inserted a branch and produced 800 cicadas from 1 square meter of good land. Now with the 10 newly added square meters having planted corn, he wondered if he could still produce cicadas. Let's give it a try. With a thought, 10 corn stalks carrying cicada eggs were buried in the soil. As expected, they produced over 7,000 cicadas. Moreover, they were not small, they must weigh over 100 gene. That's 100 plus gene of meat, and in this era of starvation it is worth a lot. Looking at the neighbors Lai Fu and Chang Wei, they had directly hunted wild boars and earned their first pot of gold. Unexpectedly, he had to rely on these insects to become wealthy. Haha, no matter what, it is still meat. Although the season is not right, these cicadas are small, and if he encounters the black market in the future, they should be easy to sell. After all, it is still meat and does not have the gamey taste of wild boar. Perhaps some people might not eat it. However, in the face of hunger, some people have started eating dirt, not caring if it is insects. Yang Zhiyuan took a few steps forward, pretending to dig out 20 or so from a patch of soil. Xiao Yang de may come over here. Yang Zhiyuan licked his bowl and asked, "What's wrong, bro?" Zhou Hong didn't have that kind of eating manner, but the bowl looked like it didn't need washing. "Look, I just found these." "Wow, big brother, how are you so amazing?" "Wow," Zhou Hong exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. "Alright, don't be so surprised. I've turned my luck around, you know. Last night I dreamt of an old man with a white beard. He looked like a fairy, and he said that from now on my luck will be very good and will be able to support us, but you all need to listen to me." Yang Zhiyuan began to find reasons to justify himself. Yang Zhiyuan nodded hurriedly. "Of course, bro, I've always listened to you since I was little." Zhou Hong also replied, "I always listen to you, bro. Alright, as long as you listen to me, in the future you won't go hungry anymore. Now let's take them over and roast them, otherwise if they molt it won't be good." Yang Zhiyuan handed all the cicadas in his hand to Zhou Hong. Even without oil, roasting them was still nice. However, he was afraid that Yang Zhiyuan would burn them, so it was better to let Zhou Hong be more careful. "Bro, aren't we saving some roasting them all?" Zhou Hong asked. "No need, trust me, I can find more. If we don't roast them now and if they molt tomorrow, not only will they lose nutrition but they also won't taste good." "Alright bro, I'll take them over then." Once they're roasted, we'll split them 3 ways, but everyone must keep quiet. Besides us, we cannot tell anyone else, otherwise if adults come and snatch our food and cicadas, we as a few kids can't stop them." "We all know, bro." Yang Zhiyuan waved his hand to let them go. In fact, in later years there were frozen cicadas for sale, which were first drowned in salt water and then directly packed into bottles and frozen. Yang Zhiyuan had eaten them before, but they were definitely not good. These creatures are actually quite good, even if there are farmed ones without that much technology and harshness compared to raising chickens, ducks and fish. They are still relatively green. Yang Zhiyuan returned to the fire, where a small fire warmed everyone's faces, making them glow red. One by one they swallowed saliva, watching Zhou Hong roast the cicadas. Even Yang Zhiyuan felt his mouth watering a bit. Fortunately, the cicadas were small and quickly roasted. They were just a bit charred on the surface. Zhou Hong, as the little team manager, started distributing them to Yang Zhiyuan, first giving each person 3 according to their number. There was 1 extra which Yang Zhiyuan said to give to Chu Xiaoya. Unexpectedly, the little girl took 1 out and handed it to Yang Zhiyuan, saying, "Big pot, here, you eat more." Yang Zhiyuan was slightly taken aback, looking at the small dirty hand that handed over the cicada, feeling a bit heartbroken. Before he could speak, the other 7 little hands each handed over 1, saying in unison, "Big brother, you eat 1 more." To be honest, with a soul that is over 30 years old, Yang Zhiyuan, who had not married or had children before his rebirth, felt a bit shallow in the eye sockets. His personality was one thing, but perhaps age had made him more aware of the fragility of life. "No need, big brother has enough to eat, you all eat, be obedient." Yang Zhiyuan sniffed and controlled his moist eyes. What a considerate group of little 2-legged beasts. In the future these would all be the family treasures, the little ancestors. Facing hunger, they still showed such filial piety. Indeed, he did not regret taking them in when his previous self was starving. In this cold season, 9 children huddled closely around a fire. Their clothes were tattered, unable to fend off the harsh chill. Yet despite such dire conditions, the children's faces radiated satisfaction and joy. The flames danced in the fire, illuminating their youthful faces. Beneath the warm glow of the fire, the children savored roasted cicadas, relishing each bite. Though simple, these cicadas felt like a grand feast to them. The children's eyes were fixated on their food, carefully chewing each morsel. They shared this rare delicacy with one another, their laughter and chatter filling the entire bridge cave. In this cold season, although these 9 children lived in poverty, the warmth and happiness they shared were beyond any monetary measure. Yang Zhiyuan quickly devoured his cicadas, finishing them in just 3 bites. His stomach felt a bit better. However, the little ones seemed to chew each cicada for 10 minutes. Every bite seemed like a delight. Seeing that Yang Zhiyuan had finished, they each offered him one, but he politely declined. These little ones were commendable. They knew gratitude, did not hoard food, and were willing to share. Frankly, they were far better than the pampered children of later generations. Perhaps they understood that without Yang Zhiyuan their survival would be challenging. Therefore each of them treated Yang Zhiyuan like a father or an elder brother. After all, in this era the able-bodied men in the household consumed more food while women and children ate less. The strong laborers had to eat more to work hard while women and children saved food for the men. In times of food scarcity the main breadwinner had to eat more, otherwise no one would work or earn money to support their families. Yang Zhiyuan cautiously climbed to the riverbank, observing the surroundings. Fortunately there was no one near the bridge cave. However, the distant farmlands were exposed, even the dried-up areas revealed their ravines. But there were still militia guarding the area. Yang Zhiyuan dared not show himself. If discovered, he would only be sent home. Perhaps returning home would provide some space for survival. However, Yang Zhiyuan did not want to go back. After all, as a time traveler he was certainly unfamiliar with some people in his hometown, which was now suffering from severe drought. A flat land without mountains or water, how could he sustain himself and 8 children? Rumor had it that a farmer in Zhejiang province was exposed as a spy after a careless bike ride. In this red era, living cautiously without revealing oneself was the right path. Moreover, he needed many plants and animals to expand his space. The plain areas had limited species while the mountains were rich in biodiversity. Thus Yang Zhiyuan contemplated heading to the mountains, knowing he had traveled from northwestern Shandong into Hebei. The specific location was unclear, but he would inquire later. This place should not be far from the capital. The other children were all taken in on his journey northward through Hebei. Since traveling during the day was difficult and everyone was weak, they needed to eat more to regain strength. Then they could find a small county or similar place to trade for supplies and gather information before continuing north. In this era's capital, having read so many novels, he was eager to see it for himself. Not only to visit the Forbidden City but also to observe the people there. Moreover, there were many people there, both old and young, and wealthy individuals. With his space and food he could gather more supplies. This small team currently lacked resources, not even a pot, and their clothes were ragged. Their cotton jackets were not thick. It was only early winter, but if they entered deep winter they would likely freeze to death even if they did not starve. They could not enter nearby villages as each was guarded by militia. Moreover, they had no surplus food and were barely managing. The danger for him and the children was too great. Winters in this era were very cold and they needed to move quickly to find a place to stay or they would indeed freeze to death. Yang Zhiyuan climbed back beneath the bridge. He approached Yang Zhiyuan and asked Xiaoyong, "Where did you get the water in that gourd? How much do we have left?" Yang Zhiyuan picked up the gourd and shook it, then looked at Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong also had a gourd and performed the same action. "Big brother, there's not much water left. I filled this from a small puddle in the ditch yesterday." "Brother, my gourd doesn't have much either. I filled it yesterday as well." Well, in his past life Yang Zhiyuan was a child of the 80s from the countryside who had drunk sedimented rainwater in his youth. People of this era had sturdy physiques, which was also related to the lessened pollution. No wonder he sensed a bit of earthy taste while drinking earlier. However, pollution was minimal in this era and it wasn't the season for parasites to breed. Drinking a bit occasionally wasn't a big deal, but he still needed to be cautious in the future. Yang Zhiyuan said solemnly, "In a bit Dama will boil all the water. Empty one gourd for me, you'll go find some more water. From now on everyone should drink boiled water or cool boiled water. We cannot drink any unboiled water, understood?" "Okay, brother. You two keep an eye on them. I'll find a way to get some water, and don't leave or let anyone see you. It would be best to gather more dry grass and twigs for use at night." After instructing them, Yang Zhiyuan took an empty gourd and walked along the riverbed, heading further away. Watching the sun, he could roughly determine that this river channel ran in a southeast-northwest direction. Winding and twisting, he walked several hundred meters along the riverbed without finding any water. Once they were no longer visible, he stored the gourd in his space and continued to scout ahead, seeking water while also exploring the route. He hoped to find a village and figure out a way to gather supplies or see where the path was easier to traverse, occasionally climbing up the riverbank to check the surrounding situation. Outside was a vast plain stretching endlessly, occasionally revealing a few villages all guarded by militia. In the plains, one militia could oversee a large area from a distance. After walking for a long time, Yang Zhiyuan finally discovered a small puddle at the bottom of a river channel. It was only about 5 to 6 centimeters deep and less than a meter long. The water was relatively clear without any bugs or turbidity. Yang Zhiyuan dug a deeper pit next to the puddle. He hoped for the water in the puddle to filter into the pit he had dug. When he returned, he could fill the gourd. After all, the riverbed soil was not sandy, it could filter quickly. Fortunately, due to the drought, the nearby soil was not muddy. Yang Zhiyuan walked past and continued forward. After walking over a mile, he suddenly spotted a gray animal flash by and dart into a nearby pile of dry grass. Yang Zhiyuan quickly approached, realizing it was likely a wild rabbit. In his past life, he had caught many rabbits as a child. However, at that time, many were captured by his pet dog. In the plains during winter, there were no crops in the fields, and even running through the winter wheat fields posed no issues. Using a dog to catch rabbits in the plains was much easier than in the mountains. When several people teamed up bringing 3 or 5 dogs, the cooperation in catching rabbits was quite impressive. Since rabbits could make sharp turns, one dog would struggle, but 3 to 5 dogs could easily manage. In his past life, Yang Zhiyuan often feasted on rabbits caught by his uncle. At that time, Yang Zhiyuan enjoyed plenty of rabbit meat at his grandfather's house. His uncle was skilled at trapping rabbit burrows at night. In winter, he would set out with 1 or 2 friends in the evening, accompanied by dogs and a hunting rifle, potentially catching hundreds of rabbits in a night. The catch was brought back in burlap sacks, and several rabbits would be delivered to his grandfather by his aunt. Yang Zhiyuan remembered that when he was around 7 or 8, the yard of his grandfather's house was adorned with rabbit skins hanging on 2 iron wires. Of course, back then there were no gun bans, nor were there so many pesticides wiping out rabbit populations. Later, with the excessive use of pesticides and fertilizers in the fields, the wild rabbits, pigeons, and wild chickens drastically diminished. Now in this era, Yang Zhiyuan found that wild rabbits were still plentiful, but so were the hunters. Many people lacked the right methods and didn't have dogs, making it difficult to catch them. Yang Zhiyuan quickly approached, brushing aside the dry grass, and indeed found a rabbit hole. He first dug some soil to block the entrance, then began searching for other entrances nearby. Typically, a rabbit burrow has 3 entrances, and some may have even more. He needed to locate the other entrances and then use smoke to drive the rabbits out. Soon, Yang Zhiyuan found 2 more entrances. After blocking these, he assessed the situation and decided that the first entrance was the easiest to operate. Rabbits do not eat grass near their burrows. The first entrance had plenty of hay, making it easy for him to crouch there and block the hole. In the space, he had a burning branch. Although there was no open flame now covering it with hay, and blowing on it would soon ignite it. He then climbed to the riverbank to check both sides of the riverbank. Fortunately, there were people nearby, yet they were quite far away. They shouldn't notice, but the smoke might attract attention. This was a concern. After some thought, he decided to be cautious, despite being able to store the rabbits in his space before anyone arrived. However, there was also a possibility that they might discover his younger siblings. After all, smoke would produce a substantial amount of haze, and when he cooked under the bridge, the smoke would dissipate quickly, making it hard for others to detect. Yang Zhiyuan decided to mark the spot by inserting a dry branch at the entrance, intending to return to it later in the evening. He could also check for more rabbit holes nearby. After all, rabbits reproduce quickly. It would be best to catch several, and he could try raising them in his space. Glancing at his watch, he estimated it was already afternoon. Yang Zhiyuan continued searching the area, inspecting places with more grass. Walking along the riverbank, he quickly discovered 2 more rabbit holes. He blocked all the entrances without worry of suffocating them, knowing he would return shortly to catch them. Yang Zhiyuan prepared to fetch water and decided to head back first. He needed to inform them, otherwise they would worry if he was gone too long. When he reached the watering hole, he found that the water had soaked in quite a bit. Yang Zhiyuan filled the gourd and stored it in his space. He also prepared several sweet potatoes and dozens of cicada shells. He would take them out later. He also planned to bring out several bundles of cornstalks he had prepared earlier from a spot where they wouldn't be seen. In the evening, he would have them use the cornstalks to block against the cold wind while they could huddle beneath a tattered quilt to sleep. Today, cornstalks were also valuable. They could be chopped into small pieces to feed cattle or used for warmth. Eventually, they even became a substitute for food. He would probably have to explain this later. Soon Yang Zhiyuan arrived at the bridge's base carrying potatoes, sweet potatoes and cicada shells wrapped in a corner of a tattered cotton jacket. His younger siblings were huddled together around a fire, and it was the sharp-eyed Xuanhuan and Zhang Godin who spotted him first. The little ones all rushed over, calling out to him as they did. "Big brother, big brother." Zhou Hong, Yang Zhiyuan and Erwa took the items from him. "Xiao Yang Deme Erwa Shitu, there's still some corn stalks over there, could you bring them over?" Quickly the gourd and 4 bundles of stalks he left behind were brought over. "Big brother, where did you get these? They're amazing." "Alright, stop asking so many questions. I met a kind person and traded some sweet potatoes for them. We need to return the corn stalks when we leave. Deme, hurry and prepare these. I need to head out again soon. I found a rabbit burrow and intend to retrieve it before dark." "Really, big brother? I'll go with you." "Me too, big brother." Me too." The little one's eyes lit up at the mention of rabbits like hungry wolves. "Big Pot and me. I can catch rabbits too. You can just stay back. Alright, quickly use the stalks to shield against the wind. You all are not allowed to go out this evening. Deme, do we have any salt left?" "None, brother, not even a bit." Alright, it was truly a bleak start, there was no salt at all. "Xiao Yang Deme, you two are not allowed to go out tonight. You must keep an eye on them. I need to find a way to get some salt so you cannot move. Wait for me to come back in the evening and all of you must listen to me." Seeing the eager looks on his younger siblings' faces, Yang Zhiyuan could only speak sternly. Just as Yang Zhiyuan sat down, Sanhua Lu Hongjun pulled out a roasted cicada shell from his embrace and handed it to Yang Zhiyuan. "Brother, I saved this for you. Please eat it, brother. I saved some for you too." "Me too. I have some too." The little ones were reluctant to finish the cicada shell from the previous meal, while Yang Zhiyuan scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed as he said, "Brother, I'm out. It's alright, I'll eat what's cooked. You don't need to save any for me in the future, big brother won't starve. But my younger siblings are very considerate and I appreciate it." Little did they know on the way Yang Zhiyuan had nibbled on several raw sweet potatoes and tender corn. However, these little kids were truly thoughtful and the old man felt very gratified. Yang Zhiyuan, now a growing lad, had not left any for him, which was completely normal. This kid was quite honest and not very cunning. He probably was just starving, unable to hold back, which is why he had brought a few more cicadas this time. He needed to let them eat more quickly to replenish their strength. Otherwise, if they really had to walk, they wouldn't make it very far. Soon, having finished their meal, Yang Zhiyuan set off on his journey again. He instructed them all to stay behind, blocking the wind with the cornstalks on both sides. At their feet a fire was burning, covered with a filthy cotton quilt. Though it was called a quilt, it was merely a thin layer and there were only 3 thin quilts. Yang Zhiyuan tore apart some stalks to place over their quilts as the little ones huddled together. On either side were Zhou Hong and Yang Zhiyuan, with the little ones in the middle. He tucked in the corners of their quilts, hoping they wouldn't catch a cold in this weather, otherwise it could truly be life-threatening. On a chilly evening in early winter, the cold wind howled, seemingly freezing one's marrow. Yang Zhiyuan stood at the entrance of the first rabbit hole, his clothes flapping in the wind, yet his attention was entirely focused on the rabbit hole before him. This rabbit hole was located on a riverbank overgrown with wild grass, the surrounding vegetation already withered, leaving only a patch of dry yellow. Yang Zhiyuan crouched down, digging open the first entrance, carefully observing the situation at the hole. He took out the rough wooden stick with sparks that he had prepared in advance. The dry grass and leaves caught fire and Yang Zhiyuan poured a little water from a gourd onto some grass, lest there would be only flames and little smoke later. Watching the thick smoke billow, Yang Zhiyuan cautiously blew the smoke into the rabbit hole, allowing it to fill the entire cave. As the smoke spread throughout the cave, Yang Zhiyuan imagined the scene of rabbits fleeing from the smoke inside. He waited quietly, hoping the rabbits would be driven out by the smoke. Seeing that a considerable amount of smoke had entered and the grass and leaves were almost burned down, he knelt at the hole's entrance, using his tattered clothing to cover the opening. While the smoke swirled, Yang Zhiyuan observed the other 2 entrances, noting that no smoke was emerging. Sitting by the fire, he could draw the smoke into his space. This was much better, he was no longer afraid of being smoked out. Soon a rabbit was likely to dash into the tattered clothing and Yang Zhiyuan would deftly capture it into his space. Continuing to block the entrance, he caught another rabbit, then 3 or 4 in succession. They varied in size and soon Yang Zhiyuan had collected all the rabbits from the other 2 holes. Yang Zhiyuan had caught over a dozen rabbits, all safely stored in his space. He buried the sparks with dirt to avoid leaving any traces. Stepping into his space, Yang Zhiyuan noticed it had expanded by 10 square meters, perhaps due to the larger animals. However, this 10 square meters was a pasture. Well, who has a 10 square meter pasture in this era? Although it had the grass for grazing, it seemed a bit too small for raising rabbits. It was probably insufficient. 13 rabbits, 5 large and 8 small. Perhaps the first one that entered had vanished into the space. Not bad, you lived gloriously and died honorably. Although you left no last words or remains, you provided your wife or husband and your children and neighbors with a space to survive. Oh rabbits, I will erect a monument for you. Great rabbits, may you forever remain in memory. Yang Zhiyuan chuckled to himself. The rabbits were initially a bit dazed upon entering the space but quickly adapted to their new environment. Yang Zhiyuan noticed the grass in the pasture was swiftly consumed and would recover immediately, preventing them from straying into the fertile fields. This space was truly magical. Then there was the visible growth and reproduction. In the blink of an eye, the 13 rabbits, 6 pairs and 1 turned into 43 rabbits, an increase of 30. Moreover, they were all adult rabbits, each weighing around 5 to 6 pounds. However, like all rabbits, they could only reproduce once a day and could grow but not reproduce infinitely in a single day. Looking at the dozens of rabbits, Yang Zhiyuan sighed. Not bad, not bad, they were really plump. With a thought, a male rabbit was quickly skinned and prepared. He wouldn't bother with the rabbit skin for now, setting it aside while ensuring it remained taut and flat. The entrails were disposed of, vanishing into nothingness buried in the fertile land. Then Yang Zhiyuan attempted to roast the wild rabbit within the space. Wondering how to ignite the fire, a thought sparked and flames ignited. In the spacious fertile land, a fire blazed with a wild rabbit suspended above, slowly rotating as it cooked. Well, this is impressive. Indeed, I am a deity within this space. No longer would I worry about running out of matches. Soon the wild rabbit was cooked to perfection with no seasonings needed. Yang Zhiyuan felt genuinely hungry. He also buried a few potatoes and sweet potatoes in the fire, continuing to process another rabbit. After the slaughter, the rabbit weighed 3 or 4 pounds and was quickly devoured by Yang Zhiyuan. He licked his fingers, exclaiming, "Wow, it's truly fragrant." This body was severely lacking in nutrition. Fortunately, he had eaten 2 servings of potatoes and sweet potatoes during the day. Although rabbit meat isn't that fatty, someone who has been starving for a long time might have an upset stomach from eating meat all at once. In a moment, Yang Zhiyuan noticed that the dust, oil and odor on his mouth, hands and body had all vanished. Hey, not bad, I saved myself a bath. It's cold enough as it is and bathing would be a hassle. The space was like spring all year round, yet it was still very cold outside. Having eaten and gained heat from the food, Yang Zhiyuan felt a surge of strength in his body. He no longer felt the dizziness and discomfort, his stomach felt much better. Soon another rabbit was also cooked and Yang Zhiyuan stored it in midair. Exiting the space, Yang Zhiyuan climbed up the riverbank, heading towards the distant village, which was lit by only a few lamps. He planned to see if he could exchange some salt or perhaps some seeds of other species. For example, cotton, sesame, soybeans, pumpkins, cabbages and other seeds. He also needed pots and dishes. At the very least, he needed to acquire a clay pot. He was severely lacking in supplies, not even having a bit of salt. Long-term avoidance of salt was untenable as it would leave him weak. The people of this era could eat because they lacked oil and fat. Yang Zhiyuan had heard his grandfather recount that back in the day when he was young he could eat 8 or 9 steamed buns in one sitting. Of course, that was a rare occurrence, not because he couldn't eat but because such opportunities were few and far between. The howling wind blew and the sky had completely darkened. There were no stars in the sky and Yang Zhiyuan found that he was fine, not suffering from night blindness, perhaps a benefit from his transmigration. His eyesight was still quite good. After adapting to the darkness, he could see clearly a distance ahead. Yang Zhiyuan stealthily approached the small village, circling around it. Fortunately, he only spotted a few militia at the intersections. He listened carefully, hearing sporadic dog barks from within the village. After all, it wasn't midnight yet, they might have just finished their meals and laid down. In these years, most dogs in the village wouldn't survive to see the next year. With people not being able to feed themselves, how could they raise dogs? Even if they did, there would be very few. This way it would be less likely to be discovered. Yang Zhiyuan turned to a house near the outskirts of the village. This house was relatively distant from others and there were no dogs around, so he approached the back window of the adobe house. He knocked on the wall a couple of times, not daring to shout at the front door as it could be easily heard. Inside, a middle-aged man with a dialect from Hebei asked, "Who is it?" "Uncle Rabbit for salt, Rabbit for salt," Yang Zhiyuan whispered towards the window. After that, there was no further inquiry from inside. The people within must have heard him. Yang Zhiyuan heard whispers from within but couldn't make out what was being said. Yang Zhiyuan held onto a large rabbit by its ears standing at the front door of the house. He kept his hand at a distance fearing the rabbit might bite him if it got too close. Let's not forget rabbits can bite if they're startled. The cold wind of early winter cut through like a knife, ruthlessly brushing against Yang Zhiyuan's face, causing him to shudder involuntarily. His clothing seemed thin, as if it could not withstand the onslaught of this chill. Yang Zhiyuan tightly wrapped himself up, crouching in front of someone's doorway, his body trembling slightly. His hands felt numb from the cold, his lips tightly pressed together. Indeed, it was terribly cold, and it was only early winter. The weather in this era was truly cold, especially at night. If one could hide inside a house, it was manageable. Here on the vast plain, he could only lean against the doorway. Otherwise, there was no place to escape the wind. The hand not holding the rabbit was fine, but the one clutching the rabbit felt slightly itchy, and it was becoming numb quickly. Forget it, I'll just put it away in my space to warm my hands. I was a bit foolish, why take it out so early? A little later, when the door opens, I can just take out the rabbit. Quickly he shoved his hands into his sleeves, stamping his feet and shuffling in place. Yang Zhiyuan gently knocked on the door again. Soon he heard someone approaching. The person did not rush to open the door but asked softly through it, "Who is it? What do you want?" "I'm not very good at speaking in the dialect of Jixing, please forgive me." "Uncle, I'm not a bad person. I'm just escaping disaster. My family has all starved to death. I caught a wild rabbit to exchange for some salt and other essentials. Rest assured, uncle, it's just me." Yang Zhiyuan was worried that the other party might hesitate to open the door, so he made himself sound a bit more pitiful, otherwise they might call the militia on him. After all, in these times, who would easily open the door for a stranger with an accent at night? "Are you really exchanging a rabbit for supplies?" the person asked again. "Yes, uncle, if you don't believe me, you can open the door a crack to see. I'm not a bad person, I'm just a kid." Yang Zhiyuan, with the soul of a 30-something, had read many books and watched many shows from various eras, so he understood the other party's concerns quite well. If he were a familiar face, they would have opened the door long ago. The main issue was the accent, and Yang Zhiyuan wasn't speaking Mandarin. What if he encountered someone knowledgeable who could easily recognize his Mandarin? Mandarin was more prevalent in big cities, while rural areas mainly spoke dialects. "You speak like a city dweller and claim you're escaping disaster. Are you out of your mind thinking farmers are all wealthy?" The person inside hesitated for a moment, then removed the bolt from the door and nudged it open. Opening a small crack, Yang Zhiyuan stood a bit farther back and raised the rabbit he was holding for the other person to see clearly. Seeing that he was indeed alone, the person leaned forward, glanced at both sides of the door, and then opened the door wider. "Come in, kid." "Thank you, uncle," Yang Zhiyuan replied as he stepped inside. The man quickly shut the door behind him, securing it, and led him further into the house. It was a mud brick house. Upon entering, there was a living room with old furniture and a small oil lamplit casting a dim light. However, inside was much better than outside. The man across from him appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, perhaps younger, though farmers nowadays often looked older. Years of hard work in the fields without cosmetics could hardly prevent them from appearing aged. At this moment, a farmer's wife came out from a room, likely his wife. It was hard to tell her age, but she was probably around 40 or 50 as well. Auntie, Yang Zhiyuan greeted her. "Oh, that's quite a big rabbit. Dear, hurry and let the child sit down, get him a cup of hot water, it's terribly cold out." The farmer's wife was very welcoming. Despite it being a wild rabbit, it was still meat. Just look at the prices of meat in the cities nowadays. Many black markets sell it for several dollars a pound. Most people believe that this great disaster began in 59, but in some regions it had started as early as 58. In 58, central and eastern Jixing experienced over 200 days without rain or snow, leading into the deep autumn of 60, as one could imagine. In 58, life was still somewhat bearable, but in 59 most areas faced severe drought, and then 60 was yet another year of hardship. Many places refer to it as 3 years of great disaster, but it actually spanned 5 years from 58 to 62. However, some areas were more severely affected than others. At this time, a single rabbit could fetch over $10 on the black market. This was a special year, it shouldn't be compared to ordinary times. The farmer's wife saw the meat and was naturally very enthusiastic. Uncertain if they had a thermos, Yang Zhiyuan spoke up, "Uncle, auntie, I'm not thirsty, please don't trouble yourselves." Yang Zhiyuan still maintained a bit of caution. $10 was a lot of money in rural areas these days. The middle-aged man quietly asked, "Where are you from?" What happened to your family? How do you plan to trade? It seemed there was still some suspicion about Yang Zhiyuan's identity. He briefly explained his current situation, stating that both his grandparents and parents were gone, speaking honestly to elicit sympathy. He mentioned escaping with people from the same village, and he had no salt, no pot, almost nothing at all except for the thin cotton clothes he was wearing. He refrained from mentioning his younger brother and other children's situations. Upon hearing Yang Zhiyuan's plight, the middle-aged man squatted down and sucked on his pipe. Alas, this damned year of disaster. The woman also wiped her eyes. Child, what do you want to exchange for? I'd like to exchange for some salt or something useful like water, caltrops, a clay pot, bowls and chopsticks, or even some seeds would do, anything like that, or even some old clothes. Yang Zhiyuan knew that iron pots were out of the question for trading in the village during this time. Young man, you see, we are also from a disaster-stricken area and our family is very poor. This is meat which is valuable in these times. My uncle's family has no money either. Let me see if I can find something to trade. If I can, we'll trade, and if not, I can't take advantage of your ignorance, alright? Sure, uncle, I'm in need of everything, otherwise I just keep the meat for myself. Good, dear wife, hurry and look for some items. The middle-aged man called out to his wife. The couple began rummaging around the house, and it seemed there were several children in the inner room, but they didn't come out, possibly because they had no pants to wear. After a while, the couple found a woven basket, a clay pot, straw, sandals, and coarse salt. This family was indeed in dire straits. Apart from a few stools and a table, there was no other furniture in the main room. Alas, the people in this era truly suffered. After a good while, several items were laid out in front of Yang Zhiyuan. There was a basket, a pair of straw sandals made from wheat straw, a clay pot, a clay basin, half a pound of coarse salt, a few sorghum seeds, and about a pound of some unknown flour-like food. Then there was nothing else. To be honest, these items were hardly worth much, perhaps only that pound of flour-like food held some value. The uncle looked at these items, feeling embarrassed, and went into the inner room to fetch a small knife with a copper handle and 2 large coins. He handed them to Yang Zhiyuan. Young man, this is a small knife that has been passed down in my family. You can keep it for self-defense. These 2 coins won't be of much use now, they're all yours. Just as Yang Zhiyuan was about to speak, a child ran out from the inner room completely bare-bottomed and handed a slingshot to Yang Zhiyuan. Brother, this is for you too. Without waiting for Yang Zhiyuan to respond, the child was slapped on the bottom by the woman. Hurry back to your bed. What if you catch a cold? Although the child quickly entered the house, Yang Zhiyuan could see how pitifully thin the child was. The hopeful gaze was enough to make Yang Zhiyuan hesitant to show kindness without the space. Looking at the tattered items before him, their value was far less than the 5 or 6 pounds of rabbit meat. At this time, rabbit meat was simply exorbitantly priced. However, Yang Zhiyuan felt confident. All right, uncle, this is enough. He observed the middle-aged man, who was constantly swallowing saliva. The woman looked somewhat plump, while the child seemed so weak that he could barely walk. Yang Zhiyuan knew that the woman's appearance was due to hunger-induced swelling. Saying this, Yang Zhiyuan handed the rabbit's ears to the middle-aged man. Uncle, I also want to ask you something. What is this place called? How far is it from the mountains, and which jurisdiction does it belong to? The uncle happily accepted the rabbit and handed it to his wife. He invited Yang Zhiyuan to sit down and said, we are in the Shizhou Brigade part of the Jinghe commune, and it is now under the jurisdiction of Jinmen City. Ah, have I walked to Jinmen? It can't be. According to the memories of the original body, it was only a few days after leaving the Chicken Skin City. After chatting for a while, Yang Zhiyuan understood that this area was designated to Jinmen in 1958, roughly located in the present-day Hejin city. Yang Zhiyuan was quite knowledgeable about geography and had clarified the approximate location. This place should belong to the territory of present-day Tsangzhou. He further inquired about the location of Woyuan County, which was about 15 miles north of here. Yang Zhiyuan then bade farewell and left. Using that basket to carry the ceramic pot, he directly stored the few grains of sorghum into the space. Coarse salt, the dagger, and the silver dollar were placed into the ceramic pot, while he carried the ceramic basin with one hand. Yang Zhiyuan declined the 1 pound of dark flour and didn't take the slingshot from the child. He thought the pair of straw sandals looked alright, so he took them as well. He planned to wear them over his worn-out shoes. Then he would bind them with straw rope, both to prevent slipping on the snowy road and to protect his shoes somewhat. Several of his younger siblings' shoes already had multiple holes. Seeing that Yang Zhiyuan did not take the grain, the couple expressed their gratitude repeatedly. Quietly opening the door, Yang Zhiyuan disappeared into the night with his belongings. After walking a short distance, he looked back and could no longer see the uncle's house, having stored all his items in the space. In the space, a new plant sorghum was added along with an additional square meter of fertile land. He immediately planted those sorghum seeds. After 12 o'clock each day he could plant a new crop, and today wasn't time yet, so he could still plant sorghum. Now he had 31 square meters of fertile land and 10 square meters of pasture. Yang Zhiyuan avoided the militia and continued walking along the riverbed, leaving no footprints. He soon arrived near the bridge hole. He took out the roasted wild rabbit, the gourd, and the items he had exchanged for as he approached. "Is that you, brother?" Zhou Hong, who hadn't yet fallen asleep, asked. "It's me, I've returned." Yang Zhiyuan squatted next to the fire, placing his items down and adding some firewood. Seeing that Yang Zhiyuan had brought many items, Zhou Hong tried to get up, but her movement woke everyone up. "Brother, eldest brother, big pata, I've returned. You all stay still in the quilt, it's cold outside, don't come out and catch a cold. Look at the rabbit meat that eldest brother brought you. Wow, it smells so good, brother, I can smell it, it's so fragrant." "Me too, I can smell it too." "Eldest brother, can I have a bite?" asked Siwa Qin. "Sure too." Wuali Xixing and Liuwu Zhanggoden said, "Eldest brother, just a small bite is fine, even a tiny bit." The other younger siblings also looked at Yang Zhiyuan one after another. Zhou Hong scolded, "No, we need to save it. Tomorrow we can tear it into shreds and cook it with sweet potato porridge." The eldest sister seemed to be the one who could manage the household. It wasn't that she was stingy. If Yang Zhiyuan didn't have space, she would also save food. After all, there were so many people. What the eldest sister said makes sense, but we can eat a little less tonight. Brother, let's eat the rabbit meat tomorrow. We've already had 2 meals today, that's enough. Zhou Hong pouted. Yes, during this era it wasn't a year of disaster. Rural people typically only had 2 watery meals a day during the slack season, let alone now being a year of disaster. For many it might be difficult to have even 1 hearty meal a day. Not to mention that several children had already eaten 2 meals today. Although none were full, 2 meals were already quite luxurious. However, Yang Zhiyuan felt confident, otherwise he wouldn't be so generous. Besides, he himself had eaten a whole rabbit today. It wouldn't be right not to share some with everyone. Usually everyone's best way to resist hunger was to lie down and not move. However, Yang Zhiyuan wanted to lead them north to Bayangdian, to the capital, to the mountains nearby. If he didn't let them eat something to replenish their strength, their bodies simply wouldn't be able to withstand it. After thinking for a moment, Yang Zhiyuan said, "It's alright, eldest sister, don't worry, brother has a way, no need to worry." After saying this, Yang Zhiyuan tore a small piece of rabbit meat for each person. Seeing them eat heartily, he put some water in the ceramic pot he had used to cook before. He took out a few sweet potatoes, cut them into chunks and threw them in. Then he waited for the water to boil, using his body to block Zhou Hong's line of sight, and took out some cornmeal and a little wheat flour to pour into the pot. He also tore up half a rabbit's meat and added it to the pot to cook together. The little ones all had dirty hands and it was inconvenient to wash them. Yang Zhiyuan simply cooked half a rabbit into porridge so that everyone could eat something hot, keeping them warm and clean. Yang Zhiyuan turned his body, holding up half a rabbit. "Eldest sister, I used half and will eat the other half tomorrow morning," he said to the eldest sister with a slightly flattering tone. This sister was like a little chili pepper with a bit of a housekeeper's aura. However, she couldn't be fierce with Yang Zhiyuan. He placed half a rabbit into the new ceramic pot and handed it to her for safekeeping. Inside there was also coarse salt. Yang Zhiyuan pinched a little and sprinkled it into the porridge. The dagger and the silver dollar were all stored in the space and not taken out. 8 bipedal beasts with 16 eyes stared eagerly at the ceramic pot. They watched with longing, each one desperately swallowing saliva. They felt like the porridge had been cooking for a very long time, as if a year had passed. After it was cooked, they looked at him with eager eyes. "Wait a moment, let it cool down, it's too hot," Yang Zhiyuan said to his cousin and the 7 children. After a few minutes of cooling, Yang Zhiyuan took out their bowls. Each received a bowl which he served to them. He let them half sit up, leaning against the wall of the bridge hole to drink. This was mainly to prevent them from catching a cold from the sudden change in temperature. "Brother, what about yours?" It was still Chi Erwa who was attentive, asking Yang Zhiyuan. "I've already eaten a lot, you don't need to worry about me." Seeing that Yang Zhiyuan hadn't left a bowl for himself, the little ones all wanted to share with Yang Zhiyuan. Yang Zhiyuan had no choice but to let Liuwu Zhanggoden listen to his stomach. "I'm not lying to you, have I eaten already?" Zhanggoden tilted his head, listened carefully for a while, and then happily said, "Eldest brother's stomach isn't making any noise, he must have eaten." You little one so clever, hurry up and drink, don't let it get cold, drink it while it's hot. Yang Zhiyuan looked at the 8 little ones in front of him, smiling like a kind father. Big Pot Yaya has never eaten such delicious food in her life. This was said by Chu Xiaoya after finishing her meal. Just like the locust flowers in the courtyard when she was young, she also said a lifetime. In the pitch-black night, the howling cold wind blew fiercely. Yang Zhiyuan and Yang Zhiyuan huddled closely together, too afraid to take off their clothes or shoes. A thin tattered black quilt filled with a good amount of dry straw was placed on top of cornstalks that pressed down on the quilt. Fortunately, most of the chill was blocked by cornstalks on both sides, otherwise it would indeed be uncomfortable. The fresh air was a blessing, carrying a hint of coolness with each breath. With the little ones around, Yang Zhiyuan could not retreat to the space to sleep, otherwise he could avoid this suffering. Yet without an excuse to leave, he felt that if he were not there at night they would likely struggle to sleep well. Lost in thoughts of uncertainty and hope, Yang Zhiyuan drifted into a muddled sleep. Before dawn the next day, Yang Zhiyuan woke up. It was his first night since his arrival in this world. Despite the unfavorable environment and drafts, he had a good quality of sleep. He had gone to sleep around 8 o'clock the previous night and had slept soundly until after 5 in the morning. Over 9 hours of sleep was far better than before he had traveled here. Back then he would often stay up late playing on his phone, usually sleeping around 1 or 2 o'clock and waking up at 7 with a short nap at noon. To be honest, that kind of routine was quite unhealthy. Yang Zhiyuan quietly got up, making minimal noise. Even his younger sister Jo Hong was still asleep. It wasn't that she was lazy, it was just too cold to get up without risking catching a cold. Yang Zhiyuan needed to prepare breakfast early. After all, they had provisions and he wanted everyone to have something warm to eat before setting off for the day. He feared snow might come soon, so it was best to find a mountainous area or a city nearby quickly. The mountains had a diverse range of flora and fauna, allowing him to expand his space further. Moreover, he could use stones to build a semi-sunken cellar. Additionally, the numerous trees in the mountains made it easier to find warmth in winter. Unlike now, where it was challenging to find even large branches. The straw burned out quickly, one couldn't keep adding straw indefinitely. Even if there were woods nearby, they were communal property. In the plains, picking up branches was fine, but chopping down trees could lead to trouble, as one might be accused of damaging collective property. Thus Yang Zhiyuan calculated that they wouldn't travel far today, instead making a stop near Wuyuan County. Afterward they would head straight for Bayangdian, where there would surely be some wild ducks or fish and shrimp. There would likely be plenty of waterfowl, which would help him quickly expand his space. Besides, going to Wuyuan County would also give him a chance to trade for supplies in the local black market. Ideally, he could acquire some cotton or cotton clothes and shoes. If that wasn't possible, exchanging for seeds or something similar would also be acceptable. Otherwise his family would face severe difficulties. Warmth was a major issue. Not wanting to wait for dawn, Yang Zhiyuan called them up one by one. He first had them come out slowly to warm themselves by the fire and adjust to the outside temperature before addressing personal hygiene. Without toothpaste or toothbrushes, Yang Zhiyuan used some charred tree branches and warm water to teach everyone to brush their teeth with their hands. Zhang Godin and Chu Xiaoyao almost swallowed the water. After a busy morning, everyone had breakfast and set out on their journey. Yang Zhiyuan carried the most, followed by Jo Hong and Chi Erwa. Fortunately, they had very few items. Yang Zhiyuan needed to scout ahead, while it wasn't practical to directly put things into the space. He also carried 2 bundles himself. Jo Hong asked Yang Zhiyuan what to do with the remaining cornstalks. Yang Zhiyuan replied, "The big uncle who lent them to me will come to take them today, we can just leave." In truth, Yang Zhiyuan intended to leave them for a passerby. He had plenty in the space. He had replanted the land in the space early that morning. The wild rabbits had multiplied to over 100, but they were crowded in a 10 square meter pasture, leading to a situation where there were plenty of rabbits but little grass. As dawn broke not long after, Shoya could no longer walk, so Yang Zhiyuan gave his bundle to someone else to carry. He used one bundle to bind her on his back. This way his hands would be free. A group of 9 each with a dog stick or a cane walked step by step toward Wuyuan County. Fortunately, the uncle had told him last night that this dry river flowed north, passing about 3 or 4 miles south of Wuyuan County. So they could just follow the river. Otherwise, if they walked out onto the main road, they would definitely face interception. There were also militia guarding the farmland, making it even less likely. If it were just Yang Zhiyuan and Yang Zhiyuan, they might have reached in the morning. However, with a weak team, they had to rest twice on the way and were still far from their destination. Having covered about 2/3 of the journey, they needed to arrive earlier in the afternoon. They had to find a place to stop before nightfall, otherwise searching for a spot last minute could be troublesome and they might not find anything. At noon, Yang Zhiyuan asked his younger sister Zhou Hong to cook the half-rabbit into porridge again. He also took out several large sweet potatoes and dozens of cicadas. This provided a good supplement to their energy. Most parts of the river were dry and had little water, making it easier to traverse. Otherwise, if it were all muddy, they wouldn't be able to walk here. Moreover, the wind didn't reach the sides of the river, which was quite nice. Although Yang Zhiyuan noticed several wild rabbit holes along the way, he didn't catch any. The space had enough rabbits, but if he spotted any saplings, he would plant them in the space as well. Luckily, he unlocked 5 square meters of arable land along the way. The arable land totaled 36 square meters and the pasture was 10 square meters. The newly added 5 square meters were planted with potatoes, which had a high yield and were better than continually eating sweet potatoes. Around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, Yang Zhiyuan spotted a gray building in the distance. That was likely Wuyuan County. Not finding a new bridge, Yang Zhiyuan had no choice but to set up camp there. They took a moment to rest while reminding Yang Zhiyuan and Zhou Hong to keep an eye on everyone. He needed to scout the area first and then check out the vicinity of the county to see if there were any easy ways to enter. Since he didn't have any introduction letters, it wouldn't be easy to enter the county. Although the county no longer charged any entry fees, there were still occasional inspections. After all, he wasn't a local and his speech could easily raise suspicion. Few outsiders came to the small county, making him quite conspicuous. It was better to be cautious. Stepping onto the main road, Yang Zhiyuan headed toward the county. There were militia in the farmland near the county, but there were also some pedestrians on the road, making Yang Zhiyuan less noticeable. As he approached Wuyuan County, he indeed saw that this historic county still had old city walls and gates. Fortunately, no one was guarding the gates, but some people were watching everyone who entered. It was unclear what they were doing, as they were dressed in casual clothes, perhaps active members of the city. After years of development, there were also some buildings outside the city walls. Yang Zhiyuan thought about quickly finding a rundown house for shelter from the wind. The old county had 4 gates for entry and exit, and some areas of the walls were severely dilapidated, making it easier to climb over. Yang Zhiyuan had a good sense of direction and didn't bother admiring the ancient architecture from the 60s. He kept turning toward the west of the city until he discovered a dilapidated courtyard. This courtyard was not small and had been through a fire. It was probably once owned by a landlord. Everything inside had been looted and all the buildings were in a state of disrepair. One of the animal sheds behind the main house still had some foundation. The cow shed was still relatively intact, but the trough had been taken away. On both sides were earthen walls with a roof made of tree branches covered with hay and yellow earth. At the very least, the roof and 3 sides were windproof. Not a single trace of cow dung remained on the ground, likely all collected by someone. The place was clean indeed. However, there were scattered bits of dry straw. Some areas of the ground were blackened, possibly from the animals urinating over the years, and there was still a slight odor. Yang Zhiyuan took out a stalk of dry wheat straw, using it as a makeshift broom to sweep the ground. When he swept to the spot where the trough had been, he clearly saw that the color of the ground was different from the rest. The color difference was expected. There must have been a stone trough here before, so it was normal for the soil beneath to be of a different hue. But this area, about 1.5 meters long and 80 centimeters wide, had a patch of soil in the middle that looked distinctly different from the surrounding ground. Could it be like what was shown on TV? This place must have been where the landlord buried something. Yang Zhiyuan took out the dagger given to him by the old man yesterday. Aside from the brass handle, it was quite ordinary. It was just somewhat old. He squatted down and used the dagger to scrape at the soil in that area. It was late autumn and the ground was slightly frozen. But it was manageable, not as hard as it was in the northeast. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to dig at all with just a dagger. There was only a shallow layer of frozen soil on top, and the soil beneath was easier to excavate. The dug-up earth was directly stored in his spatial pocket. Continuing to dig deeper, Yang Zhiyuan simply had to loosen the soil and press his hand against it to store it directly in his space. His spatial pocket still couldn't retrieve items from a distance, nor could he use divine sense to probe his surroundings. Only areas he physically touched could be accessed. He could also use other means. For instance, if he used the dagger to touch the loosened soil, he could store it in the space as long as the dagger was in contact with it. He wanted to try to see if he could store a person inside. He could enter himself and even cook inside without being affected by the flow of time. If he were to store Chu Xiaoya, would she instantly become an 18-year-old adult? That wouldn't do, he should find someone else to test it. In the North China Plain, the soil was generally loamy and sandy, and below it wasn't frozen, making it easy to dig. It wasn't deep winter, otherwise it would have been much harder. After digging down over half a meter, there was a clink sound as Yang Zhiyuan realized it was likely a stone slab underneath. He cleared the soil off the slab and loosened the earth around it. In an instant he managed to take the slab into his space. As expected, there was a wooden box beneath it. The box wasn't large, about 30 centimeters long, wide and high. Yang Zhiyuan attempted to lift it with his hands, but it was quite heavy, so he simply stored it in his space. He looked down again and saw nothing else. Not willing to give up, he dug a little more, but alas, there was still nothing. He returned the excavated soil back into the original hole. He put in a bit, stepped on it, then added another layer and stepped again. Otherwise, even if he managed to pull a box out, if he didn't compress the soil layer by layer, it could end up being much higher than the surrounding ground. Friends who have dug pits should know when backfilling, those without experience can try it themselves and have a little fun. In the evening he planned to burn firewood in this spot to ensure no one could tell it had been excavated. Yang Zhiyuan swiftly entered his space, where he found a very sturdy box made of high quality wood, deep purple in color, already darkened. He couldn't tell if it was rosewood. He knocked on the wood. It was very solid and had a delicate little lock. With a thought, Yang Zhiyuan unlocked the small lock. Lifting the lid, he saw it was wrapped in bright yellow fabric. As he untied the small bundle, Yang Zhiyuan was nearly blinded by the gleam. No wonder it was so heavy, it was filled with small yellow fish. He picked one up just as he was about to take a bite. This small yellow fish, weighing about 31.25 grams, vanished into the space. Damn it, does the space consume gold too? Would there be new changes? It wouldn't produce any spiritual spring or Captain Serum, would it? Upon careful inspection, well, he had been overly excited. His space had just formed a very small hill, yes, a hill made of stone not more than 5 meters high. The hill was completely bare, not a single hair on it. Would it absorb another one if he took another? After all, he had money but nowhere to spend it. Yang Zhiyuan picked up another fish, but there was no reaction. Fortunately, otherwise he might have trouble withdrawing some gold from the space in the future. Since the space could absorb metals, why didn't it absorb the brass-handled dagger or the small knife he had sharpened himself? Did the space have a bias for the rich? That might be possible. He counted 19 small yellow fish and 10 larger ones. In total about 3.7 kilograms, and there were still some coins below, 4 bills each worth 50 and weighing 26.6 grams each, totaling 5.3 kilograms plus 3.7 kilograms. While there were still 2 tightly wrapped in oiled paper layered with several cloths inside. Upon opening, he found a jade bracelet, but before Yang Zhiyuan could discern its quality, it disappeared again, swallowed by the space. This time Yang Zhiyuan discovered he could use divine sense to probe a radius of 10 meters. Even 10 meters underground was fine, and he could probe through walls. This was sufficient no matter what kind of jade it was, even imperial green would do. In this life he wouldn't run out of money anyway, he just felt it didn't look like imperial green earlier. When Yang Zhiyuan opened the second one, it didn't seem to be of such high quality either. It had some green and some white, but he couldn't figure it out. At any rate, the space only absorbed one type. It was quite humane waiting for him to unlock it before absorbing it. After absorbing the bracelet, there were no new changes in the space, but he felt a bit stronger physically. That was quite nice. He should first fill the pit, tidy up the cowshed, and put out more cornstalks to block the cold wind from that side. It was getting dark and he needed to hurry to pick up his younger siblings. He quickly tidied up, and Yang Zhiyuan used his divine sense to scan around. Fortunately, there was no one else around. He would come back later to use his divine sense to probe the entire underground of this house. This treasure hunting tool was quite impressive. With his newfound abilities, Yang Zhiyuan felt much safer avoiding detection. Moreover, it was almost dark and this house was already far from others, making it relatively secluded. There were still remnants of old earthen walls around the house, indicating it had been fortified against bandits in the past. He gathered some dry branches and firewood along the way. Yang Zhiyuan quickly ran to the creek, where he saw 3 boys around 17 or 18 years old fighting with Yang Zhiyuan. Damn it, my horse! Yang Zhiyuan rushed down and smashed the first attacker, who was still punching Yang Zhiyuan in the leg with a stick. He glanced around and saw several younger brothers had been beaten. It seemed it wasn't just them not helping. Zhou Hong's clothes were slightly torn. Damn, he couldn't figure it out. With a roar, he stopped hitting legs and aimed directly for the head. A few people were caught off guard by the arrival of others. The second person, Yang Zhiyuan, acted too quickly. In just 3 moves, all 3 were knocked unconscious. Is De Yong okay? Yang Zhiyuan helped Yang Zhiyuan up, noticing his bruised eyes, bleeding corners of his mouth, and slightly swollen face. He checked himself and found no major issues. Brother, I'm fine. They wanted to take xuanhuan away. Good, as long as you're okay. Quickly help me check on the other siblings. Yang Zhiyuan approached and first removed the cotton-padded jacket from the first person he had knocked out. He handed it to Zhou Hong, urging her to wrap it around herself. Apart from a slightly torn shirt, Zhou Hong had a bit of blood at the corner of her mouth. It seemed she had been slapped. Her eyes were filled with tears, but her clothes were mostly intact, so the situation wasn't too serious. After comforting her for a moment, he looked at the other younger siblings and Xiaoya. Most of the younger brothers had only received a few kicks. They were too small and lacked combat power. It was likely the attackers had encountered Yang Zhiyuan and Qi Erwa while collecting firewood. Little Liu was fine and uninjured, just frightened. She hid behind Zhou Hong, tightly clutching her clothing. It appeared that none of them were seriously hurt. De Yong, quickly take the younger siblings and leave first, head in that direction. Yang Zhiyuan pointed northwest. There's an abandoned house over there, quite large, with a cow shed in the backyard. I found it useful. You lead the younger siblings to that place first, Yang Zhiyuan whispered to Yang Zhiyuan. He worried that if these guys were faking unconsciousness, they might overhear their conversation. Night was falling quickly. Yang Zhiyuan thought he could hold them off for a while, ensuring they wouldn't see where the others had gone. He noticed Yang Zhiyuan still needed to carry the firewood in dry grass. Yang Zhiyuan snatched it away. You all hurry and go, the firewood is ready over there. Watching the younger siblings leave, Yang Zhiyuan took the already stripped jacket and entered the space. He quickly came out again. Fortunately, the person who went in was unharmed, neither old nor dead. Yang Zhiyuan waited a moment longer, collecting the branches, roots, and dry grass that the younger siblings had gathered into the space. Then he saw that one was about to wake up, so he struck him again with a stick. Observing the clothing of these guys, they were all in good shape, no need for patches. The person from whom he had removed the outer coat was wearing a red sweater underneath, which Yang Zhiyuan glanced at. Damn, in this era he still had a bit of a belly. It seemed he had been living quite well. Apologies, but it was already completely dark outside. Yang Zhiyuan gathered the other 2 into the space and hastily stripped them of their clothes. Each was left with only a pair of shorts, and after tossing them out, he figured they would soon wake up from the cold. He didn't care and hurried away. None of the 3 were skinny. The first one whose clothes were taken off must have been the leader. It was rare for someone in this era to have a bit of a belly. They must have some influence at home, or they weren't here normally. In 60, it was not easy for an older person, the first in command, to have a bowl of braised pork. The second in command would only eat half a steamed bun at a meal. Damn, this guy under 20 can eat so well. There must be something fishy about this, Yang Zhiyuan thought while running. His mind entered the space and all the money on those people's bodies gathered together. The total money amounted to 85 yuan and 45 cents, local grain tickets worth 10 jin, 5 cigarette tickets, sugar tickets worth 1 jin, and liquor tickets worth 1.5 jin, cotton tickets worth 5 jin, match tickets, soap tickets, and several others. There were 3 boxes of cigarettes, 2 of which were opened and 1 was still untouched. Damn, these guys can't be black market people, can they? There were a lot of tickets, but not too many. They carried a few dozen dollars with them. This 85 yuan was equivalent to the salary of many people for 2 to 3 months. Yang Zhiyuan didn't bother with those tickets and decided to keep them in the space for now. He could spend them locally later. Putting all the supplies in the space meant others couldn't see them. Yang Zhiyuan also didn't hit the back of those guys' heads. They would probably wake up soon from the cold. Even if they froze to death, it could only be said they deserved it. However, he hoped that such a situation would not occur. After 9 years of compulsory education, Yang Zhiyuan understood the law and abided by it. Even without surveillance cameras, he wouldn't dare to kill easily. He was a law-abiding and honest citizen, at most engaging in fights. As for the clothes, he hadn't seen anything. If people froze to death, that was not his fault. As long as he wasn't provoked and his younger siblings weren't bullied, Yang Zhiyuan wouldn't easily resort to violence. He didn't expect that in just a few minutes after he left, those 3 guys would wake up one after another. By now, Yang Zhiyuan had long since disappeared. He quickly arrived at the cow shed and found that his younger siblings had already started a fire. Eldest sister, are you alright? Yang Zhiyuan held out 2 cotton-padded jackets to Yang Zhiyuan. Brother, you're back. We were all worried about you. What were you worried about? Didn't you see I even picked up 2 jackets? The little ones gathered around Yang Zhiyuan. Zhou was much better now. She stepped forward and stood in front of Yang Zhiyuan saying, "Brother, I'm fine." Yang Zhiyuan patted her shoulder. As long as you're okay, it's all my fault for not being by your side and letting you suffer." Zhou felt embarrassed. "It's not your fault, besides you can't always be by my side." It's good that you don't blame me. What happened today? Didn't I tell De Yong to stay with you and wait for me? Yang Zhiyuan asked again. De Yong scratched his head. "Brother, at first we were waiting there for you, but I saw the sky getting darker and worried you wouldn't find a suitable place to settle, so I thought of finding some dry grass or branches nearby for firewood. I took Erwa with me and didn't go far, then I heard shouting and Xiaoya crying, so I hurried back." Zhou added, "Yes, big brother, those 3 wanted to grab me to be naughty. I slapped one of them and he hit me and tore my clothes, then brother Zhiyong came back and fought with them. A few little ones also tried to hit them with sticks, but they got kicked instead." Zhou was angry now, but thankfully she wasn't the type to just cry when bullied. She didn't dare to resist. This girl was quite feisty. Yang Zhiyuan nodded and asked, "Did you all check? No injuries or anything?" Zhou replied, "When we got here we checked, we're all fine." That's good. At this time kids are generally quite resilient, especially since they have struggled on the brink of death. Fortunately it wasn't a big deal. Lilia was now tightly hugging her brother's thigh, looking up with her big dark pitiful eyes at Yang Zhiyuan saying, "Big pot." Yang Zhiyuan turned his hand revealing a roasted sweet potato and then pulled out several from his pockets and arms. These were freshly roasted from his space. Earlier in the corner of the cowshed, Yang Zhiyuan had deliberately left some potatoes and sweet potatoes when he went back to find them. Then he pretended to go out, made a round and came back with dozens of cicadas, urging Zhou and Yang Zhiyuan to hurry and cook. With something to eat, the little ones instantly perked up. Being beaten is still better than having nothing to eat. They understood too well what it meant to be hungry. Each of them had loved ones who left due to hunger. The children were likely hungry and frightened. Yang Zhiyuan decided to stay with them for a while, planning to search the black market later that night when it was darker. With the spatial dimension, he could rest inside. Due to the altered flow of time, 1 minute inside equated to a much longer rest outside. This effectively gave him double the time others had. He could accomplish more during the nights. Meanwhile, Zhou and Yang Zhiyuan prepared the meal nearby. Several little ones huddled around Yang Zhiyuan with the little girl, the ugly duckling, cradled in his arms. In the pitch-black night, a somewhat drafty cowshed became their temporary refuge. Fortunately, it was early winter, late autumn. The cowshed bore no foul odor. Had it been summer, the swarms of flies and mosquitoes would have been unbearable. "Big brother, can we just stay here?" Erwa asked. "Yes, big brother, this place is quite good." The other children nodded one after another. It seemed that today's beating hadn't dampened their spirits. A dilapidated cowshed was enough to satisfy them. Mainly because they had no shelter before, often sleeping exposed to the wild. They couldn't even stay on small city streets, only the wilderness. Many villages were inaccessible. Occasionally, kind-hearted people seeing their plight would spare a small sweet potato or some dry tubers. But with so many of them, even that was scarce. "So you like this place?" Yang Zhiyuan asked in return. "Yes, it shelters us from wind and rain." "Exactly, it's quite good, big brother." Me as well." The children were easily content. De Yong, what do you think?" Yang Zhiyuan asked them. Zhou stirred the mixed grain porridge in the earthen pot with 2 sticks. "Big brother, I think this place isn't very safe. What if those people come back today?" Yang Zhiyuan squatted by the fire. "Big brother, I'm not afraid. If they come again, I'll fight them." Me too. Erwa clenched his fists. Lu Hongjun and Qin Shi also stood up. "Count me in." Li Sixing and Zhang Guden followed suit. Even the little girl in Yang Zhiyuan's arms said, "Big brother, I can do it too." Laughing at their resolve, Yang Zhiyuan replied, "Good, everyone has courage. If we're bullied again, we'll stand together and fight without fear. But we can't stay here long. First, we have no land. As you see, the surrounding area is still parched. Second, begging won't yield much. Third, this place belongs to others. If those 3 bring more men, we won't be able to resist. Therefore, we must find a better place. I'll get some large rooms for everyone later, all right." The children all respected only Yang Zhiyuan and Ma. They couldn't think so much on their own. Since Big Brother awoke, his words carried more weight. He could even procure so much food, so they obeyed him. Alright, I'll listen to Big Brother. Me too and me. Yang Zhiyuan patted their heads one by one, pleased with their obedience and teachability. Alright, everyone wait for the meal. I'll go explore nearby. Let no one else follow me. Stopping the others from following, Yang Zhiyuan planned to inspect the abandoned house, looking for treasures in other rooms or beneath the floor. With his divine sense, Yang Zhiyuan had a 10-meter radius radar in the dark, scanning above and below 10 meters underground. In another life, exploring abandoned villages or old houses for treasures would have been quite effective. This abandoned house resembled a Beijing courtyard mansion with 3 successive courtyards. However, all rooms appeared to have been ravaged by fire. After the blaze, the burnt beams, wooden doors and windows had all been scavenged. The cowshed was situated on the left side of the first courtyard, enclosed by earthen walls. At that time, large livestock was a vital family asset. Entering the abandoned house, Yang Zhiyuan held a wooden stick, looking around cautiously. He searched for anything useful. He found all the blue bricks stripped clean. Alas, the place was swept thoroughly. He could only hope for something underground. The front courtyard servant quarters yielded no findings. Entering the ruins of the main building in the second courtyard, he discovered something beneath, just dozens of centimeters underground on the east side. The soil was loose, fallen from dismantled bricks or the roof, and not frozen. Soon Yang Zhiyuan uncovered a small box containing 2 goldfish-shaped trinkets and some old silver coins. A promising start, he continued searching. In the side wing, he found some old children's toys buried in the dirt. It was unclear whether the family had fled or perished. He decided against giving the toys to the younger siblings and focused on treasure hunting. Gold and silver were far more satisfying. The atmosphere of exploring an abandoned house was thrilling. Even if he couldn't use the treasures immediately, he could save them for later or provide a foundation for his brothers. Finally, he reached the third courtyard. This was likely where the main family once lived. His divine sense carefully scanned and soon found something. Beneath the main room was nothing, but beside the entrance on the east side there had once been a plant, or perhaps a pomegranate tree. Buried beneath it was something else. Within 10 meters underground, Yang Zhiyuan could clearly detect contents, whether boxed or not. The soil here was harder. Observing the surroundings and seeing no one, he used space to ignite a fire on the ground. He carefully roasted the ground surface. His spirit power had grown, and with divine sense he could detect treasures, but his physical strength remained weak. So he resorted to crude methods. If he had more strength, he wouldn't need to exert such effort. The fire softened the soil but couldn't be kept burning continuously, or it would harden again. When the fire died down, he used a stick to sweep the ashes into space, then resumed digging with a dagger. Surprisingly, this dagger proved quite handy. Though not ideal, it served as a makeshift iron shovel. He dug deeper, over a meter this time, collecting soil as he went. At last he uncovered a large wooden box. After placing it in space, he filled the hole with soil and broken bricks, then covered the surface with earth from the house. In a flash, Yang Zhiyuan entered space. The wooden box was well preserved despite being buried for years, reinforced with iron nails on the edges. A large iron lock secured the box, but with a single thought, Yang Zhiyuan unlocked it. Inside were mostly silver coins, less gold, and some women's jewelry. On top was a cloth bundle containing an oil paper package. Unwrapping many layers, he found records resembling diaries of the house owner's collaboration with the Japanese invaders or dealings with Taiwan agents. Who in their right mind would write diaries? So the owner was a traitor, explaining why the house was thoroughly burned. He wondered if the ancestral grave had been disturbed. After a glance, Yang Zhiyuan lost interest and hurried back to join his siblings for their meal. In a small cowshed, 9 children warmly enjoyed a dinner of roasted sweet potatoes, roasted rabbits, and a bowl of mixed grain porridge. Yang Zhiyuan had no bag, otherwise he could have taken some cornmeal and flour for Zhou Hong to keep. After dinner, he planned to visit the local black market, reminding them to sleep first. Don't go out tomorrow either, after all the small county town isn't big. If those 3 little rascals recognized them, it could be quite troublesome. In the evening, Yang Zhiyuan carried a basket and after leaving the cowshed put it into his space. With the enhancement of his divine sense, he quickly found a small black market near the southeastern corner of the county town. The black market was small, with only about 50 people selling goods scattered around. Surprisingly, there were more buyers than sellers. They hid in a small grove and many people were bundled up due to the cold. Yang Zhiyuan wrapped himself up, exposing only his eyes. As he was about to approach with the basket, 2 people emerged from behind a tree trunk asking buy or sell. Sell, he replied. 1 dime. Yang Zhiyuan said nothing further and handed over a dime. After entering, he took a quick look around. There were sellers of bottles and jars, sellers of ground tree bark, as well as sellers of radishes, cabbage and potatoes. There were also sellers with a couple of pounds of millet and 2 bottles of liquor. There were sellers of woven baskets made from brambles and 2 people selling wild rabbits, but the rabbits they sold were not as plump as the ones in Yang Zhiyuan's hands. They weighed only about 3 or 4 pounds and were priced at 20 yuan. Goodness, that's really expensive. At 20 yuan they would have to sell for at least 10 to make a profit. Yang Zhiyuan recalled seeing some information that grain tickets in the black market of the capital were already 4 to 5 yuan per pound. Don't even mention pork, it's probably even more expensive. There's no choice, people need to eat grain and meat. Without fat, they need to eat more grain. In these times, a deputy director's family could supply an extra pound of fresh meat daily for the entire family each month, along with 6 pounds of eggs, 2 pounds of sugar, 2 cigarette tickets, and a reasonable amount of fresh vegetables. If a family has many members, say 7 or 8, they only get 1 pound of meat per day and 6 pounds of eggs a month. One can imagine how tight supplies are. Let alone the common people. Therefore, in this small black market, fresh pork was nowhere to be seen, and there was no sugar either. The fact that tree bark powder was being sold speaks volumes. There was even a place selling sawdust. After a round, Yang Zhiyuan decided to sell some sweet potatoes and potatoes first, not intending to take out the wild rabbits. Otherwise, with his small build, he was worried about getting robbed. He brought out 10 pounds of sweet potatoes and another 10 pounds of potatoes. The uniform price was 2 yuan per pound. Don't complain about it being expensive, as rice in the capital was selling for 4 to 5 yuan per pound. As soon as Yang Zhiyuan set up his stall, people quickly gathered around. He didn't have a scale, and both items weighed 10 pounds, which were bought up by 2 people. One bargained the sweet potatoes down to 16 yuan for 10 pounds, while the other bargained the potatoes down to 18 yuan for 10 pounds. Yang Zhiyuan sold them directly. There was no need to linger. He earned 34 yuan, and someone pulled him aside to ask if he had more sweet potatoes and potatoes. Yang Zhiyuan said nothing, just waved his hand and looked for the things he wanted to buy. A few baskets and a dozen eggs. Normally eggs would cost 3 to 5 cents each, but in these special years 1 pound costs 5 yuan. Yang Zhiyuan bought those dozen eggs, which weighed less than 2 pounds, for 8 yuan 50. He remembered that 64 years later eggs would also cost 4 to 5 yuan per pound. Sighing, Yang Zhiyuan looked up at the stars and felt a mix of amusement and sorrow. Can 5 yuan 60 years later be compared to now? No matter, he would take them back to supplement his younger siblings. Millet cost 4 yuan per pound, and he bought that 1 pound of millet. He also bought a few bottles, unsure if they were antiques, and quietly exchanged a dozen sweet potatoes and potatoes with the seller. He mainly wanted to buy a few bottles to store cornmeal and flour. He hadn't seen any bags for sale in this era. Some people bought bags for fine grains to make clothes. So bags were hard to come by. He also bought some cabbage and radishes, but he didn't see any seeds for sale, which was normal. It couldn't be helped. Just as Yang Zhiyuan was about to leave, he overheard 2 people discussing. Have you heard? Young Master Huang from our county grain station was stripped naked. Is that true? Their family eats so well. Damn, everyone these days is almost getting fat. Just look at that grain station director's face, round like an owl. The 2 were whispering. If Yang Zhiyuan hadn't increased his divine sense detection function today, he wouldn't have heard them. Clearly these 2 knew each other and were setting up stalls close together. Most other people were standing farther away. When someone made a transaction, they would briefly turn on a flashlight, covering it with black cloth, using the dim light to take a quick look. Not everyone like him was free from night blindness and could see most things by moonlight. The one who spoke first continued, keep it down, who doesn't know about our county? Damn, who knows how much grain he greedily took? That kid bullies this one and that one in the county every day. He deserves it this time. That's right, heaven has eyes. I heard that they bullied a girl who fled famine some time ago, and as a result that girl committed suicide by jumping into a well. Yeah, I've heard about that too. It's utterly inhumane. Indeed, in these times we can only endure. Sigh. Just hold on. Upon hearing this news, Yang Zhiyuan nearly jumped up. Fortunately, he returned quickly today. Otherwise his younger sister Zhou might be in grave danger. In these times when people are starving, many wouldn't think of such matters at night. Only those who are well-fed and have nothing to do would indulge in such thoughts. Yang Zhiyuan did not linger any longer and prepared to leave, transferring each item from the basket into his space. As he approached the 2 guards, they glanced at him before squatting back down. Do you think our boss is freezing now? Yang Zhiyuan overheard another piece of news. That meant one of those three rascals was the boss of this small black market. It seems he would have to find a way to deal with this gang. Their home was a grain station and they were running a black market. It was hard to believe they weren't using the grain from the grain station to sell at the black market. In these times, such behavior is called profiting from national disasters, and another term for it is disregarding human life. Yang Zhiyuan was filled with anger and said nothing as he turned to leave. Not long after he left, he noticed that someone was following him, and it was from the black market. Damn, they were trying to pull a black and black scheme. I bought a watch last year. 3 people followed him, each sturdier than Yang Zhiyuan. He didn't dare confront them heathen, so he ran a few steps ahead and hid in a corner of an abandoned wall. With divine sense active, he heard footsteps approaching. A stick struck out directly. Whoever it touched was instantly pulled into his space. In an instant, all 3 were captured. After waiting a while, he found no one else was following. Yang Zhiyuan continued to take a detour back to the cowshed. It's better to be cautious. There are many martial artists in Dezhou practicing various styles like Pai Gua Quan, Ba Ji Quan, and Lu Hua Quan. He couldn't provoke them and could only rely on his external abilities. The 3 of them lay silently inside, suspended in midair. Yang Zhiyuan flashed in and entered. Their bodies became paralyzed, unable to move their limbs, unable even to close their eyelids. The space was as bright as day, and the few fellows who entered were dumbfounded. Unable to move, Yang Zhiyuan opened one person's mouth and they all lay face up, unable to see him. The space now included 4 square units of arable land, reaching a total of 40 square units plus a 10 square unit pasture and a 50 square unit rocky hill. Soon after, he planted radishes directly into the soil, and surprisingly seeds were indeed produced. The same went for the cabbage, which still had roots, making it easy. He also planted millet along with a square unit of the few pumpkin seeds he had exchanged for. After the harvest, without waiting to examine it closely, Yang Zhiyuan prepared to interrogate. I ask you, answer, otherwise do you want to die? I know, please ask my lord. This kind of divine method had already terrified the young man to the brink of death. How could he dare not speak the truth? Soon Yang Zhiyuan finished the interrogation. The head of the grain station, Huang Jingshan, embezzled grain, passing off inferior goods as quality, exchanging some good grain for his son Huang Yibiao to sell at high prices on the black market. The few men were all mixed up with Huang Yibiao. Huang Yibiao had a murder case on him, and these 3 were their professional thugs. They had never killed directly but had robbed many and broken others' arms and legs. Yang Zhiyuan thought to himself about how to deal with these turtle bastards later. He also clarified the address of head Huang's home. Yang Zhiyuan decided to retaliate tonight. Danger must be nipped in the bud. These 3 men had a gun. Damn it, carrying a gun to rob me. If it weren't for my space, I would definitely be in danger. The 3 men floated first. The gun was put away. It was an old model revolver, also known as a box cannon. Such guns were common during our country's War of Resistance, and there were imitation versions, including the original Hans Cat version with both long and short barrels. This was a short one, likely a domestic imitation. There weren't many bullets, only a dozen or so, which Yang Zhiyuan kept in his space without taking them out. Mainly he didn't know how to use it, and after interrogating how to use it, he simply figured it out. Having stayed in the space for a long time felt like just a moment outside, which was fine. As Yang Zhiyuan exited the space, he was about to leave when he saw a shadow staggering out from a corner. Yang Zhiyuan hid in a corner and saw an old lady with a basket staggering towards him. By her direction, she seemed to be heading to the black market. As she approached, the old lady suddenly stumbled and fell. There should have been a living creature in that basket. Yang Zhiyuan quickly stepped forward to help the old lady up. Grandma, it's so late, be careful. Thank you, young man, thank you. Where are you going? Let me take you back. I'm going to exchange for some fine grain. My little grandson is crying out of hunger, almost to the point of being silent. The old lady said tearfully. Grandma, please lean against the wall. Why are you out alone at this hour? If your eyesight isn't good, it's dangerous to fall. My grandson's mother is too weak to move and needs to feed the child who has bitten her until she's bleeding. My eyesight isn't good, I truly have no other option. I brought our old hen, hoping to exchange it for some millet or flour. Upon hearing this, Yang Zhiyuan felt a pang in his heart. Grandma, it's dangerous, don't go there. I'll exchange for you. That place has bad people. Come, let me take you back and we can discuss how to exchange along the way. After saying this, Yang Zhiyuan supported her and slowly walked in the direction she came from. If the old lady hadn't recognized his voice as that of a young man, she would have been genuinely startled. In the pitch darkness, a masked person jumped out who wouldn't be afraid. However, she was already so hungry that she had gained some courage. When pushed to the limit, what was there to fear? Yang Zhiyuan held the old lady with one hand and helped her carry the basket with the old hen bound by its mouth, wings and legs inside. With a flash of thought, the old hen entered the space. Initially, Yang Zhiyuan planned to borrow the old hen to hatch the over a pound of eggs, hoping to see if any chicks would emerge. However, once the old hen entered the space, recognized it as a new species, resulting in the emergence of a 10-square unit chicken coop with hatching capabilities. Or what could be called a small chicken farm. Yang Zhiyuan sent the eggs into the coop with his mind. Surprisingly, 5 chicks hatched, 2 males and 3 females, while the other eggs showed no signs likely being unfertilized. In the blink of an eye, the chicks grew up and laid dozens of eggs, which were larger than the ones Yang Zhiyuan had bought. He wanted to continue hatching, but the consciousness informed him that he could only hatch once a day. No matter how many eggs there were, he could only hatch once a day. Well, then he tied up a new old hen and put it back into the basket. This one was much fatter than the old lattice. The old lattice home wasn't far. When they reached her doorstep, Yang Zhiyuan asked her to go back and get a bag. He had millet and wanted to take a few more bags. The hen was allowed to be taken back first. This might be the most valuable thing in her home, so Yang Zhiyuan kept it for her, as she would also be uneasy. The old lady staggered into her small courtyard carrying 5 bags. Some even had patches, and Yang Zhiyuan asked her to wait while he took some bags forward. In a place where the old lady couldn't see, he packed 10 gin of cornmeal made with corn cobs, 5 gin of wheat flour with bran, 20 gin of potatoes and 20 gin of sweet potatoes. He also added the 1 gin of millet he had just harvested. Since they had met, he hoped this grain could save the lives of 3 people. Yang Zhiyuan didn't go inside but scanned the courtyard with his divine sense and saw that there was only a young woman with a baby. There were no males, and the little grandson didn't count as a male. He didn't ask the old lady where the child's father and grandfather had gone. There was no need to ask, it might lead to a sad story. Turning back, he helped to place all these items at the doorstep of the old lattice house. The old lady was about to hand him the old hen, but she probably hadn't realized that the hen had already been exchanged. Yang Zhiyuan didn't stop, only saying that she shouldn't go to the black market again, and he didn't take the old hen, turning to leave. The old lady chased a few steps but couldn't catch up. Once she exited the main gate, she could no longer see Yang Zhiyuan. The old lattice eye sockets were even shallower, knowing she had encountered a good person. The lifesaver reminded her of her grandson. She hurriedly took the basket and went back to close the big door, bringing a few bags back into the house. After the old lady closed the door, her daughter-in-law weakly asked, "Mother, why are you back so soon?" The old lady opened one bag and took out a sweet potato, not even washing it, wiping it and walking into the inner room. She handed it to her grandson's mother. "Eat quickly, have a few bites first, I'll roast it for you later." The person was so hungry that they couldn't wait for the sweet potato to be cooked. Seeing such a fresh sweet potato made her daughter-in-law's eyes light up, and she quickly ate a few small bites. She had to eat. If she didn't, there would be no milk, and without milk the child would die. After eating a couple of bites and gaining some energy, she didn't eat more. Thinking that the old lady hadn't eaten yet, she crawled out of bed, put on a tattered cotton jacket and walked to the outer room. "Mother, why so much?" She hurriedly covered her mouth. The night was pitch black, the wind howled like a killer's breath. Yang Zhiyuan thought to himself that Director Huang's home must be quite warm. He was on his way to visit, confident that Director Huang had a small stove going, sipping hot tea, living a good life. He wondered just how hospitable Director Huang could be, considering he had traveled a long way, and should give Huang the chance to show his hospitality. Not far from the grain station there was a large courtyard where Huang Yibiao lived with his father Huang Jinshan, as well as Huang Jinshan's wife Utsuhua and Huang Jinshan's other 2 sons. Huang Yibiao's 2 almost naked brothers were also there, living in another room. Perfect, it was just right to catch them all at once, saving him the trouble of searching around. However, the Huang family's residential area was a bit too spacious. Yang Zhiyuan truly wished he could just take over the entire place. With his divine sense, he found that they had no defenses. The key issue was that this bastard also had a dog. In this day and age, a dog that robust was quite rare. Yang Zhiyuan didn't have any sleeping powder. As soon as he got close, the dog would bark. The dog had already barked twice earlier, so Yang Zhiyuan had no choice but to enter his space and interrogate the 3 unfortunate souls. It turned out one of them had a special medicine for dealing with dogs. Following the clue, Yang Zhiyuan quickly located their home. Fortunately, their den had no outsiders. He transferred everything he could see and use into his space. He took everything: beds, blankets, curtains, clothes, tables, thermoses, teacups, grain, small cooking pots, and so on, leaving nothing behind. After all, when he pushed the door open, it was all through his clothes, leaving no trace at all. In the space, he made several buns filled with rabbit meat. He got all the medicine inside. Soon he arrived outside Huang Jinshan's courtyard and, using his divine sense, accurately threw several buns right in front of the dog from beyond the wall. At this moment, the dog was still barking and the owner inside was scolding it. In the cold weather, it wouldn't come out. It was normal for someone to pass by at night and have the dog bark. Old Huang didn't pay much attention. After a few barks, the dog stopped and Huang Jinshan thought it was because he had scolded it. He continued to sleep soundly in his bed. Director Huang was quite bold. With the dog quiet, it became easier for Yang Zhiyuan to release a table and a stool to reach the top of the high wall. Damn, the wall was over 3 meters high and had quite a bit of glass embedded in it. Luckily, he could see clearly. There was a tree close to the courtyard, and he slowly climbed down into the yard. He first approached the dazed dog, untied it, and brought it into his space, not caring about the changes in the space. Then he walked to the front gate and opened it from the inside, going out to put the table and stool away. He came back, locked the door, and began to loot. It was no problem that the door bolt was still in place. Inserting a dagger allowed him to collect the latch from inside into his space. This way the door could be pushed open. Huang Jinshan and his wife, along with Huang Yibiao and his 2 freezing brothers, were all in a deep sleep. In total, 7 people were neatly brought into the space while still asleep. Then Yang Zhiyuan began his zero-cost shopping, clearing out everything movable from all the rooms. He found that there wasn't much grain and no significant wealth. How could this be? However, he cleared out all the furniture, making it easier to find things. Very quickly, Yang Zhiyuan discovered something suspicious where Huang Jinshan had placed the bed. Removing a wooden plank revealed a cellar beneath. Damn, how could you put the cellar entrance under your bed, not fearing that you couldn't crawl in? Huang Jinshan, who was around 1.6 meters tall and quite stout, wouldn't get stuck crawling into a hole. Once inside, it was surprisingly spacious. There were plenty of coarse grains as well as some antiques. After collecting everything inside, he discovered another hidden door which led to several wooden boxes. If he hadn't cleared out the grains, he wouldn't have discovered any of this. Yang Zhiyuan didn't have time to examine the treasures inside. He quickly interrogated Huang Jinshan and then his son Huang Yibiao. Huang Yibiao, burning with fever and in a daze, mentioned that there was a warehouse for storing coarse grains and a location for black market supplies. Damn, this was a crafty rabbit with 3 burrows. In the several rooms, he left only the doors and windows. Everything else was swept clean. Yang Zhiyuan then went to clean out the other 2 locations before returning to the cattle shed. By this time, it was already past 10 o'clock as Yang Zhiyuan had a watch. He had 3 in total, 1 from Huang Jinshan and his wife and 1 from Huang Yibiao, hidden in the house. A Huhai brand watch model A581. Only 13600 pieces were produced in the first batch back then. Now he had 3 of them. Damn, what luck! Zhou Hong and Yang Zhiyuan were both worried about Yang Zhiyuan. When they saw him returning with 2 bedsheets, Yang Zhiyuan said little, just urging them to sleep quickly. The little ones were somewhat drowsy but knew their elder brother had returned. He even covered them with extra blankets, and only then did they manage to sleep soundly. On his way back, Yang Zhiyuan deliberately swept away his footprints, but some road surfaces wouldn't leave any marks at all. Mainly, he swept the entrance of this house. The remnants of walls and broken bricks allowed many places to be entered as long as no one noticed. This place had to be left quickly. Tomorrow it was not suitable for lingering. After a zero-cost shopping spree, who would stay near the scene? If not, he would leave before dawn. Yang Zhiyuan first used his mind to check the changes in his space. Indeed, it was a bountiful harvest. After the big yellow dog came in, he didn't know if the space thought it was a descendant of wolves, but the pasture increased by 40 square meters, becoming 50. Was the space expanding based on the volume and weight of animals? Yang Zhiyuan wasn't too sure. Damn it, he had also brought in several fat mice. They must have been collected while he was gathering grain. Damn, what a waste. People were starving and this bastard had too much grain to feed the mice. With a thought, he killed all the mice and looked around to see if there were any that could be eaten. That too was meat, surely someone would want it. The fertile land had increased by many square meters. Inside there were more varieties of crops: mung beans, soybeans, cowpeas, red beans, broad beans, peas, sesame, peanuts, eggplants, chilies, tomatoes, green beans, cucumbers, watermelons, melons, winter melons, and more. Damn, how did the big yellow dog manage to gather so many seeds? Was it planning to set up a seed station? After further questioning, he learned that the Big Yellow was aiming to sell these things at high prices on the black market during a disaster year. After all, everyone was struggling to fill their stomachs. Many people would plant extra crops in hidden corners to survive. As a result, Yang Zhiyuan benefited greatly from this. He also gained a cat which was absorbed by the space and 5 hens that were laying eggs in the chicken coop. Thankfully, the Big Yellow family did not have large livestock, otherwise they would have faced a calamity. Thus Yang Zhiyuan's space underwent significant changes once again. The fertile land increased to 250 square meters, the pasture remained unchanged at 50 square meters, the rocky hill stayed at 50 square meters, the chicken coop grew to 20 square meters, and a new livestock farm of 10 square meters was added. Perhaps the changes were brought by the house cat. It was quite good. He thought about borrowing a donkey, cow, or pig from someone. Later he could return one to them. He planted potatoes in all the newly added fertile land. Once it passed 12 o'clock, he would sow all the fertile land with potatoes. From the Big Yellow family, the black market, and other warehouses, he collected over 10,000 pounds of coarse grain, more than 3,000 pounds of fine grain, and over 40,000 in cash. He obtained 125 small yellow fish, 30 big yellow fish, as well as some gold bracelets, gold rings, gold earrings, and $3,000. In this era, gold was only about $4 per gram. Damn, he really got away with a lot. If all the goldfish were exchanged for money along with the grain, it could amount to over 100,000. Yang Zhiyuan had certainly seen this much money before, but this money was the wealth of the people, and its purchasing power was no less than tens of millions in the future. Yang Zhiyuan decided to keep the big and small goldfish, but with so much grain and money, he thought it was best to use it for the people since it was taken from them. He didn't lack grain himself, so there was no need to take all of this away. His conscience had not yet been completely devoured, and there was still some left. After Yang Zhiyuan and his younger siblings had fallen soundly asleep, he quietly entered the space, preparing to rest there and regain his strength. Before dawn the next day, Yang Zhiyuan had already prepared the meals, all made in the space. He had cooked millet meat porridge, and everyone had 2 steamed cornbread buns that were easy on the throat. Xu Xiaoya ate one bun and tucked the other into her pocket. Yang Zhiyuan smiled at her habit of hoarding food but said nothing. After everyone was full and satisfied, Yang Zhiyuan let Daon lead the team westward. It was still dark, and Yang Zhiyuan handed him a flashlight. He told him to use it to light the way when necessary, while he would follow behind. They set off, first carrying only a few items. Yang Zhiyuan left several blankets behind for himself to carry. Then Yang Zhiyuan wrapped one blanket in a bundle which looked bulky but was just a blanket, as everything else was stored in the space. He cleaned up any traces left behind, collecting the cornstalks as well. He scattered the original weeds and loose soil back. Yang Zhiyuan had to leave early because the county town and nearby areas would become bustling this morning. Once Yang Zhiyuan was ready, he quickly left and soon caught up with the small team. In early winter, there were hardly any other people around in the morning. This was the best time to travel. Everyone had eaten breakfast, their bellies warm and full, and they were warmly dressed, making the journey bearable. In between, Yang Zhiyuan carried Xu Xiaoya for a while. Old Lu Zhanggodin only let Yang Zhiyuan carry for a short time before insisting on walking himself. Thus the group vanished into the early winter morning. The sky became brighter with the sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking as people began a new day. Wang Shuzhen of Woyuan County struggled to get up in the morning while the rest of his family still lay in bed. It was not that they didn't want to get up or that they hadn't woken up, they were afraid to move, fearing hunger. Wang Shuzhen had to go out to find work. There was no choice, as if he didn't act soon his family would starve. As he trembled and opened the door, Wang Shuzhen rubbed his eyes. He noticed a bag in the yard. He hurried over, opened it, and found dozens of potatoes on top, along with several tens of pounds of coarse grain. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Zhenqing immediately took it into the house, firmly bracing the door with his back. He opened the bag again for a glance, and it was not a hallucination, there truly was grain. Meanwhile, many impoverished families discovered similar situations. Some found 20 yuan among the coarse grain, while others found 30, depending on the size of their families. The common folk did not make a fuss. Many knelt down with tears in their eyes, muttering prayers. However, in some hospitals, orphanages, and shelters for the elderly, people began to become lively. Soon the news was reported, but a group of investigators could not find anything amiss. They only discovered that the entire Huang family had vanished, leaving nothing behind, as if a dog had licked it clean. As they worried about where to settle nearby disaster victims, those victims ended up moving into new homes. While walking, Yang Zhiyuan suddenly felt a surge of heat emanating from his dantian, gathering in his head, limbs, and entire torso. Just moments ago he had been panting from exhaustion, but now Yang Zhiyuan felt his body filled with strength as if it had undergone a transformation. Holding Chu Xiaoya, he could not enter the space to experience the changes in his body just yet. He would have to wait. With Yang Zhiyuan's divine sense, a group of ragtag refugees avoided pedestrians and militia, making their way forward step by step. By noon they reached a desolate graveyard where no one was around. Everyone replenished their energy and rested for a while. The meal was prepared by Yang Zhiyuan, who had arrived at that place earlier. Fearing that his younger siblings would discover the secret in his bundle, he had paved the way and prepared the food in advance for their arrival. During the noon break, Yang Zhiyuan thought that walking for a long time could lead to some leg bindings. This would be good for his legs, especially since he had collected a lot of clothes and sheets in the space. Finding a piece of torn clothing, Yang Zhiyuan tore it into 16 strips for bindings, continuing to tear more clothes if needed. In the space, De Huang had left behind no underpants, prompting Yang Zhiyuan to tear them apart for him. De Huang and Huang Yibia must be dealt with what would happen to his wife and 2 other sons. Though those 2 boys were not particularly good either. However, their crimes did not warrant death. As Yang Zhiyuan walked in the afternoon, he pondered how to deal with the remaining few. When he saw a village guard on the road, inspiration struck him. Along the way, Yang Zhiyuan used the power of the space to dig 4 pits and directly euthanized Huang Yibiao and his 2 brothers, leaving them in the space. Then he buried them. His wife was not exactly a good person either, but she had indirectly caused the suffering of many disaster victims. He proposed to De Huang to substitute the grain at the grain depot with sand tree roots and bark powder. Although he did not directly kill anyone, he had indirectly done so, therefore she and her 2 sons along with the other 3 robbers would all become village guards. Of course they could not all be left nearby, they would first be starved in the space. They had to be made to look emaciated before being thrown out, as he feared the villagers would not want guards who only ate and smiled foolishly, unable to do anything. If one wanted to guard, they needed grain to feed them. Life and death are fated, so don't blame him. One should not blame Yang Zhiyuan for being ruthless. During this era he had seen several starving corpses lying on the ground whom he had buried. Yang Zhiyuan's younger siblings all had relatives buried by his own hands except for Chu Xiaoya. She had been abandoned with her parents and family lost to the world. When Yang Zhiyuan rescued her, several starving people with greenish skin were already watching her. That gaze was something Yang Zhiyuan could not forget. When people are starving, they are willing to sell anything for a bite of food, dignity, money, body, and so on. In front of a full meal, everything else is trivial. One should not be overly sentimental. If it weren't for the space, Yang Zhiyuan might have also collapsed on the road. It was uncertain whether they were devoured by wild dogs or the green-skinned ones, or if they encountered someone with a shred of conscience who buried them. Perhaps among the younger siblings a few might successfully reach the aid station in the big city. Cities were somewhat better, the capital was still struggling to supply the nation. The soul from the future had watched a television series called Children of the Nation. Everyone could take a look. Tonight seems to be even colder, but fortunately with the blankets and plenty of warm jackets brought by Yang Zhiyuan, the little ones are not feeling the chill. In a dry puddle, this is tonight's campsite. Thick dry grass covers the ground and a small hut with a pointed roof made of cornstalks is set up above, blocking most of the cold wind. The food will be ready in a moment: a roasted rabbit, a pot of porridge, and some pickled vegetables along with plenty of steamed buns. Yang Zhiyuan ate 5 steamed buns for dinner and Yang Zhiyuan was not far behind. Thanks to the feeding over the past few days, the little ones' appetites have grown larger. They can now eat meat without much issue. Yang Zhiyuan decided to rest for half a day tomorrow, as he can walk without much trouble now. He just fears that the smaller ones might not be able to handle it. On the way, Yang Zhiyuan used a large knife from the Huang family to cut some brambles. He plans to weave a basket, hoping to scatter some millet or corn to catch some birds. Sparrows are now edible and the government even encourages catching them. On the way, Yang Zhiyuan also spotted some wild chickens, but unfortunately in the plains it is quite challenging to catch them. He can only try tying a rope, propping a stick, and placing a basket half on top to see if that works. It seems like something mentioned in a story by Sun Gear. Readers, if you're unsure, you can leave a 5-star review to let others know. The night passed without incident. Zhou Hong was not as carefree as Yang Zhiyuan and had tried several times to ask Yang Zhiyuan. Yang Zhiyuan laughed, saying, "Don't worry about how things came to be, as long as we can fill our bellies. Indeed, as long as they can eat, it's fine. After all, the elder brother wouldn't steal or rob in this vast area of yellow earth." Upon mentioning this and thinking about the relatives who starved to death, Zhou Hong no longer asked. Among them 5 Wali Xixing. Although he said nothing, his eyes were darting quickly. Yang Zhiyuan keenly noticed him. This little guy was the smartest. Yet he still asked no questions. The next morning Yang Zhiyuan quickly finished washing up and tidying his belongings, deciding to take a stroll nearby. He planned to cook for them when he returned, otherwise once the sun rose it would be inconvenient to wander around. Last night he realized that his body had undergone significant changes. His physical fitness had improved greatly. He tested carrying over 100 genes of sweet potatoes in a sack, and he could do so easily. He also grew a few centimeters in height, but fortunately his pants were already long enough so he could just let them down. He had also scavenged quite a bit of thread and needles the night before, and he planned to have his little sister patch up the holes in his younger siblings' clothes. After a while of wandering, Yang Zhiyuan discovered a fruit orchard ahead. At this time of year there were hardly any fallen leaves in the orchard and no one was guarding it. Yang Zhiyuan walked in his previous life. He was from a rural area and he just happened to have a pear orchard at home. He recognized these fruit trees and used a small knife to cut several branches. The pear trees should have several varieties. This type can be rooted just by inserting a cutting and it can survive. He could also dig up some small apricot seedlings from the apricot trees for transplantation. Yang Zhiyuan carefully searched under the peach trees and found 3 peach pits just in time to throw them into the space. There were also a few grapevines and he gathered some cuttings. These could also be rooted successfully. Yang Zhiyuan was focused on searching for other varieties. Suddenly he heard light footsteps approaching from behind him. Yang Zhiyuan turned around sharply, holding the vegetable knife in his hand, and asked, "What do you want?" "Hey, you're quite sensitive," said an old man looking to be in his 50s or 60s, tall and thin with a surprisingly good spirit. "What are you doing?" Yang Zhiyuan did not flee. The old man could only be discovered from over 3 meters away, indicating that he was not paying attention to his divine sense. It seemed that this old man had some skills. "I was just about to ask you what you were doing with that knife in our orchard. Are you trying to damage our fruit trees?" The old man shouted, his voice loud and his gaze sharp. "It's a misunderstanding, old sir. I'm just collecting some branches to plant in my yard after I find a place to settle." Yang Zhiyuan hurriedly put down the knife and held out a grape cutting. After all, he had not damaged the orchard, having only taken a few cuttings. The old man stepped forward a few paces while Yang Zhiyuan took a few steps back. The old man exuded a grand demeanor, looking rather impressive. He approached the grapevine, took a look, and saw that the roots and main trunk were undamaged. "You're not from around here, are you?" "A refugee?" the old man asked again. "Yes, old sir, I am a refugee. I came in to see if I could find some seeds or something, and I was also thinking of gathering some cuttings to plant later." "Oh really? This cursed old heaven, but fortunately you met me. Otherwise, if you had taken some fruit tree branches and someone else caught you, they might have arrested you." Yang Zhiyuan stammered in fear, saying, "No way, I'm just gathering some branches, not causing any damage." "They might not think so. Just a few days ago an old man from our village went to the production team's livestock shed and picked up half a basket of cow dung, and he was locked up for 3 days and criticized." "Ah, all right." Yang Zhiyuan was speechless. Indeed, many things were now collective. Even though he hadn't damaged any fruit trees, if he encountered someone overly zealous he could indeed be caught. Everyone shouldn't think this is a joke. Yang Zhiyuan once read a piece of information about a meritorious minister who transferred to a local leadership position. With low education, he saw the best building in the county town, thought it was built during the Japanese occupation, and insisted it must be torn down. As a result, a bunch of sycophants worked through the night to demolish it. What seems absurd in later generations was quite common in this era. Seeing that Yang Zhiyuan was genuinely a bit scared, the old man called out, "Come follow me, I'll take you to eat something." Looking at Yang Zhiyuan's tattered clothes and dirty face, the old man might have taken pity on him. "No need, he'll just be going now." "Thank you, old sir." Yang Zhiyuan hurriedly refused, fearing that following him would get him caught. One should never harbor malicious intent, but one must also be on guard. "Stop being so long-winded, just follow me. We're just going to the orchard ahead, not to the team headquarters. What's there to be afraid of?" The old man seemed to have seen through Yang Zhiyuan's worries. This old man is definitely clever. "Thank you, old sir, thank you." Yang Zhiyuan followed closely behind him. The old man walked steadily, his back straight. He seemed to have practiced martial arts. After all, this area was known for martial arts, so encountering someone skilled was quite normal. The two of them walked for a short distance before arriving at a half-sunken cellar. No wonder Yang Zhiyuan hadn't noticed it while crouching before entering the orchard. This cellar had only a gabled roof above ground. There was a trench in the middle and the entrance was from the trench. It was quite tidy. However, the room was relatively dark, and only when the old man lit an oil lamp could Yang Zhiyuan see the layout of the room. Just now he was in a bright place, suddenly entering a dark location, so it was quite normal for Yang Zhiyuan to have a slightly unclear vision. The old man lit the oil lamp in the room, and then Yang Zhiyuan discovered that the small room was not big. There was only a bed and a small table inside. There were 2 stools, a stove growing in the corner, and plenty of firewood. In another corner there were 2 cabinets and several bags. There were also some rabbit skins and wild chicken feathers. The old man took out 2 steamed buns from the cabinet and handed them to Yang Zhiyuan, then poured him a cup of hot water. Sit down and eat. After you're done, tell me where you came from and where you're going. Yang Zhiyuan took out a clean cloth, wrapped the 2 steamed buns, and tucked them into his pocket. You'll take them home to eat, thank you, sir. Looks like someone is still waiting for you. Yang Zhiyuan recalled a scene from a show where Teacher Chen played an old farmer selling goldfish in the city and encountered an official who offered him steamed buns. Teacher Chen only took a bite, swallowed his saliva, and wrapped up the remaining bun. That official also said the same line. When Yang Zhiyuan saw that segment, he couldn't help but shed tears. However, he wasn't hungry now and thought about bringing the food back for his younger siblings. After yesterday's ordeal, although he looked the same on the outside, his face still thin, his physical condition had improved significantly. Not really, I'm not that hungry. Yang Zhiyuan explained, realizing the old man was cold on the outside but warm-hearted. Then eat. When you leave, they'll let you take 2 with you. No need, thank you, sir. How about I give you some money and tickets instead? As he spoke, Yang Zhiyuan took out half a jean of grain tickets and $1 to hand to the old man. The old man reached out to swat his hand away, but unexpectedly felt as if he had bumped into a stone. The old man suddenly stood up, displaying his 8 extremes fist stance, and said, "Now tell me, who exactly are you?" Yang Zhiyuan was taken aback. "Sir, I'm just a refugee." "Nonsense, a refugee with such strength and money and grain tickets. You have a Shandang accent but carry Hebei grain tickets. Are you trying to fool me, little thief? When I ventured into the world, you weren't even born yet." The old man quickly moved to block the door, realizing he had been outmaneuvered. Given the situation, Yang Zhiyuan wasn't sure if he could defeat this old man. It seemed he was quite skilled. "Sir, I truly am a refugee. My strength is just natural, otherwise I couldn't have made it to your place. I spent money on tickets and food in the local area. My strength allows me to eat, and without some money I would have starved long ago." "Impossible. A teenager could make me feel like hitting stone. I've never encountered this in my life. You claim to have innate strength. Are you trying to fool me? Have you practiced martial arts?" "Sir, I'm not your servant." "What martial arts have you practiced? Are you here to seek revenge on me, and who is your master? Afraid to eat my steamed buns? You don't think I've poisoned them, do you? Ah. Are you mute?" The old man seemed to have not encountered someone for a long time. His chatter was excessive, and he seemed to add drama to himself. Fine. Yang Zhiyuan took out the 2 steamed buns, bit into one, finding the texture a bit coarse but manageable, then drank some water and put the bun back. "Sir, I really am just passing through. Look, I've drunk the water and eaten the bun." Yang Zhiyuan spread his hands to show him his hands devoid of calluses from practicing martial arts or handling weapons. They were just a bit dirty. The old man relaxed his stance and stood straight. "Strange, you're only in your teens. How can you possess such strength? Is it a rare talent?" Right, sir, I have great innate strength." Yang Zhiyuan quickly nodded. The old man stepped forward, patting his shoulders and calves. Yang Zhiyuan endured, not moving. If it came to a fight, he could quickly get the old man into his space. For the sake of the buns, he endured. Until he could no longer tolerate it, he huffed. "Let's go, take me to see your other relatives." "Ha! I have none, just myself." "Little brat, you can't hide anything from me. You refuse to eat the steamed buns I gave you, and you have no luggage, just a kitchen knife. Have you been living by licking your knife? Or are you using it to rob the rich and help the poor?" Upon hearing this, Yang Zhiyuan's heart trembled. This old man was quite clever. However, Yang Zhiyuan certainly wouldn't show any signs of abnormality. "In this place, especially in winter, hardly anyone comes. I'm the only one guarding it. Don't worry, I'll take you to your relatives to warm up." Seeing Yang Zhiyuan silent, the old man might have thought he was embarrassed. Yang Zhiyuan wanted to say that the place was too small and he feared it wouldn't fit. "Well, sir, I do have relatives, but please don't trouble yourself. I'll be leaving now. Thank you, the world is vast and we might not meet again." After speaking, Yang Zhiyuan swiftly made his way outside, even bowing before exiting. He then ran away only to look back and see the old man following him at a distance. He ran and the old man chased. Yang Zhiyuan surprisingly couldn't shake him off. This old man was quite skilled. Despite his age, he was surprisingly nimble. Fortunately, Yang Zhiyuan stopped running and stood still, saying, "Old sir, what do you want? If not, I can return the steamed buns to you." Seeing the old man silent, Yang Zhiyuan placed the small bundle containing the buns on the ground, stuffing in a jean of grain tickets and 5 yuan. It was a small token of gratitude for the water and the bun. Yang Zhiyuan continued to flee, but after a while he looked back. Sure enough, the old man was still trailing him about 10 meters away. In his hand was precisely the small bundle he had just placed down. Well, he couldn't run anymore. If he did, he'd reach his younger sibling's hiding place. "Old sir, what do you want?" The situation had flipped and the old man had fallen silent while Yang Zhiyuan had become the one chattering away. The old man observed the surroundings and said nothing, continuing to walk ahead. Yang Zhiyuan found himself unable to stop the old man, so he decided to see how things would unfold. If it came down to it, the old man couldn't blame him. The two of them walked a short distance before the old man passed a dirt mound and discovered what used to be a puddle where several children were playing. There were also a few children in a shelter made of corn husks. Of course, the children spotted the old man and stared in silence. Yang Zhiyuan arrived as well, and the old man pointed below. "Are they all your relatives?" "Yes, they are my younger siblings." The old man squinted his eyes, observing the children. Although they were still thin, they looked spirited. "Not bad, take them to my place." After speaking, the old man turned to leave. Just as Yang Zhiyuan thought of ignoring him, the old man called out from a distance, "If you don't come, I'll tell the militia you're destroying collective property." This stubborn old man is truly mischievous. Watching the old man walk ahead with an air of pride, Yang Zhiyuan turned to his younger siblings and said, "Children, come, let's go eat at a fine establishment." The little ones began packing their bags, with Yang Zhiyuan being the last to check, ensuring that every trace was gone. Soon the large group arrived at the old man's residence. On the way, Yang Zhiyuan took a moment to glance at the space and noticed another orchard had appeared, covering an area of 100 square meters, filled with 3 pear, apple, peach, apricot, and grape trees each. However, the fruit trees, looking as thick as an arm, had yet to bear any fruit. But it seemed likely that they would bear fruit by tomorrow. Without peaches, apricots, and pears, the jujube trees could still fetch some money. I should ask the old man later to see if there are any in this orchard. During this season it's difficult to gather other fruits, but it wouldn't be a problem to bring out some dried jujubes. To ensure his younger siblings wouldn't exhaust, the old man Yang Zhiyuan thoughtfully prepared a bag of coarse grains. A jar of cicada shells and other wild rabbits would be caught on a quick outing. Yang Zhiyuan placed the jar of cicada shells in front of the old man along with the bag of coarse grains. The little ones were bustling in the underground kitchen, each chattering away incessantly. The old man was taken aback and led him out of the underground kitchen, saying, "Young lad, it seems you have great fortune. You don't need to tell me, I won't ask how you'll manage to raise so many children. Everyone has their secrets. How about learning martial arts from me? I see that your bones are extraordinary, you have the makings of a martial artist." "Not really, I can barely fill my belly. Besides, I have no time. I need to take them north to the mountains. With so many people, it's not appropriate to stay here and eat and drink from you." "What do you mean, not really? I'm already past the age of hearing things and I haven't got long to live. I have no disciples to pass on my skills. Can you bear to let an old man die alone without leaving a legacy?" "Old man, you don't look like someone in their 60s. Besides, if I were to stay here alone, I could learn from you, but worst case I could just clear some wasteland myself and in a year or two I'd be a strong laborer. Your group won't say anything, but what about my many younger siblings? They are all so young. If I leave them here in this day and age, a half-grown lad could starve an old man. In winter it's fine, but what about in spring and summer? How can I hide it? Even if you don't need a single grain of food, the others won't believe it." The old man chuckled, stroking his sparse beard. "You're clever, I like that. Have you studied a bit?" "I know a little bit of writing and attended school for a few years. In this era, simplified characters were not yet widespread and many old scholars still used newspapers with plenty of traditional characters." Yang Zhiyuan recognized many traditional characters but couldn't write them well. So he could only say he had attended school for a few years, knowing a little. If he couldn't write well later, it would be easy to explain, as the original owner of this body had indeed studied for a few years. Unfortunately, he didn't even graduate from middle school, as the teachers couldn't teach due to hunger, some barely managing to lean on desks to speak. Most students had to go out to find food, leaving them no time to attend classes. You're capable, both kind-hearted and ruthless, decisive in your actions.
What do you mean? Yang Zhiyuan guessed that he knew something. Food tickets and money.
The old man didn't dwell on this topic any longer. Yang Zhiyuan's heart jolted, wondering if the old man had sensed what he had stored in the space. It seemed the events from the previous night had reached the old man quickly. Watching Yang Zhiyuan lost in thought, the old man said, "Don't worry, stay here for a few days. If I really wanted to catch you, you wouldn't last a single round." Yang Zhiyuan silently thought to himself, "If I could take you down in one move, not even needing a round." But outwardly he replied, "Yes, your wisdom and strength are unparalleled, old man.
Of course, will you learn or not?
Why are you so insistent on forcing me to learn martial arts?"
Yang Zhiyuan asked.
"Having mere brute strength without the ability to control it, I want to teach you martial arts for your own good, you foolish boy."
"Well, your reasoning is quite compelling.
But I won't be here long. I have to take them to the capital in a few days."
"In such a hurry?"
"Yes, it's about to snow and I can't keep troubling you, old man." The old man pondered for a while and said, "All right, it depends on how quickly you learn. I'll teach you some techniques for channeling energy and methods for training. The rest will be up to you."
"Thank you, master." Yang Zhiyuan bowed his head to the ground. Fortunately, it was a muddy surface, not brick or cement.
"Don't rush to worship me as your teacher.
Since you can't stay, I can only teach you some basics,"
the old man said proudly. However, in the following days, the old man was astonished.
At first, the old man checked Yang Zhiyuan's bones and thought he was an exceptional talent in physical fitness.
But once he spoke, he found Yang Zhiyuan could grasp concepts quickly, not realizing he had watched countless martial arts videos. He had also seen many films and dramas, and while some were exaggerated, many concepts had a basis in reality. With a mind filled with countless pieces of information from the future and excellent physical fitness, this wasn't just talent, it was genius.
A xuanhuan genius.
The old man initially thought of holding back some teachings, but within 3 days Yang Zhiyuan had mastered everything. Typically, martial artists would need to train their bodies for several years before beginning to learn other techniques.
Squatting in the horse stance is meant to strengthen the lower body of martial artists.
Most people would struggle to hold the position for a few minutes, but Yang Zhiyuan was transformed by the belief power generated from the gratitude of thousands, enhancing his physical capabilities.
He squatted for 2 hours straight without moving.
Plus, Yang Zhiyuan generously offered some fine tobacco and liquor from his space to the old man. The old man grew increasingly delighted with his teaching, appreciating such a well-behaved disciple, thus becoming more dedicated to teaching. During these days, Yang Zhiyuan stayed with the old man while his younger siblings resided in another storage facility belonging to the old man. It was a well-hidden cellar where the old man stored a considerable amount of grain, otherwise he wouldn't have dared to bring so many people here, as there wouldn't have been enough space to accommodate them.
Yang Zhiyuan's space grew a bit more.
The space now had 330 square meters of fertile land reaching half an acre, and the orchard had also expanded to include walnuts, jujubes, plums, and several other varieties of pears, peaches, and apricots. The orchard now spanned 300 square meters. Other than that, there wasn't much change. The wild rabbits would stop reproducing once the population reached a certain level based on the area. It seemed new species needed to be unlocked.
After 3 days, on the morning of the 4th day, Yang Zhiyuan quietly woke everyone up, leaving without breakfast before dawn.
Last night he had spoken with the old man, who was named Li Qingxuan, a disciple of the sharpshooter Li Xuan. Li Xuan was a master of Bajiquan during the Republic era, also proficient in the 6 harmonies big gun, renowned as the sharpshooter Li Xuan.
As Yang Zhiyuan moved, the old man noticed, though he remained lying still.
Despite saying he wouldn't formally accept him as a disciple, the old man couldn't help but impart all his skills to him.
He knew Yang Zhiyuan would leave, not wanting to trouble himself.
He also mentioned wanting to take him along, but the old man felt a strong attachment to his homeland. As he aged, he yearned for the comfort of his roots. Looking at the cellar, which had now accumulated a considerable amount of grain, he also saw over 20 smoked wild rabbits hanging.
Hundreds of cicada shells were pickled in jars.
The old man's eyes reddened. That brat, does he think I don't know he has secrets? Yang Zhiyuan had also left behind a few hundred grain tickets and money that the old man could use. Gazing in the direction Yang Zhiyuan had departed, the old man lingered for a long time. He remained motionless despite the wind blowing against him.
Last night during their chat, Yang Zhiyuan had asked if he had a wife or descendants.
The old man spoke ambiguously, finally advising him women are like tigers.
While there was no need for the elderly man's warning, Yang Zhiyuan understood better than anyone. After 2 more days, Yang Zhiyuan finally saw the vast expanse of Bayangdian.
In early winter Yangdian stretched out endlessly its hundreds of thousands of acres of lake surface resembling a giant silver mirror peacefully embedded in the earth. Indeed, parts of the area had already begun to freeze. As temperatures gradually dropped, the lake began to freeze. Initially it was only the shallow waters along the shore, but gradually the ice spread towards the center of the lake, ultimately covering the entire surface with a thick layer of ice. The 1,000-mile frozen Yangdian dressed in silver resembled a fairy tale ice in snow world. The reeds trembled in the cold wind, their dry yellow leaves rustling as if narrating the coldness and solitude of winter. However, it was precisely this cold wind that startled the countless birds hiding among the reeds. They flapped their wings and soared from the thicket, cutting across the cold sky, bringing a touch of life and vitality to the silent winter. Fortunately, this place was not barren. There was plenty of water and an abundance of diverse flora and fauna even in winter. With space at hand, I have the world. This place deserves a good stay for a few days. With plenty of reeds, a vast water area, and a sparse population, finding a place to settle was easy, and it wouldn't be easy to be discovered. Over 200 species of birds are known to inhabit Yangdian. There are more than 40 species of fish and shrimp, and various plants include algae, reeds, lotus flowers, water onions, water hyacinths, and many hundreds of others. This is the largest wetland in the North China Plain. The species variety is extremely rich, though there might not be as many birds in winter. However, wild ducks should be quite delicious. Currently there weren't any first or second class protected species. Collect. 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 A few days ago Yang Zhiyuan learned some martial arts from the old man, as did a few younger ones who picked up a few moves. The old man hoped they could protect themselves in the future. There was simply no time to catch birds. This time would be fine, but he feared 3 days might not be enough. This place is too vast. For convenience, Yang Zhiyuan even made a snowboard just right for gliding across the ice. He feared that other areas might not be frozen solid, so he kept his younger siblings close to the campsite. He searched for species all around. Fortunately, Yang Zhiyuan's physical condition had improved, or else he wouldn't have been able to explore much. After staying for 4 or 5 days during this dry year, winter was fine without heavy snow. Otherwise, at this time of year, heavy snow would have already fallen. The space now has 500 acres of fertile land. There are 50 acres for poultry farming, 10 acres for livestock farming, 50 acres for pasture, and the Rocky Mountain is still 50 square meters. The wetland covers 10,000 acres. The space has now become endless. Even if no new resources were added, there would be no fear. Just take potatoes for instance, with a daily yield of 5 million pounds. That could sustain 10,000 people for a year. Of course, one person cannot survive on potatoes alone for a year. Just for corn it produces 60,000 pounds a day. With such production, Yang Zhiyuan exclaimed, "Who else is there?" For details, please refer to the movie starring Zhou Xingqi in the segment about sewing pants. Everyone has been feasting these days on green shrimp, wild carp, grass carp, crucian carp, silver carp, eel, and so on. Wild ducks and so many species of birds. I'm afraid of being criticized for word count along with various bird eggs. These species can thrive and reproduce in Yang Zhiyuan's space in the future. In the future, meat will never be lacking. With so many varieties, he can switch it up daily. Sometimes Yang Zhiyuan even lamented that he had never eaten so many types of fish and birds in the 21st century. They were not as fortunate as the nearby fishermen. Others couldn't catch birds at all. They had neither sufficient grain nor space. Yang Zhiyuan could simply scatter grain and attach a bedsheet tied with ropes, then hide far away. As long as there was bait, the birds couldn't escape. He would then extend his hand or use a rope to reach into the lake, and water along with fish would splash into the space. The space's 10,000 acres of wetland water contained only a little that Yang Zhiyuan had brought in. Much of the water was produced by the space itself. Yang Zhiyuan looked around and secretly took a sip. It didn't seem to have any cleansing or muscle-enhancing effects. One could only say it was pollution-free with good water quality. Otherwise, once the policy opened up, he could create a mineral water brand, specializing in selling water infused with countless species of waterfowl and grains. Are minerals and excrement of grains not substances? Haha, that's a topic for later. There are still 20 years left. By 1980 I would be 35 or 36. At that time, would I still be striving? Shouldn't I start raising birds instead of retiring? In 78 it wasn't viable yet. Starting a business in the 80s came with many troubles. Ideally after 92, but by then I would be nearly 50. Shouldn't I be raising grandchildren? What business is there to start? No way, right? With space at hand, I should do more zero-cost purchases. I could visit my Great Eagle Museum and my Wu Dalong Steamed Cake National Flight Museum and many other places. It is said that Wu Dalong was not poisoned. He followed the Yellow River to the sea, and then due to his towering height he was rescued by the Japanese pirates back to the island. Wu Dalong's troubles began. He needed to act as a breeding stallion daily to assist the breeding improvement plans of the little bastards. Alas, poor troubles and worrying about his children's surnames. As a result, markers were established in fields by the fields, above wells, below wells, beside rivers and under mountains. Consequently, there were too many descendants of Wu Dalong who overthrew other regimes and made Wu Dalong king. To commemorate his days selling steamed cakes, Wu Dalong printed the steamed cake on a piece of white cloth. One day in 3 autumns, with changes over thousands of years, it still didn't deviate from the theme. That red steamed cake is still printed there. Everyone is welcome to check out the exciting content in the 5-star review section. After resting for half a day, Yang Zhiyuan decided to set off the next day. He couldn't stay near the water in summer for long due to heavy humidity, nor was it suitable in winter. He still planned to take his younger siblings to spend the winter near Beijing. During the nights these past few days, Yang Zhiyuan also taught his siblings to recognize characters. They could recognize a few of the larger ones. The others, the smaller ones, had not attended school yet. They couldn't even write their names. How could this be? In the future, for every character learned, a piece of candy would be the reward. Yang Zhiyuan had found various tickets at De Huan's place. Among them were a few pounds of sugar tickets. Does everyone remember De Huan's wife? They had left long ago. No, they were thrown away by Yang Zhiyuan. Several individuals were turned into fools by Yang Zhiyuan in the space. They could only chuckle, eat, and relieve themselves in their pants, throwing things along the way. Whether they could survive was beyond Yang Zhiyuan's control. In any case, those who were starving looked far from human, and in this era they would probably be unrecognizable. One of the nerves in their brains was severed by Yang Zhiyuan, a condition that could not be healed. After a long, arduous journey through the heavy snow, they finally arrived at the city of Guangyang in the capital. This is the southwestern part of the capital, closest to the mountains. The reason for the space's persistence in coming to the capital is to visit Laifu and Shanghai, and also because it has a large population and is a big city. It is easier to sell their own grain. Carrying so much grain every day, Yang Zhiyuan felt immense pressure, fearing that he might collapse under it one day. Additionally, the mountains are rich in species. It is said that there are wild boar, cicada deer, and leopard cats inside. He often reads hunting novels from the northeast. He really wants to eat pork and wonders if there are black bears, golden shad wolves, or roe deer that can bloom from their behinds. There are also cicada deer. It is said that deer antlers are highly nourishing. Has anyone tried them? Yang Zhiyuan, a young virgin, was thinking too much. If he were to supplement further, he'd run out of underwear in a month. If not, he would use tape to wrap it up, otherwise it would be a waste. Heavy snow fell like someone was pouring snowflakes from the sky. Finally, the group of 9 arrived at a cave that Yang Zhiyuan had prepared in advance. This place is not deep in the mountains. There are human settlements just 4 to 5 miles away. However, this area has many stones and bushes, and the sparse forest makes the likelihood of encountering wild, ferocious animals quite low. The cave was prepared by Yang Zhiyuan half an hour in advance. It covers an area of about 40 to 50 square meters. The entrance is small, and he can block it with a few stones at night without any issues. There are also ventilation holes left inside. He made a stone table and several stone stools. The innermost area is covered with dry grass, corn stalks, and wheat straw. There are also several cotton quilts, and Yang Zhiyuan brought out a considerable amount of food from the cave. Although it was still coarse grain, the proportion of corn husks and bran had decreased significantly. There were also plenty of smoked fish, smoked wild ducks, and wild chickens. Finally, he didn't have to cook for himself. Dayong and the 7 Huluwa finally arrived. At the entrance, everyone stomped their feet and brushed off the snow on their bodies. After entering, Chirwa looked around and jumped up in joy, saying, "Brother, will this be our home from now on? Wow, I like this place too. There's no wind coming and it's a great place. Wow, such a big pot, and this bed is so spacious." The ugly duckling looked at the 2 underground bunks divided by Yang Zhiyuan. 2/3 of the area was for the boys and 1/3 was for Zhou Hong and the ugly duckling. A stone partition was placed in between. After so many days without a bath, Yang Zhiyuan was still thinking about how to set up a bathing area. Unfortunately, the drainage wasn't good, but fresh water was finally abundant due to the heavy snow outside. Now the snow could be directly put into the pot to boil. In an era with minimal industrialization, the snow was very clean. Unlike 60 years later, Yang Zhiyuan not only wouldn't dare to eat the snow but also wouldn't dare to roll snowballs. Mainly because it couldn't be rolled anymore. The snow in childhood could easily be rolled into snowballs. It's strange, is there a science student who can tutor me? See you in the comments section, and remember to give 5-star reviews. If you don't give me one, I'll throw snowballs at your window. Li Xixing ran a circle and came to Yang Zhiyuan saying, "Brother, this place is great." Yang Zhiyuan smiled and patted his head. "Yes, it's quite good, so let's stay here for a while. For the time being we will stay here, but after a few days we will have to move. I will find you a better place. We will build a big house in the future with a bathing area, a kitchen, a heated kong, a pig pen, and a chicken coop." Zhou Hong, who was cooking, heard this and said, "Really, brother? I really like raising chickens." "Of course it's true, and it can happen soon. Once the snow stops I will go look for a suitable place nearby," Yang Zhiyuan said seriously. "Thank you, brother," Zhou Hong said with full anticipation. Not only did they need to find a good place, but it also had to be in a nearby area with people. Why? Because everyone also needs to communicate with others, and Zhou Hong would soon grow up. There are some things that a girl needs a woman to teach her. It's not suitable for him, and she can learn to recognize characters and how to make clothes, sew and patch things up. She also needs to learn a bit. People need to communicate, otherwise many things cannot be learned. Yang Zhiyuan with the space wouldn't starve, but these younger siblings would have their own lives in the future. They would also marry, have children, and have their own lives. For the development of the space he might have to travel many places in the future. He couldn't be limited to one place. For the next 2 years he could still wander under the guise of fleeing. However, in a few years during the buzzing period it would become quite troublesome. He also needed a profession to cover his tracks. Otherwise, being able to support so many people would definitely attract envy and reports. Just think about that farmer in Zhejiang province who was riding a bicycle and casually dropping things only to be interrogated and found to be a spy. Moreover, in the 1980s an old man in the capital was caught just for eating meat and was also interrogated and found to be a spy. The Littlefoot detective team and the public's eyes are sharp. Don't think you can eat well in the city every day. That's not showing off, it's courting death. When alone it's manageable, but with 8 others to worry about one must be extremely cautious. Watching Zhou Hong cooking, Yang Zhiyuan began to dig out a place to hide food where Zhou Hong sleeps. In case Yang Zhiyuan went out and wasn't here, they would need to hide the food if they encountered anyone. Outside there were only some inedible coarse grains. Zhou Hong quickly prepared the meal, steaming corn flour and white flour into steamed buns with a bowl of fish soup for each person. There was also stewed wild duck and fried free-range eggs. Now only free-range eggs were available. Oil was already available, made from soybeans and peanut oil. Yang Zhiyuan planned to learn how to make tofu, 1000-layer tofu and tofu skin. The preparation of dried tofu and soy milk is simple. Students who don't know how to make soy milk can go hydrate their brains, haha. He had watched videos before but had forgotten some. Moreover, they use brine to make tofu, but he didn't have any brine. Both brine and gypsum can be used to make tofu, but he didn't have any. There is knowledge everywhere in life and he needs to learn. Outside the icy wind howled and the heavy snow fell. But inside the cave blocked by the entrance it was warm, with 8 siblings happily sitting together for a meal. Don't ask why there are 8, it's because Yang Zhiyuan and Yang Zhiyuan are of the same surname. Finally, they were not eating in the wilderness anymore, they were finally sitting together at a table for a meal. Even at Li Qingshuan's house, Yang Zhiyuan's master's house, they didn't have such a large table or space for them to sit together at one table. The old man has a ground cellar and 2 cellars. One cellar is large and the other is small, both are very concealed, and without lights inside it is impossible to see. Although this is a cave, there is a table full of delicious food and an oil lamp lights up everyone's faces. The flickering flame of the small oil lamp illuminated everyone. Yang Zhiyuan seemed to see the aspirations for the future reflected in each person's eyes. He took out a bottle of wine and took a small sip, unsure whether it was the wine that tasted good or the quality of his body. Like a gratified old father, he looked at the 8 children. At the dinner table, the children scrambled to eat while he not only sipped his wine in dissatisfaction but also picked up a cicada turtle. It was simply delightful. Can this scene bring popularity to the cicada turtle farming in our Shandong? If so, please pay me for the advertisement, thank you. Yang Zhiyuan wanted to ask Yang Zhiyuan for a drink but was met with a chopstick strike on his hand from Yang Zhiyuan. You can't drink this year, wait until after 18. Yang Zhiyuan complained, but big brother, you aren't even 18 yet. Well, that can't be helped. You all promised me that from now on you would listen to me, right? Yang Zhiyuan raised his wineglass and asked. The other 7 children replied in unison yes. Si de Yong, all 7 of them listened to me. Will you listen? Yang Zhiyuan teased him. Poor Yang Zhiyuan quietly said in front of the imposing mountain, I will naturally listen to Big Brother. That's good. Here, have a sip. Yang Zhiyuan handed him the wineglass. Phew, it's so spicy. Phew. Phew. Yang Zhiyuan had never drunk alcohol before, so it naturally felt spicy. Not tasty, right? It shouldn't be. Quickly eat your food. Yang Zhiyuan patted his back. With a piece of meat in his mouth, Yang Zhiyuan said, Oh, I won't drink anymore, Big Brother. It's not good at all. All right, remember the vow you made, Lu Fan. What, Big Brother? What vow? Nothing, just remember what you said. Zhou Hong will supervise you. Yes, Big Brother, I will supervise second brother. Zhou Hong nodded. How many foolish men in the future will regret their vows, promising never to drink again only to become dogs the next day? As expected, the next day he indeed became a dog, a single dog swearing off alcohol, a hypocritical dog. What other breeds are welcome for comments? After dinner, Yang Zhiyuan had the other kids help clean up. They must not be raised to be people who rely on others without effort. Everyone must contribute some labor in the future. In fact, these little ones had been helping collect firewood, carry things and find food along the way, which was quite good. However, Yang Zhiyuan still hoped for them to become better, otherwise it would be hard to change in the future. He also taught them to be cautious in their words and actions, telling them to say they ate wild vegetables, sweet potato, dried or steamed buns if anyone asked. No one should mention eating meat or fish. Otherwise he wouldn't care for them anymore. It wasn't to scare them, it was genuinely difficult in this era. For a morsel of food, some people might take risks or do unexpected things. Because Yang Zhiyuan could not always stay by their side. He had to go out too to hunt in the mountains. It was impossible to stay by their side 24 hours a day. So he could only lay out the harsh truth at the beginning. The older children were fine, but only Chu Xiaoya was the youngest. He also asked Zhou Hong and a few other younger siblings to keep an eye on her. As the saying goes, don't discipline your children before meals or your wife before sleep. At a mental age of over 30, this group of children truly felt like his own. Thus he spoke some serious words after dinner. Everyone soon fell asleep, forgetting Yang Zhiyuan's sternness in a single slumber. Even though the fire was lit, it was still a bit cold in the cave. With no other entertainment, they burrowed into their blankets early. The ground was covered with thick dry grass. Although turning over made noise, there were plenty of blankets, making it relatively warm. Yang Zhiyuan hadn't fallen asleep yet when the little girl climbed into his bed. She whispered into his ear, Big Pot, I will keep it a secret, I won't tell anyone. Good, good. My little duck is the best. Big Brother trusts you, now sleep. After saying that, Yang Zhiyuan hugged the little girl and fell into a deep sleep. Perhaps Yang Zhiyuan had also let down his guard. He only woke up when the sky brightened the next day. The other little ones were also sleeping soundly. Fortunately, the little girl didn't drink much soup at night and didn't wet the bed. Not long ago, the little girl was short on water and food. How could she wet the bed? But he had to be cautious in the future. The weather was too cold, he could enter the space to fertilize, but the younger siblings could not. So he had to prepare a toilet as well. He was too anxious yesterday, and this room was not perfect. He needed to find a new place in the next few days. One that was bigger and more concealed. It would be best if there was a village or town nearby to take them in. Yang Zhiyuan moved the large stone at the cave entrance. The cave entrance was actually set up to be a bit hidden. It was not visible from the front, so others would not notice it from a distance. In the early morning, after a night of heavy snowfall, the entire world was covered in white. A refreshing cold air rushed towards Yang Zhiyuan, making him shiver involuntarily. Standing at the cave entrance, he gazed far into the distance. The distant mountains and earth were blanketed in thick snow, creating a silvery world that resembled a dream. In this pure white snowy land, occasional black spots could be seen. Those were the exposed rocks or trees. Looking further at the edge of his vision, he could vaguely see some houses scattered across the vast snowy expanse like toys carelessly discarded by nature. The roofs of these houses were also covered in snow, and only the wisps of smoke rising from the chimneys gave a sense of life. The scenery was beautiful, but indeed cold. He thought it would be a bit difficult to climb the mountain. However, due to the heavy snowfall, it was actually easier to find the villages in the mountains by looking for places with smoke rising. But he had to be careful not to step into a ravine. It was fine. He would make 2 wooden boards and tie them to his shoes. He would also make 2 snowballs, although he knew it would be difficult to walk because the snow had just fallen and was quite soft. However, the more so, the less chance he would encounter people. In fact, it would be better to wait for a day or 2 until the surface of the snow froze before walking. But Yang Zhiyuan didn't want to waste time, and since he had everything in his space, he was not burdened. His physical strength was good, so what was he waiting for? Yang Zhiyuan found a place nearby to make 2 snow holes as toilets. One for Yang Zhiyuan and one for Zhou Hong. He had given food to Zhou Hong yesterday. That food would last for 3 or 4 days without issue. "Big brother, do we have to go out today?" Zhou Hong asked with some worry, having never been separated from Yang Zhiyuan for more than a day. Hearing that he might be gone for 3 or 4 days, Zhou Hong thought that Big Brother might not want them anymore. "Don't worry, Big Brother will definitely come back. It might be 1 day or at most 3 or 4 days. I want to find a good place for everyone to settle down, otherwise this place is too close to the village below and is easy to be discovered." "Alright, Big Brother, just be sure to be safe and careful. We will wait for you to return. Xiao Yong and Demei watch over them. Try not to leave the cave. Just stay inside and move around. I will try to come back as soon as possible. Big Brother, we will wait for you." A group of people stood at the cave's entrance bidding farewell to Yang Zhiyuan, watching as he vanished in just a few moments. Mainly he was afraid of getting his cotton shoes wet. His eyes were also covered with a thin black veil to prevent snow blindness. He had 2 cotton mittens on his hands connected by a string. He could hang them around his neck with one hand holding a stick as a snow weapon, walking through the mountainous terrain 1 foot deep in snow, the other shallow. He was climbing up the mountain now. He couldn't ski yet, but he could when descending. The mountains were blanketed in snow, much more challenging to traverse than those in northeast China. Forget about collecting plant species, most were buried under the snow which had fallen heavily overnight. The snow was half a foot thick. It would be better to come back for collection in spring. The reason for not entering the city was that with so many children they would only be sent to a rescue station and the food there might not be good. He could sell wild game to earn a living and get a household registration in the capital, but it wouldn't solve the registration issue for 9 people at once. Besides, eating well in the city required extreme caution. Working in the city wouldn't be comfortable. Earning just a few bucks wouldn't easily support 8 children, not to mention the numerous informants in the city. There were simply too many good people. It would be better to settle in a remote mountain village nearby and then find a way into the city. Walking in the snow while climbing was exhausting, but it was just a matter of being physically strong. Yang Zhiyuan didn't feel tired, he just felt that he was walking slowly. After walking a bit, he would look back occasionally, sometimes leaving a mark on a nearby tree. He was afraid of getting lost. After walking along the mountains for over an hour, Yang Zhiyuan climbed over a ridge and saw a road below. The winding road twisted into the depths of the mountain. That's good, there's a mountain road after all, much better than crossing the mountains by himself. Not far ahead on the mountain road there was a village with quite a few houses, about 100 households. However, he had to go around it. Yang Zhiyuan hoped to find a small mountain village with only dozens or a few dozen households. It would be best if it were even more secluded. Where there are many people, there are many tongues. To be honest, along the way he had only seen a few wild rabbits and wild chickens from a distance, along with some birds. He hadn't seen any other animals such as leopard cats, wild goats or wild boars. They were probably all hunted by the nearby people. When people are starving with a few guns, they would all venture into the mountains together. The golden cats have been hunted extensively. It seems there was a report stating that thousands of golden cats have been killed since the establishment of the country. In northeast China and South China they have become rare protected species. It was said that there were still golden cats in the Pingchang area, but he wasn't sure if it was true. However, that place is not close to here. He should wait for another opportunity to go himself. Perhaps it was because he couldn't track them. In any case, he hadn't encountered many wild animals along the way. He didn't know if they were hiding due to the heavy snow or if they had been hunted less. The mountain path wound upwards, becoming narrower as he walked. By 3 in the afternoon the mountain road gradually disappeared. There might still be goat paths, but they were covered in snow, making them invisible. Yang Zhiyuan found a hillside, climbed up to a higher position and observed his surroundings. Many people nowadays prepare 2 meals a day. It should be time for the second meal. He couldn't see any houses, so he tried to see if he could spot any smoke from cooking. After observing for a while without any findings, he continued deeper into the area, unafraid of the cold, following the ridge. At least this way he could see far around. After another half hour of walking, he indeed discovered a small valley with a small village halfway up the mountain. There were only a scattered 20 to 30 households. Hidden deep in the mountains, if it weren't for the curling smoke rising, he might not have discovered it. This small valley wasn't large. In the valley there was a small plain formed by mountain floods spanning about 100 acres. To call it a plain would be an exaggeration. The land was uneven with patches scattered here and there. The houses were built halfway up the mountain and the 20 to 30 households were not closely packed. The nearest one was at least 30 meters away, unlike the villages in Yang Zhiyuan's hometown in the North China Plain where houses were clustered closely together. Here the construction of houses definitely had to follow the terrain. It wasn't possible to build however one liked unless one could blast the stones flat. There should be quite a few hunters in the mountains. As Yang Zhiyuan approached the nearest house, he heard dogs barking. Hunters wouldn't eat the good meat, so they treat their dogs fairly well. The mountain ranges on both sides of the valley stretched east to west. The houses were built on the northern slope of the mountain, allowing everyone's homes to face the sun. However, some houses were a bit crooked, which was normal in mountainous areas. Yang Zhiyuan came from the eastern Tang dynasty. No, he got his words mixed up. He came from the eastern direction. Naturally, he arrived at the easternmost house in this small village. This family was on the outskirts of the village and they had a dog that started barking before he even got close. Yang Zhiyuan swung his hand and a burlap sack appeared on his back. The sack was meant to conceal his intentions depending on the situation. Later it could contain anything he needed. Woof woof woof. Is anyone home? Yang Zhiyuan shouted over the courtyard wall. Soon a sturdy man in his 30s lifted the door curtain and came out. Who is it? I'm a refugee looking for directions, Yang Zhiyuan replied. The man didn't step out directly but took a few steps forward, speaking from behind the courtyard wall. A refugee? Why are you escaping into the mountains? I heard my parents say that those who rely on the mountain eat from the mountain and those who rely on the water eat from the water. Nowadays there isn't enough food in the city, so I thought it would be better to head into the mountains. You are quite brave. What about your parents? Didn't you encounter any wild beasts along the way? My parents are gone and now it's just me. Upon hearing that Yang Zhiyuan was alone, the man, noticing his young voice and the mention of his deceased parents, walked to the door and opened the courtyard gate. Yang Zhiyuan also went around to the entrance and the man carefully scrutinized him. Come in, let's talk inside. Thank you, big brother, thank you. Yang Zhiyuan followed the man into the house. The foundation and main structure of the house were primarily made of stone. It seemed quite sturdy. Inside, although the light was a bit dimmed, there was a fire burning, making it relatively warm. Inside there was a woman in her 30s with two small children who looked quite young gathered around the fire to keep warm. The two kids were about 8 or 9 years old. As soon as he entered, Yang Zhiyuan took out a few pieces of candy from his pocket which he had bought in Jixing and hadn't finished eating. He handed them to the two children and greeted the woman, "Hello, sister-in-law." The two children looked at the candy, then at the woman. "Eat it, thank you, uncle," the woman said to the children. "Thank you, uncle," the two kids replied, showing quite good manners. "Sit down, young man, just call me big brother." Yang Zhiyuan sat on a small chair and placed his burlap sack behind the doorway. I'm 15, almost 16. I'm already 28, calling me uncle is about right. The sturdy man laughed heartily and his smile seemed quite honest. He thought the man was over 30, but he was only 28. Well, he certainly didn't look young. Like a big pillar born in 65, but actually when teacher he acted he was almost 50. There was no way to appear like someone in their 20s. However, his acting skills were quite good. Then it's better to call you big brother, it makes you seem younger. Alright, this young man knows how to speak. Sit down and have a cup of hot water. The woman brought over a bowl of hot water. Thank you, sister-in-law. Yang Zhiyuan stood up to take it before sitting down again. He blew on it and took a couple of sips before placing the bowl on the table. The 28-year-old sturdy man looked at the young fellow before him and had to admit that he was polite and sweet-tongued, leaving a good first impression. The sturdy man lit his pipe and said, "So tell me, what's the situation, young man?" In fact, in the capital only adult males are called brothers. However, if someone finds you pleasing to the eye or values you, they may jokingly call you brother even if you are not yet an adult. Like in his past life, when Yang Zhiyuan first went to Wuhai, he was called Little Red Guy and he thought the other person was insulting him, nearly starting a fight. It wasn't regional prejudice. Later he understood and didn't mind anymore. What is your surname, big brother? Yang Zhiyuan retorted. Oh, just call me Yang, the strong man replied. Then we are relatives. 500 years ago we were one family. I am also surnamed Yang Zhiyuan. Haha, that's great, we are indeed from the same family.
I am Yang Zhiyuan and this is your sister-in-law, her maiden name is He.
Oh brother Zhiyuan, sister-in-law Zhiyuan. Please sit down and let's talk.
Yang Zhiyuan briefly recounted his experiences and thought to ask Yang Zhiyuan if he could consult the production team's leader about settling here temporarily without occupying any existing village land, living off hunting.
Next year, depending on the situation, he would clear land to farm. Yang Zhiyuan took out a household registration booklet he had kept safe. Yang Zhiyuan clearly had limited literacy but recognized his identification.
He then decided to take it to the production team's leader. At this moment there was no village head. The village had a production team leader, an accountant, a cashier and a bookkeeper. This small village was likely just a small production team with a larger team above it.
Above that was the commune. Yang Zhiyuan took Yang Zhiyuan to find the leader Yang Famine, who was his uncle. After greeting Yang Zhiyuan's wife, Yang Zhiyuan followed him out.
The small village was indeed small, and on the way several dogs barked at them. It seemed there were quite a few dogs in this village.
He wondered if he should keep one. After a few minutes they arrived at a house. Yang Zhiyuan didn't knock, he just pushed the door open and entered the courtyard. Old man, old man.
The courtyard's snow seemed to have been swept and a small path led from the front door to the house with another leading to the toilet.
What are you yelling for?
Come in and say it, a voice from inside belonging to a man in his 50s or 60s replied.
Yang Zhiyuan stamped his feet at the door before entering. Upon entering, Yang Zhiyuan politely greeted, hello Uncle Yang.
There was only one person in the main room seated in a circular chair.
Yang Zhiyuan introduced Yang Zhiyuan to him. The old man glanced at Yang Zhiyuan's household registration booklet and said, sit down and talk. Boy, are you 15, about to turn 16? Yes, uncle. Did you come from the west of Lu?
Yes, from the west of Lu. My hometown is not far from where Wusong fought the tiger.
Oh, that's quite far. The old man took a puff of his cigarette. Yang Zhiyuan then pulled out a pack of cigarettes he bought for 3.5 in Jishur province. It wasn't considered cheap in the countryside. Sorry brother Zhiyuan, I don't smoke.
I bought this on the road and I forgot to offer you some. I'm really sorry.
It's fine, it's fine. Yang Zhiyuan waved his hand. Old Yang was surprised to see that Yang Zhiyuan, who looked ragged, could still bring out good cigarettes. I traded for it by hunting rabbits, uncle. Oh, I wondered how a young lad could afford such expensive cigarettes.
Yes, uncle, I don't smoke. I just bought a box thinking to offer it to you if I met you.
Are you alone? No, I have younger brothers and sisters. Why didn't you go into the capital?
It's hard to get into big cities without a letter of introduction, and it's also difficult to find work. Besides, I have hunting skills and am strong, so I thought I'd go into the mountains where at least my younger siblings can have some meat.
You don't have any adults with you, just your younger siblings? Yes, just one cousin, the others I picked up on the way. How many? 2 younger sisters and 5 younger brothers.
A righteous young man. The old man gave a thumbs up.
Well, I didn't think too much about it. If I can save one life, that's one more.
Along the way I caught rabbits, field mice, flipped bugs, fished, caught shrimp and trapped birds, and that's how I ended up in the mountains.
Alright, you are quite a character.
But let me tell you in advance, the rations in the team have already been distributed. I can temporarily agree to let you settle, but I still need to discuss it with a few people in the village.
Alright, uncle. But the conditions you mentioned must be kept. Of course, first I want to occupy the village's arable land, just temporarily settle.
Second, if I continue to stay, next spring I will clear land and live off hunting, avoiding trouble and not taking advantage of the village's collective resources. Uncle, I have a rabbit here smoked, please take it to supplement your diet.
That won't do. How could I take meat from a young man? It's fine, uncle, I have more.
I can catch more. It's not a matter of spending money, just a bit of effort. Despite his reluctance, Yang Zhiyuan still pressed the rabbit meat into old Yang's hands. The old man looked thin. Giving him a rabbit might get him to say more good things.
You all wait here, I will go find those few people to discuss and he'll be back soon. Zhiyuan, pour a glass of water for this young man. After saying that, old Yang went out. Once he was gone, Yang Zhiyuan said to Yang Zhiyuan, brother Zhiyuan, later I'll catch another rabbit and bring it to you. I only prepared one this time, I'm sorry.
Although the simple Yang Zhiyuan envied that one rabbit, he also felt that Yang Zhiyuan had it tough. It's nothing, it's just one rabbit.
I also often go to catch rabbits. It's not easy for you either, being able to travel so far with several children. I admire you. Yang Zhiyuan pretended to be simple-minded. It wasn't that far, it's just people I met along the way. If I can help, I will. I was lucky to have brought them successfully. Where are they now? Oh, they are outside the mountain. I found a broken cave to make do. I will go back and bring them in later. Do they have food? Yang Zhiyuan was still worried about them. Yes, I left some for them. That's good then. As they spoke, soon team leader Yang Famine returned with a few people, including the team's accountant Yang Fuming, a cashier, a custodian, and a few record keepers. It seemed they had discussed things beforehand and had come to see Yang Zhiyuan with their own eyes. They indicated that as long as he adhered to the agreed conditions, he could stay temporarily. For permanent residence, they needed to observe further. That was acceptable. As long as he sent some food and meat later, there wouldn't be any big issues. The grassroots cadres wouldn't speak too definitively. There was an old house at the west end of the village, the main structure still standing, but the previous owners had left before the founding of the country. The roof had long since leaked, and they could have Zhiyuan take him to see it. He could temporarily stay at Zhiyuan's house that night, but he would need to prepare his own food. After thanking the several cadres, Yang Zhiyuan took Yang Zhiyuan to the west end of the village. It was a small courtyard in the mountains. The main structure consisted of 3 stone rooms with broken doors and windows, and one could see directly up to the sky. It was getting dark in winter. It was dark by around 5 o'clock. Yang Zhiyuan planned to let Yang Zhiyuan leave first, otherwise he would have difficulty managing things. Thinking of this, Yang Zhiyuan took out 2 potatoes and 2 sweet potatoes from the sack and handed them to Yang Zhiyuan. Brother Zhiyuan, I feel bad for troubling you all this time. You should go home and rest. I'll manage on my own. I need to hurry and bring my younger siblings over to stay here tonight. No, Zhiyuan, I can't possibly take your food. Besides, this place isn't suitable for living. You might get frozen at night. No, you should stay at my house tonight. At this time, tree bark, grass roots, corn husks, corn stalks, corn cobs, rice husks, and some algae could all be considered substitute food. Don't even mention potatoes and sweet potatoes. Even now they are precious. Saying this, Yang Zhiyuan was quite sincere in trying to pull Yang Zhiyuan to stay at their house. After some insistence, Yang Zhiyuan pulled out a quilt from the sack. Look, Brother Zhiyuan, I've come this far like this. Don't worry, I'll light a fire tonight, and there's plenty of firewood around. Yang Zhiyuan rubbed his eyes and glanced at Yang Zhiyuan's sack. He thought to himself that the sack could hold quite a lot. Seeing that Yang Zhiyuan wouldn't leave, he finally said, "All right then, just be careful tonight. I'll come to help tomorrow morning." After finally sending off the enthusiastic Yang Zhiyuan, Yang Zhiyuan quickly surveyed the house, finding it difficult to handle the roof by himself. However, with Yang Zhiyuan coming to help tomorrow, it shouldn't be a big problem. There were no tiles and the interior was mostly empty. He used his divine sense to probe the ground. There were no treasures to be found either. Occasionally he discovered a few copper coins, but they weren't worth digging for. He collected the dirt and broken tiles from the house into his space. The house consisted of 3 main rooms. Upon entering the main door, there was a hall serving as both a living room and dining room. The 2 bedrooms on either side. The eastern bedroom had a con, but it was already in disrepair. This was easy. He could use his space to process stone slabs and rocks. He had collected yellow clay along the way, and there was no shortage of water. He decided to set up 2 kangs first. In his later life, Yang Zhiyuan had seen the modern method of constructing kangs. Overall, it was clean, saved firewood, and kept warm. He could also burn firewood from outside the house. This way there would be no smoke inside. Furthermore, he didn't have to place the stove in the hall, which he preferred. He didn't like having the stove connected to the bedroom's kong. It was better to keep the kitchen in an auxiliary room or side room. After all, this wasn't a flat area. Although rural houses in the capital were influenced by courtyards, those on the hillside were exceptions. He thought to do it right away, first clearing the old kong. He smashed a stone out of one side of the wall and then repaired it neatly with smaller stones, creating a small hole for future firewood burning. He used his space to cut the stones into shapes that fit well together. The ones that weren't cut squarely would raise suspicions. With no cement and no flue, he decided to stack stones into a chimney leading directly from the end of the kong out through the roof. The roof already had a large opening. It was quite convenient. With the aid of his space, he lit a torch and stuck it in the house. Since it was still early in the day, he hurried to work. He would fix one today and later, either tomorrow or when he brought back Yang Zhiyuan, he would set up the kong in the second bedroom. He also planned to teach him how to do it. Tomorrow the main focus would be on the roof, where he would bring back some reed mats when he returned with his younger siblings, as the roof needed them and the Kong would need them as well. In Yang Zhiyuan's memory, the roof was first constructed with a few beams secured with purlins, then laid with reed mats, followed by a layer of yellow earth, and finally covered with tiles. Unlike later times with floorboards and plastic sheets, constructing roofs was indeed more complicated now. However, once built, it wouldn't be too hot in summer and would remain warm in winter with the Kong. I wonder if anyone else has noticed that some old rural houses are cooler in summer compared to new houses which aren't as cool. Yang Zhiyuan recalled that his old family home had a roof made of a foot-thick layer of yellow earth and furnace slag, thinking about how thick that roof must be. The modern Kong was quickly set up, but since it didn't use cement and refractory bricks, it couldn't be burned directly. The surface of the Kong was made of stone slabs and yellow mud, so he could only burn some firewood first to dry the yellow mud. The yard also had a west side room that was still relatively intact. Yang Zhiyuan set up a modern stove inside, saving firewood and allowing for cooking and boiling water simultaneously. It was the kind with 2 burners, making full use of the combustion efficiency of firewood. On the ground, Yang Zhiyuan didn't even need a broom. The places where branches had been were already clean. The snow in the yard was all collected into space and dumped outside in a place where it wouldn't obstruct anyone's path. To the southeast was a toilet which Yang Zhiyuan transformed into 2, one for males and one for females. Nowadays many rural homes only have 1 toilet. If someone is inside, you should cough first. If you hear someone say they're inside, you have to wait. He then used the wood collected on the way to create a connected roof above the toilet. This way it wasn't a full skylight but a half skylight. He raised the yard wall by stacking some stones. He didn't know how long this place could last. He could slowly renovate it later. If it didn't work, he could build a new one. In the west room, he poured some stones and yellow mud inside, preparing for Yang Zhiyuan's arrival tomorrow, as he wouldn't be able to use the space directly. At least this way the materials were prepared and it would go quickly. After eating in the space, he lit a firewood in the east room, leaving traces behind. That night he slept directly in the space. The space was thriving with shimmering water and a large population of fish and birds. The fish were growing quickly and he hadn't managed it much. Yang Zhiyuan's most important task was to increase the growth of his fertile fields. The livestock farm needed some large animals such as pigs, cows, sheep, donkeys, and mules. He didn't lack for eggs now. The food in the chicken coop of the farm would automatically replenish, so he didn't need to worry about that. Some wild ducks had evolved into domestic ducks, which was good. He planned to mix in some domesticated ducks to diversify the genes. He was also short on large geese, as the iron pot stew made with large geese was a famous dish. Yang Zhiyuan didn't have any first-class protected species like the Anatidae family in winter. Alas, what a pity. Many plants and animals are easier to find in spring, summer, and autumn. Just like now in the mountains, various plants have shed their leaves, and many of them Yang Zhiyuan couldn't even identify. He planned to dig up more tree seedlings and some shrubs later. However, the snow was too thick. It would be much easier once it melted. In recent years there probably haven't been many snowy days near the capital. Otherwise there wouldn't be such a severe drought. This should be considered a significant one. He would inform Captain Yang later to see if they could build a few reservoirs to collect the nearby snow, which could provide some agricultural water. Otherwise next year would be tough. The wheat and corn in his space were all plump. If not, he would have to exchange some seeds with them. This should increase the yield. Otherwise, relying on the current seeds, the yield in the mountainous area might not even reach 100 gene, which is quite alarming. In normal years the wheat yield in the mountainous area is only around 100 gene. Don't even mention the years of severe drought. Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, Yang Zhiyuan emerged from the space. He had slept for 6 or 7 hours within, while only a fleeting moment had passed outside. Thus he had more time to gather some books and leisurely browse through them in the space. The paper brought from the De Huang family included several ledgers and some beautifully illustrated comic books. For instance, there were Strange Tales from a Chinese studio published by Tianmen Fine Arts Press, Romance of the Three Kingdoms and Dream of the Red Chamber from Huhai Fine Arts Press, and The Complete Story of Yufei from Beijing Chaohua Fine Arts Press, among others. Everyone was interested and eager to search for them. The illustrations were quite captivating. Although they were children's books, he found them quite enjoyable. He planned to buy more later for his younger siblings. With so much time in the evening, there was no need to spend it studying. Why sleep extensively in life when one would inevitably rest for eternity after death? Young people should stay up late, it's good for them. Staying up too late could lead to aging prematurely, just like Lao Wuha. Books should be free, right? Anyway, he had money and planned to buy more later. It was said that there were many types of comic books available now. It would be a way to support the publishing industry. Yang Zhiyuan was uncertain whether Yang Zhiyuan would come. He started a fire at dawn roasting several potatoes and sweet potatoes. If he came, he would share, if not, it was just for show. The De Huang family had brought many tools such as iron shovels and axes. If he didn't come soon, he would ask Captain Yang Famine to see if he could chop down some trees for use. While Yang Zhiyuan was tidying up, Yang Zhiyuan arrived quickly. Not only did he come himself, but he also brought along a sturdy young man in his 20s. Xuanhuan, I'm here to help. This is my brother Yang Yang Zhiyuan introduced warmly. Brother Zhiyuan, brother calling brother is a bit of a tongue twister. I'll just call you directly. Brother indeed, calling him is a bit tricky, you should try it yourself. Sure, as long as you can say it smoothly, Yang Zhiyuan observed. Wow, you're quick at tidying up, impressive. Come on, lend a hand. Wait, brother Zhiyuan urged, no need to rush, I've almost finished tidying up. I wanted to ask where I can chop down trees and where to buy tiles. As he spoke, he handed them some of the roasted potatoes and sweet potatoes. The two quickly declined, but after some insistence they accepted. Each ate a sweet potato but left the rest untouched. The potatoes were a bit dry and would be better with water. Since the others were untouched, Yang Zhiyuan planned to have them take them when they left. You can chop down any dead trees you find in the surrounding mountains and forests as long as you can carry them back. The tiles need to be purchased from Chinjin village down below. They have a team there that makes tiles. However, it's inconvenient for them to deliver, and even if they do, they can only take them to a place without roads. You'll have to carry the rest back yourself. Yang said while eating a sweet potato. That works, brother Zhiyuan. Could you help me calculate how many tiles I need for my house and the side room? Can you two run an errand for me? I'll give you the money needed, just have them deliver it to a place without a road. I'll carry the trees myself. No need, just one person will do. I'll help you carry the trees, said Yang Zhiyuan. No need, brother Zhiyuan, I can manage alone. I'm quite strong. After saying that, Yang Zhiyuan lifted a stone mill weighing about 200 to 300 pounds in the yard. The two brothers looked at Yang Zhiyuan in astonishment. Yang Zhiyuan brushed off the dirt from his hands and tried lifting it himself. He could only shift it but couldn't lift it. Impressive, brother. You're really strong, Xuanhuan. Brother Xuanhuan, this strength is truly remarkable. Just be careful when you go chop trees, Yang Zhiyuan advised Yang Zhiyuan. Don't worry, brother Zhiyuan urged, I'm fine. How much money should I give you? Let me calculate, about 30 yuan should suffice. Yang Zhiyuan took out 35 yuan, suggesting they buy a bit more. The two of them would go together, preferably with an axe or something for self-defense in case they encounter wild beasts. Don't worry, brother Xuanhuan, we often go out and usually hunt a bit. He stuffed the sweet potatoes and potatoes into their hands. He wanted them to eat on the way. They had no doubt about Yang Zhiyuan being able to produce so much money. They had heard yesterday about how Yang Zhiyuan had traveled 1,000 miles with 8 children. Without some skill, how could he have made it here? This guy, although young, was quite capable. Yang Zhiyuan also intentionally displayed some of his abilities to dispel others' covetous looks and to warn them not to easily bully him. After all, he had just moved here and he had heard that most of the Yang family village consisted of people who had relocated to escape war. The Yang family was a prominent clan comprising 6 or 7 households with several other surnames as well. After the two left, Yang Zhiyuan made 2 small stilts and strapped them to his legs. With his feet on the stilt tops, the bases had a square section measuring 2 square centimeters. This way he wouldn't have to worry about slipping. Each step would create a pit. Thus Yang Zhiyuan went into the woods on his stilts. In fact, the naturally dead trees in the forest were not suitable for making beams and furniture. The best wood for beams and furniture should be chopped down while the trees are alive, then placed indoors to dry in the shade to prevent cracking. If conditions allowed, they could also be coated with tung oil. He was just looking for an excuse. Along the way he dug up some shallow snow shrubs as well as some climbing plants and young saplings. He wasn't there to chop wood, he was there to dig up various saplings. He symbolically gathered a few dead trees to use as cover on the way back. With the increasing number of shrubs and young saplings, a small forest naturally formed in the space. It wasn't large, only about 100 acres, but the forest could have several hundred species of plants. Fortunately, he had collected some along the way yesterday, and today he gathered quite a bit more, many of which he could simply chop a section off and plant directly in the space. No need to struggle to dig them out. Some were very small saplings that he could pull out directly. Watching the forest form, some of the wood was growing well enough to be usable, but he had still found several larger trees in the mountains for the main beams. The trees in the space could serve as supports, but the main beams needed a few more days to grow. Soon Yang Zhiyuan returned to the small courtyard. Since no one was watching, he placed a large pile of wood in the yard. Yang Zhiyuan had another meal and decided to head down the mountain. One reason was to greet the Yang Zhiyuan brothers, and the other was that he thought about going back today with the excuse of buying some things. It was just right that he could bring things back tomorrow. For instance, straw mats, iron pots and saws, etc. The saw might be borrowed in the village, but the iron pot was definitely not borrowable. He could only go down the mountain to buy them in town and use grain to exchange for some necessities. For example, soap, face basins, towels, toothpaste and toothbrushes, cooking materials like soy sauce and vinegar, etc. Although the De Huang family contributed some, he couldn't take too much out. Besides, that wasn't much, he should still procure some more. The sun shone brightly on this winter noon, casting a warm glow that felt incredibly comfortable against the skin. It is said that snowfall is not cold, but melting snow is. In this era it is inherently colder than in the future, and snow takes at least 7 to 8 days to completely melt. In a suitable spot, Yang Zhiyuan stowed the bag back into space. He took out his snowboard, strapped it to his feet, and used 2 sturdy wooden sticks as ski poles with their ends sharpened. With a black veil covering his eyes, he could see the path ahead through the fabric. Lacking sunglasses, he wondered if he should use ink to make a pair, chuckling at the thought. At the very least, it provided wind protection. His modified body was impervious to the cold, embodying a sense of invulnerability to the elements. He moved swiftly, quickly reaching a path that appeared less traveled. From a distance he spotted Yang Zhiyuan and his brother unloading tiles from an ox cart. They could only deliver here, which was quite decent. "Brother, your snowboard is really impressive, you descend quickly," Yang Zhiyuan said with envy. "It'll make you both one later, but it requires some skill. If you go too fast you might crash into the mountains." "No worries, we are familiar with this path. It can be used when the snow is thick, but without snow it's better to walk," Yang Zhiyuan replied seriously. "That's fine, I'll make you both one later. I need to go pick up my younger siblings. I'll bring these tiles back tomorrow on my way. You two can head back first, brother Zhiyuan's second brother." "Alright, good brother, hurry along. Don't mind us," they replied. "Okay, brother Zhiyuan's second brother, I'll go ahead. Once I'm done I'll treat you both to a meal and drinks." "Sure thing, brother, take it slow." Unbeknownst to Yang Zhiyuan, after they left, the two of them began to help carry some tiles back using a shoulder pole. The tiles were packed in burlap sacks tightly bound with rope, and they walked steadily along the mountain path. Yang Zhiyuan glanced at the ox cart from earlier, feeling a twinge of envy. They had invited him to ride along, but Yang Zhiyuan found it too slow for his liking. If it weren't for the fear of the ox vanishing into space, he would have liked to borrow it. However, it was just a single cow and a female one that he figured it wouldn't help much, since it wouldn't give birth to calves. Just like an old hen can lay eggs, but without a rooster she cannot hatch chicks. The black market in Guanyang City probably wouldn't dare to operate in broad daylight. It was only 2 in the afternoon when he returned to the cave where his younger siblings were staying. The speed of snowboarding was astonishing. He had taken the better part of a day to walk yesterday. Yang Zhiyuan continued to glide down the mountain path, and even after exiting the mountain he walked for an hour before reaching the cave entrance. Otherwise he would have gone even faster. It was said that professional snowboarders could reach speeds of 140 to 203 kilometers an hour in an hour. That was faster than driving on the highway. Ordinary people could also reach dozens of kilometers per hour. Although Yang Zhiyuan's skills were lacking, his physical fitness and reaction speed surpassed that of athletes. He observed the area around the cave entrance and noticed there were no footprints. It seemed no one had come this way. As he approached the cave entrance he called out, "Dayang Daimiai Erwa Hongjuan Shi to Xiaoxing Goden Ugly Duckling." "Wow, it's Big Brother. Big Brother is back. Big Brother, brother Big Pot." The little ones all rushed out to greet him. Entering the cave the children clung to Yang Zhiyuan's legs, especially the ugly duckling who had tears in her eyes. "Big Pot, I thought you didn't want me anymore," she said, looking at Yang Zhiyuan with teary eyes. Yang Zhiyuan scooped her up and held her close, saying, "Ah, ugly duckling, silly girl, how could Big Brother not want you?" The little girl buried her head on Yang Zhiyuan's shoulder and cried for a while before being comforted. All right, little duck, ask Big Brother if he has eaten and if he is hungry." Zhou Hong took the ugly duckling from him. "I've eaten already, Daimai, don't worry about me." The cave was quite clean thanks to the little ones, but it had been a long time since they had bathed. Thankfully it was winter, otherwise it would have smelled quite bad in the summer. Yang Zhiyuan looked at his older brother and asked, "Did you find a place, big brother?" The other children looked at Yang Zhiyuan with hopeful eyes. "Don't worry, I found one. The yard is quite large, but it's a rundown house. We'll need to tidy it up a bit and fix the roof. I've already set up a heated bed and I'll teach you how to set one up later. This way the house won't be cold anymore and everyone can sleep on the heated bed instead of on the ground." Yang Zhiyuan said with a smile. "Yay, we can sleep on the heated bed. Sleep on the big bed." Shirtu and Godin jumped up excitedly while the other little ones clapped their hands in delight. For these orphans, having a place to shelter from the wind and rain, even if it was just a cave or a cowshed, was something to celebrate. And having a few hearty meals would be even better. The most basic need for animals is to be fed. Unlike humans who have so many desires and pursuits. The most fundamental need for these orphans is to have a stable shelter, a place where they can find something to eat even if they can't eat their fill, as long as they don't starve. After chatting for a while, they had a light meal. Yang Zhiyuan said goodbye to them, mentioning that he would go to Guangyang City in the evening to buy some things in exchange for necessary supplies. Though reluctant, the little ones had no choice but to let Yang Zhiyuan leave. Since Big Brother said he would return tonight, that was acceptable. Yang Zhiyuan advised them to rest early as they needed to continue their journey the next day. The distance to Guanyang County City was several dozen miles, which was quite far. Observing the terrain, it was high in the west and low in the east. They could slide toward Guanyang City in the northeast following the slope. In such an environment, having a horse would be ideal. It was cold, but it might still be faster than driving. Cars can skid, but horses won't unless shod with nails on icy surfaces or on very smooth roads. In areas with a flat terrain, Yang Zhiyuan tested his strength and found he could snowboard. At the very least, it was faster than walking. The snowboard had a large surface area, preventing it from easily sinking into snow pits. By the time dusk fell, Yang Zhiyuan finally arrived at Guanyang City. Guanyang City was fortified with walls known as the Unseeing City of Guanyang. It was built during the Jin dynasty, when officials urged the common people to shorten construction times and quickly complete the city. As a result of the constant pressure, the craftsmen forgot to leave drainage openings. It was fine as long as it didn't rain, but when it did, the city would be severely flooded. By this time, many houses had already been built outside Guanyang City. It wasn't ancient times where all houses had to be built inside the city. At least outside it wouldn't flood during the rain. With guns and planes, many old city walls were demolished for urban development. For instance, in the capital, it was a bit regrettable to see the destruction. In fact, most of the royal city walls in the capital had been demolished during the Republic of China. The outer city wall continued to be dismantled gradually until 1969. Some individuals with the surname Gui and foreign experts unanimously supported this. Liang Lin and others opposed without success. Alas, what a pity. Experts from the old country believe that city walls are useless. Nowadays, large-scale weapons like cannons and airplanes can easily destroy these walls. For the sake of transportation and urban development, some city gates and arrow towers in the capital were dismantled in the early days of the Republic. One can only say that different people have different opinions. If they were preserved, they might have become tourist spots now. However, not demolishing them would also pose transportation issues. Fortunately, the city wall of Guanyang City remains intact. Yang Zhiyuan put away his snowboard, donned a dogskin hat, and walked into Guanyang City with his hands tucked inside his sleeves, nodding his head. Yang Zhiyuan planned to take a private look around and assess the environment. He wore straw sandals wrapped with straw on his old cotton shoes. The sky was getting late and there weren't many pedestrians in the city. Don't even mention supply and marketing cooperatives or grain stations, they had closed long ago. The buildings in the city were gray and occasionally lights from some houses shone through the windows onto the streets. He found an old man and paid him with a sweet potato. He learned that the black market was near the southeast corner of the city. That area had seen battles before and many houses were destroyed. Some remnants and narrow alleys had turned into places for the black market. It seems that the leader of this black market has some backing, otherwise it wouldn't be set up in the city. Otherwise some enforcers would surround it, pushing in bit by bit, and no one would escape. Unless one could climb over the city wall, perhaps that wall over there is in ruins. This is a possibility as well. There really wasn't much to do at night, so Yang Zhiyuan decided to head over early. The black market surely wouldn't open that early. However, it was better to go early to feel out the surrounding environment. After determining the direction, Yang Zhiyuan slowly walked towards it. Indeed, when he reached an alleyway just as he was about to enter, a few people came out from the side. "What are you doing?" "Buying something," Yang Zhiyuan said, wrapping his scarf around him, looking bulky. Others couldn't see his face clearly, nor could they discern his age. "It's too early, come back later," one of the men said. Alright, Yang Zhiyuan turned and left. There must be more than one entrance to the black market. This place had guards, there would be others as well. Yang Zhiyuan also noticed someone following him from behind. Perhaps they were worried he was a spy. Not walking far outside, Yang Zhiyuan found a corner by the wall to crouch down. The person behind him didn't leave but continued to watch him. Yang Zhiyuan ignored him. The two of them silently waited. The difference was that the other person had cigarettes while Yang Zhiyuan couldn't hide in his space to play. He could only crouch there where he could be seen, otherwise if he disappeared the black market might not dare to open tonight. After a while, people started to come with baskets, bags, and even pushing handcarts from various directions. Yang Zhiyuan followed the crowd inside. The person who had been following him had already left. At the same place as before, everyone entering was asked buying or selling. Selling costs 10 cents while buying costs nothing. Yang Zhiyuan had already changed into a cotton coat. He carried a basket containing some potatoes and sweet potatoes. When entering, he said he was selling, paid 10 cents, and the person checked the potatoes and sweet potatoes in his basket before letting him in. It seemed they also checked. As he walked inside, Yang Zhiyuan didn't rush to set up a stall. The inside had a large space with several broken earthen walls that could shield against the cold wind. Most people inside didn't use flashlights when inspecting the goods. Some brought kerosene lamps with flames adjusted to very small sizes. In the pitch-black night, shadows loomed, resembling a ghost market. Money wasn't an issue. Yang Zhiyuan just wanted to inquire about prices and exchange some goods. This place was likely close to the capital, with nearby coal mines, clearly indicating that this black market was much larger than the previous one outside Wuyuan City. Various goods were being sold, including furniture. It seemed that people were so desperate they had to exchange furniture for food. Yang Zhiyuan noticed a cabinet that he could actually use. The key was that there was no rush. He decided to browse first. There was still a pile of furniture from the De Huang family in his space. He mainly felt sorry for the person trading furniture for food. They must be in dire need. There were fewer people selling food than buying it. Yang Zhiyuan discovered that whenever someone produced something edible, it was quickly bought up. Moreover, there wasn't much haggling. He also found someone selling coal. Well, there's a coal mine nearby and they're selling coal. Yes, even now coal purchases require vouchers. If one's home doesn't have enough fuel, they can only spend money to buy it, which is normal. Up ahead, Yang Zhiyuan spotted something good. An old man was selling pigeons. Ah, this is a delicacy, likely hoping to exchange for some food. Pigeon meat is small and not very substantial. It seems the old man has run out of food to continue feeding them. Moreover, with so many people going hungry, what could he use to feed them? He had just taken them out and hadn't yet removed them from the cage. Yang Zhiyuan quickly approached old man. "How do you want to trade? Do you have food?" "I have potatoes and white sweet potatoes, as well as some red sweet potatoes." "I'll trade for potatoes and white sweet potatoes. Red sweet potatoes are more expensive," the old man said anxiously in a low voice. "How about the exchange? 1 pigeon for 4 caddies, how does that sound?" Although pigeons have meat, there isn't much. Typically, a pigeon weighs about 6 to 7 taels, roughly a pound. Some breeds can weigh over 2 pounds, those are raised for meat. In the black market, pork generally costs 5 to 6 yuan, while pigeon meat, being slightly more expensive, is about 7 to 8 yuan. Earlier he had asked about the prices of potatoes and white sweet potatoes, which were around 2 yuan 2 to 2 yuan 5, while red sweet potatoes, being a bit sweeter, were higher at about 2 yuan 7 to 3 yuan. Trading 7 to 8 yuan for 4 caddies of potatoes and sweet potatoes was pretty much the same. It didn't matter. Everyone was trading goods and wouldn't fuss over a few cents. If they were unhappy, they could haggle or simply not trade. If there's no shortage of food, then these details aren't a concern. Alright, fine. How many pigeons do you have, old man? 3 pairs. Let's trade for all of them. Do you have a bag? Yes, but how will you carry them? Do you need me to help tie their wings and legs? No need. 4 to 6 is 24. I'll give you 15 caddies of potatoes and 15 caddies of white sweet potatoes. Just bring me the cage. You're generous. Good. The old man had his own scale and it was quite tall. He happily carried the bag away. As someone with a space, Yang Zhiyuan really didn't want to haggle over every little thing with others. It was unnecessary. Although the pigeons varied in size, they were just what he needed, and he had helped someone out. Being generous was nice. Finding a secluded corner, he stored a small pigeon in his space, then entered 5 more, and even the simple cage woven from tree branches was also stored. This time his poultry farm might increase significantly. Yang Zhiyuan also noticed that there were puppies for sale, around 3 or 4 of them. They all looked like they were starving, so he quickly collected them. Finally he encountered someone selling ducks and large geese, however there were no piglets or calves. He spotted a little lamb and collected that too. This county town was likely close to the countryside, so there were still some poultry available. Once in the capital, these things might not be abundant due to the distance. In the dead of winter, who would travel far to sell ducks and large geese? There might be some, but the prerequisite is that one must be healthy enough to make the journey. Yang Zhiyuan turned around again, noticing a vendor selling orchids. In this era it was indeed possible to keep orchids alive in winter. No problem, he decided to take some. There were also a few vendors selling books, but Yang Zhiyuan didn't care about the titles. As long as there were words it was fine, he could read them when he had nothing to do at home. There was an old lady with a child looking at dozens of books. Generally speaking, intellectuals would never part with their books. But this old lady seemed to be in dire straits. The child, around 12 or 13 years old, squatted there silently. Yang Zhiyuan asked how many potatoes and sweet potatoes they could carry. It was likely that some of these books were brought by the child. The old lady appeared to be in her 60s or 70s, but she might be younger, as people nowadays looked older. In the end, Yang Zhiyuan gave the 2 of them 80 jin of sweet potatoes and potatoes. Surprisingly, the old lady walked away with 50 or 60 jin quite nimbly. The child also carried over 20 jin. They slowly disappeared into the crowd. Yang Zhiyuan kept his divine sense active. It was quite dark and not many people noticed him. In the entire black market, only 2 vendors selling pork had just arrived, and Yang Zhiyuan hadn't managed to snag any yet. Fatty meat was 8 yuan per jin, pure lean meat 6 yuan. It was competitive, and even bones and offal were quickly snatched up. Yang Zhiyuan knew that the vendors were connected to the black market. At this time it was not easy to get pork. He still needed many daily necessities but had yet to buy them. He couldn't wait until tomorrow. It seemed he needed to find someone capable. Expanding his divine sense, Yang Zhiyuan quickly spotted a person holding many tickets standing in a corner. It was a small-shaped alley with roads on both sides in front. It was convenient for running and observing people, plus the location was good. There were 2 other people nearby, seemingly there to protect him or perhaps as his followers. One person had a gun while another held a fork. Yang Zhiyuan wasn't afraid of normal transactions. "Come forward, buddy, buy some tickets." "What tickets do you want, brother?" 5 jin of flour tickets, 5 jin of Beijing grain tickets, 5 jin of rice tickets, and some liquor and cigarette tickets. At this time grain tickets were used for coarse grains, flour tickets for flour, and rice tickets for fine rice, which were naturally more expensive. "Do you know the prices?" "Tell me. Fine grain tickets are 5 yuan per jin, coarse grain tickets are 3 yuan 50. And you still needed money to buy grain at the grain station with the tickets. Moreover, many tickets were valid for that month, and national grain tickets with oil were even more expensive. They were used by people on business trips. These grain tickets will cost 67.5. What about cigarette tickets? What about liquor tickets?" the man asked again. Yang Zhiyuan first took out 80 yuan, pretended to count it, then pulled out a 10 yuan bill and handed him 70. Seeing that Yang Zhiyuan was quite straightforward, the man quickly counted the money. He returned 2 yuan 50 and handed the tickets to Yang Zhiyuan. "What kind of cigarettes do you need, brother? Do you need Class A cigarette tickets or Class B?" "Just the Dechenmen will do. If you have Dechenmen, you can bring me a pack. I also need some daily necessities. Do you have any connections, big brother?" "Oh, for Dechenmen you need Class B cigarette tickets, 2 yuan 50 each and 2 yuan 50 for a pack." "Alright, I haven't even pocketed those 2 yuan 50 yet." Yang Zhiyuan handed over the 2 yuan 50. He would earn money from what he could, and he would only introduce business for things he couldn't earn from. A Dechenmen cigarette ticket costs 2 yuan 50 and buying cigarettes costs 3 yuan 50, making a box 6 yuan. Many temporary workers only earn 18 yuan a month. You could only buy 30 boxes of cigarettes. Normally these cigarette tickets were distributed with Class A tickets intended for cadres above level 17. Class B was for cadres above level 21, with 1 or 2 packs distributed each month. For instance, De Juzy earned 37 yuan 50 a month. If he spent 6 yuan on cigarettes, he could buy around 60 boxes. Did he not eat or buy anything else? So De Qianmen was actually good tobacco. Liquor tickets were also divided into Class A and Class B. With grain shortages, liquor naturally became more expensive because brewing requires grain. Class A liquor tickets are 5 yuan each, Class B are 3 yuan each. The man quickly replied. Alright, I'll take 10 Class B tickets, forget the others, Class A is too expensive for me. As he counted the tickets, he murmured, that's enough, brother. You can still afford to drink, there are many people who can't afford it now. Not at all, I'm buying for my brothers, they went to buy other things. The man laughed softly, oh, that's what I thought. Yang Zhiyuan handed over the money and took the liquor tickets, putting them in his pocket. What's up, big brother, can you introduce me to someone? Sure, what daily necessities do you need to buy, brother? Cloth, cotton shoes, towels, iron pots, toothpaste, toothbrushes, and cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, tea, and so on. Yang Zhiyuan still spoke in a lowered voice. Brother, many of these things also require tickets, I have tickets here. I've already bought quite a few tickets from you today, big brother. If you introduce me to someone, I can buy the things directly and give you a referral fee, how about that? Yang Zhiyuan tempted him. Then thank you, brother, for your generosity. How much do you think? This was a hint at how much referral fee he wanted. Big brother, you tell me 30. That's too much, big brother, that's equivalent to a month's salary for a person. You're just letting someone guide me. Yang Zhiyuan haggled. Then 25. 15 is too little, 20. Alright, 20 it is. My name is De Biao, from now on I'll take care of your business, big brother. Alright, big brother, next time my brothers and I will come to support your business. This meant he had people backing him and that he had brothers coming along, so don't target him. Good, Xiaoxi, take this brother to Lao Huang and tell him we referred him. Okay bro, said the one who was standing aside holding a fork. With space on his person, Yang Zhiyuan wasn't afraid. Xiaoxi led him through several twists and turns until they quickly found a chubby man named Huang. Great, another Huang, is he related to De Huang? After introducing the person, Yang Zhiyuan asked if he could prepare these items as he needed them tonight. The chubby Huang replied, no problem, it will take half an hour. Yang Zhiyuan then handed 20 yuan to Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi left directly, indicating the two were quite familiar. If not, they might be from the same family. Many of the items he needed had to be bought from supply and marketing cooperatives or department stores. This Huang seemed to have connections in that area. Some of these items required tickets and additional money, which was quite normal. Fortunately, none of them were grains, so the prices weren't outrageous. For example, if you took a grain ticket to the grain station to buy 1 jin of grain, it would only cost about 1 mao 6 or 7. However, without a grain ticket you couldn't buy any. In years of great disaster, a jin of grain ticket in Beijing sold for 3 to 4 yuan, which meant you would have to spend 4 or 5 yuan to buy a jin of grain. What does that mean? De Zhu's monthly salary is 37. 5 yuan. If it weren't for the kitchen stealing some, he would have starved to death long ago. Ordinary people in this era had very few grain tickets. Generally, urban residents had a certain quota and the rest needed to be bought at a high price. If third uncle didn't exchange fine grains for sweet potatoes, that family would also have a hard time. Having nothing to do, Yang Zhiyuan and the chubby Huang began calculating the prices of everything. Toothpaste was 3 yuan for 10 toothbrushes, 6 yuan for 20 soap, 6 yuan for 10 matches, 1 yuan and 5 for 10 boxes towels, 16 yuan for 20 socks and cotton shoes, 56 yuan for 20 pairs, and 5 quilt covers for 54 yuan, along with 5 printed bed sheets for 45 yuan, 50 jin of cotton for 150 yuan, 5 iron water bottles for 40 yuan, hot water kettles for 10 yuan, aluminum pots for 12 yuan, large iron pots for 25 yuan, and cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar for 10 yuan without tea. Tea supplies were extremely limited, and later Yang Zhiyuan planned to plant tea trees. These materials took Lao Wu a long time to gather. For example, a 24 centimeters aluminum pot is actually about 7 yuan, but this is the black market where prices are sure to rise significantly. Cotton is about 1.5 yuan per jin, but in the black market the price without a ticket can double. I hope everyone can come a bit more for Lao Wu's hard work, you know what I mean, old friends. Lao Wu tries to keep it realistic, otherwise it would be too outrageous for even me to read. Not realizing how much had been spent when they calculated, it was quite a shock. They spent over 400 yuan, equivalent to Shazu's annual salary. Lao Wu announced that from now on Shazhu could be used as a measurement unit. 1 Shazhu is 37.5 yuan a month. Yang Zhiyuan spent a few more yuan to buy some sugar cubes as well as pencils and notebooks. After more than half an hour, all these items were transported on 2 tricycles. In fact, Yang Zhiyuan didn't need to buy so much cotton. However, he still purchased it. He couldn't just take everything from the space. That would be a bit too outrageous. Anyway, the money couldn't be spent completely, so it was better to spend it than waste it. Yang Zhiyuan had someone deliver the goods to a nearby dilapidated courtyard. He gave the money to Huang and there were no complications since Yang Zhiyuan had left 2 space-grown dogs nearby. Pretending that someone was inside, the delivery person left without saying a word. The dogs had been bought just now. 3 puppies quickly grew up after being placed in the space. To limit their breeding and overly rapid aging, Yang Zhiyuan regulated the time flow for the 3 dogs in the space. He ordered the dogs inside to refrain from breeding temporarily as 3 large dogs were sufficient. There was no need for more. He recalled all the items into the space and saw someone on the way back carrying a few bottles of liquor and loose alcohol in exchange for grain. Yang Zhiyuan exchanged some potatoes for 4 bottles of ergwotu and a jar of loose alcohol. When he came out just now, he had also changed into a new coat, so he wasn't worried about being recognized. The snow was still heavy, otherwise having a bicycle would have been nice. It took more than 2 hours to return, reaching the cave just before midnight. On the way, Yang Zhiyuan noticed that the poultry farm in the space had expanded again. Now there were 1,000 acres of fertile land, 80 acres for poultry farming and 30 acres for livestock farming. 100 acres of forest, 100 acres of pasture and 500 acres of rocky mountains had transformed, possibly due to the substantial amount of stones that might contain trace amounts of rare metals. There was also 10,000 acres of wetlands. After returning, Yang Zhiyuan, Yang Zhiyuan and Zhou awakened. He let them continue sleeping, ensuring they rested well for the move. Early the next morning, Zhou started making breakfast while Yang Zhiyuan and the others began packing. They only needed to take the grain, bedding, clothes and pottery. Yang Zhiyuan didn't plan to collect the dry grass and corn stalks. He decided to leave them as this place could serve as a stopping point when passing by in the future. He would simply block the cave entrance with stones when leaving. Large animals could be blocked, but small ones would be troublesome. He added an extra layer of straw sandals for everyone on their shoes. The group began their migration again. When they reached the intersection of the mountain road, Yang Zhiyuan instructed them to continue slowly from behind. Ahead was the ox cart he had arranged. The ox cart that had transported tiles yesterday. Yang Zhiyuan had told him to wait here early this morning to help carry some items. Yang Zhiyuan quickly moved forward, and sure enough, the old master was waiting for him in a sheltered spot. In a flash, Yang Zhiyuan had several bundles added to him. "Did you wait anxiously, old man?" "Not anxious, not anxious. Just these few big bundles." The items were all wrapped up and it was impossible to see how much was inside. Only a few visible parts were exposed. Yang Zhiyuan offered a cigarette and stuffed in a few pieces of candy. "Also, old man, my younger siblings will arrive soon along with a few more bundles." "Alright then, let's wait a bit longer." Soon several little ones appeared in Yang Zhiyuan's line of sight and he ran over to help them with their tattered things. The ox cart was very powerful. Even with all these items loaded, it wasn't heavy. After discussing with the old man, all the little ones sat on the ox cart. He would also give the old man a few extra gene of grain. In this era, rural people cherished large livestock. Moreover, this ox cart belonged to the production team, so he couldn't let them return without a proper report. Then Yang Zhiyuan, Yang Zhiyuan, Zhou and Chiyerwa walked. The ox cart moved slowly, rocking gently, and it was close to noon when they reached the spot where they had placed the tiles yesterday. There were no more big roads ahead, only narrow paths and mountain roads. Yang Zhiyuan unloaded the items and immediately noticed that some tiles were missing. Strange. Yang Zhiyuan kept silent. He then gave some grain to the old man who left. Nearby a fire was started and everyone took a short break to eat something. Then Yang Zhiyuan had Yang Zhiyuan prepare a wooden stick for everyone, sharpened at one end, which could be used as a walking stick and also as a weapon against wild beasts. He fixed several large bundles onto himself. It was more convenient to use a shoulder pole. He found a small tree with a diameter of about 10 centimeters. He cut it down. It was several meters long and would be used as a shoulder pole. He hung most of the bundles on his shoulder pole. He also took out some burlap sacks and distributed the tiles according to the ages of his younger siblings, so each person carried some. There was no way around it, they could only endure some hardship. The little ones didn't complain. Even Chu Xiaoya carried 10 tiles in total, following along. After a while, Yang Zhiyuan carried the ugly duckling on his back. Big brother, when did you become so strong?
Several younger siblings asked. Of course, it was after learning martial arts. The little ones were secretly amazed. Big brother had indeed become increasingly powerful since he woke up from his last fainting spell.
So impressive, how enviable. Yang Zhiyuan had initially thought of rushing back and forth quickly but was worried that the others might encounter wild beasts. He could only walk slowly with them. Slap. Yang Zhiyuan slapped his own head, feeling quite foolish. As they reached a bend, he had already distanced himself from them and they couldn't see him. The little duck was dozing off on his back, thankfully dressed warmly. Yang Zhiyuan bent his little finger and blew a sharp whistle. 3 large dogs appeared at Yang Zhiyuan's feet. With the support of the space, the dogs were quite spirited. Dogs are already intelligent by nature. The ugly duckling was startled awake by the whistle and immediately spotted the 3 large dogs. Wow, big dogs.
Yes, big dogs. When several younger siblings in Zhou heard the whistle, they thought something was up and hurriedly walked a few steps faster.
Wow, big dogs. Big brother, are they wolves or dogs? Yang Zhiyuan was a bit scared. The group stood together and Dayang asked. Yang Zhiyuan found this question strangely odd, and upon reflection he really wanted to kick him.
Yang Zhiyuan sometimes acted foolishly, speaking without thinking, but he was his cousin, simply referred to as a younger brother. I bought them from nearby villages. They are very obedient, don't worry.
Why don't you come over and feel them? Yang Zhiyuan tempted the simpleton. As a result, Yang Zhiyuan really came over and was kicked several times by Yang Zhiyuan.
I told you to ask if the elder brother is a wolf or a dog. I told you to ask.
Elder brother, that's right, I asked if you are a wolf or a dog. I told you it was wrong, told you it was wrong.
He kicked him several times, yet the child still didn't understand. Zhou quickly understood and laughed heartily, while among the other fools Li Xixing reacted the fastest.
Big brother, you should ask if these 3 are wolves or dogs. Asking like this won't get you beaten.
Li Xixing pointed at the 3 large dogs circling around Chu Xiaoya.
I am still the smartest, Wu Hua. Everyone come over and touch them, it's fine.
Once we enter that mountain village, just say these dogs have been with us for a long time and that we picked them up on the road, you know.
Got it, elder brother, understood brother. I also know Big Pot, can I ride the big dog? Chu Xiaoya innocently asked.
If it weren't for the rugged mountain road, having a dog pull a sled would be possible, but unfortunately the road was not good, and if not for tying some dry grass, who knows how many would fall. With the snow supporting them, it made walking a bit steadier.
You better not ride. What if you can't hold on and fall off?
You guys walk slowly with these dogs protecting you, you don't need to be afraid.
I'll go ahead first and come back to get you later.
Just as he was about to set off, he saw the Yang Zhiyuan brothers approaching from a distance, each carrying a shoulder pole.
The 2 came forward and Yang Zhiyuan also took a few steps to greet them.
Brothers, you are here. Are these your younger siblings?
Wow, such great strength.
Hey, 3 really big dogs. The 2 brothers bantered like a comedy duo.
Big brother Zhiyuan, second brother, come call big brother Zhiyuan and second brother. Yang Zhiyuan turned his head to shout. After a brief introduction, Yang Zhiyuan learned that the 2 brothers had helped carry back some tiles yesterday and they came again this morning and were back in the afternoon. No wonder the tiles were a bit fewer.
These 2 brothers were nice and genuinely warm-hearted. It was worth treating them to drinks.
The 2 brothers also wanted to take a few bundles from Yang Zhiyuan's shoulder pole.
Yang Zhiyuan refused, letting them take some tiles from the smallest Zhang Godin and Li Xixing, Lu Hongjuan and Qin Zhi too.
Yang Zhiyuan took 1 dog and carried a Chu Xiaoya, moving quickly and steadily ahead. Upon reaching the small courtyard, he left the ugly duckling and the big dog in the side room. He quickly returned. Some villagers happened to see Yang Zhiyuan.
They didn't know what to call him since the village wasn't large and everyone had heard that a young man would come to settle down. He handed out a few pieces of candy to each person. He mentioned he still needed to go fetch his younger siblings before quickly leaving to make another trip. Then Yang Zhiyuan brought back Zhou Hongqi and the tiles and bundles, feeling that it was not heavy enough. He stuffed Zhang Godin and Li Xixing into a sack, tied it with a rope, and thus resembled a porter.
Yang Zhiyuan headed back. The sack was breathable and the 2 weren't afraid of suffocation.
They didn't even need to walk, which was quite nice. The 2 even started chatting inside the sack. As they reached the village, they happened to run into Captain Yang Famine, who stopped Yang Zhiyuan, saying, "What's in that sack? Why are they still talking?" Villagers gathered around.
Haha, these are my 2 youngest brothers, old Yang.
I was worried they would be too tired walking, so I carried the tiles and luggage while putting these 2 in the sack to bring them back.
While speaking, he untied the rope and let the two little ones out. Several people on the shoulder pole reached out to help catch them. This guy has great strength. Yeah, the last trip was much tougher than this one. Yes, a strong laborer. The villagers all praised Yang Zhiyuan enthusiastically. The men were offered cigarettes while the women who hadn't met him before were given a few pieces of candy. Li Xixing and Zhang Godin didn't need to be taught, they popped out happily, politely calling out to uncles and aunts. After a period of begging, they knew that being sweet-tongued was essential to getting food. Yang Famine accepted the cigarette, and after Yang Zhiyuan helped him light it and lit several others, he said, "Uncle, big brother and aunties, I need to go busy first. I still have to make another trip later." "Alright, go on then. Do you need help?" "No uncle, just one more trip and it will be done. Dachuan and will help me out." Okay, then hurry and get busy." Yang Zhiyuan led his two younger brothers, using his hands to press down the front of the shoulder pole since the two youngsters hadn't gone back into the sack. They had to walk like this, resembling Sun Wukong carrying a bundle with a golden rod. The burden at the back needed to be pressed down with hands at the front of the shoulder pole. Those who have carried a bucket of water on a shoulder pole know how this feels. Soon he set down this load, went into the inner room to check, and indeed found the tiles that Yang Dachuan and Yang had helped carry, which he hadn't seen in the yard earlier. The two were indeed reliable. Just as Yang Zhiyuan was about to head out for the third trip, several men carrying shoulder poles followed behind, saying they wanted to help. It seemed he had chosen the right village. Most villagers were pure and kind-hearted. Earlier he had only offered a few cigarettes and given some candy to the women. Seeing everyone so enthusiastic, Yang Zhiyuan didn't want to refuse anymore. Not long after moving forward, he encountered a few remaining people. Some exchanged shoulder poles with the Yang Dachuan brothers, while others helped carry small bundles. Since there was nothing left to carry, the younger siblings hadn't walked much on the mountain roads and they must be quite exhausted today. Yang Zhiyuan still took out 2 sacks, stuffing Zhou Hong and Qin Shi into one and Lu Hongjun and Qi Erwa into the other. Just as he was about to carry them, Yang Zhiyuan asked with a pained smile, "Big brother, what about me?" "You walk by yourself," Yang Zhiyuan replied irritably. "Come on brother, my feet hurt too." Yang Zhiyuan smiled bitterly and felt wronged. Indeed, only carrying the other younger siblings made Yang Zhiyuan feel wronged. After all, this kid was his cousin by blood. He was just teasing him. "Alright, let's rearrange based on age. The 2 oldest will go into the back sack and the 3 youngest will go into the front sack." They quickly adjusted their positions. Having 2 or 3 children in one front sack was a bit cramped, so they added another sack. Thus several helpers watched in astonishment as Yang Zhiyuan carried 5 children, even walking ahead of them. Even if the 5 children were thin, they weighed around 300 pounds plus a tree trunk about 10 centimeters in diameter as a shoulder pole, which was not light. It's not that people today can't carry 300 pounds, they just hadn't seen such small yet capable ones. This was the 3rd trip on the mountain road. Truly impressive. It seems a fierce person has come to the village. During this period, the common people had great strength for work. It wasn't just short bursts of energy, they possessed enduring stamina. It was like Yang Zhiyuan working in the fields with his parents in a previous life. His parents worked slowly but could keep at it for 1 or 2 hours, while Yang Zhiyuan needed to rest frequently. This lack of endurance is what we call resilience. For example, when sawing trees, Yang Zhiyuan could only saw for a few minutes before needing a break, while many experienced workers could smoke and saw simultaneously without pause. In the mountains, many people went out to buy things, often carrying their loads, and it was rare to see someone so small yet so capable. Of course, there were strong porters in the mountains as well. The mountain paths were difficult and they had to carry their loads. However, most of them were in their 30s or 40s and had trained for a long time. Take the porters from the hot pot city, they worked year-round and could easily carry 100 or 200 pounds. Yang Zhiyuan did this partly out of concern for his younger siblings. Secondly, the older children had already carried loads for a while and he didn't want the older ones to feel unfairly treated. Thirdly, he wanted to show off his muscles, signaling to everyone that he had just arrived, was strong, capable, and should not be bullied, especially when it came to his younger siblings. The 4th reason was simply to show off. As the saying goes, those who flaunt themselves often face retribution. He continued on, passing through the village, when Captain Yang stopped him. "Are those your younger siblings?" "Oh, how many are there?" "5, replied Yang Zhiyuan with a sincere smile as he untied the sack. "Impressive. Man, you really are strong. That's amazing, my brother. Wow, and there are 2 big dogs. Look, these dogs are really strong. Yes, they're even bigger than the hunting dogs we keep." Finally someone noticed the two big dogs behind Yang Zhiyuan. He named the three dogs Xiaoquan Dong Tiao and Gang Cun. If anyone has objections and doesn't give a 5-star review, doesn't express love or support, I might just change their names to yours even though I don't know what your name is, huh? I remember watching a TV show or a movie where a character had a dog named Führer. Come on, call me uncle, aunt, or sister-in-law. As the little ones crawled out, Yang Zhiyuan introduced them. Young Famine was the first to speak. Zhiyuan, you're really impressive. With these 5 plus the 3 from earlier, it's a total of 8, all well taken care of. He's a good young man. How about I find a wife for you? A nearby uncle suggested. Unfortunately, as soon as he spoke, he was pulled aside by several aunts. Little Yang, right? Don't listen to him. I have a niece. Brother Yang, I have a sister. Zhiyuan, there's also a niece from my family. Alright, one by one they weren't afraid of not having enough to eat after marrying. Thank you for the kind intentions, aunts and uncles, but I'm only 15 and have 8 younger siblings to take care of, Yang Zhiyuan firmly stated, dampening everyone's excitement. In this era you could trade 5 pounds of coarse grain or a few pounds of flour and rice for a wife. Truly, one more mouth meant more consumption. Moreover, the mentality of valuing boys over girls was severe, causing many abandoned infants to be girls. Alas, the world is harsh. Everyone thought about how Yang Zhiyuan indeed had 9 children at home with only 1 strong laborer among them, and Yang Zhiyuan couldn't even be counted. And with 3 big dogs, how much food would that waste? Forget it, forget it. The enthusiasm of the crowd began to wane. Saying goodbye to everyone, Yang Zhiyuan returned to the small courtyard. Later, He and several helpers also arrived in succession. As the sky darkened, there wasn't enough time to tidy up today, so he sent each person off with 2 potatoes, asking them to come back tomorrow to help with the roof and the fire kong in the west room. After seeing everyone off, Yang Zhiyuan noticed the stove was already in use and asked Hong to start cooking. The roof of the side room was still in decent condition, so they decided to squeeze into the side room for the night. They spread out some hay and arranged a makeshift sleeping area on the floor. After boiling plenty of water, everyone soaked their feet. Not long after dinner, everyone went to sleep. Today the little ones were utterly exhausted. After all, they had never walked the mountain paths before. The next morning, as dawn broke, Yang Zhiyuan climbed onto the roof of the main house. He fashioned a ladder from wood in the space, a simple task completed in a second. Then he began to gather tiles and clear away some muddy debris below. The snow had long been swept away, so they didn't need to worry about slipping. There were also some rotten beams and rafters which Yang Zhiyuan planned to replace entirely. By the time the few helpers arrived, the new rafters on the roof were already in place. Yang Zhiyuan stood in the yard below watching Yang Zhiyuan on the rafters. Xiaoyuan, did you do all this by yourself? Yes, big brother Zhiyuan, he replied. But how did you lift that big beam up there on your own? Oh, that. I used a pulley to hoist it up. Who would believe someone could carry it up? Even if it could be lifted, the ladder couldn't bear the weight. Alright, the others who came to help had nothing to say. They could only admire him. Yang Zhiyuan had Hong prepare breakfast early. Each person had a few steamed buns, some steamed potatoes and sweet potatoes, and a roasted wild rabbit. Each person also had 2 bowls of wild vegetable porridge. It was quite a feast, although everyone claimed they weren't hungry. Yang Zhiyuan noticed them swallowing hard. In the small village in the mountains, although the disasters outside weren't as severe during farming slack seasons, they mostly had 2 meals of thin porridge. Occasionally they could get some game to eat meat. In the flatlands outside, it was troublesome to find both mountains and water, because the tree bark you see has been stripped bare. Yang Zhiyuan encouraged them to eat their fill before climbing onto the roof, and only then did they each eat to about 70% full before ascending. Once the rafters were in place, it became quite simple. They just needed to put in the purlins, which Yang Zhiyuan had already prepared below. There was no need to strip the bark. A few centimeters in diameter of raw logs would suffice, emphasizing an eco-friendly approach. There were no long iron nails. They simply chiseled out a small groove in the beams to secure the purlins. With many hands they had great strength, but they had to be careful not to fall. Several younger siblings helped pass the purlins. Then they passed up the straw mats, laying them one by one. The newly woven straw mats were unsuitable, so they used the straw curtains instead. Then they spread yellow earth on top of the straw mats. Actually, this yellow earth is best mixed with fresh lime, as they were afraid it contained grass seeds. However, after passing through the space, Yang Zhiyuan ensured the yellow earth was completely clean. He could only explain to Yang Zhiyuan that it was better to get this done in the cold winter and worry about next year later. After laying a good layer of yellow earth, Yang Zhiyuan decided to lay another layer of straw mats as they had prepared plenty. Then he added another layer of yellow earth. Next they laid tiles, creating a peaked roof in the shape of a gable. This design facilitated drainage on both sides, and the roof of the side room was done again, but this time everyone needed to take their time. Fortunately, the rafters on this roof were still quite sturdy. Yang Zhiyuan also added 2 finer beams on both sides. At noon they had a meal together, and many villagers having nothing to do came to watch Yang Zhiyuan working on the fire kong in the west room. A few younger siblings stayed by the luggage, fearing that if one looked away a child or someone might take something. However, Zhou Hong arranged this well. The villagers were indeed simple and kind, hospitable, but sometimes they might take something if left unattended, so it was wise to be cautious. On a leisurely winter day when it wasn't snowing, the weather warmed up a bit at noon. Seeing Yang Zhiyuan repairing his house, everyone instinctively thought to lend a hand. Perhaps they didn't expect them to work so quickly. In just one morning the entire roof was replaced. The main structure of the houses in the mountain village was built from stones which could last for decades without issue. The damaged parts were mainly the roof and doors and windows. These were much easier to fix now that the roof was done, only some doors and windows remained. A few of the men without a second thought went home to grab tools and came back to help. Many people gathered around the west room watching Yang Zhiyuan, Yang Zhiyuan and Yang Dachuan work on the new heated kong. Most of the kangs they had built before were made of yellow earth. The earthen kangs were relatively thick, had slow heat conduction, and their flues often clogged, wasting firewood among many other drawbacks. Seeing Yang Zhiyuan building this new style kong with stone slabs and yellow mud, everyone was quite curious. One person asked Brother Zhiyuan, "Is this kong good for heating?" "It burns very well. Light a few pieces of firewood in the morning and it can stay warm until the next morning. I haven't connected it with the firewood stove yet, otherwise I could cook and heat the kong at the same time." "Really? Is it that efficient with firewood?" "Once I finish, everyone can come see in a couple of days." "Really? That's great. I'll come back in a couple of days. If it really burns well, I'll ask Brother Yang to help me build one too." Sure. One person noticed that the kong didn't have a fire door and scratched his head, asking, "Young man, didn't you forget to leave a fire door?" "Uncle, you're not mistaken. The fire door is on the outside. I can burn it outside and won't have to deal with smoke inside the house, keeping it clean and hygienic. There's no smell of smoke inside, and when I burn wood outside I just cover the fire door with a stone." "You can also clear the ashes outside," Yang Zhiyuan added. Someone standing outside ran out to check both walls had fire doors left. "I went to check and everything is outside the fire door." "Is that so? Let me take a look." "Come on, let's all have a look." With many hands the kong was quickly finished under Yang Zhiyuan's guidance. However, it couldn't be burned immediately, it needed to be lit a couple of times, and the yellow mud in the middle needed to dry. If it cracks later, just patch it up with some yellow mud. The kong was much thicker and the top was covered with ceramic tiles, making it clean and hygienic. Since there were no ceramic tiles, now Yang Zhiyuan used thin stone slabs. Making stone slabs was quite simple. In the evening several plates were placed on a very primitive and rustic wooden table. In the afternoon, Xiaoquan, Dong Tiao and Gang Siyu and 3 dogs each returned with a wild rabbit and one with a wild chicken. These dogs were truly impressive, capable of catching wild rabbits on their own. In fact, most of the village's dogs could do the same, so everyone wasn't too surprised. These few catches found their way to the dinner table. In those days 2 wild rabbits and 1 wild chicken were quite a feast. 1 wild rabbit was saved for the younger siblings, while the rest enjoyed drinks with Captain Yang Famine. Those who didn't help felt embarrassed to stay for dinner. In those times no family lacked food. Many city folks had to bring food stamps when visiting others. Here at Yang Zhiyuan's, these few who were supposed to leave ended up staying because of the strong bond. There was a roasted wild rabbit, a braised wild chicken, a plate of fried cicadas and a stir-fried bird egg dish. For meat dishes were quite a lot, with the stir-fried bird eggs considered a meat dish. There was also a dish of pickled cabbage cores and a stir-fried potato slice dish. Watching Yang Zhiyuan prepare a plate of fried cicadas, Yang Famine asked in surprise, "Xiaoyuan, how did you make this? Can it be preserved until now?" "Oh, it's simple. In summer catch them, soak them in salt water and store them in a relatively deep cellar. In winter they won't spoil." Yang Zhiyuan seriously joked, "In the future without refrigerators it will be hard to preserve them. Brothers who have cellars can try it out." "Alright, no wonder you can support 8 younger siblings, impressive." Yang Famine gave Yang Zhiyuan a thumbs up again. The dishes were abundant and a few people quickly filled their stomachs. Then they slowly started drinking. After 3 rounds of drinks, Yang Zhiyuan noticed that everyone seemed to have hardly touched the cicada dish. Yang Zhiyuan loved it himself but felt shy to keep taking more. He decided to save it for later with the drinks. He glanced at the occasional wandering eyes of others as if they understood. Yang Zhiyuan also didn't eat much afterward. At that moment, Yang having had a bit too much to drink, asked, "Brother, that Kong looks great. Can I ask you to help me build one for my wife's family at home?" Hearing this, the expressions of the others changed. This was Yang Zhiyuan's cooking skill. They couldn't just take someone else's work. In those days, everyone cared about face. One shouldn't steal others' skills, and second, one shouldn't use skills learned in such a manner to take away others' work. Yang Famine pulled Yang saying, "You've drunk too much. If you want one, let Zhiyuan help you build it one day. Just pay him fairly for the labor." "How can you say it like this?" "It's fine, Uncle Yang." Since mentioned this, I was actually thinking of telling everyone. This skill can be considered difficult, yet not difficult. Uncle, my siblings and I just arrived, and thanks to everyone's kindness we have a place to stay this winter. I plan to teach this skill to the villagers. We can form a side business team in our village and go around even to the city to build such kangs. This kind of Kong can save 40 of firewood, and its combustion rate is high, clean and hygienic. First, it can save the country a lot of resources. Second, it can earn some extra income for our villagers while providing food and drinks. Third, it's my way of contributing to the village since I just arrived. As soon as Yang Zhiyuan finished speaking, Yang Famine stood up happily and grasped Yang Zhiyuan's hand. "Really, Xuanhuan, are you willing to teach our villagers? Really, a man's word is his bond. One promise is as good as a nail." Good. I really didn't misjudge you. Xuanhuan is a capable and intelligent child. Yang Famine and everyone else were very happy. "Then I'll handle your household registration tomorrow. Xuanhuan speaks clearly. You must have been to school, right? You can do arithmetic and write. You'll be the captain of this side business team." No, Uncle Yang, let me finish. Actually, this Kong is best built in early winter and autumn. I have 2 or 3 methods for building kangs, and it's best to use square bricks with a thickness of 5 centimeters for the Kong surface. Look at my thin stone slabs. Making those is quite troublesome. It's best to use bricks or thin square bricks. Also, everyone should take a look at how effective this Kong really is. Right. Seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving. As for me, I won't join the Kong team. I like hunting and can hunt, so I won't be joining that team. Yang Famine felt it was a pity that Yang Zhiyuan did not join the auxiliary team, but since Yang Zhiyuan had just arrived and was not his own nephew, he did not want to speak harshly. "Xuanhuan, it's not that Uncle wants to discourage you, but there are fewer prey in the mountains now and everyone has to run for a long time to catch something." Knowing that Yang Famine meant well, if he didn't have the space he would indeed be willing to work. However, since he had the space, who would still do that work? He could only decline again, saying, "Uncle, I regard you as my elder since I came here. I know you mean well, but really I enjoy hunting and living like this. You know how expensive meat is now. Just one rabbit can sell for several dollars in the city. However, I have 2 requests." Yang Zhiyuan did not explicitly say that a rabbit now sells for over $10 or $20 in the black market in the city. It was likely that everyone who often hunted had a rough idea. "Aren't those just 2 requests? Just say them. Even if it's 3 or 5, I will agree to them. First, my brothers and sisters must not be bullied for no reason. Second, I want to ask if there are any teachers in the village who can read. I want my brothers and sisters to learn some characters at least, so they won't be completely ignorant in the future." "What kind of requests are these?" "They're quite simple. You have already made such a significant contribution to the village by coming here. Who would dare to bully you? If anyone does, I'll break their legs. And don't worry about our village, Xuanhuan. Everyone used to take refuge in the deep mountains because of bandits, so we all stand together. Rest assured." "That's good then. Thank you, Uncle." "No need for thanks. As for the teacher who can read, our village's accountant, my cousin Yang Fuming, knows quite a few characters. He studied in the city before, but unfortunately he couldn't stand some people's behavior, so he came back. He has read many books, so it's no problem for him to teach a few children." "Good, then that's settled. I will go invite Uncle Fuming tomorrow." A group of people enjoyed food and drink, and it was only around 8 or 9 o'clock that they finished. As they were about to leave, Yang Zhiyuan shared some cicada shells with each person. He had already guessed that everyone wanted to take some home for their children to try. One was fried in oil and everyone had eaten wild rabbits and wild chickens before, but no one had tried cicada shells in winter. A few people hesitated to decline. In the end, they accepted them all. After sending a few people off, Yang Zhiyuan returned to the guest room. The Kong in the east room could be burned soon. Tonight he still had to sleep on the floor in the living room or the guest room. As for the food at the children's table, it was actually not bad. Although there were no wild chickens, there were wild ducks. Yang Zhiyuan and Yang Zhiyuan accompanied Yang Zhiyuan in sending everyone off. After closing the main door, Zhou helped to clean up the dining table. 6 plates and 24 miscellaneous steamed buns were eaten clean. Not a single crumb was left and the plates were wiped down. Haha, this kind of practice of not wasting food may seem unsanitary, but the attitude is quite good. Yang Zhiyuan had drunk a bit of wine. After a simple wash-up, he went to sleep. He had worked all day and was indeed a bit mentally exhausted. He woke up at dawn, washed up, boiled a pot of water, and then called the little ones to wake up, wash up, and start exercising. During this period, Yang Zhiyuan had been practicing martial arts in the space. Today he brought everyone to practice together. After warming up for half an hour, he started to guide them. The others were relatively strict, but only Chu Xiaoya stood crookedly, though her spirit was commendable. After a while of activity, they began to prepare breakfast. This morning there wasn't much meat left, only a plate of cicada shells, a salted duck egg for each person, a few steamed buns, and some porridge. You can't eat meat every day. Moreover, everyone had eaten quite a bit of meat recently, so their bodies weren't lacking in grease. Yang Zhiyuan planned to go explore the nearby mountains in a couple of days and then bring back some prey. Then he could openly improve the food again. After finishing breakfast, he took the little ones outside the east room to start the fire to heat the Kong. Outside they added firewood, starting from a small fire to a big fire, and then Yang Zhiyuan sent Erwa inside to check if there was any smoke coming from the Kong. Report, big brother, there's no smoke inside. Good, from now on 2 people will get up every morning to heat the Kong. Do you understand? Understood, Captain. Haha, not bad, little ghost. Go get some more firewood. The first time we need to burn it a little longer. Yes. The children all liked to pretend to be soldiers playing games. Yang Zhiyuan moved the ladder over and climbed up to check the chimney, which was venting smoke smoothly. Not bad, the craftsmanship was good. At this time Zhang Godin came back saying, brother, the Kong inside is warm. Really? Is it hot to the touch? Just a little hot. Then it's fine. Just block the fire door with a stone. Even if the stone blocks the fire door, air can still get in, just that the air is thinner. The firewood inside will burn slowly. The new Kong had already been swept several times by Zhou Hong. First a layer of straw mat was laid down, followed by a layer of mattress. On top was a bed sheet and then a quilt was placed over it. In the future, if you wash socks or damp cotton pants and jackets in winter, you can dry them on the Kong. If you heat it up more, you can also dry peanuts. With the Kong having fire, it didn't take long for the room to feel much warmer. This time it wouldn't be a problem to not cover such thick quilts at night. However, the windows were covered with newspaper, making the room a bit dark. Everyone was sitting on the Kong chatting. Villagers gradually came to visit the new Kong. One by one they looked around and touched here and there. Some even reached under the covers, exclaiming, wow, it's warm to the touch. It's really nice, clean, and without a smoky smell. The fire door burns quickly outside, unlike the one inside, due to the lack of wind and flowing air, where lighting a fire pit would still produce smoke in the bedroom. In winter, if you don't want to open the windows, the smoke takes a long time to escape. There were too many people in the room, leaving a few children behind. Yang Zhiyuan looked at the leftover stones and materials in the yard, thinking of building 2 small rooms on the east side of the yard. One for a bathing area and the other for storing tools and such. He would also need to dig a cellar later, although he wasn't sure if it could be dug out below. With the space available, making a few mortise and tenon structured bathing tubs is quite simple. In summer, placing 2 oil barrels painted black on the roof would mainly be a hassle with the pipes. If not, he could use bamboo, but it was a pity that the north didn't have the bamboo forests like the south, mostly just thin early garden bamboo. They didn't grow thick or very tall. It would work as a fishing rod or support for a mosquito net. He definitely needed to go to the south soon, if not he could flash into a plane or train, as a plane would arrive in the south in just a few hours. Why didn't he have a teleportation function? The space rating is low. He called Yang Zhiyuan and Erwa along with San and Siwa to help him build the bathing area and tool room. He first found some firewood to burn the ground a bit as the ground was frozen quite hard in winter. After softening the soil, Yang Zhiyuan picked up a pickaxe and began to dig. In the new house, Yang Zhiyuan worked for another 2 days, completing 2 rooms with the main structure made of stone and a much simpler roof. Water is still convenient for now, as not only is there a large amount of snow outside the village, but there is also a small river in the nearby valley that is yet to dry up. However, he needs to get a few water tanks. Currently there are only 2 wooden barrels. To ensure everyone feels involved, Yang Zhiyuan considered their ages. One person made 2 wooden barrels. The 2 wooden water buckets from the ugly duckling can carry 10 pounds of water along with a small carrying pole. Education must start from a young age. The next morning, Yang Zhiyuan took the 8 great warriors to fetch water. He also suggested to young Famine that they could dig a few water storage ponds when they had the time. Primarily at the edge of the field, they could use it for watering the crops in the spring and to store some water just in case of a drought next year, providing a bit of security for everyone. With so much snow, it would be a waste to let it melt away. Thus, along the riverbank in the valley with plenty of pebbles, digging pits became much simpler. The entire village pitched in since Yang Zhiyuan's second heated bed had yet to dry. Yang Zhiyuan also put in a lot of effort digging 5 or 6 water storage ponds in just 3 days. Wood was laid on top covered with stone slabs, creating clear landmarks so that no one could fall in. In the evenings, Yang Zhiyuan also taught the other members of the auxiliary team various methods for building heated beds. Although the village was secluded, many young women had married in from outside, unlike the vast mountains of the northwest and northeast that twisted for hundreds or even thousands of miles. Soon news spread out. The auxiliary team then began their busy winter activities. Young Famine, an old intellectual, must have returned only last year. He used to be a miner manager outside, unable to tolerate certain people's ways, so he decided to return to his hometown. Although this type of person may seem pedantic, they do not compromise their principles, they make good teachers. Yang Zhiyuan visited him, and the uncle quite enjoyed teaching children. Unfortunately, he lacked textbooks and teaching aids. Yang Zhiyuan promised to bring some textbooks from the city in a few days. Teaching aids were simple. Each child received a wooden box filled with sand to write on. Yang Zhiyuan also made a blackboard for Yang Laosher part-time, who was also the accountant of the team. Unfortunately, there was no black paint and he would need to buy some in the city later. There were several other children in the village, and during winter they had nothing much to do, gathering at Yang Laos's house to learn to recognize characters. After arranging things at home and leaving some food, the cellar was also prepared secretly by Yang Zhiyuan. He left behind several 100 pounds of grain, some smoked fish, smoked rabbit meat, a few roosters and wild ducks. He only informed Zhou Hong, and the entrance was in a concealed spot. In case Yang Zhiyuan returned late, everyone would still have something to eat. Early that day, without bidding farewell to anyone, Yang Zhiyuan tucked the introduction letter from the village into his pocket and planned to take a detour through the northern mountains to enter the capital. He left 2 of the 3 dogs behind and took one with him. These dogs could catch some wild game on their own, and if that didn't work, there was also some cornmeal left by Yang Zhiyuan, which they could occasionally be boiled. Usually they could just drink some leftover water. North of Yang Zhiyuan are 2 other communes in Guanyan County which are simply towns. The forests here are denser and the snow has melted quite a bit, making it at least easier to traverse. Yang Zhiyuan also cultivated many plants, and wild kiwi fruit appeared in the space. He casually ate one on the way. In fact, apples, pears, grapes, apricots and peaches in the space had been harvested multiple times already. The fruits ripen every 3 days, but it's not easy to take them out now. Apples and pears are fine, as well as walnuts and big red dates. The others are too conspicuous, it's fine to keep them for himself. Glancing back at where he might sell them later, the ripe ones remain suspended in midair, never rotting, always fresh. With xuanhuan following him, he indeed caught quite a few wild animals. He encountered several nests of wild boars and caught 3 little ones. 2 males and 1 female was enough. 1 male would help expand the space, having 1 male and 1 female makes for a good pair. The dog's nose is sensitive. Despite its unimpressive name, xuanhuan is indeed a good dog. Much better than those hunting novels from the northeast featuring lead dogs or whatnot. All the way, Yang Zhiyuan spread out his divine sense with the good dog xuanhuan by his side, sweeping through like a cheat. Wild boars, deer, and he also discovered leopard cats, spotted deer, wild sheep and yellow weasels. All sorts of animals emerged after starving for a few days in the heavy snow. As Yang Zhiyuan walked and admired the scenery, he suddenly heard a gunshot. He quickly ducked down. Another shot followed, indicating that the shooting location was not nearby, likely separated by a small hill. Yang Zhiyuan climbed up the hill with xuanhuan peering over to see a few wolves. Wasn't this a gift delivered to his door? He had been worrying about not encountering new species. However, judging by the sound of the gun, the marksmanship wasn't great. No wolves had been killed and that person was a bit in danger. Yang Zhiyuan quickly ran down. In fact, the distance wasn't far. Because of the mountain's obstruction, the gunshot could not travel far. It was an old foreign cannon used for sand shooting. No wonder the lethality was so poor. 50 meters away from the hunter, 5 wolves had already spotted Yang Zhiyuan. To avoid being mistaken for a target, Yang Zhiyuan called out, "Friend on the opposite side, I'm here to help you, don't shoot recklessly. Do you have a gun? Be careful if you're unarmed." This was also a young man, his voice indicated as much. Before he finished speaking, a yellow hunting dog dashed forward. Yang Zhiyuan also charged forward. The forest was a bit dense and obstructed the line of sight, resulting in only the sounds of barking dogs and howling wolves. From behind the trees, Yang Zhiyuan emerged carrying a wolf. The big yellow dog was unscathed, though it had blood in its mouth. The young hunter rubbed his eyes. Could it be that I was seeing things? Who is this fierce commander? Are you okay, big brother? A strong man is king, it seems. This kid looked bigger than Yang Zhiyuan. You saw it, I'm fine, Yang Zhiyuan boasted. What about the other wolves? They ran away, leaving this one behind. That's good, the young hunter replied. It seemed he had been frightened just now as he suddenly squatted down on the ground. Hey brother, will you gut the wolf? I need to feed my dog. And how did you end up here? I can just give me a moment and you'll be right back. The young man took a short break, then pulled a dagger from his waist and handed the old gun to Yang Zhiyuan. He began to bleed the wolf and gut it. This kid was quite bold. Although Yang Zhiyuan saved his life, he directly handed over the gun without fearing that he might be a bad person. Perhaps this kid thought it might be a good idea for Yang Zhiyuan to be vigilant. Soon the wolf's blood was drained, the belly was opened and the wolf's organs were taken out. Yang Zhiyuan fed the wolf's heart and lungs to xuanhuan. The intestines were hung on nearby branches. Don't ask Yang Zhiyuan why he did this, it was simply a practice he learned from hunting in the northeast respecting the mountain gods. Seeing so much meat being fed to the dog, it seemed this kid was a bit distressed. Don't worry, this meat is all for you, I don't need it, Yang Zhiyuan said, looking at the frail little figure. The little hunter quickly waved his hand. What do you mean by that? If I say it's yours, no need for all this fuss. People from the mountains tend to be a bit rough, there's no point in being overly polite. The author bears witness, he is the one with space and the one who shows off. Then thank you, big brother. You're welcome. Just pour some snow into the wolf's belly and use your hand to smear the inner cavity with it. Why, the little hunter questioned. Don't ask, I don't know either, it's what the person who taught me hunting said. Alright then, I'll listen to you, brother. After saying that, the little hunter dragged the wolf's corpse to a nearby snowdrift. Hey, how old are you? I'm 18, how about you, brother? Oh, I'm 19. He said this with a serious demeanor. Yang Zhiyuan was now 176 centimeters tall, he hadn't been washing his face regularly so he was a bit dark. He could easily pass for 20. Brother, what if I'm 19? Haha, then I would be 20 this year. The little hunter chuckled. In fact, this kid was quite clever. Just now he was shooting while leaning against a big tree. If he hadn't come with his decent marksmanship, he could have climbed the tree to save his own life without any issue. Who told you to save me and still kill the wolf with bare hands? Calling you big brother is only right. The little hunter said resignedly. By the way, big brother, what's the name of your dog? It's really impressive. Is it called Big Yellow? No, Big Yellow is another dog. This one is called xuanhuan. Why is it called xuanhuan? Was it born by the small spring? No, you can ask the readers why it's called xuanhuan. Why should I ask them? What if they don't tell me? Then you can take your old firearm and go find them. Just remember to go at night. Seeking 5-star reviews and urging updates along with various small gifts. If you don't give them, I'll unleash the little hunter and xuanhuan. Why should I go look for them? Enough, where do you get all these questions from? Are you ready? Once you're done, we'll leave. If we leave blood here, it might attract other wild beasts. Alright, big brother. Yang Zhiyuan returned the gun to him, shouldering the wolf himself. Little brother, are you called 100,000 wise? Why? Put. Alright, let me change the question. What's your situation? How come you're here in the deep mountains alone? It turns out this kid is named Weishenma. I thought he was named Su Jima. Yua Weishenma is still a Y regardless. He is from a small village 5 miles to the north with a pair of parents, remember not 2 pairs just 1 pair of parents, and 3 younger siblings. A few days ago his younger siblings were so hungry they were staggering. His father went hunting in the mountains but fell and broke his leg because of the thick snow. His mother, also too weak to move, couldn't walk, and every household in the village was struggling. It's just adding insult to injury, now they have to treat his leg. With no other options, after waiting a few days for the snow to melt, Weishenma, who had never really learned to hunt, picked up the old firearm at home. He went out to forage and soon encountered 5 wolves. Thankfully it wasn't 7 wolves. 7 wolves can not only help but also tie your pants. Poor little thing. Yang Zhiyuan called out to Xiaoquan, "Go." Weishenma was still confused when Xiaoquan quickly returned with a rabbit. With a snap it bit the rabbit's neck. Yang Zhiyuan instructed Xiao Wei to put it into a bag. They soon arrived at Xiao Wei's home, which was just a small village with barely over 10 households. Xiao Wei had already carried 5 or 6 rabbits and 7 or 8 wild chickens. There were also a few types that Yang Zhiyuan had never seen before, which he directly tossed into a bag on his back. Actually, he had entered the space. Yang Zhiyuan then took out 10 pounds of cornmeal, 20 pounds of sweet potatoes, 20 pounds of potatoes, and 5 pounds of millet from the bag on him. Only then did he enter Weishenma's home. Stepping into the courtyard, he could see that it was even more dilapidated, incredibly poor. Sigh, words fail to express it. It turns out Wei's mother had been sick for a long time. This small village had very little land. Most people relied on farming and hunting for a living. The drought in the mountains also meant wild boars had little to eat and destroyed quite a bit of crops. It's just adding insult to injury. Several strong laborers in the village had also been injured by wild boars. It truly is a tragic sight. No wonder the neighbors have little kindness. Everyone is struggling. The door was not locked, it opened with a push. Several of Xiao Wei's family members were lying in bed. No words were spoken. "This is bad." Yang Zhiyuan went up and extended his finger. Fortunately, there was still some breath left. Yang Zhiyuan took out 10 pounds of cornmeal and said, "Go and boil a pot of porridge immediately." Xiao Wei panicked, stumbling out, "I'll do it right away, very quickly." He was a bit incoherent. Yang Zhiyuan took out a few pears from his space, squeezed them one by one, and fed them some sweet pear juice through the slightly parted mouths of the several people. Worried that 1 pear might not be enough, Yang Zhiyuan squeezed a few more. Originally he wanted to cook a pot of millet porridge directly in the space, but he was afraid Xiao Wei would suddenly come in and wouldn't be able to explain it. He had to give up on that. After feeding them some sweet pear water, each would have a bowl of corn porridge soon, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Only then did Yang Zhiyuan leave the inner room and enter the kitchen. The kid was so flustered that he poured too much water, but thankfully he hadn't added the cornmeal yet. Yang Zhiyuan scooped out some water with a ladle. He pulled him aside and personally lit the fire. Cooking water over a clay stove is indeed quick. Then he used an empty bowl to pour in some cornmeal and mixed it with cool water until it was smooth. He poured it into the boiling pot of water. He even sprinkled a little bit of salt. Then Yang Zhiyuan took out 2 eggs, broke them open, and poured them in. Weishenma watched curiously as Yang Zhiyuan took things from his pocket. "Don't watch me, look at the pot." "Oh, thank you, big brother." Xiao Wei knelt down suddenly. "There's no need to thank me, later study hard. I also have a few younger siblings, you can help me look after them in return." Yang Zhiyuan said thoughtfully after some consideration. This kid was also brave enough to go out and work hard for his family, showing both filial piety and love for his younger siblings. He heard on the way that this kid has a great chance of being accepted into a vocational school next year. After finishing vocational school, he could help keep an eye on his younger siblings. He might need to wander outside for a long time in the future. He couldn't always stay in this small village. He would have space to open a few acres of good land for his younger siblings later. In the future, this place will also be a household registration in the capital. Who says the land in the mountains is hard to cultivate? I have space to get some black soil from Rankwu. We don't know anything about the northeast. Then I must thank you, big brother, for saving my life and for saving my whole family. Alright, get up, the pot is ready. Alright, big brother, from now on my life belongs to you. If you say go east, I want go west. If you say chase rabbits, I want chase chickens. It's not that easy to rhyme. Do you want to take the postgraduate entrance exam? Why take the postgraduate entrance exam? Yang Zhiyuan poured the corn paste into a ceramic bowl, quickly stirring with a spoon, hoping it would cool down. After stirring for a while, he took several bowls and 2 wooden spoons to the bedroom. A few people were still conscious, though in a dazed state. Yang Zhiyuan and Xiao Wei began to feed them the paste, giving each person a bowl. It seemed their breathing was normal, so there was not much to worry about. Yang Zhiyuan asked one of them to keep watch while he went to clean the rabbits and wild chickens. He left all the entrails behind, cleaned them up and skinned the meat, deciding to see how they would handle it later. The day wouldn't spoil. Whether to smoke, stew or pickle, it was up to them to choose. Yang Zhiyuan thought about lending a hand to this village and needed to find a suitable reason. Remembering what Xiao Wei had just said about his mother being ill, he contemplated. He got an idea. Soon Xiao Wei came out shouting for Yang Zhiyuan, "Big brother, my parents have woken up and my younger siblings are awake too." Yang Zhiyuan looked up at him and said, "Good, let them rest a bit longer. Feed them some paste later, they need to regain some strength and shouldn't be active for now." "Alright, I understand, brother." Yang Zhiyuan didn't go back into the bedroom directly after all. The situation was different now. Earlier they were all lying on their beds covered with quilts, completely still, and it was quite urgent. Now that they were awake, he wasn't sure if they were dressed, and it wouldn't be appropriate to barge in. In these times, many rural families only had clothes for the adults. Some children had no clothes to wear, running around naked in the summer and staying at home every day in the winter. Such situations still existed in rural areas at the beginning of the new century. 5 or 6-year-old girls were still wearing split pants and little boys only wore a short-sleeved shirt on top while being completely exposed below. It wasn't that there were no clothes to wear at the beginning of the new century, it was just that children easily dirtied their clothes and there weren't enough clothes to change them every day. After a while, it seemed Xiao Wei's father had regained some spirit. Xiao Wei called for Yang Zhiyuan to come into the inner room. Inside, Wei Shenmo's father was draped in a tattered cotton coat, leaning against the wall, while the others remained tucked in their blankets, peering at him with their heads tilted. Old Wei clasped his hands together, saying, "Thank you, Brother Yang, for saving our lives. My body is weak and I cannot move, so let my eldest son bow in my place. From now on the Wei family will offer incense to you. Whatever you command, I shall not shy away from death." Old Wei's words were sincere and serious. Hearing his father's words, Wei Shenmo was about to bow again when Yang Zhiyuan grabbed him. No, Uncle Wei, there's no need to be so polite. Xiao Mo has already bowed to me. He acknowledged me as his elder brother, and it is only right for me to take care of your family." After much insistence, Uncle Wei finally let go of that thought. This family knew how to be grateful, which was reassuring. Yang Zhiyuan chatted with Old Wei for a while to understand more. Old Wei was a veteran who joined the guerrilla forces in Jilin province in 39, but unfortunately he was injured after only a few battles due to bad luck. He injured one of his legs, and at that time the guerrilla forces lacked medicine, so his leg went untreated and became a limp. He then escaped back to his hometown, but at that time the Japanese were very strong, forcing him to retreat into the mountains. On the way he met Wei's mother, who was begging for food. The couple was afraid that the Japanese would discover them or that they would encounter the return team, so they hid deep in the mountains. During the war, Old Wei had seen the enemy's motorcycles and was very curious and longing for them. After returning in 42, he had his first son named Wei Shenma, followed by his second son Wei Shentua, his third daughter Wei Xiaojuan, and his fourth son Wei Shenche. "Alright, uncle, you're quite good at naming." Wei Shenma started school after the establishment of the country. He attended 4 years of primary school, 3 years of junior school and 4 years of middle school, and was about to enroll in a vocational school, but his family was already struggling. Old Wei's wife was suffering from illnesses caused by a lack of clothing and food during the last few years of giving birth. When there was no famine, Old Wei managed to hunt, farm and sell some game to support his eldest son's education. However, since the disaster years began, the harvest had become increasingly meager, and coupled with his own frugality, his health was deteriorating. Just a few days ago, when it snowed and the family truly had no food left, he went hunting and hurt his foot on the slippery snow. What a series of misfortunes. Looking at Xiao Wei's family, they were still a family of a veteran, but unfortunately the country was also in a difficult state. Since he had encountered them, he decided to help a bit. Thus Yang Zhiyuan spoke up. "Uncle Wei, I fled from Shandong province and have now settled in Yang Zhiyuan, which is just south of you. You know that place, right?" Yes, I've been there several times before." "Well, that's good. I indeed know the taste of hunger. Now I have a way to hunt while gathering medicinal herbs. In these times, many people in the city are getting sick. However, I do not recognize many medicinal herbs, and I am not familiar with your area, so you can help me gather medicinal herbs for food in the future." "Uncle Wei, you can also tell the other villagers about this. The more precious the medicinal herbs, the more food I can offer. There are no restrictions on the types. I need all kinds of medicinal herbs, but they must have roots and be kept as intact as possible. Really, you need all kinds of medicinal herbs? Yes, not just medicinal herbs, I also need some grasses and various saplings. Old Wei asked curiously, why do you need grasses and saplings? What's strange about that? Haven't you heard Uncle Wei? Experts in the city are studying which grasses and tree barks are edible. They even researched various ways to eat chlorella. They also studied some double steaming methods that can produce a bowl of rice from half a bowl of rice. Is that so? Indeed, Uncle, rest assured I have my ways. You can also go out to gather herbs with you later so you don't have to worry about encountering wild beasts. Of course, I would also want various wild beasts, but the premise is that they cannot die. I need them alive. Even half alive is fine as long as they are not dead. Yang Zhiyuan reiterated his instruction. Alright, we can set more traps. Eldest brother, quickly go call Uncle Zhao and Uncle Zhang here. Okay, Dad, I'll go right away. After a while, Xiao Wei returned with two skinny tall men. Upon seeing Old Wei's family drinking the paste, they swallowed hard several times. They probably were too hungry to move and had been lying at home, which is why it took so long for them to return. Old Wei instructed his son to serve each of them a bowl of corn paste. Initially, the two were reluctant to drink, but after Old Wei mentioned Yang Zhiyuan's name, they agreed to consider it alone. They quickly consumed the paste. Counting the bowl of paste as alone was truly pushing it to the extreme. This state made it quite difficult for them to gather medicinal herbs. Yang Zhiyuan said to wait a moment and let Wei Shenma take the 10 gene of cornflour to distribute a little to each family in the village. Everyone should regain some strength first. Later, Yang Zhiyuan would carry some food over. Even if it was initially loaned to the villagers, it would be deducted after collecting various medicinal herbs. In fact, Yang Zhiyuan didn't really need to carry food from other places. He was just looking for an excuse, otherwise how could he directly take it out? When he returned once more, many villagers had gathered at Old Wei's house. It seemed everyone had drunk some thin gruel. Old Wei introduced Yang Zhiyuan, and an elder from the village looked at the introduction letter Yang had brought. He probably didn't recognize many characters, but he knew how to write the 2 words for introduction letter. After glancing at it a few times, he returned it to Yang Zhiyuan. Yang did not expose him regarding the upside-down letter. Everyone then heard that Yang Zhiyuan knew several people from Yangzhiyuan and had brought along 8 younger siblings to settle there. They no longer doubted him. After all, he had genuinely brought food. Secondly, how could a spy bring along 8 younger siblings to settle down? Moreover, Yang Zhiyuan looked young, barely 20. How could such a small spy have so many children? Yang Zhiyuan reminded himself of the requirements. He could not continuously help everyone. He could only assist for this winter. Every few days Yang Zhiyuan would come. He needed to collect medicinal herbs as well as various saplings and roots, and all sorts of living animals were welcome. In fact, just a few of each would suffice, but thinking of providing more help, Yang Zhiyuan insisted on taking everything. It was said that there were wild mountain ginseng near the capital which could be exchanged for 500 pounds of grain. Other herbs like Huangjing Dongshan, Baiju Angelica and Astragalus were also needed. The more precious the medicinal material, the more grain would be provided. Before leaving, Yang Zhiyuan told Old Wei that next year might still be difficult, so it was best for everyone to take care of their health and go gather together in a couple of days. Secondly, once everyone had grain and strength, they should dig more reservoirs and store more water. Thirdly, he would not be able to help everyone come spring, so after exchanging grain they should plan to conserve their food. In gratitude, they couldn't keep relying on him. It would be great if he could help everyone survive this winter. As he was leaving, the elder wanted to kneel before Yang Zhiyuan. Yang Zhiyuan stopped him, telling him to leave 200 pounds of coarse grain before turning to leave, letting the esteemed elder help distribute it. By evening, everyone wanted him to stay, but Yang Zhiyuan still directly declined. You all have hardly anything to eat. Why should I stay and eat the coarse grain I brought? He had meat with him, which felt inappropriate. In the deep mountains at night, Yang Zhiyuan first filled himself in his space, then took a nap before setting out on the road. He had heard that there were many wild creatures near Pingchang, especially since there were legends of golden tabby cats in that area. If they could sustain golden tabby cats, there must be plenty of animals there. With 1 person and 1 dog, they vanished into the night. With his space within 10 meters, he felt invincible, not afraid at all. Leaning on a long wooden stick, he walked through the darkness. That night, many animals came out of the deep forest to forage, and xuanhuan caught several types. Surprisingly, Yang Zhiyuan encountered a troop of monkeys in the trees, and it was xuanhuan's cries that alerted him to their presence. Strange, were there wild monkeys near the capital? He had no idea. Only upon hearing the cries did he look up. It was hard to see in the tree, so he turned on his flashlight and found quite a few. Well then, come in. Yang Zhiyuan pressed his hand against the tree and several monkeys entered his space. The other monkeys, seeing their kind vanish, were scared and either climbed higher or jumped to other trees. Some fell because of the darkness, and those who got injured all entered the space. As long as they didn't die, the space had a rapid healing effect on injured animals. Having walked for an unknown distance, Yang Zhiyuan had no time to check his space. Walking in the perilous mountain forest at night, he remained highly vigilant. Suddenly Yang Zhiyuan felt a chill at the back of his neck, causing his hair to stand on end. Xuanhuan also tucked his tail and whimpered. Yang Zhiyuan knew a fierce beast was surely approaching. He pulled out the baiubiu he had obtained from Di Huang and raised the stick in his other hand, pointing towards the direction where Xuanhuan was barking. What the hell is that? Even before it showed itself, he could feel a chill at the back of his neck, causing all his body hair to stand on end. It felt extremely dangerous. But it should still be 10 meters away beyond his detection. The surroundings were pitch black and he had no idea what it was. However, he still had his space. If he sensed something was wrong, he could immediately hide in there. But this fierce beast kept lurking, seemingly waiting for the right moment. It wasn't a solution to remain in a standoff like this. A thought flashed in his mind and 4 bonfires appeared 9 meters in each direction. He also pulled out a grass mat with a diameter of more than 5 meters, placing it beneath his feet. As long as that beast stepped on the mat before it reached Yang Zhiyuan, he could use it to draw it into the space. Xuanhuan seemed so scared he might wet himself. Better to pull him into the space. The natural pressure was something Xuanhuan couldn't withstand. His space was not capable of nurturing divine beasts. A dog was still just a dog. And not a fierce tiger. Just then, as Xuanhuan disappeared, a roar of a tiger echoed. Damn, it turned out to be a golden tabby. The roar startled Yang Zhiyuan, causing him to shiver all over. What if the 3rd district can't hold back the faucet? What if I can't steady the baiubiu in my hand? Should I go into the space? No, I can't be scared. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yang Zhiyuan gritted his teeth, urging himself to stay alert. Suddenly he saw a gigantic shadow pouncing toward him. Damn, the grass mat was useless. This golden tabby lunged at him without stepping on the mat. Yang Zhiyuan could even see its abyss-like mouth, and he smelled a foul stench. Instinctively he thrust the wooden stick forward, dodging as he took both the golden tabby and himself into the space. Yang Zhiyuan patted his chest, sitting on the ground in the space. Breathing heavily, he realized he had almost been bitten on the neck. It was terrifying indeed. The top of the food chain was no joke. He would need to create more long-range auxiliary devices in the future. 5 meters was too short. When the terrain allowed, he could make it 100 or 200 meters long. Unfortunately, it was often difficult to set up in the mountains. Should I weld a metal cage in the future? When a fierce beast comes, I could hide inside, turning into an observation platform for animals rather than humans observing animals. Damn, how could I have such a shameful thought? No, shake my head. It was at this moment that Yang Zhiyuan noticed a significant change in his space. First, he sensed the first piece of information in his mind. A new primate species had been added and the cultivated fields increased to 10,000 acres. Damn, does the space discriminate against me? I only opened 1 square when I first entered. The last primate was me. Sigh, I underestimated humanity. Tears streamed down my face. The second piece of information was that the forest had expanded to 10,000 acres. It seemed to be the power of the golden tabby. Yang Zhiyuan thought to himself that he should catch more monkeys around the world in the future. He wondered if bringing in old hay and old bai would expand the area, and if he needed to catch more white monkeys. He could give it a try later. He could even go to the Americans to see if he could bring in their gorillas, dinosaurs, and great white sharks. Such animals are rare. If he could bring in those 4 turtles wielding knives, clubs, and forks, would that work? Oh, he almost forgot about the old white mustached mouse, which is also a rare species. Alright, back to the main topic. Yang Zhiyuan calculated that the area of his space was 10,000 acres of arable land, 10,000 acres of mountainous forest, 10,000 acres of wetlands, 1,000 acres of pasture, 1,000 acres of rocky hills, 200 acres of poultry farm, and 200 acres of livestock farm. Not bad, much better. Over 10 million genes of grain and various types of meat and eggs daily. He needed to think of a way to distribute them, even if it meant receiving less money. It couldn't be given away for free, but he needed to act quickly. The space had accumulated a lot of things. The wild rabbits were manageable since there was a limit on their numbers, otherwise with this area it wouldn't be enough for the rabbits to breed. That golden gradient cat was absorbed by the space after entering. Unfortunately, not even a whip bone or fur was left behind. Sai heard that tiger bone wine was good and tiger whip wine was also said to be fine, but unfortunately he couldn't drink any of it now. He needed to learn how to brew wine, make more of it, and create some good wine, whether for giving to others or for himself. It would be quite nice. After experiencing the golden gradient cat incident, Yang Zhiyuan decided to take a rest first. He felt sticky all over and had just broken out in a cold sweat from being startled. He washed up in a lake in the wetlands, then prepared a wooden tub, boiled some hot water, and took a good soak. He waited until dawn, feeling refreshed, and took along that dog xuanhuan, heading southwest. That was the direction of the capital. He wanted to take a look around. He also planned to visit his cheap senior brother who couldn't play football and had never seen a sea cucumber. He had been in the capital for quite some time and had really never visited him. After all, it was something his master had advised him to do, to definitely find him upon arriving. From what his master implied, he needed to check on his well-being. However, the deep concern still shone through. On the way, Yang Zhiyuan collected several nests of wild boars as well as jars and several species of wild chickens. To ensure the wild boars were good to eat, many male pigs had been castrated since they were small. Leaving a few healthy ones as breeding boars would suffice. There was no need to keep too many males in the space, while females could be kept in abundance. Then he could find some local native pigs to crossbreed and see if he could cultivate a new breed. That type of white pig is not yet available in the country. In fact, there are some excellent pig breeds domestically, but they grow slowly and yield less meat. With such a large population in the country, being well-fed is the top priority for any breed. As Yang Zhiyuan approached the mountains, he recalled that Pingchang was not far from the Ming tombs, where there was a reservoir. Both the top leaders had participated in voluntary labor there and lived and ate with the workers. It was said that it was built in just 160 days, preventing floods and irrigating hundreds of thousands of acres of land. Nearly 400,000 people participated in the voluntary labor, and the second-in-command later lived and ate with more than 360 officials and mid-level leaders for half a month while participating in the labor. Among those participating in the labor, there were 86,000 cadres, all of whom volunteered without pay, covering their own travel expenses. Among the nearly 400,000 people, only 22,000 were local farmers. Most were officials, soldiers, and students. Despite being poor, the people of that time maintained high aspirations and spirit with a strong willingness to contribute. Unlike in later years, when participating in a tree planting festival was merely a formality, it seemed like every time a new tree was planted it was tied with a red ribbon heavily tinged with showmanship. After filming the news, they waved goodbye. In the evening, when the news aired, it was all smiles. It didn't matter whether that tree lived or died. If it didn't survive, it was easy enough to return to the same spot next year during the tree planting festival and take another shot from a different angle. Yang Zhiyuan decided to check out that reservoir. There should be plenty of fish in it, and perhaps there were some new species. He could catch some new varieties and then release some of the fat fish from his space wetlands back into it. Everyone could exchange fish for fish. Unfortunately, when Yang Zhiyuan finally arrived, he was dumbfounded. The reservoir was frozen over with a sheet of ice as far as the eye could see, and there were quite a few people around enjoying themselves ice skating. Well, ice skating on an empty stomach, you folks are quite bold. Today's kids are really wild. He had no choice but to just watch and leave. In this era, winter temperatures were too low, unlike in later years. With such low temperatures, the ice would be thick, not to mention whether he could break through the ice layer. Even if he could break it, the fish would all swim towards the hole due to oxygen reasons, and they might even surface due to water pressure. He couldn't risk losing the big fish raised inside just for a few types of fish. If he wanted to put fish back in later, it wouldn't be easy. It would be better to come back in spring or summer. By then he could add more water and also release some fish. Perhaps he could save a few more people. The day was getting late and Yang Zhiyuan hurried on his way. Fortunately, he encountered bus route 45, which could take him from Pingchang to the north second ring with a fare of 0.65 yuan. Finally, he didn't have to walk anymore, even though his long legs were good at walking. Who would want to walk when there was a bus? He would also need to buy a bicycle later and preferably get an identification proof. Otherwise, with just an introduction letter from a mountain village coming to Pingchang in the north of the capital, who knows how many people would doubt him. In the future, he would often be traveling to other places as a small and slender child pretending to be a refugee. He would be basically playing himself. Now he was already 176 centimeters tall and his body was sturdy, looking almost like a young man in his 20s. If he told others he was under 16 claiming to be a refugee, they would believe him. This bus could take him to Dishengmen West. Not bad. He was directly entering the big capital and wondered how far it was from Nanluoguxiang. He really wanted to see if De Zhuzi and Xin Guafu had taken over the house again and if Chang Wei had dealt with Fan Buzhang. Haha, so many time travelers gathered in Nanluoguxiang. They weren't worried about whether there would be enough houses. It was estimated that tens of thousands had time traveled to Nanluoguxiang online. Regardless of gender, they weren't worried about traffic jams in the time passage. Thinking of this, Yang Zhiyuan chuckled to himself. The person in front turned to look at him and silently thought, fool. There were many people in the bus. Fortunately, it was winter, and while the smell was unpleasant, it wasn't nauseating. The bus ran on gas and had a large bulge on the roof. It looked quite odd. Crammed with people sitting, wasn't cold, so it was bearable. He had just come out from the woods. The bus swayed and finally arrived at Dishengmen West after more than 2 hours. It was just past 7 in the evening when they finally arrived in the capital. Fortunately, Yang Zhiyuan was not prone to motion sickness, otherwise he would have vomited several times already. As the crowd of passengers exited the vehicle, Yang Zhiyuan's divine sense detected that the pickpocket who had been riding along was beginning to act. The bus had not yet reached its stop, and if the thief was discovered after stealing, it would be difficult to escape. Now as the crowd surged towards the exit, stealing the money and then fleeing would present no issues even if others noticed. In this era, daring to steal was truly foolish. What nonsense about thieves having their code of ethics and the so-called rules of what not to steal or take. In Yang Zhiyuan's eyes, thieves and fraudsters were the most despicable. This was due to his own experiences in his past life of being stolen from and deceived. The bitterness and despair, the demeaning tone of begging friends for money was enough to make anyone feel uncomfortable just thinking about it. Even if the infamous fifth master of the neighboring thieving circle were to appear, Yang Zhiyuan had decided he would take care of them. In this era, many people struggled to find enough to eat, and yet they still dared to steal from others, putting lives at risk of starvation. These scoundrels were not even worthy of being called thieves, just 3 of them. 2 were responsible for the theft while 1 kept lookout, coordinating their actions. As they blended into the crowd, the 2 were just about to hand the stolen money to the 3rd. Suddenly a large hand swooped in, instantly binding the hands of all 3 under Yang Zhiyuan's grip. His strength was overwhelming, causing their arms to ache painfully. One of them couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell are you doing?" The other 2 attempted to kick him, but all 3 were quickly knocked down to the ground by Yang Zhiyuan. The last one was kicked onto the bodies of the other 2. Seeing the fight, those who had just disembarked from the bus gathered around. "Hey young man, you can't fight. Why are you hitting him?" Another bystander chimed in, "Stop it. In broad daylight, or rather under the clear sky, why cause trouble for no reason?" By this time it was already dark, but thankfully there were streetlights. Otherwise it would have been hard to see. Yang Zhiyuan turned around, "Look, see if any of you lost money. These 3 are pickpockets." After saying this, Yang Zhiyuan broke the right hands of the 3 thieves, leaving them writhing in pain on the ground. He then left with a casual air. Those who felt their pockets found them either empty or with holes, leading to yet another round of assault on the 3 thieves. Yang Zhiyuan had long since disappeared into the night. Listening to the piercing cries from behind, he walked further away. Suddenly he recalled a pickpocket friend he had met in his past life at the fruit market on Chaoyang Road in Huai. That was around a decade ago. He wouldn't go into how they became friends, but during that time Yang Zhiyuan worked tirelessly selling fruits and his friend never stole from him. Several times Yang Zhiyuan had offered to help him find a job. At that time Yang Zhiyuan was earning 3,000 to 4,000 a month. His friend had said, "I could steal 3,000 to 5,000 in a day." Yang Zhiyuan was left speechless. When he asked how he had ended up on this path, he explained that he started working in his teens, got his money stolen, slept under a bridge, and met an old man, leading him to think about stealing the money back. Unexpectedly, that quick money led him to a point of no return. Later, Yang Zhiyuan heard that a vendor at the nearby seafood market had lost 14,000 in cash. Since then, Yang Zhiyuan had not seen him again. That friend was from Behu. It's not regional bias, just a fact. If by chance you read this novel, I wish you well. That was the same friend who had gone to a foot bath with him, who had to pay extra to stay half an hour longer on the 2nd floor to avoid being laughed at by Yang Zhiyuan. Now it was nighttime and the big capital city looked different at night. He would have to wait until tomorrow to take a look around. It was said that there was a black market near Dishengmen at night, quite large. Tonight was a good opportunity to check it out, and then he could buy a bicycle ticket and get a bicycle for transport. To be honest, the capital city was not small and his training was too slow. He should also buy a map since he was unfamiliar with the roads in the capital. He roughly knew a few gates such as the inner 9 and outer 7. He had some idea about those city gates. Dishengmen was to the north, historically used for military vehicles. He previously thought it was a gate used only after victorious battles. He also remembered xuanhuan, which seemed to be a tax gate. Since he wasn't a local, he planned to ask someone tomorrow. Buying a map would help him remember better. On winter evenings, not many people were out and about in the capital, only some pedestrians hurriedly making their way. It was rare to see someone like Yang Zhiyuan who was just wandering around curiously. After strolling for a while, Yang Zhiyuan noticed that many of the houses did not look as appealing as the quadrangles of later years. The entire city appeared quiet and lifeless. Perhaps it was simply nighttime and everyone had gone to bed. Who would be like him, unbothered by the cold, wandering aimlessly? Occasionally he would see some rickshaws and bike pullers passing by. Speaking of Lao Kai, is he still pulling rickshaws into Nulinshan? What was the name of that TV show? Was it the old woman from Zhengyangmen? Is Zhengyangmen to the south? Did Han Zhiyuan get born yet, or is he still in open crotch pants? It's a shame for Zhiyuan, he only got married in his 50s. That woman clearly looked like a bad person. And what about the commander of the 9 gates? Is Lao Kai the son or grandson of the 9 gates commander? Also, has our Qing dynasty already gone to Baoding? Let everyone guess a riddle. Carrying a gun to the toilet. Sigh. As soon as I entered the capital, my mind was filled with thoughts of notable figures. Especially my brother Zhuzi. I really want to get into trouble with him. However, the trouble was rather mundane and uninteresting. How old is the king of the daughter nation? After wandering for so long, I haven't seen many attractive girls. Poor reviews. Just as he was strolling, a few little kids surrounded Yang Zhiyuan. The leader, about 18 or 19 years old, insisted on borrowing some money from him. He claimed his older brother was named Xiao Jindan. Bah! I thought it was Xiao Hundan instead. They walked into a dim alley, 5 or 6 of them, all bare as the day they were born. This time Yang Zhiyuan didn't leave them even a pair of shorts. He ended up with a pile of clothes, several bike chains, forks, daggers, steel pipes, bricks, and other weapons. After the scuffle, the scarves didn't even fall off. These kids wouldn't even know who to go to for revenge tomorrow. I just wonder if they would freeze like Su Damal. After wandering for a while and feeling hungry, Yang Zhiyuan entered his space to eat. He wanted to find a state-run restaurant, but unfortunately he couldn't find one, probably because he took a wrong turn. After sleeping for a while in his space, it was around 9 or 10 at night when Yang Zhiyuan finally set out, heading straight for Dishengmen. Outside Dishengmen there was a river, not sure if it was the former moat, and the Hebei side was not far from Guozishi, which was one of the major black markets in the capital. It was also called Beixiao Market, along with Dongxiaoshi outside Chongwenmen and Xixiao Market outside Xuanwu Gate, among others. There were also some smaller markets like Pigeon Market. Generally people went to whichever market was closest to them. Otherwise it wouldn't make sense to cross half the capital to go from the north to the south for a night market. That would be quite a trek of dozens of kilometers each way. Therefore, from a geographical standpoint, it made sense to have a north market, west market, and east market. This way people could go where it was convenient for them. Yang Zhiyuan stood by the river at night, surrounded by countless people converging from all directions, many carrying baskets and bags. There were all kinds of people, likely from all walks of life. I remember there was a major crackdown scheduled for next year, capturing nearly 70,000 people in the black market in a single day. Right now the authorities are turning a blind eye. There are probably 8,000 to 10,000 people in this crowd. It was like a massive rural market, but unfortunately it was night and things were hard to see clearly. Yang Zhiyuan paid a dime to enter. It seems vendors would charge 2 dimes. Have ticket prices increased? This black market has many exits, each guarded by someone, and there are patrol teams inside to maintain order. Well, it seems quite organized. But that's understandable with so many people in the pitch dark. How could there not be some order maintenance? If something were to go wrong and everyone started running, it would be a huge disaster. This is one of the largest black markets in the country, selling all sorts of goods. Yang Zhiyuan wandered around, discovering many interesting items. For instance, there was an old-fashioned microscope, likely from before the liberation. There were also fake leather shoes, broken clocks. Indeed, this place is filled with hidden talents. In this era, producing fake leather shoes is quite advanced, even 20 years ahead of the Dono people. There were vendors selling tattered books and clothes, copperware, antiques, and even those selling engraved seals and envelopes. Could it be that the small Jewish man who escaped from the plateau got his engraved seals from here? Damn, they really have some guts. Most people are here to buy food. As he browsed around, Yang Zhiyuan stumbled upon several piglets. Not bad, they smell delightful. But no, I can't eat them yet, I need to wait until they grow a bit. He quickly grabbed a burlap sack. However, he couldn't find anyone selling calves, perhaps the calves are too large. Occasionally he spotted some meat stalls and even found one selling camel meat. Yang Zhiyuan didn't rush to snatch anything, mainly because he wouldn't succeed. There were many antiques and whatnot which didn't pique his interest. He had heard that this place was quite deep. If he saw a few beautiful vases, he might consider buying them. They would look nice displayed at home. He wouldn't lack money in this life, so why bother with these trinkets? If he really wanted to buy something, it would be better to go to an antique shop run by the state where the authenticity is guaranteed and the prices aren't high. This low price only applies to those who are truly wealthy like Yang Zhiyuan and some foreigners. Ordinary folks can barely afford to eat, so where would they find spare cash for such things? Yang Zhiyuan wandered around buying some odd items he found interesting. He was too lazy to buy a liquor ticket just to buy alcohol. There were many selling alcohol in the black market, likely collected from others or exchanged for food. Yang Zhiyuan saw some and collected them. As he walked, he spotted an old man selling small porcelain gourds at his stall. The gourds were filled with numerous black pills. Getting closer, Yang Zhiyuan could smell a faint medicinal aroma. This old man couldn't be a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner selling medicine, could he? Or perhaps he was a quack selling things like stamina pills and deworming tablets. Yang Zhiyuan crouched down and asked old man, "Are these all medicines?" "Yes, young man, what medicine do you wish to buy?" The old man had a good appearance, exuding an air of celestial grace, with a piece of cloth covering only his mouth and nose, leaving his white beard exposed, probably intentional, otherwise who would seek treatment from a doctor with a 5-dime mask? In the darkness, Yang Zhiyuan could clearly see things and people within 3 meters. The old man resembled the elderly version of Lao Chi's third uncle. Seeing a customer finally approach, the old man looked a bit pleased. "Can you treat illnesses, old man?" "Of course," the old man replied confidently. As the sky darkened, the old man could only observe and inquire, as he couldn't see well in the dim light. Yang Zhiyuan wanted to test the old man's skills. He extended his hand. The old man placed his index, middle, and ring fingers on it. After a moment, the old man shook his head and regretfully said, "Young man, you should get married." Well, that startled me. I was afraid the old doctor would shake his head, thinking I had an incurable disease. "Old man, do you mean I'm in good health and should get married?" "Indeed, your vitality is robust like the flourishing pines and cypresses. Your health is exceptional. I haven't seen anyone in such good shape for a long time." The old man shook his head in regret. "No sir, why do you keep shaking your head?" "I'm quite healthy." Yang Zhiyuan asked, a bit displeased. "Ah well, since you're healthy you naturally wouldn't need medicine, so that's why I shook my head." The old man hurriedly explained, careful not to offend the young man. "Oh, so you're disappointed and shook your head because you think I don't need to buy your medicine?" "Correct." "Alright, I understand now. That was a surprise. I thought I had some hidden ailment, but judging by the old man's demeanor he might actually have some skill." "Who says I don't need to buy medicine?" "Don't worry, old man, I'm not buying it for myself, I'm getting it for the mother of my younger brother Wei Shenmo." Yang Zhiyuan thought about bringing some medicine for Wei Shenmo's mother. Last time he gained benefits from robbing the rich to help the poor, improving his physical condition. This time helping old Wei's family and others in their village might make him even healthier. Having saved someone and benefiting himself, why not? Yang Zhiyuan explained Aunt Wei's situation, but the old man shook his head again. "Not appropriate." "Why are you shaking your head?" "If I don't buy your medicine you shake your head, if I buy your medicine you shake your head again, saying it's not appropriate." "Don't worry, young man, traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes tailoring treatment to the individual. I haven't seen the patient, and given her weak condition I naturally can't prescribe medicine arbitrarily." "So what should I do? Should I bring the patient down from the mountain?" "I'm just afraid she can't handle the trouble." Then can the old man come to the mountain to treat her? I have several younger siblings who also need to be checked. Money is not an issue." The old man shook his head again. "I can't leave home." It turns out the old man has several family members at home, and recently they relied on him to check patients and buy food. He was reluctant to go to the mountains for fear of being delayed for several days, as his family was on the verge of starvation. Having money is not very useful, the key is hoping for some food. Hearing this reason, it wasn't too difficult. Yang Zhiyuan quietly made a plan with him. He would pick him up the day after tomorrow, and today he would give him 20 jin of corn flour and 20 jin of potatoes. When he picks him up the day after tomorrow, he would leave some food for him and then carry him into the mountains after taking a vehicle. At that time, the old man should bring more medicine. He would have all of his younger siblings checked out as well. They would be out of the mountains in 2 or 3 days at most. Only then did the old man happily agree. The old man was quite skilled in medicine. How did he end up in such a situation? It was inappropriate to ask since they had just met. He could ask about it later if possible. The old man left his address, happily carrying the food home. As for the pills he had earlier, they were just ordinary medicines for treating bruises and headaches. Seeing the old Chinese doctor disappear into the night, Yang Zhiyuan decided to continue his stroll. Not far ahead, he spotted a middle-aged man selling knives and weapons. The stall had some ancient knives and weapons as well as a small commander's sword. Yang Zhiyuan crouched down and asked how much. These items are no longer for eating or drinking, so the middle-aged man was naturally pleased to be asked about the price. Which one do you want to buy? Yang Zhiyuan pointed at the small commander's sword. The middle-aged man stretched out his arm, concealing his hand within his sleeve, intending to negotiate the price with Yang Zhiyuan. He had seen this method in television dramas. Just tell me the price directly. I'm not familiar with your way of doing things, Yang Zhiyuan said softly. The middle-aged man looked at the person before him, who was wearing a hat and covering his mouth and nose, and was uncertain about his age. He initially thought this person was older, but upon hearing his voice he realized he was quite young. I only exchange for food, not money. Alright, will coarse grain do? Yes, 20 caddies. A commander's sword for 20 caddies of coarse grain. He wondered if that was expensive. This military knife was considered a sub-officer's sword as it did not have a golden handle. The differences between the Japanese general's sword and the sub-officer's sword are easy to distinguish. The general's sword typically has a gold-plated handle that shines brightly, while the sub-officer's sword has a silver-plated handle. The handles of the junior officer's swords are made of copper, pure yellow, and do not shine. Of course, there are also tassels differing in design. This knowledge is something people glean from reading various online novels. It was evident that this was a sub-officer's sword. Alright, 20 caddies is fine. Just to ask, is this sword yours? What do you mean, brother? The middle-aged man became somewhat cautious. Just asking casually. I intend to buy these several knives together, and I'd like to inquire about the origin of this Japanese commander's sword. Yang Zhiyuan stated boldly. So a total of 100 caddies, the middle-aged man asked cautiously. Sure, 100 is fine. Thank you, brother. This commander's sword belonged to one of my cousins in our village. He knew I was coming to exchange for food, so he asked me to bring it along. To be honest, these knives have been on display for several days. It's all thanks to you, brother. The middle-aged man repeatedly clasped his hands in gratitude. In these times, people struggle to have enough to eat who would casually exchange such items. No need for thanks. Wait for me a moment, I'll go get the food. Alright, I'll wait for you. Yang Zhiyuan quickly found a corner. Initially, he planned to only fill one bag with 100 caddies of coarse grains. After a moment's thought, he considered that if what the middle-aged man said was true, that military knife might have been captured from a hero who fought against Japan. He added another 20 caddies of coarse grain, 5 caddies of flour, 3 caddies of millet, and 2 caddies of eggs on top of the millet in the bag. Carrying 2 bags, one large and one small, he walked back to the middle-aged man. At this moment, there was also an 18 or 19-year-old young man next to the middle-aged man. Yang Zhiyuan used his divine sense to probe, but found the face covering useless. It seemed they were together. You can weigh it now, it's 100 caddies. The other bag is a gift for the person who gave you the knife. The middle-aged man was taken aback. It was the first time he had seen someone not bargain but instead give more food. He picked up the large bag with both hands, and it felt close to 100 caddies. The small bag, once lifted, must have weighed at least 30 or 40 caddies. Together, these 2 bags definitely weighed around 130 or 40 caddies. He reached inside, feeling all the way to the bottom, and took a taste. As soon as he reached into the second bag, he felt the eggs. The middle-aged man paused, quickly pulled his hand back, clenched his fists, and nodded heavily. Thank you, brother, I will ensure the items reach your hands. After saying this, he handed over the few knives and swords for Yang Zhiyuan to inspect, and Yang Zhiyuan confirmed that there were no issues. The middle-aged man, with tears in his eyes, clasped his hands again. Thank you, thank you. Before Yang Zhiyuan could respond, the 2 of them quickly picked up 1 bag each and vanished into the night. Yang Zhiyuan let out a deep sigh, feeling a sense of oppression. What situation made a soldier willing to part with the spoils they had risked their lives to capture? Perhaps this was his best haul. Now he only needed to exchange for 20 caddies of coarse grain. Damn those BJX, damn those LTY, and damn those who said heroes should not be treated this way. There are too many soldiers who have returned home, and with a large population many have not been assigned work, silently returning to their hometowns to farm for a living. Like the old hero Zhang FQ discovered in 2018, who hid his identity for over half a century only to be awarded a special merit once, first-class merit 3 times and second-class merit once. The amazing thing is that the old hero organized several projects, and in that era no one faced life-threatening danger, which is quite impressive. Salute to the old hero Zhang and to all respectable and lovable people. Yang Zhiyuan looked in the direction the two men had left and bowed slightly. It's not that he didn't want to give more, the key is that too much would raise suspicion. Moreover, there might be more people in their village. More is not necessarily good, it could also be a disaster because one cannot explain the source. Yang Zhiyuan planned to think of a way to deliver the grain he had on hand to those in need. With greater ability comes greater responsibility. As the ancients said, those who achieve should help the world while the impoverished should cultivate themselves. Some may scold Yang Zhiyuan as a saint, and the author may also be criticized. Old Wu wants to ask, if you traveled through time and indeed had space in a system, would you really lend a hand? Would you? If you had no worries about eating and drinking with food enough to last, would you not help a little? A dog does not disdain a poor home, and a child does not despise an ugly mother. In this era, first there was the polar bear wanting to be a father, and then there were natural and man-made disasters. Everyone tightened their belts to pay off debts, yet people still held their heads high even while starving. Although there are some clowns and people committing evil, Yang Zhiyuan wants to say, even if there are thousands I will still go forward, even if there are thousands I will still go forward, even if there are thousands I will still go forward. The black market was bustling with a stream of people passing by, many curiously staring at the bowing man. Yang Zhiyuan wiped the corner of his eye and quietly took out a badge from his hand. This should have come with the military knife. The knife seller did not mention it, nor did Yang Zhiyuan. Perhaps he thought this small copper item couldn't be exchanged for much. The reason for his deep feelings was that it was not just that one military knife. Yang Zhiyuan had already released a homing pigeon which, after being purified through space, could now distinguish directions at night and track individuals. He had initially wanted to send out a small spring, but it was too large, and if discovered it would be caught for meat, so he opted for a pigeon. He would have to find an opportunity to return the medal, he couldn't keep it. Although there are many medals in this era, due to a lack of funds for rewards, only medals can be awarded. However, this represents the honor of a soldier and it cannot be discarded. Taking a long breath, Yang Zhiyuan waited nearby. The pigeon should return quickly. Yang Zhiyuan continued to wander nearby. He looked at this and that, mainly because Yang Zhiyuan had never seen so many strange and peculiar items, especially those from earlier eras. There were also hunters selling tiger teeth, wolf teeth, and wolf pelts. Others were selling deer hides, deer whip wine, deer blood wine, and so on. There were also children's toys like rattles and longevity locks. Soon the pigeon returned and Yang Zhiyuan brought it back into the space. He continued to wander. The black market would not completely disappear until late at night when dawn approached. Damn it, Yang Zhiyuan saw a few tigers selling parts from certain machines. Damn, these tigers wouldn't be stealing parts from factories to exchange for money like those in Xinguofu's home, would they? Many novels depict Jia Dongxu indulging in drinking, gambling, and stealing, who knows? But he has his mother. His son is probably in a precarious situation. It is said that a good mother can teach 3 generations, yet that wicked mother. Just like the original name of the drama courtyard was called Silly Pillar, the ending was apparently not a happy one. He was likely drained and died under a bridge, and later, after failing the review, it was res hot and renamed to Full of Love. It's truly a distortion of values. One can only say that reality is scarier than television. Under the cover of night, passers-by move like a shuttle. The world is bustling, all for profit. The world is teeming, all for gain. After wandering for a while, Yang Zhiyuan discovered several cans of meat, deciding to change his taste. There were also vendors selling bowls and chopsticks. He had forgotten to buy them last time and could buy some more now. After wandering a bit longer, he purchased some food and toys for his younger siblings along with a few hair ties. Yang Zhiyuan planned to leave and look for the boss at the black market entrance to discuss business. Not knowing where the black market boss was hiding, he could only check at the exit for those guarding the gate. The gatekeepers were not as arrogant as he had imagined, otherwise this business couldn't continue. He didn't find the boss, likely staying hidden behind the scenes. He only managed to find a small leader selling 1,000 jin of cornmeal with corn cobs for 4,000 yuan, 200 jin of flour with bran for 1,000 yuan, 50 wild rabbits for 805, wild boars for 5,000, 20 wild chickens for 160, and 100 jin of eggs for 400, totaling 11,360 yuan. Don't think that cornmeal at 4 yuan per jin is expensive. Currently, black market food stamps are worth 4 to 5 yuan per jin. If you take food stamps to the grain station to buy grain, you still have to pay extra. Of course, there is a limit on how much people can get. They can eat their ration first and then buy more expensive grain. Take Xuanhuan's husband as an example. They must not have enough rations at home, so they frequently buy expensive grain from the black market, ultimately unable to afford it, leaving Xuanhuan as an orphan. Publicly available information shows that food stamps in Beijing have been 4 yuan per jin in recent years, while nationwide they are 5 yuan per jin. Remember, it is now the year 1960 and some places have already suffered disasters for 3 years. Of course, the prices were not that high in the early days. It's only because the disaster has lasted over 2 years that prices have become increasingly outrageous. However, many old money families in the capital still have funds. There are also people who retain their salaries. Some earn several thousand yuan a month. For instance, Boss May earns 2,100 yuan per month, and the income from his own theater can also be kept, but the theater troupe manages its own finances. Then there is Boss Ma earning 1,700 yuan per month with special approval. There should be many others in Huhai with even higher salaries, as well as numerous private managers from joint ventures and patriotic capitalists. The capital, with its centuries of deep-rooted culture, has many who are wealthy but cannot spend their money. Of course, 90% of the population is still poor commoners. This has always been the case, and the new century is no different. Just like the author Lao Wu, this is even more true. The black market's prices are so high because they can naturally sell their goods. Don't think they cannot. If not, those goods could sell for as much as 18 to 20,000 yuan. Yang Zhiyuan confidently displayed his gun not far away. An abandoned house stirred with some animal movement. With this little stock, it wasn't enough to risk a robbery. They needed to gauge Yang Zhiyuan's bottom line. If they rushed to rob him, the black market would gain a bad reputation, although discussing ethics in the black market is akin to nonsense. However, those who disregard ethics have likely been eliminated long ago. Like small thugs, they stab at the slightest disagreement, recklessly provoking wrath and ending up beaten to death. Naturally, he is also a pitiable figure. The amount of goods he had to sell was hardly worth his attention. It was merely a means to test the waters. Just checking the market was sufficient. After selling his goods, Yang Zhiyuan made several turns, discovering that someone was indeed following him. He sought an opportunity to knock them out. He didn't strip them of their pants, he just knocked them out and took everything they had. Whether they were sent by the black market or were simply following him, he would not be polite next time. After dealing with those who had been following him, Yang Zhiyuan prepared to enter the city and find a state-run hostel to stay at. He had already settled in Yang Zhiyuan and had a letter of introduction, so he was not afraid of being checked. If he couldn't find a hostel, he could go to his space and read. He had just bought quite a few books. He had taken a detour and not exited from the entrance he had entered. Now he had changed into a different outfit and had just reached the corner of the exit. Suddenly he saw 2 or 3 people gathered in front of him. Even at this late hour there were still people gathering. Upon closer inspection, he saw a little girl kneeling on the ground with several wild grasses stuck in her head. The little girl appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, or even older, but her frail frame made it hard to determine her age. She was wearing an ill-fitting cotton coat held together with straw ropes to block the wind. Her face was already frozen to a purplish hue, and she trembled as she said, "Please, please." Her hands were tucked inside her sleeves, but she was close to collapsing, shivering uncontrollably. The grass in her hair signifies a practice from ancient times known as putting up a sign to sell oneself. This means she is offering herself for sale and the money would go to her family. It is often a desperate act by those trying to save their family members or the homeless trying to survive. This is late at night. During the day things might be better with some street relief. This child must have encountered some urgent or difficult situation. The few people surrounding her are 3 thugs grinning and watching her. There are no ordinary citizens wandering about at such a late hour. The spot where the little girl was kneeling was likely quite remote, unnoticed by those entering and exiting the black market. Yang Zhiyuan rushed forward, kicking those 3 thugs away, then scooped up the little girl and pulled out an iron flask. Inside was warm millet porridge. He held her in one arm and fed her a bit of the porridge. "Here, hold it yourself and drink. Do you have family? Where are you going?" Yang Zhiyuan gently asked her. The little girl gulped down a few sips and pointed north with one finger. This means they haven't entered the city yet. It counts as outside the city. They need to pass through Dishengmen to enter the old capital. Of course, this area already has many alleys and buildings. These were gradually developed during the late Qing and early Republic periods. For example, this area is called Jiangfang Hutong as indicated by the direction the little girl pointed. Yang Zhiyuan walked into the alley, entering a dilapidated courtyard. In the courtyard, several houses had collapsed. In a triangular area of a house with half a roof, there was a person curled up. Yang Zhiyuan set her down and asked, "Who is he to you? What happened to him?" "That's my sister-in-law. She has a high fever," the little girl replied in a Sichuan dialect sounding like a seasoned veteran. "Your sister-in-law? She has a fever, right?" Having dealt with friends from Sichuan before, Yang Zhiyuan understood. He initially thought it was a man, but it turned out to be the little girl's sister-in-law. The person curled up had only a few tattered clothes covering them, with no thin blanket at all to shield their face. They were tightly wrapped in several layers of clothing. Their face was dark and dirty, making it impossible to determine their gender. One cannot simply judge by hair length, as some homeless individuals have longer hair than women. It's unclear how they escaped from Sichuan to the north of the capital. The most urgent thing now is to rescue the person. Hopefully the roof doesn't collapse. Yang Zhiyuan told the little girl to wait for him for a moment. She thought he was leaving and tightly grabbed Yang Zhiyuan's clothes. Her tearful eyes looked up at him. This nearly melted Yang Zhiyuan's heart. He took out 2 roasted sweet potatoes from his pocket, actually retrieved from his spatial storage. "You eat this first, he'll be back soon. He'll return before you finish 1 sweet potato. I need to get her a blanket and some medicine. He'll be back very quickly, okay?" Yang Zhiyuan tried to speak softly, gently prying her fingers open. Her small hand was tightly clenched and he painstakingly pried them open one by one. "Okay, relax. Haven't you already bought this for me? You'll be back soon." The mix of Northeast dialect and Sichuan dialect was quite touching. Yang Zhiyuan's speech even bore a hint of Sichuan accent. He quickly ran out, reached the alley entrance and hurried back. He held a large bundle of quilts in his arms but didn't have any medicine and couldn't heal. However, he had a larger flask in the other hand. When the little girl saw that Yang Zhiyuan had truly returned, she finally let her tears flow. She was feeding her sister-in-law porridge herself. However, her sister-in-law couldn't drink it at all. Her teeth kept chattering. Yang Zhiyuan helped her up and wrapped her sister-in-law tightly in the quilt. Then he went back out to bring in a bundle of cornstalks. He started a fire and checked her sister-in-law's forehead. It was still very hot and she was starting to talk nonsense. Yang Zhiyuan let the little girl watch the fire while he rested her sister-in-law against his shoulder. Then he took out a spoon from his pocket and poured some into it, forcefully bringing it to her lips. Perhaps due to the warmth of the fire and the blanket, the woman's teeth no longer clattered as fiercely. The aroma of the millet porridge wafted into her mouth, causing her to instinctively begin swallowing. After drinking half a pot of millet porridge, she still felt drowsy and hazy. It was clear that she needed to go to the hospital, or at least find that old Chinese doctor for a checkup, lest her brain be harmed. Though he wasn't sure of the hospital's address, he knew where the old Chinese doctor lived. It shouldn't be far, or else he wouldn't have come out to set up shop here. Moreover, he had also been told how to get there before leaving. Yang Zhiyuan took a rope and tied his sister-in-law and the blanket to his back. He then held the little girl in his arms and said, "Let's go see the doctor. I don't have any medicine and am not qualified to treat illnesses." The little girl said nothing but nodded anxiously. Yang Zhiyuan pulled out 2 hats from his pocket, placing one on his sister-in-law's head and the other on the little girl's. His sister-in-law was light. Even with the blanket, she weighed less than 90 pounds. Keep in mind that the blanket weighed at least 8 pounds. The little girl was even lighter, quietly hiding in Yang Zhiyuan's embrace, clutching tightly to the flask he had given her earlier, along with the 2 sweet potatoes. The sweet potatoes had remained untouched. Yang Zhiyuan didn't let her eat on the way due to the cold wind, fearing that eating while exposed to the chill would cause diarrhea and make her sick. These are common sense lessons akin to how one shouldn't immediately hold a baby upon returning home from a snowy day. Before leaving, he extinguished the fire and covered the ashes with the untouched snow in the yard. On a windy winter night, it would be troublesome if the nearby houses caught fire. Following the old Chinese doctor's various indicators, Yang Zhiyuan quickly arrived at the doctor's home. The front door had a distinctive feature: one of the door knockers was missing. This was a typical courtyard entrance. The main gate was at the southeast corner, and Yang Zhiyuan tapped the remaining door knocker. At that moment Yang Zhiyuan heard footsteps approaching and turned to see several patrolling officials passing by. The leader glanced over and asked here for medical help. Yes, my sister has a high fever, he replied as the officer shone a flashlight over Yang Zhiyuan, the person he was carrying, and the little girl. Alright, let me help you get in. After saying this, the officer kindly knocked on the door. Perhaps he frequently patrolled the area and was accustomed to having sick people seek this household at night. In ancient times there were night bans, but one could not restrict seeking medical help at night after all the common people now had a say. It was also possible that the old Chinese doctor often had to be called for consultations at odd hours. Soon enough the old Chinese doctor opened the door. After assessing the situation, he didn't recognize Yang Zhiyuan at first since he had changed his appearance, but welcomed them inside, saying, "Come in." Upon entering the courtyard there were east and west wing rooms along with the main house to the north. Two small side rooms flanked the main house, and adjacent to the main gate was an overturned house. The leader of the patrol helped support the patient to the overturned house, laying her on a single wooden bed before leaving. He didn't even greet the old Chinese doctor, perhaps to avoid disrupting his treatment, or maybe it was just out of habit. Seeing the officer leave, Yang Zhiyuan said, "Thank you, comrade." After escorting him out the main gate and helping the old doctor lock it, he returned to the overturned house and securely closed the door. The overturned house was quite cold, with only a fire basin that hadn't been lit. The room was not small, containing 3 single beds, but the south side had no windows, only the north side had a window and a door. After a while the old Chinese doctor finally finished examining the patient, shaking his head as he did so. It was a bad habit for the old man to keep shaking his head. Addressing Yang Zhiyuan, who was still bundled up, he said, "Wind and cold have entered, causing a fever. Fortunately you brought her in time. I'll get you a small stove and you can brew the medicine here." "Grandpa, it's me, the one who brought the cornmeal tonight," Yang Zhiyuan replied, pulling down his scarf to reveal his usual voice. "Oh, it's you, my little benefactor. Come sit down quickly." "No, Grandpa, let's not sit yet. I don't dare to call myself a little benefactor. My surname is Yang Zhiyuan." After saying this, Yang Zhiyuan extended both hands, and the old man paused for a moment before also extending his hands to shake Yang Zhiyuan's. "I am the old man Xu Yongkong. Please wait a moment while I call my family to meet you." No, Grandpa, don't trouble everyone just yet. Saving lives is the priority." Right, let's save lives first. I'll go get the stove and the medicine pot." Yang Zhiyuan felt it wouldn't be proper to follow the old man into another room at such a late hour, so he waited. Soon the old Chinese doctor returned with 3 doses of medicine, a medicine pot, and a small clay stove. After taking it, Yang Zhiyuan informed him, "Grandpa, I don't know how to brew medicine." "Ah, it's fine, I'll do it. What are these 2? "Oh, these are people I saved on the road, don't worry, it's no problem." Yang Zhiyuan replied, implying that he had the means and the money so they could focus on treatment. "It's too cold in here. Does Grandpa have any charcoal at home? If not, I can go get some." Yang Zhiyuan asked. "To be honest, young friend, we really don't have much left. The family is struggling to eat. If it weren't for the patient, those 3 wooden beds would have been burned for warmth." "Alright, Grandpa, wait here, I'll be right back." After saying this, Yang Zhiyuan left without waiting for the old man to respond. If he didn't leave quickly, he was afraid the little girl would cling to him reluctantly. After stepping outside, Yang Zhiyuan dove into his space and emerged after about 10 minutes. He returned with a large burlap sack, which was very useful. He could take out anything he had and no one would look inside to see what he was retrieving. Upon entering the house, he first took out a stolen cotton coat and draped it over the old man. The old man was quite thin, and the coat, which belonged to a young man of 18 or 19, fit him well. The old man's cotton coat was a bit thin. This one fit him just right. He then took out a smaller boy's cotton coat for the little girl to switch out of the larger one. This was something Yang Zhiyuan had bought for his younger brothers. The one he pulled out was a fitting size, just slightly larger. A snug cotton coat was much better. He also took out a pair of cotton shoes for the little girl, which belonged to his younger brother. The ugly duckling's clothes were too small and Zhou Hong's were a bit large, neither of which fit well. The little girl was taller than the ugly duckling but very slender. Wearing Zhang Godin's clothes and shoes was slightly large but still acceptable. From the burlap sack he pulled out a thick blanket, a clay stove, a bag of charcoal, 2 bottles of liquor, several peanuts, a few potatoes, several sweet potatoes, a package of preserved cicadas, a small ceramic jar, a bag of millet, and several duck pairs. Watching Yang Zhiyuan pull out item after item, old Chu was dumbfounded. What kind of treasure bag is this? How can it hold so much and in such a short time? This young friend has great abilities, he must be well taken care of. Oh, I didn't expect that in my old age I would encounter a benefactor. Grandpa, are you tired? Would you like to have a drink later? Yang Zhiyuan tempted him, pointing at the pile of food. Haha, tired. What is tired? The older I get, the less I sleep. I'll accompany you for a few drinks, young friend. The old man happily said while the old Chinese doctor was brewing medicine. Yang Zhiyuan lit the clay stove he had brought. In the room there was a water tank and he poured some water into the ceramic jar to boil it. Nearby he roasted sweet potatoes and potatoes on the clay stove. The stove was too small and with the ceramic jar sitting on it there wasn't much space left. He could only place a few peanuts and preserved cicadas in the gaps. Soon he would use another clay stove to cook some millet porridge, and when the little girl's sister-in-law woke up he would let them have some. Yang Zhiyuan wasn't sure if one could eat before drinking Chinese medicine. He hoped everyone would be forgiving regarding the traditional medicine practices. He was just afraid that with an empty stomach drinking the medicine would be uncomfortable. The little girl had been quietly watching over her sister-in-law, not speaking. The medicine was finally ready. The old Chinese doctor poured it back and forth between two bowls to cool it down quickly. Then he had Yang Zhiyuan support the patient's head, spooning the medicine into her mouth. The patient was still unconscious but had enough awareness to swallow what was fed to her. After the patient finished their medicine, he covered them with a blanket. He pulled the little girl to sit beside the small stove. Come warm yourself by the fire and tell me how you are doing. The little girl pouted, her eyes misty with tears, clenching her teeth tightly and remaining silent. Soon tears streamed down her face like they were free to fall. At this moment the old doctor entered with 2 small wine cups and 2 bowls of hot liquor. Upon seeing the situation he exchanged glances with Yang Zhiyuan before sitting down with the cups and bowls. Yang Zhiyuan pulled the little girl into his embrace and wiped her tears. Comfortingly he said, "All right, let's not talk for now. Stay with me and I will help your sister with her illness and ensure you have food. Please stop crying, okay?" The little girl's face was a mess from crying, and since her face was already dirty she now looked like a little flour sack. Yang Zhiyuan took out a handkerchief from his pocket, mixed some hot water from the clay pot with cool water to moisten it, and wiped her face and hands. After cleaning, the little girl's face looked much better, hinting that she might be quite a pretty girl. However, she was too thin, resembling a little bean sprout with bulging eyes, bony cheeks, dry yellow hair, and arms as thin as bamboo sticks. Once he finished wiping her, Yang Zhiyuan cleaned the handkerchief and changed the water again, saying, "You go and wipe your sister's face and hands." The little girl's eyes lit up with spirit as she replied, "Mm." With the handkerchief in hand, the little girl went to wipe her sister's face. After all, she was still a woman, making it inconvenient for Yang Zhiyuan. Yang Zhiyuan leaned against the stove and the old doctor quietly asked, "Young friend," while gesturing towards the little girl with his eyes. This was a question about what had happened and how they encountered the situation. "After you left, I wandered for a while. I found her kneeling alone at a small path with some grass stuck in her hair. I carried her to an abandoned house where I found her sister, and then I came to find you, elder." Upon hearing this, the old man understood immediately. The little girl was trying to sell herself to save her sister's life. Those from the older generation naturally understood such things. "Alas, in these disastrous years," he said, raising a small bowl of hot liquor to drink by himself. Yang Zhiyuan quickly raised his cup slightly lower than the old man's, clinking them together and taking a sip. He invited the old man to eat some roasted peanuts and cicada shells. In Lu province, drinking is particularly formal. When facing someone older or of a higher rank, one's cup must always be lower than the other person's when clinking, otherwise even if they don't say anything they will feel you lack manners. "It's fine, elder. They encountered me and I will take care of it," Yang Zhiyuan said while chewing on peanuts. Seeing the roasted cicada shell, the old doctor took it and remarked, "Young friend, you are impressive." "Just a little trick," he replied. "Many people may not eat such things, yet there are those who are so hungry they would eat rats or are reduced to eating stale rice and dirt." Besides, did the old doctor not know that cicada shells are a traditional Chinese medicine? Even if he hadn't dared to eat it before now, it represented meat and he relished each bite. Yang Zhiyuan kept an eye on the little girl, noticing that after she finished wiping her sister's face she did not approach. He gently touched her sister's forehead, which seemed less warm now she was sleeping soundly. It seemed the medicine was quite effective. He pulled the little girl over and handed her a cicada shell, asking, "Do you dare to eat this?" "What do you call it?" "Rice shell," the little girl nodded. Rice shell here, if you dare to eat it, have a few. There are peanuts and later there will be roasted potatoes and sweet potatoes. You can eat whatever you want, alright? Don't be polite, okay?" The little girl replied, "Okay, I've already sold myself to you." I am part of your family now and I can work for food. The little girl nodded and wanted to pour wine for Yang Zhiyuan and the old doctor. He wasn't sure if it was from reading or hearing stories from others, but just by this girl's courage to save her family in such a way, she was a girl with emotions and loyalty deserving of his help. You should eat something first. In today's society, people can't be bought anymore, but I won't neglect you. We can discuss this matter after your sister wakes up. You can call me brother, all right? That won't do. I keep my word, she said seriously, looking at the old doctor who was smiling and saying nothing. Yang Zhiyuan felt it was better not to argue with a child. Sometimes children say things innocently, but they are serious. He had to change the topic, pointing at a potato and asking, "What do you call this?" "Roasted potato," she replied. He then pointed at another sweet potato, asking, "What about this one?" "Roasted sweet potato," she answered. "And this one, what do you call it?" "This is called roasted peanuts." After asking several questions, he successfully changed the topic for the little girl and handed her another roasted cicada shell. "Eat something first, and what is your name?" "My name is Wei Gua or Wei Xiaogua." "Well, born in Shu, named Wei Gua, that's fine. My brother's name is Yang Zhiyuan. You can call me elder brother Yang, elder brother, or just brother, okay? This is Elder Chu, so you can just call him Elder Chu, alright?" Yang Zhiyuan pointed at himself, then at the old doctor. The little girl nodded, nibbling at the cicada shell. Yang Zhiyuan, worried she might feel embarrassed to eat, handed her a few more cicada shells and peanuts. He wondered if everyone had such an experience visiting the home of someone they weren't very familiar with. When offered a steamed bun, they would chew slowly. Even if one bun or bowl of rice wasn't enough, it would still feel impolite to eat more quickly, and the clever host would offer another or refill the rice. This way you clearly feel very hungry but are too shy to eat. The little girl might be in such a situation, perhaps unwilling to eat or feeling embarrassed. Thus Yang Zhiyuan had to pay special attention to her feelings. Although he had never raised a child in his past life, he had experience in this regard. Brother country, Elder Chu. Shouldn't you call him Grandpa Chu? His beard is already white. The little girl pointed at the old doctor and asked. "No need to call me Grandpa. If you call me Grandpa, we are a generation apart. Just call me Elder, understand?" The old doctor laughed heartily. Yang Zhiyuan patted the little girl's head. 2 bottles of liquor, and the two of them drank 1 bottle. The second bottle was held by the old man, who said, "We can't waste it, save it for later." Seeing the old doctor's demeanor, Yang Zhiyuan said, "All right, you save it. Then eat more food." Now Yang Zhiyuan's alcohol tolerance could handle a few more bottles. It was mainly about enjoying the moment. In this winter, having 1 or 2 friends setting up a clay stove roasting food while drinking creates a wonderful atmosphere. Drinking made him happy and comfortable, and the liquor was warm. Feeling content, Yang Zhiyuan also roasted some pear ducks. In his previous life there were pear trees in his hometown, and he had eaten roasted and steamed pear ducks as a child. Especially in winter, when roasting pear ducks, carefully peeling off the outer layer of skin is quite flavorful. Wei Guire had a few roasted cicadas and peanuts, and Yang Zhiyuan prepared some millet porridge for her, leaving the rest in the pot for when her sister woke up. He only let her eat a little roasted pear duck because she had been hungry for a long time and couldn't eat too much at once. An old man, a young man, and a little girl gathered around the clay stove. While drinking and eating, Yang Zhiyuan also inquired about the old Chinese medicine practitioner's condition. The old Chinese medicine practitioner came from a family of traditional medicine. In his youth he was somewhat dissolute, wandering around carelessly. This situation is somewhat similar to that of Baisani, but the old practitioner did not neglect the family medical skills. He found them too simple since he learned them at a young age. At that time the family was wealthy, and he, along with a group of young brothers, indulged in extravagances. Unfortunately, it wasn't long before their peaceful life was disrupted. To seize their family's rare medicinal treasures and prescriptions, all the men who practiced medicine in his family were arrested. He was merely a wastrel at the time and was not captured. The old practitioner's father, older brother, and second brother all died in prison, and in attempts to save them he spent all his money, but a bunch of rogue soldiers took advantage of the situation and exploited them. Thus the family fell into ruin, leaving only this courtyard. The old practitioner, in order to support his mother and several sisters-in-law and to seek revenge, reluctantly entered a hospital that was part of his former life, secretly causing the deaths of many traitors and enemies. Later, when the capital was liberated, he entered a hospital run by the bandits, not by choice but because it was seized from him directly. He had to earn a living. After liberation, the hospital was nationalized. Later he joined a traditional Chinese medicine hospital earning over 100 in salary, which was decent although he had to support a large family, yet there were still many patients he helped on the side. However, due to the Liu family leading the way in donations, many traditional medicine families reluctantly followed suit. Even old Chu had to reluctantly contribute a few, but the Liu family was aware of their backgrounds. The few donations were insufficient and they secretly undermined and suppressed old Chu. As a result, old Chu could no longer endure it and opted for early retirement in early 1959, primarily due to his disdain for the conduct of certain individuals. He initially thought this disaster year wouldn't be so severe. After all, the capital was the most prosperous place in the country, so there should be national support. To his surprise, the black market prices for food were outrageous. Originally, he could earn some money by treating others plus his retirement salary and having saved some money before his son's nephews and nieces were grown and had jobs. He only needed to support his wife, elderly mother and older sister, but unexpectedly once he retired, his nephews and nieces became wary of maintaining too much contact with him. After all, everyone needed to support their own families and his sons and daughters had all gotten married and had children. He not only had to support his elderly mother, wife and older sister, but also occasionally help his sons and daughters. In recent years, the rations had already diminished significantly and the retired individuals had even lower rations. It's important to know that in recent years, Sichuan province had supported the capital and Shanghai with 14.7 billion jin of grain. The rations for miners had dropped to as low as 19 jin per month, while the usual ration was between 45 and 55 jin. It's evident how much sacrifice Sichuan province made during that time. The situation was similar nationwide. Although the capital wasn't as severe, it was still incredibly difficult. Abandoned infants near Shanghai were sent to grasslands and plateaus. With the black market food prices in the capital so high, one can imagine how difficult old Chu's life had become. Fortunately, he had retired. Otherwise, 2 years ago a doctor's ration was 32 jin per month, though it varied by age and rank, but during tough times everyone had to voluntarily reduce their rations. Moreover, the rations for retirees would be even less, with only 20% being fine grains and the rest being coarse grains. Fortunately, everyone in old Chu's family had rations. It was just that those without jobs received even less. Due to the hardships, there were also fewer patients seeking treatment and many people lay idle at home inactive. Students attended classes for half a day in the morning and returned home to rest in the afternoon because they lacked the strength. All physical education classes were suspended and people were not allowed to engage in activities. Some hospitals even had to raise the thresholds for illnesses related to hunger. This meant that what used to represent a value of 100 for an illness was now raised to 150 or 200. There were simply too many people. Obtaining a diagnosis for an illness could lead to some special food supplies. In order to eat, enough people truly exhausted all means. That night old Chu drank an extra half bowl of corn porridge and had some food and alcohol later. Today was a feast. He had to chew slowly on even a single corn kernel before swallowing it. After satisfying his hunger with time still left until dawn, Yang Zhiyuan noticed that both old Chu and the little girl were extremely tired. Fortunately, old Chu went back to rest while the little girl was placed in a nearby single bed which he watched over. The little girl was small enough that a single quilt could wrap her up without needing a mattress. He moved the bed next to the one where his sister-in-law was sleeping. Each had their own quilt for sleeping while Yang Zhiyuan leaned against the small stove reading. He had already rested in his space, so he wasn't tired. The next day as dawn broke, Yang Zhiyuan heard the little girl's sister-in-law moving. She must have woken up. Yang Zhiyuan approached and said, "Sister Tao, you're awake." The little girl had already told Yang Zhiyuan her sister-in-law's name, which was Tao Yuxiu. Tao Yuxiu opened her eyes, looking a bit confused as she gazed at the spirited young man before her. She quickly checked her clothes. Her cotton coat was gone, but her knitted sweater was still there and her thin cotton pants were securely tied at the waist. "You just called me Sister Tao," she said, snapping back to reality. "Hello, where is this? Did you save us?" Thankfully, Sister Tao spoke Mandarin well. "Yes, Sister Tao, don't worry. This is a doctor's home, you don't need to be concerned." Tao Yuxiu glanced around, then turned her head to see Wei Xiaoguo. Seeing her sleeping soundly, she felt relieved. Tao Yuxiu struggled to get up and Yang Zhiyuan hurried over to help her, handing her the cotton coat. The little girl had been wearing it last night as it was too large otherwise. Last night he hadn't looked closely, but he could tell that the little girl's sister-in-law was quite pretty. Unfortunately, she was so thin that she was nearly unrecognizable, but her foundational beauty still remained. "Thank you, young comrade. I'll call you Diwa. Thank you for saving our lives." "No need to be so polite, Sister Tao. First focus on recovering your health. If you feel unwell, lie down a bit more, I'll make you some porridge." Tao Yuxiu held her stomach, her face reddening a bit. Oh, understood, after sleeping for so long and drinking thin rice porridge and herbal medicine last night, she must need to use the restroom in the morning. Yang Zhiyuan handed her the cotton coat and also got the one old Chu had thrown over her yesterday. Wear more, don't catch a cold, especially since you went to bed without taking off your pants last night. Her cotton coat looked large but was actually not thick at all. When she got out of bed, she wobbled a bit and Yang Zhiyuan quickly supported her arm through her clothes. He opened the door to the back room, walked a bit forward and pointed to the left side, which was the southwestern corner of the courtyard where there was a toilet. He gestured to her and returned to the door of the back room. This is how a courtyard works. The southeast corner has a main entrance and the southwest corner either has a private toilet or a public toilet. This was old Chu's ancestral house, so it definitely had a toilet. In large tenement houses, due to the high population and small housing area, any toilets that existed would be torn down and converted into small rooms for people to live in. Yang Zhiyuan certainly felt awkward waiting at the toilet door, so he stood at the door of the opposite room for a second or two before returning inside. Worried about her frail body after she fell, he kept his divine sense focused on her, but upon hearing a long stream of water he lamented that having too keen a hearing was not always a good thing. He turned around and entered the opposite room to prepare some breakfast. This morning he should be able to meet old Chu's family, so he decided to make a bit more. A large aluminum pot suddenly appeared in his hands. On top, 2 layers of steamed buns were being prepared. Below, a pot of millet porridge was simmering with some minced meat chopped into it. To avoid anyone discovering it, he used meat from a wild boar instead of the domestic pig. He only cut a small amount of it, fearing that someone who hadn't eaten meat in a long time might get an upset stomach. He had heard that nearby state-run food stores sold imported luxury biscuits, luxury candies, and luxury snacks. In truth, this luxury came at a high price, with reports stating that luxury biscuits and sponge cakes sold for 8 to 10 yuan per pound. If one had grain coupons, 10 yuan could buy over 100 pounds of corn flour. As a result, it was common for people to be so hungry that they would break into places at midnight, eat their fill, and end up dying from overeating. This was the consequence of extreme hunger. When the stomach shrinks suddenly, consuming so much food without being able to vomit could lead to death. Some people would rather die stuffed than starved. They likely believed that dying stuffed offered a better chance of reincarnation, and they could also have a couple fewer bowls of mangpa soup. The pot was now set on the stove and Tao Yuxiu was ready, walking into the room. She walked unsteadily, supporting herself against the wall. Yang Zhiyuan quickly stepped out to assist her, saying, "Sister Tao, take it slow, I'll help you." "Thank you, little brother," Tao Yuxiu smiled. After entering the room, she closed the door tightly. It was necessary to close the door facing north. If she was fine, they would surely feel cold. The little girl was sleeping soundly, half her face buried in the blankets. Yang Zhiyuan whispered, "Sister Tao, lean back on the pillow for a moment and let me check if your forehead is still warm." Tao Yuxiu touched her forehead and said, "Much better, thank you, little brother. You've already spent so much. Once my sister wakes up, well, leave." "Where are you going? Do you have relatives here?" "If you do, you should get her well first," Yang Zhiyuan remarked. Tao Yuxiu, lying in bed with her legs covered by the blanket, said, "Little brother, we escaped from Sichuan province. We originally wanted to go to He to seek refuge with relatives, but we couldn't find them. We heard they moved to the capital and wanted to come here. However, our few belongings were stolen and we collapsed just outside the capital." "Do you know where your relatives work in the capital?" "No," Tao Yuxiu shook her head. "Ah, then what is his name and what does he do?" "He used to excel in his studies and should now be a teacher named Tao Yuzhan, my cousin." "What about your family?" Yang Zhiyuan finally understood after listening to Tao Yuxiu's words. Her family had originally been a scholarly family in the area with 2 older brothers. The eldest brother went missing during the War of National Establishment with no news or remains found. The second brother initially had a job at home, but due to severe famine in Yushu province he couldn't get enough to eat. To provide his family with an additional meal, he went fishing in the river and never returned. Their parents, already in poor health from hunger, suffered a series of blows and passed away one after another. Tao Yuxiu's family had a connection with Wei Xiaoguo's family, who only had an older brother and a grandmother. Naturally, the conditions at Wei Xiaoguo's home were not good either. Her parents once ran a business for a while but then fell ill and died one after another, leading Wei Xiaoguo and her brother to be taken back to the countryside by their grandmother. With Tao Yuxiu seeking refuge, the intention was to marry her off to Wei Xiaoguo's brother for a good reputation. The brother was also a responsible person, but the rural conditions in Yushu province were even harsher. To ensure his fiancée had something good to eat and for his grandmother and sister to have an extra mouthful, he would go hungry. Wei Xiaoguo's brother went into the mountains to hunt, and the outcome was predictable. Wei's grandmother, who was already on the brink of starvation, had hoped to see her grandson marry before she closed her eyes, but she soon followed him. Unable to survive in the countryside with 2 women, one older and one younger, lacking strong labor and facing a severe drought, they could only think of seeking refuge with relatives. Tao Yuxiu had read some books, and the little girl and her brother had also studied a bit years ago. That's why the little girl knew the story of selling a spear for a bell. Tao Yuxiu had a distant cousin who had left their hometown for many years and was very well read, having only heard that he taught near Rihe. With no other relatives, Tao Yuxiu along with a little girl took the little money they had left and a few belongings to flee from the famine. For safety, she made herself particularly dirty. They hopped on freight trains, which not only saved energy but also allowed for quicker travel. Fortunately, Tao Yuxiu was literate and did not lose her way. After a series of hardships, they reached Rihe only to learn that her cousin had come to the capital. They planned to come to the capital, but before they could enter, their only blanket was stolen. Having gone several days without much to eat, she had to save some food for the little girl. A few days ago there had been heavy snow, which was why she finally collapsed outside Dishengmen in an abandoned house. Seeing that her sister had a high fever and there was no blanket to keep warm, the scene of Yang Zhiyuan encountering the little girl unfolded. "Sister Tao, even if you leave now, what then? You only know the names but not which unit they belong to. How will you find them?" It was clear that Tao Yuxiu did not want to trouble Yang Zhiyuan, as she had no money for medicine and wanted to leave as soon as the little girl woke up. Once they found her cousin, she intended to figure out how to repay the money if they couldn't find him. "It's alright, Sister Tao, it's not a big deal. I have a way. Just stay at ease for now. I'll make arrangements for you and I'll also help you inquire about it later. Is that okay? First get well, otherwise if you fall ill again, who will take care of Shagua? Even if you go to the relief station, to be honest, it's overcrowded there and you won't get enough to eat. Don't think so much, just focus on recovering. Once you're better, I'll help you think of a solution." Yang Zhiyuan jokingly recounted the little girl's brave actions from the previous night. Hearing about the little girl's actions, Tao Yuxiu could no longer hold back her tears. Having experienced so much life and death in such a short time, Tao Yuxiu felt her tears nearly dry up. She had not expected that the little girl would go to such lengths to save her in the freezing cold last night. Naturally, neither of them took the incident of selling a spear for a bell seriously. Otherwise, if someone found out, it would surely lead to complications. The little girl, whether drawn by the scent of cooked food or the sound of her sister crying, also woke up. Upon waking and seeing her sister sitting well beside her, she exclaimed, "Sister, you're awake," and immediately climbed out halfway to hug her sister. Seeing that the two had such a good relationship, Yang Zhiyuan did not disturb them. The two embraced and cried for a while before Yang Zhiyuan helped her down, dressing and washing her face. "The weather today is quite nice. Wu Lei, the chief of the Jishuotan police station, is preparing to visit his master's wife later. Life has been tough lately, he hasn't visited her in several days. He plans to bring 2 jin of coarse grain tickets and a little bit of dessert along with 2 liang of wild boar meat. This gift is not like many people only receive 8 liang of meat tickets for the whole year. He just wonders if he will continue to be scolded." Wu Lei, 35 years old, has been married for just over 5 years and has 2 children. One is 4 years old and the other just over 2. The children are still young and haven't reached the age where they can make him suffer. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to bring out even this little bit. Although his salary is decent at 117 yuan plus some allowances, he still can't buy many things. With his identity, he feels embarrassed to buy things on the black market, and even if he goes, the prices are exorbitant. Fortunately, he has no parents to support, just a master who is still in the rural area of Jishur province. His wife only has an old mother who was introduced by his master's wife. Today happens to be Sunday and he plans to go visit his master's wife this morning. By 7 o'clock, Wu Lei arrived at his master's wife's younger brother's small courtyard. He knocked on the door, looking at the door that was missing a knocker, then turned to knock at his master's house. Without waiting for a response from inside, he walked in casually. There was no one in the courtyard. "It's normal, it's so cold outside, everyone must be indoors." Just as he was about to head towards the main room, he heard several voices coming from inside. "It's unusually lively today." He lifted the curtain and entered the house, only to find 6 or 7 people happily having breakfast. He had never seen them eating breakfast on previous visits. Besides his master's wife, Uncle Chua's mother and his wife, there were 3 additional people. One was a young man with short hair who looked spirited. Although he seemed young, Wu Lei could sense that he was very dangerous. There was also a woman in her 20s who looked decent but a bit thin, frail, as if she could be blown away by the wind. Lastly, there was a little girl dressed in boys' clothing, but she had two small braids. Yang Zhiyuan observed the newcomers without speaking as he was unfamiliar with them. He thought they might be looking for Uncle Chu's wife. This is because Yang Zhiyuan heard one of them calling for his master's wife. Unexpectedly, Aunt Chu did not respond, but Uncle Chu's sister, an elderly woman with some gray hair who appeared very kind but walked steadily, spoke up. "Get out, who let you in?" What a situation this is. The person who entered was dressed in a winter police uniform, dark blue all over, with a long dark blue coat outside and a dark blue padded jacket underneath, along with dark blue trousers. In the morning he wore a dark blue hat with a brim. At first glance he looked like a public security officer. Old Chu didn't say anything, but his sister spoke up so rudely. Before this person arrived, Old Chu had introduced his family members to Yang Zhiyuan. He mentioned that the two were old friends and planned to bring a lot of food as consultation fees to see a doctor tomorrow. Yang Zhiyuan had prepared breakfast today, which included meat porridge. Although the meat was scarce, it was still wild boar meat, and there was plenty of steamed cornbread. There were also pickled vegetables, which was quite good. As for the two patients, they were brought by Yang Zhiyuan. They brought food and would pay for the medical expenses so they could all eat together. The other room was too cold and there wasn't even a large table. Tao Yuxiu, who had a fever, was already much better and could eat, so they all gathered in the main hall to have breakfast together. However, they had barely eaten a few bites when this unexpected guest arrived. Hearing the attitude of this person, Yang Zhiyuan was just about to help get them kicked out when Old Chu chimed in. "Have you eaten? If not, sit down and have some food with us." "Ha! What's going on? I've already eaten, Uncle Chu. I brought some food for my master's wife and the family." Looking at the large basket of steamed cornbread and porridge, Wu Lei actually wanted to say that he could eat a bit more. Unexpectedly, Old Chu replied, "Oh, you've eaten? Find a place to sit then." Uncle Chu. The police officer pulled over a stool and sat beside the dining table. Instead, Uncle Chu's sister, who made Yang Zhiyuan call her aunt, said, "Wu Lei, you don't need to come over often. If you're capable, let that old man come instead." Yes, I just wrote a letter to my master. He said he would come once spring arrives." The police officer replied cautiously. "Wu Lei. Isn't this the senior brother he is looking for? What a coincidence." According to his master, the eldest disciple is named Wu Lei and is the chief of the police station. What a coincidence. His master's wife is Aunt Chu's sister, so she could also be his master's wife. But why aren't the couple living together? This is a coincidence and he must ask about it. Yang Zhiyuan put down his chopsticks and asked, "May I ask if this comrade is Wu Lei, the chief of the Jishuotan police station?" The other people looked at him curiously. "Yes, and you are?" "Oh, who I am isn't important. An old friend said to meet you and have a match to give you a beating. Are you up for a practice session?" Yang Zhiyuan said. The comrade had also stood up when Yang Zhiyuan got up. He asked loudly, "May I know who this old friend is?" "He only said to give you a beating and then tell you." "All right, then I will comply. Let's go." Saying this, he took off his coat, removed his hat, and stepped outside first. Uncle Chu, seeing this, grabbed Yang Zhiyuan, who was about to go out. "Young friend, what's going on?" "It's nothing, uncle. Just a friendly match, don't worry." The others were a bit worried. Aunt Chu quickly finished her bowl of porridge, saying, "Let's go, I've been wanting to beat him up for a long time." Well, even before the match started, several spectators were all set. Most were worried about Yang Zhiyuan, fearing that even if he won he might get into trouble. Only Aunt Chu was eagerly watching. Yang Zhiyuan made a gesture and Aunt Chu and the chief looked tense. What's going on? Because the stance the chief took was exactly the same. Before that chief could react, Yang Zhiyuan had already charged at him. The two exchanged punches and kicks, and in the blink of an eye they had fought 7 or 8 rounds. Although Yang Zhiyuan looked young, he knew that the opponent's skills were not weak and he carried a murderous aura from the battlefield. Unfortunately, he was just a mere hangin, but he could still win against him. After 20 to 30 rounds, Yang Zhiyuan finally knocked him down regardless of his clean uniform. He gave him a good thrashing. However, it was just superficial injuries. After all, Old Chu was there and he would apply some medicine for him later. This old man also had some Western medicine. It seemed he learned a few things at the Japanese hospital. When Yang Zhiyuan had him pinned down, he desperately tried to get up but couldn't break free. After giving him a beating, Yang Zhiyuan stood up and extended his hand. It's a tie. I apologize for offending you, senior brother. Ah, so that old friend is my master. Exactly, senior brother, you've learned to answer quickly. Seeing Yang Zhiyuan having beaten Wu Lei, Chu, who had been very kind to him, shot him a glare and returned to the house. Oh dear, this is my master's wife and I still don't know what's going on between my master and him. Are you really my junior brother? Wu Lei grimaced, rubbing his backside. It had been a long time since someone had beaten him up. This guy has such strength. Yang Zhiyuan took out the letter written by his master and handed it to him. Senior brother, take a look at this first. This is a letter my master asked me to bring to you. The one inside is our master's wife, right? Yes, our master's wife. Didn't master tell you? No. Yang Zhiyuan shook his head, having only learned for 3 days with many things master hadn't had the chance to explain. Wu Lei took the letter and recognized master's handwriting upon seeing the envelope. As he tore it open, indeed the first line noted he was going to get beaten. The little junior brother was a new disciple taken in by master and might go to the capital, so Wu Lei was asked to look after him. Senior brother, I apologize for offending you today. Master said I should meet you and give you a beating first before anything else. Yang Zhiyuan quickly clasped his hands and bowed slightly. It's nothing, just a small matter. Come junior brother, let's talk about how master has been recently. When did you become master's disciple? How come I didn't hear about it when I wrote last time? How long have you been practicing martial arts, junior brother? Yang Zhiyuan naturally wouldn't say he had only practiced for 3 days. In fact, he had been training for a long time in the space, which was why he defeated him. Such words would sound too pretentious and could easily lead to losing friends. He simply mentioned that he had been toughening his bones since childhood and was fortunate enough to learn a few moves from master. Wu Lei took the beating without any temper. He seemed to have a cheerful disposition. He must have spent a long time in the military, possessing a straightforward personality. There's no shame in being defeated by someone stronger. In the army, one follows the strong. He was still pleased to have such an impressive junior brother. He immediately put his arm around Yang Zhiyuan's shoulder and led him inside. Yang Zhiyuan patted off the dirt from Wu Lei's backside and back. Senior brother, what's going on with our master's wife? Shouldn't I go in and apologize first? I only found out you were talking about her today. Before you came I kept calling her auntie. Oh dear, indeed one cannot provoke her. Come, let's go in and pay our respects to the tigress, to master's wife. After saying that, the two of them entered the house one after the other. Upon entering they saw Aunt Chu sitting upright in the living room. Yang Zhiyuan immediately bowed and said, master's wife. Aunt Chu didn't even glance at Yang Zhiyuan, not lifting her eyes. I am not your master's wife, nor do I know that old man you're talking about. Well, it sounds like the old couple has some conflicts. Could it be they had a quarrel? Is she going through menopause? Is their life together not harmonious? In an instant several thoughts whirled through Yang Zhiyuan's mind. He suddenly recalled that before he left master had mentioned women are like tigers. It seems the old couple had quarreled. One doesn't know how to appease and the other is throwing a tantrum. Oh well, one has hidden away in his hometown in Jixing while the other has gone to stay with his younger brother. Fully aware of the survival rule that one cannot reason with a woman, Yang Zhiyuan responded, master's wife, please don't be angry. I just arrived in the capital yesterday and only met Uncle Chu last night. If senior brother Wu Lei hadn't come this morning I wouldn't even have known where you lived. It's all my fault for being rude and I didn't come to greet you in advance. Please punish me, master's wife. Facing this young man who had just fed him a full meal and kindly saved others, Aunt Chu was not too angry. After all, it was the old man who had annoyed her and this young man had little to do with it. Old Chu quickly added, yes, don't blame young Yang. I only met him yesterday and if he hadn't brought Miss Tao and Xiao Guier to see a doctor last night we wouldn't have met today. Nearby an elderly lady with silver hair around 70 or 80 years old kindly said, enough at your age, you're quarreling with your wife and you're taking it out on this child. Old Chu's wife also chimed in, exactly dear sister, that young Yang is a wonderful child, kind-hearted and helpful to old Chu. Fine, let's sit down and eat. Aunt Chu naturally took the opportunity to relent. She was quarreling with Li Qingxuan but this child was quite good. Thank you, master's wife. Why don't you eat a little more? I'm not eating anymore. I've eaten my fill of anger. Master's wife, please don't be angry. If you get sick from being angry, who will take care of you? Just think, in the future I and senior brother will be filial to you while that old man is out in the countryside with no one to care for him. Doesn't that thought make you feel much better? Yang Zhiyuan joked. Haha, that's true. Old Chu laughed. Pa, your master really picked a good disciple, Aunt Chu remarked. Of course, master's wife, I will unwaveringly stand by your side. In the future, when that old man is punished to kneel on the washboard, I'll hand you the stick. He, is that what you say? Of course, Yang Zhiyuan replied seriously. When an old couple fights, there's no need to keep persuading them, it's hard to change their minds. These two act like children. It's better to lighten the mood first, siding with one and then the other, as long as both are happy. This is called pleasing both sides, which can be done without taking a stance. The matter will be resolved, as most quarrels arise from trivial issues. If it really comes to divorce, then that's a different story. However, nowadays, who gets divorced? Only those who are older and divorced. They remarry, then get divorced again, and then marry again. Ordinary people argue and bicker throughout their lives. Before liberation, there was a peak in divorces, another during the buzzing period, and later during the period of going up to the mountains and down to the countryside. The latest peak is now. Even the divorce rate in rural areas remains high. One wonders what's happening with people today. During the buzzing period, like that certain general, due to issues, he was brought down and his wife actively proposed divorce. At 20, Yang Zhiyuan would think that the wife couldn't share both fortune and adversity, fleeing when disaster struck. However, looking at this issue in one's 30s, one might wonder if there is some hidden reason. Is it truly the reported facts, or perhaps due to having to care for children or family they are forced to draw such a clear line? We are not the parties involved. We cannot take everything written in the reports at face value. Some writers may not be fair, their perspectives might be skewed. Each sees things differently. Like that fifth brother who calls the readers lords but secretly thinks, if I don't get 5-star reviews, just wait until I scold you, haha. Having made Aunt Chu happy, he briefly mentioned his situation, saying only that he had studied with Master for a short time, not mentioning 3 days for fear of discouraging senior brother, and Master said he was not a formal disciple, just a named disciple. Aunt Chu and senior brother didn't believe him, as Yang Zhiyuan knew several of the old man's signature moves which would not be taught to a named disciple. Aunt Chu also declared, that old man doesn't recognize you, but I do. From now on I'll be close to you, master's wife, regardless of that old man. Of course, master's wife, I think so too. Yang Zhiyuan agreed with a smile and introduced Tao Yuxiu and Xiao Guier to senior brother. Naturally, he didn't mention the request for help in making arrangements. He simply asked senior brother to help find Tao Yuxiu's cousin Tao Yuzhang. Senior brother opened his mouth, then closed it, quickly agreeing. After chatting for a while, Wu Lei wanted to take Yang Zhiyuan to recognize the family home. Yang Zhiyuan asked Tao Yuxiu to take good care of herself and to rest well with the 2 doses of medicine. When he returned, the little girl Wei Guo was reluctant to let go. Only after Yang Zhiyuan repeatedly assured her that he would be back soon did she finally release her grip on his clothing. Yang Zhiyuan followed Wu Lei out of the door of the central medical clinic and headed to Wu Lei's home. It turned out that Wu Lei's house was very close, about a 10-minute bike ride away. He pointed to the second house in the alley ahead and said that the main room inside was his home. Yang Zhiyuan jumped off the back of the bicycle and ran back, shouting as he ran, "Senior brother, you go in first, I'll be right back, I know the location." After saying that, he ran off to buy some things. It was his first visit after all, how could he go empty-handed? "Hey Zhiyuan, hey junior brother," Wu Lei shouted behind him, but soon Yang Zhiyuan was out of sight. Wu Lei had to wait at the door, knowing his junior brother had gone to buy something. He was afraid that he wouldn't find the place, so he waited at the entrance of the yard. Yang Zhiyuan, not knowing the roads nearby, thought for a moment and decided it was better to take some food and wild game from his space. For this person, food was the most important thing. He remembered that his senior brother had only brought 2 tails of wild boar meat as a gift earlier. Even that had made old Chu happy, so he should take more wild game. Soon Yang Zhiyuan arrived at the entrance of Wu Lei's alley with an unremarkable burlap sack on his back. Wu Lei was standing there waiting for him. "I told you not to be so polite. Why bring gifts when visiting my home? Come on, let's go inside and take all the things with you later." Yang Zhiyuan smiled and said, "These are all the game I hunted, there's nothing special, let's go senior brother. Don't carry it, put it on the bike's rear rack and come home with me first." Alright, Yang Zhiyuan placed the burlap sack on the rack and followed Wu Lei into the yard, which was a small courtyard. The 3 main rooms belonged to Wu Lei. Even a level 17 cadre couldn't get a building. Housing was tight nowadays and only a deputy director or a director could get a unit in a large building. The side rooms were occupied by 2 colleagues and the back room was used as a warehouse for the 3 families with no one living there. As they entered the courtyard, it was cold outside and there was no one around, everyone was indoors. Wen Shu and Zhu, we have guests. Okay, this name is like Chu Peilans, both named after medicinal herbs. On the way, he had heard his senior brother mention that he had married the daughter of Uncle Chu. Like Chu Peilan, the daughters of the Chu family all had names derived from medicinal herbs Peilan, Wen, Zhu, Lian, Xiao, Xane, etc. They all sounded quite nice. Soon a short-haired, capable young woman walked out from the main room. "What are you shouting about? Lao Er is sleeping." Seeing her man followed by a spirited young fellow, she quickly stepped forward saying, "Who is this big brother? Come in, it's cold outside." "Alright, thank you, sister-in-law. This is my dear junior brother, come on, let's go inside." Wu Lei parked the bike and wanted to help Yang Zhiyuan carry the burlap sack. But Yang Zhiyuan held it in one hand and followed his sister-in-law into the house. "This is junior brother, why did you bring so much stuff?" "Yes, this is my dear junior brother, just arrived in the capital." "Zhiyuan, this is your sister-in-law Chu Wen," Zhu Wu Lei introduced. "Sister-in-law, hello, I am Yang Zhiyuan, Wu Lei's junior brother." Hello, please sit down, I'll pour you some tea." "Sorry for the trouble, sister-in-law," Yang Zhiyuan said, but did not sit down. He first began to take out the items from the burlap sack one by one. 20 gene of coarse grain, 10 gene of white flour, 5 gene of millet, 5 gene of eggs, 10 gene of wild boar meat, 2 wild rabbits and 2 wild chickens. Seeing the table full of ingredients, Wu Lei was dumbfounded, and Chu Wenju, who had just poured the tea, was also stunned until the hot water nearly burned her hand and she finally reacted. She hurriedly placed the cup in front of Yang Zhiyuan and rubbed her hands, saying, "Zhiyuan, what is this?" After saying that, she couldn't help but glance at her husband, wondering what was going on. Was her junior brother here to deliver gifts, to ask for favors? Wu Lei expressed that he didn't know either. "Junior brother, this is too much, I can't accept this. Aren't you escaping from trouble? How could you bring so many things?" "Senior brother, sister-in-law, you both sit down, don't worry, all of this is what I exchanged for hunting, no need to worry." "Really, what you exchanged for hunting? Not?" Looking at Wu Lei's doubtful eyes, Yang Zhiyuan said, "Senior brother, you just saw my skills, besides I set traps and made snares. Otherwise how could I feed 8 younger siblings?" "Wu Lei, did you get into a fight again?" Chu Wenju glared at Wu Lei. "No, I just had a spar with my junior brother and even lost." "Haha, really? Really more real than pearls. Good, let you fight this one today and that one tomorrow, alright, you lost. Zhiyuan, I didn't expect you to be this strong. From now on, this place is your home, and when you have time, teach your senior brother a lesson." "Alright, I will naturally listen to my sister-in-law," Yang Zhiyuan jokingly replied. Looking at the abundance of food before him, Wu Lei was also tempted, but he hesitated several times before reluctantly accepting it. When he touched the wild boar meat, Wu Lei's eyes sparkled and he said nothing more. Seeing that Yang Zhiyuan was sincere in his gift, the couple happily accepted it. However, Chu Wenju said that they couldn't let Yang Zhiyuan suffer, having heard that he was supporting 8 younger siblings, and insisted on giving him money. As a result, Yang Zhiyuan refused again. He had already scanned the room thoroughly. In the inner room there was a little child over 2 years old sleeping, and in the other room there was a little grain stored, not much. There was no meat in the house, only a bit of lard. It seemed that they had given away the only 2 tails of wild boar meat to the master's family. The furniture and other items were fine. The eldest son of his senior brother was not at home, and there was a little child about 4 years old who had probably gone out to play. In this era, children played outside every day, not fearing the cold or the threat of human traffickers. Human trafficking had only become prevalent in the late 1980s and early 1990s. At this time there were many orphans. If someone wanted a child, they could directly adopt one instead of spending money to buy one. There were even people who couldn't afford to raise children and would give them away. It wasn't until the family planning policy began that child trafficking increased. Parallel world, haha. Therefore, the situation in Xia country is quite strange, restricting property purchases, rising housing prices, limiting childbirth, and yet there are child trafficking issues. When housing prices were relaxed, the real estate market stagnated, and when the 2-child policy was relaxed, families couldn't afford to raise them. They don't allow planting trees but require everyone to plant grain, and as a result corn prices plummeted. It seems that the couple has a good relationship. Wu Lei chatted with Yang Zhiyuan while drinking tea, and Chu Wenju, seeing that it was still early, wasn't in a hurry to cook. From time to time she would check on the sleeping little one and chat with Yang Zhiyuan. The couple was quite impressed that Yang Zhiyuan could bring along 8 younger siblings and smoothly settle in the outskirts of the capital in this era. Wu Lei even offered to help with anything. Yang Zhiyuan repeatedly insisted it was unnecessary, saying that if he bought a bicycle in the future he would just ask his senior brother to help register it. Nowadays, after buying a bicycle, one must go to the police station for a steel stamp, register it, obtain a license plate, and pay a small annual tax similar to modern vehicle registration and boat taxes. Wu Lei waved his hand saying these were trivial matters. Selling hunted game was not illegal. What the government was cracking down on was buying low and selling high, engaging in speculation. Many rural people sell agricultural products to the supply and marketing cooperatives, which then sell them at a markup which is reasonable and legal. As long as they aren't flipping items, it's not considered illegal. Yang Zhiyuan knew this, and Wu Lei understood even better. Wu Lei also advised Yang Zhiyuan to be mindful. If he had more game, he could sell it to the police station, as they were also lacking meat. Just then a small boy about 4 or 5 years old suddenly lifted the door curtain and ran in shouting, "Dad, Dad, I'm hungry." As the little fellow entered, he called out for his father and then noticed a handsome uncle in the house. How handsome! With thick eyebrows and big eyes, he reminded him of a phrase so handsome it could move the United Nations. "Dong, this is your father's junior brother, call him uncle." It seemed this was the eldest son of his senior brother Wu Weidong. Wu Lei, 35 years old, left for training at 23 before the founding of the country. After participating in several battles during the Liberation War, he joined the troops in the founding war. He returned to the country after sustaining serious injuries 5 years later, and then, due to his injuries, returned to Beijing, transitioning to a deputy director at the police station. Later, his master's wife introduced her niece to this nearly 30-year-old bachelor. The following year, Wu Weidong was born. Now 4 years old, he had a second child, Wu Weinan, before the year of disaster arrived. "Hello, uncle." The little fellow looked quite mischievous but was also polite. Dong is really good. Are you hungry?" "Uncle has something to eat," said Yang Zhiyuan, pulling out a paper bag from behind the door. As soon as Yang Zhiyuan opened it, a delicious aroma wafted out. Inside were fried peanuts and dozens of fried cicadas. It wasn't that Yang Zhiyuan hadn't taken these out before, it was just that there hadn't been any earlier. The little fellow said he was hungry, and Yang Zhiyuan had taken these out from the space within the sack. "Wow, fried peanuts. What is this, bugs? These bugs smell so good," the little fellow exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. Wu Lei shot him a resentful glance as if to say, "Why didn't you take it out earlier?" "Senior brother, don't blame me. I was planning to sneak this to you without letting sister-in-law know, thinking you'd use it as a snack later," said Yang Zhiyuan, handing some peanuts and cicadas to little Dong, asking him, "Do you dare to eat?" The little fellow sniffed the cicada and took a bite. "It's delicious and fragrant." Xuanhuan quickly wrapped up the paper bag. Zhiyuan, it would be a waste to use this as a snack for him. He could drink 2 liang with just a dried radish and a nail. "Later you can take some back for my uncle and grandma." "No need, sister-in-law, I still have some here, don't worry," Yang Zhiyuan replied. "What do you mean it would be a waste? This delicious dish must be accompanied by a pound of liquor. By the way, where did you get these cicadas at this season, junior brother?" Wu Lei snatched the oil paper bag. "Senior brother, I have my own tricks. You guys don't have any food restrictions, right?" "What food restrictions? Back in the day we even ate rat soup. An apple can turn around and still leave half." Saying this, Wu Lei's tone clearly became much more somber. Xuanhuan gently patted her husband's back, saying nothing further and not taking the bag back. Then he picked up Chu Weidong, saying, "Come on mama, we'll chop it up and put it in the steamed bread, it'll taste better that way." Yang Zhiyuan had naturally heard of the apple story. Those were the most lovable people. "Senior brother, if you want to eat more in the future, just look for me." "Fine," Wu Lei said, taking a deep breath. As for the story of the nail, Yang Zhiyuan had witnessed it firsthand when he worked in Huhai in his past life. In a dormitory of 3 people, one was from Shandong and the other 2 were from northern Anhui. That midday the 2 colleagues wanted to drink, but it was pouring rain outside and the dorm had liquor but no food. As a result, the 2 of them somehow pulled out 2 nails, one licking a nail and the other taking a sip of liquor, and that's how they finished a bottle of white liquor. Truly remarkable talents. At noon, Xuanhuan made several dishes, most of the ingredients brought by Yang Zhiyuan. Just as the meal was ready, 2 male neighbors from the East Wing came into Wu Lei's house with meal tickets and 2 bottles of liquor. One was a police station instructor and the other was a deputy director. They introduced Yang Zhiyuan and the 4 of them started drinking. The deputy director was the same patrol team leader Yang Zhiyuan had seen last night, so he naturally didn't recognize him. Since Yang Zhiyuan had his face completely covered last night, it was only when Yang Zhiyuan took the initiative to mention it that the other party remembered. Xuanhuan first sent a plate of meat dishes to the 2 neighboring families. Then she returned to hug the second child, Xu Weinan, to have dinner. It seemed that Wu Lei and his colleagues were getting along quite well. The meal lasted until after 1 in the afternoon and the 4 of them drank 3 bottles. Wu Lei wanted to continue drinking but was stopped by the instructor. This finally ended the drinking session. After the meal, as they enjoyed their drinks, the instructor complained and the deputy director lamented, implying that if Yang Zhiyuan had a bit more wild game, he must not forget to send some to the station. Of course they would pay for tickets. While the money was certainly not as high as in the black market, it could be about half. If the price was too low, who would be foolish enough to send it to the police station? In the surrounding factories, wild boar meat could not go for less than 3 to 4 yuan a pound. For instance, Director Li from the steel mill dared to sell it for 4 to 5 yuan a pound. Do you believe that? Director Li liked to set up a small kitchen for Dejuzi. During this time, Yang Zhiyuan also inquired if there was anyone named Xuanhuan in the police force. It turned out there was indeed one, but he was just an old policeman, not that impressive. The third steel mill also had someone, but he hadn't heard of any Director Li. Mainly that area was not under their jurisdiction, so he wasn't familiar with it. Nanlawogu Alley also did not fall under the jurisdiction of the Jishuatan police station, it belonged to Jayadeyaku. It seemed that he wasn't in some novel world after all. He thought he would inquire more later about whether there were any Qin widows or Dejuzi to see if he had crossed into a TV drama. If that were the case, not to mention anything else, he would have to ask Dejuzi to cook a few meals for him, then tip him 10 yuan to perform a good show of Juzi battling Damo. Haha, Yang Zhiyuan's wicked sense of humor. If it really were a TV drama world, not going to meet them would be quite a pity. After Yang Zhiyuan promised to bring meat over in a few days, the three of them finally let him go. In the afternoon, after having some tea, Yang Zhiyuan said he needed to buy a bicycle because he was leaving the next morning and wanted to take care of this matter first. Wu Lei hadn't spoken yet when the instructor expressed his willingness to help him get a bicycle ticket. Yang Zhiyuan replied, "No need, I already have one." The three of them tacitly did not ask where the ticket came from. Everyone knew but just didn't say it. The black market could catch 70,000 people in a day next year. Just think about which of the surrounding colleagues and neighbors hadn't been there. The authorities also turned a blind eye. However, next year, due to the high prices of goods sold inside as well as substandard goods and rampant counterfeit items, low buy high sell practices, it was ultimately shut down. But it took a long time to gradually recover. The three of them had nothing else to do. The station chief, the instructor, and the deputy station chief all accompanied Yang Zhiyuan to buy bicycles. With three formidable protectors, petty thieves kept their distance from Yang Zhiyuan. It just made Yang Zhiyuan feel that these three were too enthusiastic and placed too much importance on him. 3 people, 2 department heads and 1 deputy head, accompanied him shopping. It all felt a bit strange, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Was it just for some wild boar meat? Wasn't it a huge crime to go to the black market? Many people went. He still had to be cautious, as saying too much could lead to mistakes. Arriving at the department store, he bought a permanent 28-inch bike for 175 yuan. He recalled that in 2 years prices would rise significantly and would require industrial coupons. Then he bought some household items and went to a Xinhua bookstore to purchase some textbooks, stationery, exercise books, and other books. Books didn't require tickets, one could buy them freely. He went to his senior brother's workplace, completed the bicycle registration procedures, had it stamped, and received the license plate and documentation before leaving amidst his senior brother's reluctant gaze. In the afternoon, riding the bicycle, Yang Zhiyuan returned to Grandpa Chu's home. Of course, the back seat of the bike also carried 2 sacks. What was sent from his senior brother's house could not be missed from his master's wife's home. He was also hoping that old Chu could help with the medical consultation. Tao Yushio was temporarily arranged to stay at old Chu's house, cleaning and tidying up, while the little girl also stayed here for the time being. His senior brother had already helped find someone, hoping to find Tao Yuxia's cousin soon. Early the next morning, Yang Zhiyuan carried the old doctor, preparing to head into the mountains. His master's wife, Aunt Chu, and Grandma Chu all invited Yang Zhiyuan to bring his 8 younger siblings to visit. But Yang Zhiyuan just listened and said no, how could he dare? 8 children could eat how much food? Would that be half a month's rations for them? Better not to cause trouble. Once they entered the mountains, the difficult paths were traversed with burdens. One end was old Chu and the medical kit, while the other was the bicycle. The new bicycle also couldn't be stored at nearby villagers' homes. What if it got lost? How could he explain a scratch? It wasn't that Yang Zhiyuan was worried, it was that the villagers couldn't afford to compensate. Just like that, he arrived at his younger brother Wei Shinmo's small mountain village by the afternoon. Not long after entering the mountains, Xuanhuan was released by Yang Zhiyuan. Lao Chu was curious about where this dog came from. Yang Zhiyuan explained that it was a hunting dog that could find food in the mountains by itself, and before entering the city it was let go near the mountain's entrance. Lao Chu mentioned that he had heard of dogs in rural areas or mountain villages being able to find food on their own, which was normal. For instance, dogs in rural areas would eat rice grains when hungry. Mountain village dogs can catch wild chickens and hares to eat. They even eat wild grass. Upon entering Shaowei village, the villagers were very happy to see Yang Zhiyuan return as promised. Seeing Yang Zhiyuan, everyone felt a bit anxious since they didn't see any food. Yang Zhiyuan reassured them that there was food and shortly he would trade it, but first he needed to check on Wei Shenmo's parents. This eased everyone's anxiety as the old doctor examined Wei Shenmo's mother while shaking his head. This made both Xiao Wei and Lao Wei extremely nervous. In the living room, many villagers quietly waited, not daring to speak and disturb the doctor. The old doctor soon spoke, saying the problem isn't serious and can be treated, but it will require long-term medication. Her body is severely depleted and she has not been receiving proper nutrition lately. Upon hearing this news, Lao Wei and Xiao Wei felt relieved. As long as it could be treated, they were glad. The doctor's head shaking had startled both the patient and her family. After examining Wei Shenmo's mother, he also looked at Wei Shenmo's father. His leg injury was more complicated, particularly the old injury that was difficult to treat. The family thanked Yang Zhiyuan once again, as all the medical expenses were covered by him, including the doctor he had carried into the mountains. The family expressed their commitment to sell their eldest son Wei Shenmo to Yang Zhiyuan. They felt obligated to support him in any way possible. As for what would happen next, Yang Zhiyuan didn't know. He just wanted to do a good deed. In the future he wouldn't rush to ask Wei Shenmo for help. He only hoped he could finish his studies and find a job after completing his vocational training, then take care of his younger siblings when the time was right. Some villagers also had minor ailments and sought the old doctor's help. Fortunately, Lao Chu had not exerted himself too much on the way, otherwise seeing so many patients in a row would have exhausted him. Shaowei village was quite small with not many people, and many ailments were caused by hunger. They quickly finished treating everyone. After the consultations, they began trading medicine for grain. This time with Lao Chu helping to identify the medicinal herbs, it went much smoother. In winter many herbs lack leaves, but Lao Chu could identify them by their roots, as many medicinal herbs were derived from the root parts. Common herbs could be traded for a pound of grain with just a few roots. Slightly better herbs, or those aged, could be exchanged for 3 to 5 or even 10 pounds of grain. More rare and valuable herbs could be exchanged for dozens of pounds. As for ordinary grassroots, plant roots and saplings, Yang Zhiyuan also provided some grain based on their quantity. With a questioning look, Lao Chu seemed puzzled, but Yang Zhiyuan smiled and said nothing. Lao Chu understood he was indirectly helping others. In fact, Yang Zhiyuan wasn't at a loss. He was diversifying his own space. After all, he couldn't just plant one type of tree, could he? He couldn't just say there could only be one dogtail grass, could he? Yang Zhiyuan indicated that he would return to collect more in a few days with no restrictions on the types. Even young animals could be brought in as long as they weren't dead. Then, after tallying everyone's grain amounts, he led them to a secluded spot outside the village in a hollow between the mountains. Hidden behind several stones were several hundred pounds of grain. Everyone helped carry it back, with each family receiving 20 to 30 pounds or 50 to 60 pounds. In Xiao Wei's family, his father was a longtime hunter, and Xiao Wei gathered quite a few plant roots along with the others, trading for a decent amount of grain. There wasn't much grain left, so it was temporarily stored at Xiao Wei's house for use on the next visit. This had originally been prepared by Yang Zhiyuan beforehand, so it wouldn't be too much. However, it couldn't be perfectly calculated. After finishing up, Yang Zhiyuan declined everyone's invitation to stay and started down the mountain path towards Yang Zhiyuan with his burden. He realized that he had missed his younger siblings a bit over the past few days. Once again he carried Lao Chu on one side and his bicycle on the other. To ensure the old man was comfortable seated, he had prepared a wooden box with a small stool inside for him. This time the old man had it quite easy. He didn't have to walk a single step on the mountain path, all thanks to Yang Zhiyuan carrying him. Several times he thought about getting down, but seeing Yang Zhiyuan walking swiftly and steadily with a large dog protecting him, he felt reassured. The old man even had the luck to witness Xuanhuan, the big dog, take down a half-grown yellow-haired wild boar. He thought naming the dog like that was somewhat insulting to it. He also saw Yang Zhiyuan swiftly deliver a punch that killed a wild goat. Lao Chu had a new understanding of this child's abilities and skills. What he didn't know was that Yang Zhiyuan was intentionally showcasing his prowess by releasing them from his space. It was merely to demonstrate his hunting skills. Secondly, it provided a clear path to bring back food for his younger siblings. Most importantly, it balanced the load on his shoulders. In front there was a half-grown wild boar, and behind him there was the bicycle carrying purchased goods and the goat. This time the old man was right next to the already drained wild boar and stopped his incessant chatter. This old man could talk quite a lot, rivaling teacher Tang. As night fell, they finally returned to Yang Zhiyuan. Yang Zhiyuan's home was the first one at the west end. Without disturbing anyone else in the village, he spotted his younger siblings waiting for him at the door. Because xuanhuan had run into the house ahead of time. Without putting down Lao Chu, several children surrounded him. Some were crying, others laughing, and some hugging him, startling the dogs from nearby households. Then the barking continued and all the village dogs joined in. Many people came out to see what was happening, realizing that Yang Zhiyuan had returned and brought back a doctor, some dried vegetables, and a few eggs from the neighbors. There was also a small wild boar and a goat. Yang Zhiyuan decided to host a dinner that night. He checked in with Zhou Hong and Yang Zhiyuan, confirming that no one in the family had been bullied. On the contrary, because Yang Zhiyuan had taught everyone the skill of making a heated bed, they all wanted to express their gratitude to him. That night there were 2 tables set up in Yang Zhiyuan's home, one in the living room and one in the kitchen. In the kitchen were his younger siblings, while the table in the living room was filled with guests. There were Lao Chu, Yang Fumin, Yang Fuming, Yang Dachuan, Yang Er, and several villagers who had previously come to help. A total of about 10 people were seated. Fortunately, the table was a long one, otherwise it would have been very crowded. Although the wine wasn't particularly fine, being homemade, it was brewed from grain. That was not bad. Yang Zhiyuan had good wine in his space and several bottles of black market liquor, but it didn't seem appropriate. The price of liquor hadn't risen yet. In the coming year, a bottle would cost over 10 yuan and one would need a liquor ration ticket. A bicycle had surged in price to 500 or 600 yuan, several times what it had been this year due to the unique circumstances. Lao Chu had connections with various people during his youth, and he was no stranger to the villagers. Yang Zhiyuan appreciated his character because he could converse with anyone. Ordinary folks and dignitaries alike. He did not carry the arrogance of city dwellers who looked down on others. Thus, even without connections from the master's side, Yang Zhiyuan was willing to associate with him. This was a friendship that transcended age, with similar temperaments and the ability to banter without taking offense. He had a sense of responsibility which was quite admirable. The villagers were initially quite reserved around Old Man Chu, but they soon relaxed. This doctor was different from the others. He was approachable and did not hold himself above anyone. Everyone continued drinking until after 9 o'clock before dispersing. That night Yang Zhiyuan talked with his younger siblings for a while before going to bed. Fortunately, the Kong in Yang Zhiyuan's house was large enough. Otherwise they truly wouldn't have fit. The counterattack was immense, not easily contained in one pot. Even so, Old Chu was crowding them, so they sent the 2 smallest kids over to Zhou Hong's room. Originally Zhou Hong and the ugly duckling shared a room. When Yang Zhiyuan returned, there were 7 boys in the east room sharing one Kong. If Old Chu joined them, it would be cramped, it would be uncomfortable even if they could manage. So they sent Zhang Godin and Li Sihong over to the west room. Sai as a father, it seemed he'd be busier than as an older brother in the future. These few kids would need to prepare for their own houses soon. Otherwise, as they grew, it would be impossible to stay together. Old Chu had drunk quite a bit that night and had already fallen asleep. Upon waking, Yang Zhiyuan looked curiously at the Kong in his house. Hearing some movement, he saw Old Chu pacing around the Kong and asked, "What's wrong, old man?" "Can't hold it in. The toilet is outside, you know." "Pa, you're the one who can't hold it. Let me see where your Kong is heated," he replied. "This Kong is so comfortable, there's not even a hint of smoke, and there's no fire door either." "Haha," Yang Zhiyuan chuckled, patting the east wall. "It's out here. If you want to see, put on your cotton pants and take a look outside." "Really? I thought so," Old Chu said, immediately putting on his cotton pants. His cotton coat was already on, but he hadn't had time to fasten it. He dragged his cotton shoes and stepped out of the room. Yang Zhiyuan didn't pay him any mind. He had already taken his younger siblings for some exercise earlier. Soon he would bring the textbooks and teaching materials to Yang Fuming. Right now he was helping Zhou Hong prepare breakfast. The younger siblings were all gathered around him, clearly eager for his attention after being away for a few days. A moment later Old Chu returned, calling out, "Little friend, little friend." "No, old man, why are you being so sticky? If you have something to say, just say it. Didn't you just call me a kid thief?" "No, I still want to call you little friend. I have a favor to ask of you." "What favor?" I'm counting on you to help check the health of my younger siblings anyway.
Hearing this, old Chu straightened his back. He had a request of his own.
Ahem, that your Kongness.
Understood, old man. I've taught all the men in the village. If you trust me, you can ask Yang Zhiyuan and Yang to help you with it.
Really? It's just a heated Kong.
Old Chu immediately grinned. See, I told you you're something else, he said, giving Yang Zhiyuan a thumbs up. Yesterday he had exchanged grain for herbs and roots, and today he heard he was teaching people how to make heated kangs. He had personally seen her 8 younger siblings. With a closer look, he noticed these orphans had few problems. Their health was quite good. In his youth he wouldn't have been able to do what Yang Zhiyuan was doing. This child had compassion and loyalty.
Old Chu hadn't eaten yet and was eager to check the health of the younger siblings.
In later years, health checks were also done on an empty stomach in the morning. He wasn't sure if traditional Chinese medicine followed this, but perhaps old Chu was just anxious to examine them. Seeing old Chu willing to help, Yang Zhiyuan was naturally pleased. He planned to give old Chu more grain later and hoped to get more in Gong Niu Xuanhuan if he managed to obtain some rhinoceros horn, as it was said to be quite expensive. The primary use of his space was to produce a large amount of grain and cultivate seeds. Secondly, it could quickly grow plants and medicinal herbs.
Thirdly, it allowed for the mass breeding of animals.
The main materials for Ngong Niu Xuanhuan included Asian rhinoceros horn, natural cow bile, and natural musk. Asian rhinoceroses had long been extinct in the country. No one had seen one since 1922. Natural cow bile was the easiest to find among the 3 main medicines.
Though rare, many people had seen it.
Musk was produced in a pouch between the navel and reproductive organs of male musk deer.
Currently there was no farming technology for it, and many musk deer died after the musk was extracted.
Moreover, this type of musk deer was more common in the northwest and southwestern mountains, though there were also some in the northeast, but in fewer numbers. Many people, especially those who weren't locals or familiar with traditional Chinese medicine, had never seen it.
Additionally, musk posed significant risks to women, especially pregnant ones, as it could easily lead to premature births.
This substance invigorated the blood and could easily cause women to miscarry.
However, Asian rhinoceroses still existed in some Southeast Asian countries, just not domestically. He would definitely go there in the future.
By then he would raise more in his space. He wanted old Chu to help him as a pharmacist. He just wasn't sure if he could do it. If not, it didn't matter, he could find someone experienced to help. In case he had a son in the future who turned out to be a spendthrift, he could leave him a few hundred or 800 of those. If he ran out of money, he could sell one, which would help others and also bring in some cash and favors. This was much better than selling antiques. The reason Yang Zhiyuan didn't often trade antiques in the black market was that he felt he wouldn't lack for this in the future. He would think of ways to keep more in the country. Moreover, John Bull and Tom Cat were temporarily storing things in the museum, and he planned to collect them all together when he had the time. He was waiting for them to help him make money, dreaming of a spring dream. Thus, with the space and the ability, Yang Zhiyuan had a clear career plan. Naturally, he felt his abilities were still a bit lacking, and it would be best to increase the range of his divine sense. 10 meters wasn't enough. He also needed to find a source for the grain in his space. The black market couldn't satisfy him, as he had produced over 10 million jin in a single day recently. He needed to go out on a long trip soon. Thus he needed to arrange things for his family. Old Chu quickly finished checking all the children's health. Overall, they were fine except for a few with minor stomach issues that needed some care.
What's more, these children were particularly resilient for their time, especially with the food Yang Zhiyuan had brought.
Otherwise, those kids wouldn't have made it to the outskirts of the capital without being sick or frostbitten. After breakfast, some villagers wanted to see if the doctor could check on them for minor ailments.
With the agreement of both old Chu and Yang Zhiyuan, everyone cheered.
This doctor was hired by Yang Zhiyuan without mentioning the cost. He had carried everything over.
Shouldn't you all be grateful?
Moreover, Dr. Chu had stated he would check for free, but the medicine cost would need to be covered.
What more did you want? Everyone had to acknowledge Yang Zhiyuan's kindness. While watching old Chu help treat patients, Yang Zhiyuan first took the textbooks and materials to Yang Fuming. Yang Zhiyuan had also brought textbooks for the village's children and gave Yang Fuming some grain. Originally, Yang Fuming wanted to thank Yang Zhiyuan for bringing textbooks for the village kids, but now Yang Zhiyuan was thanking him for teaching the children.
Other men could go make money by creating heated kangs, but Yang Fuming couldn't, as he also had kids at home who needed to eat. It was only right to help him out with a bit more grain to teach his younger siblings. After bidding farewell to Yang Fuming, Yang Zhiyuan picked up a specially made hoe, preparing to break new ground in the depths of winter.
He had no idea how long he would be gone this time, but since he had space and energy he wasn't worried. Arriving in the valley near everyone's mountain land, Yang Zhiyuan chose a spot with a large number of big stones and plenty of small ones. The area was not small, but there were too many stones, making it very labor-intensive for everyone to cultivate. He was fine with it. This land caught Yang Zhiyuan's attention the first time he entered the mountain located on the eastern side of the valley river. It was in the same direction as Yang family village, but a bit farther from the village. Standing in the village and looking forward, it was not visible, but after all the house was halfway up the mountain. If he looked down towards the west side he could vaguely see Yang Zhiyuan's figure. However, he couldn't see Yang Zhiyuan's actions clearly. At this moment there was no one around, and all the stones big and small that Yang Zhiyuan passed by were collected into the space. Unless the stones tightly wrapped by the soil needed to be moved, they could be collected into the space. To avoid detection, some of the collected stones were placed at the very edge of the fields by Yang Zhiyuan. This time he also collected some soil on the way out, taking the opportunity to scatter some around. Later he would get some black soil to ensure a high yield from these dozen acres. It was best to have a thicker layer of soil so in the future his younger siblings could harvest more grain. Yang Zhiyuan had not yet figured out how to arrange for his younger siblings. Now if he really wanted to go to the city, Yang Zhiyuan actually had a way. The key was what to do about the household registration after entering the city and how his younger siblings would go to school. The next few years would be a buzzing period. These children would definitely be greatly affected at that time. He couldn't watch over all 8 children all the time. Each child's thoughts were hard to control. Except for Yang Zhiyuan, the others were not his biological siblings. At that time he couldn't beat or control them what to do when they were in their rebellious teenage years. He was worried sick. This plot of land was prepared for them in case Yang Zhiyuan returned late or did not leave in the coming spring. With this piece of land, even without Yang Zhiyuan's care, they at least wouldn't starve. Just as Yang Zhiyuan was working diligently, he suddenly sensed several dogs from the small stream rushing over. Yang Zhiyuan instantly resumed normal operations. Behind him were a few of his younger siblings and some villagers. The villagers had to admit Yang Zhiyuan's strength when they saw the large area of land he had cleared. Who would clear land in winter? The ground above was frozen solid like stone. But seeing that Yang Zhiyuan had already moved away many large and small stones and turned over a lot of soil which Yang Zhiyuan had poured from the space, they were amazed. They hurried back home to fetch tools to help. Thus, while Yang Zhiyuan loosened the surface of the land, over a dozen men helped turn the soil. Yang Zhiyuan and the others also picked up smaller stones. The little ones were quite enthusiastic about their work. The reason for plowing the land after the autumn harvest was to turn the insect eggs below to freeze them to death. Otherwise there would be many pests in the fields next year. In ancient times locust plagues were frequent, partly because there were no good tools to deeply plow the land and many insect eggs did not freeze to death during warm winters. This piece of land was about 70 to 80 meters wide and over 100 meters long. In terms of acres, it was a little over a dozen acres. In mountain villages the per capita land was generally more, but this was not good land and included hilly and forested areas. Normally 1 acre per person in a mountain village was completely insufficient for sustenance. Additional side jobs or other focuses were needed. There were also irrigated and dry lands. The yield in mountainous areas was lower than that in plains. Therefore Yang Zhiyuan specifically cleared over a dozen acres. He would secretly replace some soil and use some seeds from the space. Next year this piece of land would definitely yield much more than others. If the yield was not high, he could catch more of the small stream and bury them as fertilizer. If that did not work, he could bring the reader's grandfathers to stand by and help with manual fertilization. Separated by 70 to 80 meters, everyone could imagine one side had a bit of black, not as white a backside. On the other side squatted a row with a bit of black with occasional white ones fertilizing. That scene let one's imagination run wild. Those who don't give 5-star reviews, don't comment, don't urge updates, and don't send gifts can all stay behind. Captain Yang probably finished checking his health by now and came to observe, stating that barren land could be tax-free for 2 years. This was great news. In this small mountain village, as long as it wasn't reported, very few people came to inspect each year. Now that the captain and accountant were on his side, most villagers owed him favors. It was likely that even if he was not around, his younger siblings would not face too many problems. Yang Zhiyuan and Zhouhan understood a bit about farming. If not, they could learn from other villagers. These little ones still needed to work. They couldn't develop the habit of being spoon-fed. Only through hard practice could they become stronger. they would be able to walk steadily in the future. At noon, Yang Zhiyuan cooked some sweet potatoes and potatoes to treat everyone. In the afternoon they worked hard again as many hands made light work. Small stones could be ignored, they would be buried directly beneath the soil. Not far away was the small mountain river that had already frozen. As long as it still had water flowing next year it would be fine. The drainage ditch had already been dug. If there were a mountain flood, many stones were piled up on the riverbank. At that time he would raise the land. Unless it was a massive mountain flood, smaller issues would not matter. The land by the valley was originally formed by the impact of mountain water. In the evening, Yang Zhiyuan sent Zhou Hong and Yang Zhiyuan home to cut meat, distributing 1 pound of the wild boar meat left from yesterday to each person. There were too many people and it was not feasible to host everyone. There were families of 2 or 3 coming to help and others with 1 or 2. Giving 1 pound of meat per head was more appropriate. This was already a substantial gift and everyone understood where the meat came from. Otherwise they could not have accepted it. After all, this pound of meat sold for several dollars outside. The day's work on the production team was worth only a few dimes at most. Some were worth only a little over a dime. After a day of compliments, old Chu drank with Yang Zhiyuan again that night. Originally Yang Zhiyuan wanted to invite a few companions, but none came today. How could he have the face to go eat at a group of orphans' homes every day? No matter how well they did or how wealthy they were. However, influenced by Yang Zhiyuan today, someone started to clear land the next day. In the past they couldn't fill their stomachs, but now the men could go out to earn some money during winter, while the women with nothing to do in winter were organized by young Famine to clear the land. Although they worked slowly, they cleared a lot of land over the winter. Next year they could at least expect some harvest. As long as it wasn't less than the seeds sown, that would be good. This is a matter for later. At dawn, Yang Zhiyuan prepared to go to the city again today to send off old Chu and take a trip far away. Zhou Hong and Yang Zhiyuan woke up early to see them off. The other kids were still asleep and unaware. Watching the departing elder brother Yang Zhiyuan and the remaining little dogs, Zhou Hong wiped her tears. She knew that this time her elder brother might be going further. Otherwise he wouldn't have left the little dogs behind and stored enough food in the cellar for them to eat for more than a year. Although Yang Zhiyuan usually seemed foolish, he also had tears in his eyes at this moment. He silently shouted in his heart, "Elder brother, come back soon. Don't forget to bring me meat buns." Well, deep down he was still a foodie. On the winding mountain path, not only was Yang Zhiyuan carrying old Chu, but there were also bicycles. Along with them were 5 villagers, including Yang Zhiyuan and Yang who were carrying the tools of a mason. These individuals were going to help old Chu set up a new heated kang. In fact, many Zhiyuan do not use kangs for heating. Wealthy families sleep on beds and rely on stoves and charcoal in their rooms. However, in this era there are many deaths each year due to gas poisoning. Not using heating makes it cold, and whether using honeycomb coal or stoves, there aren't good and tight smoke exhaust systems. This poses significant danger. Hence old Chu was so pleased to see this kang. It produced no smoke indoors, was clean and hygienic, and most importantly provided strong warmth. Many northeastern kangs would become cold by the second half of the night, but this type of kang could continue providing warmth until the next morning. For families with children and the elderly it was simply a blessing. Moreover, it required significantly less firewood, which is an excellent advantage. After descending the mountain they arrived at the first village at the foot of the hill, where there was a village-run brick factory that produced bricks. They purchased the necessary 8 bricks, square and 2 pieces thick, equal to the thickness of a red brick. These bricks were needed for the kang surface. In fact, ceramic tiles would be the best, but unfortunately, although tiles existed in this era, they were too expensive. Many rural brick kilns lacked the technology, and these 8 bricks, being thin, could be used not only for the kang but also for the stove and could replace the roof tiles. To drain rainwater, a slope would suffice. The author's old house's annex had this type. I wonder if other places have it. After buying the bricks, the distance was too far for the seller to deliver. There was no choice. Yang Zhiyuan asked old Chu to go ahead with them. He would find someone else to help, actually just using it as an excuse to let them leave first so the old ox cart could take the bricks to the road out of the mountain. He stored the bricks in his space and rode his bicycle back to the city via another route. Yang Zhiyuan had already gathered information about the capital city, where 18 high-end restaurants did not require tickets. The capital city has been famous for its culinary scene since ancient times, with renowned dishes emerging in succession, exquisite cooking, meticulous ingredient selection, and diverse flavors. Before 1958 there were many old restaurants that supplied food freely, but in 1959 due to a lack of grain many old restaurants and street stalls lost their sources of materials and successively closed down. Some state-run restaurants could barely maintain operations. By the end of 1959 surrounding cities like Tianjin, the provincial capital of Hebei, and Yuzhou began to require grain tickets for city restaurants. As a result, many people with money but no tickets traveled to the capital specifically to eat. Because the state-run restaurants in the capital only accepted cash, not grain tickets. This led to some people eating in the evening and continuing to queue for breakfast, then lining up for lunch and again for dinner. Many families came together, resulting in a crowd that lingered throughout the night. Many locals saw and joined the queue as well. Later, when they reached the municipal government, they noticed the overwhelming crowd, which was an adverse influence. Furthermore, due to the tight supply of grain and oil, they began requiring local grain tickets as well. National grain tickets were not accepted, only local ones were valid. There was no choice but to let the crowd disperse. However, they retained 18 high-end restaurants that accepted cash without requiring grain tickets. This was for some overseas Chinese foreigners or wealthy individuals who came to dine. Two features characterized these places: delicious food and high prices. Yang Zhiyuan was heading to one of them, xuanhuan Tower. There was actually another restaurant, Donlishan, in the East Market which served hot pot, but it was difficult to take away. It was better to check out xuanhuan Tower, and if that didn't work he could go to Datong Restaurant. xuanhuan Tower is a Shandong cuisine restaurant that suited Yang Zhiyuan's taste. It was said to offer fruit wood, roasted duck, scallion, stir-fried sea cucumber, egg white chicken slices, turtle egg soup, oil-braised shrimp, deep-fried meatballs, and more. As for the taste of the various dishes, I won't write about it because I have never tried them. I have only had the roasted duck, priced at 29.9 yuan each. Yang Zhiyuan rode quickly on the way, definitely arriving long before Old Chu. He wanted to taste the dishes and also take some home. He first bought over 100 triangular aluminum food boxes, having to find several places to purchase them separately. Then, carrying a dozen in a net bag, he attempted to enter xuanhuan Tower. However, he was informed that he needed to obtain a reservation number a day in advance. Feeling slighted, he wandered around and indeed found some scalpers. He got 5 reservation numbers and strutted in confidently. Yang Zhiyuan was dressed modestly and somewhat unkempt, but no one stopped him from entering. As long as you had money, they didn't care who you were. Some foreigners had come in wearing shorts. Sitting in a corner, Yang Zhiyuan paid no mind to others' opinions. He ordered one of each signature dish. Soon he would see which ones tasted best. He also ordered a few extra portions to take away. He showed the manager his cash in advance to avoid any awkward situations with people looking for trouble. Having seen too many incidents of such trouble in restaurants, he was fed up. In reality, most restaurants wouldn't act this way. All guests were treated equally, and who had the time to look down on this or that? Moreover, the diners next to him were all eating their own food. There were no rude customers trying to drive away someone just because they were dressed poorly. Such scenarios are mostly fantasies created by impoverished authors. Everyone should not believe them. The author has also been to places with high average consumption previously hosted by a company, and the hospitality was excellent. The dishes arrived quickly and he thought, delicious, not bad. Unfortunately, since the author has never eaten them, he cannot describe them. They tasted far better than anything he could make himself, even though he had excellent ingredients in his space. The roasted duck was the last to arrive, fragrant and crispy. He ordered 5 to take away. As for the scallion stir-fried sea cucumber, he didn't play soccer, so he ordered 5 portions of that as well. He also ordered 5 portions of oil-braised shrimp and turtle eggs. The lunchboxes were running low, so he said he'll pay first and then go buy more lunchboxes. Yang Zhiyuan wandered around and returned with a large bag of lunchboxes into the restaurant. Soon Yang Zhiyuan was full and content, carrying 4 or 5 lunchboxes to Old Chu's house. These few lunchboxes and 1 roasted duck were for his master and her family. As for Dashwan, he might as well eat steamed buns, stir-fried wild boar meat, and cabbage. It wouldn't be reasonable to feed the laborer the best and most expensive dishes. After all, at this time 1 roasted duck cost over 10 yuan. Their combined daily wages wouldn't even cover that. When Yang Zhiyuan arrived, he presented the lunchboxes, and sure enough, his master's wife greeted him with a smiling face. She remarked, "You are much better than your nonsensical master and that silly senior brother." Yang Zhiyuan smiled back at the old lady, saying, "Of course, who else would I have aligned with but my master's wife?" Little Guo and Tao Yuxiu were naturally very happy to see Yang Zhiyuan. The two of them were dressed cleanly and looked much better. Today happened to be a good day for them to have a nice meal together. He would just need to send the lunchboxes back with his younger siblings at home. The items in the space could remain unchanged. Whatever was stored inside would be exactly what came out. As long as they weren't placed on the ground of the space, it would be fine. In midair, it could maintain a static state. Moreover, Yang Zhiyuan could also isolate sections of the space. For example, one area could have time flowing normally while another could speed up to 10 or even 100 times. Otherwise, if xuanhuan entered, he would age and die within a day. Many wild animals, after he allowed them to proliferate a population, slowed down their flow rate. However, for common food sources like wild boars, goats and hens, the more they consumed the better. After several people had their fill, Old Chu and the others arrived. Yang Zhiyuan had also prepared their lunch in advance. Just like Old Chu, who had the same lunch as the workers, he had 2 steamed buns while the workers had 4. Old Chu was unwilling to accept being ruthlessly outnumbered by 3 women. 1 wife, 1 older sister and 1 mother. Scallion stir-fried sea cucumber, not bad, but it wasn't sea cucumber fried noodles. Yang Zhiyuan had already tidied up the things in the house. After Yang Zhiyuan and the others finished their meal, they quickly got to work. The bricks needed for the Kong had already been packed into sacks and carried inside. He even thoughtfully prepared the yellow mud. Old Chu questioned him about how he managed to do it so quickly. Yang Zhiyuan replied, "I found a ride from a factory, it was fast and went directly without changing vehicles, isn't that okay?" Because of this one sentence, Yang Zhiyuan only gave him 2 steamed buns and 3 pickled vegetables. Even that felt too much. Everyone knew this was just Yang Zhiyuan and Old Chu joking around, and they ignored them. Old Chu actually wanted to set up a Kong in each bedroom, but that was unrealistic. Otherwise, there would be no place to put the original beds. The main room had 2 bedrooms, and there was also a Kong set up in the back room. That required 3 Kangs, but fortunately there was Yang Zhiyuan to help out. With the wall cut out, moving bricks and mud became much faster. The 3 Kangs, which originally would take 5 novices 2 days to set up, were finished in just 1 afternoon. The Kangs couldn't be used at night. Although there were rooms, the workers were reluctant to stay. They had to be sent to a nearby small inn. Naturally, meals were provided and wages were paid afterward. In addition to the fare for their return, each person paid 2 yuan, which meant that since the work for 2 days was completed in 1 day, they still received payment for 2 days. Old Chu said that since everyone was familiar with each other, they couldn't charge less. This made Yang Zhiyuan and the others very grateful. That evening, when Yang Zhiyuan took out the lunchbox he had prepared for Old Chu, he said, "Little friend, I can continue to eat only 2 steamed buns and 3 pickled vegetables for lunch every day. As long as every evening is at this standard, that's fine. Dream on." After saying that, Yang Zhiyuan ran away. Naturally, Old Chu knew what he was going to do: go to the black market. He had been fortunate enough to avoid the trouble of setting up a stall at night thanks to Yang Zhiyuan. Little did Yang Zhiyuan know that Old Chu had placed some money under his pillow in his bedroom. Although it wasn't much, he wouldn't let anyone eat and drink for free, even if Yang Zhiyuan was living in his house. At the black market, Yang Zhiyuan sold goods worth over 10,000 yuan, collected some gold to offset the payment, and bought a few Moissanagant rifles along with over 1,000 rounds of ammunition. He certainly wanted to buy a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, but since it was standard equipment that had only recently been issued, he decided against it. After leaving, Yang Zhiyuan discovered that someone was following him. However, these people were different from the ones he encountered last time. They had standard handguns, short hair, and worked well together, with the leader being Deputy Director Du, whom he had met last time when they roamed the streets together for half a day. All right, rest assured. He was well covered and his voice had changed so others wouldn't recognize him. To prevent anyone from taking their guns, he only kicked down the last one without knocking them out. Then Yang Zhiyuan decided to check on the man selling military knives. He released a carrier pigeon and, unafraid of the dark, rode his little Camel Type 28 rifle toward the northeast. After riding for more than 10 minutes, he arrived at the location indicated by the pigeon. It was a large village with over 200 households and more than 1,000 people. The man selling the knives lived on the eastern side of the village. There were many families nearby, but unfortunately there weren't many dogs in their village. Yang Zhiyuan quickly arrived behind the man's house. By this time, most people in the village were already asleep. However, he could hear the couple inside talking through the wall. "When will this life come to an end? Look at our Daya area and the children, they are all so swollen from hunger. I will find a way." "What way? Last time they kindly sent so much grain, and I didn't say to keep it all, but you could have at least left 10 or 5 gene for our own children. Other people's children are children, but our children aren't. Are our parents not parents? Alright, understood. Another one who understands sacrifice. Sigh.
Many young people today may not know that some people would rather starve themselves and their families to help others. You could call him foolish, but please don't mock him. You are a cadre, you are a team member, but you can't use the things you've worked hard to exchange for to benefit everyone else. It's not like you planted those things for everyone.
Alright, this is still a grassroots organization member and cadre. Alright, for your knife and metal.
With a few thuds, several bags were thrown into their yard. Lin Dagwa, hearing the noise, quickly reached out to grab a Type 38 rifle from the wall. Moving swiftly, he approached the window to listen carefully, but the noise had stopped.
His wife asked Dagwa, could it be a thief?
It shouldn't be, there's nothing in our house that could be stolen.
Then put on some clothes and go take a look. Alright, you put on some clothes too, don't catch a cold.
Lin Dagwa quietly opened the door and observed but found no other shadows in the yard.
He then stepped out of the house with the gun, not lighting the oil lamp inside. Otherwise he would be in the open and the enemy in the dark, which would be dangerous. Years of combat experience told him there was no danger. He noticed several dark shapes near the western wall of the yard.
He couldn't see clearly, so he slowly approached and found that it wasn't a person. When he touched it, he realized it was several burlap sacks completely full. Lin Dagwa searched the surroundings again in the dark. He even checked outside the main gate and found no one. Only then did he put the gun on his back and carry one sack into the main room. After going back and forth several times, he brought all 5 sacks into the house. Only then did he light the oil lamp and his wife came over.
The couple locked the door to the main room before untying one sack. Sure enough, it was filled with yellow corn kernels.
The second sack contained a bag of wheat with plump grains. The third sack was filled with potatoes. The fourth sack was full of sweet potatoes. When they opened the fifth sack, there was an envelope on top, blank and without any writing. Feeling something hard, a note inside read: to the hero, the Japanese sword has been collected, the metal has been returned, the other 4 bags of seeds can be tried for planting next year, but still be cautious of drought. This bag is prepared for your parents and children, do not give it away.
Sincerely, salute.
Lin Dagwa poured out the metal, held it close to his chest, crouched down and choked on his words. His wife, who couldn't read, looked at the note and then at her husband, who was crying uncontrollably. Old Lin, what's wrong?
What does it say?
Tell me. Oh, you're going to drive me crazy. After a while, old Lin finally stood up, wiped his tears and showed the metal to his wife.
Look, it has been returned.
Then he reached under the last bag and found a small bag inside the cornmeal. When he opened it, there were 20 boiled eggs and 2 skinned wild rabbits.
There were 10 gin of wild boar meat with fat.
The rest was cornmeal along with 10 gin of white flour and 5 gin of millet.
Perhaps fearing the eggs would break if thrown in, they had put in boiled eggs. This person was truly considerate.
Lin Dagwa told his wife, you go cut up 1 boiled egg and give it to the children and parents for a pot of noodle dumplings.
I will go move the other grains into the cellar. Alright, you light an oil lamp and be careful not to sprain your ankle.
Understood. Lin Dagwa, holding a sack of grain, stepped out of the room, suddenly stopping in his tracks, putting down the grain and silently paying his respects to the west.
In the evening, old Chu left the door open for Yang Zhiyuan.
Returning to the eastern wing, he found the bed made presumably by the master's wife. It felt quite soft to the touch, and there were 2 quilts prepared, likely to keep him warm at night.
There were also 2 mattresses laid out.
Just as he was about to adjust his pillow, preparing to lean back for a moment before entering the space to sleep, he discovered 20 yuan under the pillow, 2 large black tens.
The large black 10 was unfortunate as it was only in circulation for 6.5 years.
Most of this currency had been reclaimed since it was printed with the help of Polar Bear.
Later, in late 1959, Yuzhou Prefecture developed specialized paper for banknote printing, which ceased circulation on April 15, 1964. The main concern was the potential for economic warfare and the large-scale reprinting of counterfeit money, which would lead to inflation. Eventually, it was the 10 yuan Great Unity.
Therefore, some people claiming to have large quantities of black tens from the 70s were simply impossible. This is because the state reclaimed a large amount, otherwise how could the future black tens be so expensive?
Scarcity brings value, and everyone should remember that. Yang Zhiyuan shook the large black 10, which made a rustling sound quite new.
He replaced it with 2 slightly worn ones from the space and returned to his original position, disappearing into the space in an instant. Inside the space there was a wooden villa that Yang Zhiyuan had built himself. Living alone, he could prepare meals in the blink of an eye. The bedroom didn't need to be that large. The other rooms were mainly filled with books, and there were many porcelain items that Yang Zhiyuan liked on the shelves.
He only selected those with particularly beautiful colors. Anything that lacked vibrancy was tossed aside. Naturally, he was aware of the Tang Sankai style. The next day, Yang Zhiyuan noticed that his divine sense had increased again, extending over 2 more meters to more than 12 meters. This might have been a response to his recent acts of helping others. The first time he had received a jade bracelet, his divine sense increased by 10 meters. However, the jade items he exchanged for in the black market did not yield the same results. The space seemed to reward good deeds. The last time he had sent food to many impoverished families in Wuyuan County, his body had undergone significant changes. It seemed he would need to continue doing good deeds in the future. Naturally, even the wicked should face their share of challenges. He believed that one could be both a good person and a demon. Being purely altruistic was not Yang Zhiyuan's style in either this life or the past. Fearing he wouldn't return in time if he ventured far, Yang Zhiyuan hurried to the inn to find brother Yang Zhiyuan, asking him to bring back a few lunchboxes and suggesting that when they had more time they could involve the people from Shaowei village. He had promised to exchange grain every 3 to 5 days, but time was tight. He had to set off today. There was no time to wait. Shaowei village only had a few households, and since he had exchanged grain previously, it shouldn't be a big issue in the short term. The urgency stemmed from a certain place that could no longer afford to delay. He shared a breakfast with old Chu's family along with Tao Yuxiu and Xiao Gui'er. He left behind several dozen jin of coarse grains and some wild boar and rabbit meat, telling them to take good care of Tao Yuxiu and Xiao Gui'er as he would be returning to the village for a few days. Although Xiao Gui'er was reluctant, Tao Yuxiu managed to pull her away. Looking at the tearful Xiao Gui'er, he could only endure the pain of leaving. Children are the most emotional. Yang remembered when he was around 10 he had clung to his 2 older cousins and one cousin by bike, refusing to let them leave, dragging his shoes along the ground for quite a stretch. How are you, cousin who married far away? At 10 in the morning in the capital city, on a flight bound for the provincial capital of Zhongyuan, Yang Zhiyuan observed through the luggage compartment. The luggage compartment was empty and freezing. Fortunately, he had his space to hide in. After 2 hours they arrived at the provincial capital of Zhongyuan. After refueling and inspecting the plane, they delayed for over an hour, reaching Hanwu and then continued on to Xiangqing, finally arriving at Huacheng. After more than 10 hours they arrived at midnight. Thankfully, Yang Zhiyuan had provisions in his space and a toilet available. Otherwise it would have been quite difficult to travel so far. This was by plane and they still hadn't reached their destination. In the future one could arrive in 4 hours with speed and safety. After exiting Huacheng Airport at midnight, he found a ride into the city. The next day he figured out how to find another ride to Baohan County. Then he rode his bicycle along the way, collecting some southern plants. However, seeing the area appear to have just suffered a flood followed by a drought, Yang Zhiyuan quickly pedaled faster. There were very few pedestrians on the road, and those that were there looked emaciated. Some were so thin they seemed like just skin and bones. In December it shouldn't have been this cold here. There should have been some crops in the fields, right? Even if rice couldn't be planted in this season, there shouldn't be a complete lack of vegetables. He later discovered that many ponds had dried up and the fields were mostly just overgrown with weeds, completely parched. It seemed that the disaster had spared no one here. At this moment Yang Zhiyuan was dressed similarly to the locals, not speaking or eating anything from the area. He kept his head down and continued on his way until he reached the seaside. In fact, there were places with rivers and bridges to cross, but those areas were guarded by troops. Yang Zhiyuan also occasionally noticed others who might share his thoughts, closely observing the coastline. Some areas along the coast had patrols, but with such a vast coastline there were many gaps. Yang Zhiyuan took advantage of the fading light. He then gathered many marine creatures on the beach and a small pool of seawater appeared in his space. As the number of marine creatures increased, the pool of seawater in his space gradually expanded. Unfortunately, he couldn't find a fishing port, otherwise he could have harvested many fish. However, many fish from fishing ports were also dead. This needed to be addressed later. By nightfall the sky was dark and the sea breeze was quite strong. Occasionally he heard noises indicating someone was walking into the sea preparing to swim across. Yang Zhiyuan ignored them, realizing that it was winter and the sea was still quite cold. It would be better to row a boat and avoid being bitten by sharks. On the pitch-black sea surface the distances were far and they were all quite spread out. Yang Zhiyuan fished with a rod while rowing with his feet. He originally intended to directly collect seawater along with the fish, but sometimes when he collected a cubic meter of seawater there wouldn't be a single fish. Moreover, as long as he threw marine creatures into the space, the area of the seawater in his space would naturally increase, so there was no need to collect seawater anymore. Tomcat often conducted explosion experiments in the sea. In a country where life was relatively good, dumping nuclear waste was not as effective as his godfather's direct play with explosions in the sea. Fishing and rowing the boat did not hinder each other at all. To fish quickly, Yang Zhiyuan used many smelly baits. Feeling that one was not enough, he simply removed the rod and prepared many fishing lines, extending them long. He didn't even need to reel in the fish. He only needed to sense which bait had fish touching it, and through the line he directly pulled the fish into his space. After just over an hour, the marine environment in his space changed dramatically, reaching around 100,000 mu. The area of the ocean was vast and the variety was abundant, growing quickly. Unfortunately, he did not dare to venture into the deep sea with his small boat. However, with his space he could hide in it at any time. Perhaps he should get a sailing fishing boat and try to cross the Pacific Ocean. Maybe he could catch a few whales. He wondered if that would increase the ocean area further. The escape harbor wasn't as far as it seemed. No wonder so many people could flee. He slowly paddled his boat. A woman carrying a piece of wood could cross in just over an hour. Damn, I wonder how so many people succeeded throughout history. But when he landed, Yang Zhiyuan was stunned. What the hell, it was all mountainous terrain with only a few broken houses here and there. How far was this from the city center? Wasn't the port city not that big? The black shadows ahead looked like mountains, right? Indeed, there were mountains and rural areas on the island. The city center was still far away. Let's take out my bicycle and set off. First, I need to find a path and collect some plants and animals along the way. Yang Zhiyuan also encountered some people on the road. It seemed they were all kindred spirits but with different purposes. What Yang Zhiyuan didn't know was that over the past 2 years many people from Guangdong province had found ways to swim over. Even next year, the local leader would issue orders to relax the conditions for leaving the port from the provincial and city levels down to the commune and brigade levels. This meant that if you wanted to leave the port, you could simply apply for a certificate at the brigade or commune. Then everyone would take the certificate and form groups to head towards several informal ports. In other provinces there were detentions and repatriations, but here it was tacitly permitted, allowing people to seek their own paths. Truly a place with an open mindset. Unfortunately, the leader during this buzz period was assassinated. Those who genuinely cared for the common people were harmed, while those who firmly enforced detentions and repatriations rose in rank. Indeed, good people do not live long, while calamities befall the wicked for thousands of years. The first of the 4 major waves of departures occurred just after the establishment of the nation, featuring a large number of bureaucrats, families, remnants from Taiwan, and some capitalists who fled without much obstruction at the time. What Yang Zhiyuan encountered on the road was a stream, not a large-scale one. The greater wave would come in the next couple of years, followed by 2 more during the buzzing period and its aftermath. A fugitive from the grasslands could escape all the way from the northernmost point to Hong Kong Island using a fake document. Not only did he manage to become a famous writer, but he also ended up as the father-in-law of a little Jewish girl. Where could one seek justice? The world is vast and full of wonders. One can only say that reality is even more fantastical than novels or television. On the road to the city, some refugees looked on in astonishment as a person riding a mainland-style bicycle vanished from sight. Amazing, can one really cycle over here? This must be the first of the departures. As night fell, Yang Zhiyuan kept his face covered, making it hard for others to see him. He rode along the road towards the brightly lit area. Fortunately, the roads here were relatively easy to navigate. At midnight it was also rare to encounter a vehicle. The distance was about several dozen kilometers, and the well-maintained roads allowed Yang Zhiyuan's eyes to adapt well to the darkness. So he rode swiftly on the road. Having witnessed the splendor of future cities, he felt no interest in the neon lights and revelry of this 1960s port city. All that remained was a sense of novelty. Since he was here, he might as well get to work quickly. Just as he was about to enter the city, he chatted with a few small gangsters about life. He exchanged some local currency for Hong Kong dollars. Then he put away the bicycle, hailed a taxi, and had the driver take him to a place in the city where many white-haired ghosts resided. This was a gathering place for white-haired ghosts, an apartment building. The night was alluring with dazzling lights outside and pedestrians bustling about. Unfortunately, this white-haired ghost apartment had just been openly robbed by a notorious thief. Not only had a significant amount of money and gold been stolen, but also foreign currency, passports, some people's hair, and even women's cosmetics. There was a white-haired ghost who went to bed with flowing golden hair only to wake up bald with not a single strand left. Truly detestable. Even some people's new suits and leather shoes were taken, not to mention all the food and drinks. Nothing was left behind. This was not mere theft, it was like a relocation. It was as if the family did not even know they were moving. This was occurring while those victims were sound asleep. No. 123, Shaxian wrote a European-style castle covering an area of 5 acres backed by mountains and facing the sea, complete with a swimming pool and lawn. It is one of Asia's rare luxury residences where the future diving champion's daughter-in-law will also live. This is a new mansion that Mr. Hu bought this year. Yang Zhiyuan came here intending to pay a visit to Boss Hu and do some business with him. The lights outside the luxurious mansion were still bright. The main gate had a guard who was probably sleeping inside. At this moment the guard suddenly heard the doorbell ring, jolting him awake. Who is it at this hour? The guard impatiently emerged from the door station, peering at the person standing outside in the light. A foreigner with white skin and yellow hair, standing over 6 feet tall, wore straight trousers on the lower half and a rolled-up white shirt on the upper half with a suit jacket draped over his right shoulder. Sir, it's quite late, what can I do for you? To his surprise the foreigner spoke fluent Mandarin. I need to see Mr. Hua. As he spoke he handed over 500 Hong Kong dollars, a significant sum considering that during this era the average salary of a local employee was about 1,000 to 3,000 Hong Kong dollars per month. The guard's salary was certainly not just this amount, but that 500 must have been at least half a month's income for him. They say it's tough dealing with foreigners, so it's best to resolve things with money. However, the guard did not accept the money and called out behind him. Soon 2 bodyguards rushed over from other areas in the villa's yard. While seeing that the bodyguards were dressed smartly, they must have been patrolling the yard. Unexpectedly, the guard turned out to be quite loyal. It seemed there would be some obstacles. When the 2 bodyguards arrived, they only saw a white man and did not take any action. They simply politely asked him to leave. In the end, the white man had no choice but to hand over an envelope to the guard and asked him to deliver it to Mr. Hua. He was sure he would meet him tonight as it was of great importance, and the white man spoke Mandarin from the north. The guard suspiciously felt the envelope without opening it and went to find the steward. He first found the steward on the first floor, who was awakened and puzzled at such a late hour by a white man speaking Mandarin requesting to see the master. He wondered if there was really something important, as the envelope felt hard, as if there were some solid objects inside. However, it should be safe and he felt it was inappropriate to open it. Knowing what the master usually dealt with, he naturally did not dare to dispose of it casually. What if there was something crucial? He proceeded upstairs with the envelope to the master bedroom. Knock knock. Several knocks sounded and soon the door to the room was opened. Boss Hu, now 38 years old, was in his prime and easily awakened. What is it, steward? Who? Master, there is a foreigner outside, but he speaks fluent mainland Chinese and is requesting to see you, and he has prepared a letter. Boss Hu took the envelope and upon feeling it he noticed several hard particles inside. He squeezed it through the envelope before promptly opening it, finding no letter inside, only a few seeds. He turned on the light to examine them. They were all plump seeds, including a few of wheat, corn and soybeans. Boss Hu thought for a moment, then let him in and invite him to the study. He then reminded Steward Hu, be careful. Steward Hu replied, yes master. The foreigner with yellow hair was of course Yang Zhiyuan disguised. Creating a wig in the space with so much hair was quite simple. He also used some cosmetics to transform into a tall white figure, even applying a little yellow hair onto his arms and hands. Upon entering he was searched again, even having his shoes checked. It was no wonder they were so cautious. If they weren't, Boss Hu wouldn't have been able to conduct such large business in a place like Hong Kong where white supremacy prevailed. Moreover, many white people and local forces, including those from Taiwan, were watching him. Being cautious was better than the fate of Li Huanghua, who had his son kidnapped. As soon as he entered, Yang Zhiyuan sensed that at least 4 bodyguards were monitoring him from the shadows. They seemed to be from the north. He entered a spacious study which was simply decorated, filled with various materials and books. Soon tea was served. Just as he sat down, Boss Hu, dressed in formal attire, walked in. 2 bodyguards flanked him on either side. Boss Hu, I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour. I mean no offense. He spoke in authentic mainland Mandarin. Hong Kong was not devoid of foreigners who spoke Cantonese, but there were very few who could speak Mandarin fluently at this time. Yang Zhiyuan stood up and bowed slightly. Boss Hu's sharp gaze swept over Yang Zhiyuan. He did not shake hands. He was still unsure whether this man was friend or foe. He directly asked, may I ask where you are from and what does this letter signify? An overseas wanderer here to help my hometown through tough times. Looking at Yang Zhiyuan's white face, claiming to be an overseas wanderer, Boss Hu naturally did not believe him. Seeing the other party staring at him without responding, Yang Zhiyuan understood his meaning. In front of the two bodyguards, he easily peeled off several strands of hair from his arm, revealing a thin layer of skin underneath. He glanced at the two bodyguards beside him and subtly nodded towards the four hidden bodyguards watching him from the back. Boswell understood immediately that this person had used some special materials for disguise. Even sitting directly opposite him, he had not noticed. It seems the visitor must have something very important to discuss. Away, Alan, you two go outside and keep watch. Yes, boss. Finally, the two bodyguards left and the four observers hiding in the shadows also departed. These people were all equipped with high-tech devices. Once they left, it was easier to talk. If the Lord is not discreet, he loses his subjects. If the subjects are not discreet, they lose their lives. As the door closed, Yang Zhiyuan flipped his hand and placed several small bags containing various grains onto the table. This person truly had a knack for it. The bodyguards had just informed him that the newcomer had nothing but clothes, shoes, and a belt. But where did these bags of grain come from? Boswell looked at Yang Zhiyuan in surprise. What do you mean, my friend? Selling grain, he replied. Oh, selling grain. Sir, why have you come to me? Boswell, let's not play dumb. I know very well your character and the routes you use to transport grain privately. Who exactly are you? An overseas wanderer, Yang Zhiyuan said as he removed the yellow wig from his head, tearing off a layer of film from his face. He peeled off everything on his arms and hands. This disguise wasn't very breathable, he would need to improve it later. He had applied 2 layers. The layer underneath wasn't Yang Zhiyuan's real appearance. He looked like an ordinary young Asian man in his 20s, but his eyes were bright and piercing. Even thrown into a crowd, he would not stand out easily. Boswell, this matter is of great importance and must be treated with caution. I hope for your understanding. Boswell looked at the items torn from the faces and hands of people in front of him with surprise. Oh, that's fair. May I ask where you are from and how you wish to conduct business? I won't disclose the place, but we are a group of people without homes. Everyone knows the situation back home, boss. Well, my brothers are asking for your help. For this batch of grain, the first shipment is 50,000 tons, 100 million yen at just 1/10 of the market price, so low. Yes, for the sake of our homeland's development and for our compatriots. Is that true? Once a word is spoken, it cannot be retracted. When can we start shipping? Boswell asked anxiously. As long as there are enough burlap sacks, we can ship tomorrow night. Burlap sacks are not an issue, I have plenty here at this price. Rest assured, Boswell, I do not want foreign currency nor too many Huabei dollars. Just some minerals and raw stones that are already available back home, which I can collect next month. The shipping cost can be deducted from my payment, but I have a condition that Boswell needs to inquire about. Speak, brother, but I still don't know your surname. My surname is Long. I'm the 5th in the family, just call me Long Wu. Yang Zhiyuan smiled as he spoke. Xuanhuan, the 5th son of the dragon in legend, is the 5th born, known as Long Wu. The dragon has 9 sons and the 5th son has the body of a lion and the tail of a dragon, loving smoke, hence the name. Brother Long, thank you. What are your conditions? The conditions are that priority should be given to Yuxing province and the North China Plain, and at that time you help me convey a few words. Okay, what do you say? First, this batch of grain is not just a one-time deal, there will be more to follow. Second, this grain can be used as seeds directly. Each province should test a small plot first. Do not blindly trust these seeds. If they can increase yield and resist drought the following year, we can promote them on a larger scale afterward. Third, be cautious of foreign grain companies. Beware of their contract traps and protect all seed varieties in the inland areas. From September 1960 to February 1961, the state procured nearly 2 million tons of grain from the international market, yet much of it was bought with precious foreign currency and gold, as well as through international loans. However, a large portion was transferred from third parties. The foreigners have consistently restricted other countries from exporting grain to us. Fourth, improve the supply treatment for domestic agricultural researchers and other scientists, reducing the issues of non-experts leading experts. A certain elder who dreams of harvesting grain has suffered too much and has been troubled many times. Otherwise, hybrid rice might have been introduced earlier, and due to poor food supply, the elder's efforts have been in vain. Is that all? Yang Zhiyuan took out 2 large yellow croakers. Oh, and also tomorrow, boss, will please do me a favor and help me buy 5 kinds or pairs of plants and animals already available on the entire Hong Kong island. If the money isn't enough, I can provide more. Boswell didn't even notice how the gold bars appeared. Yet he happily said, "These are small matters, I'll help you buy them. By the way, I also need various seeds, flower seeds, medicinal seeds and food seeds even from other countries. If the money isn't enough, I can cover that too." Okay, these won't cost much," Boss was said cheerfully. The two of them then discussed the transaction methods and transportation details further. The shipping cost must be covered. Boswa has a ship, but the workers also need to be fed. With Boswa's help on Hong Kong Island, I can collect various fish, animals, seeds, plants and other species, making things much easier for myself. On the way, I didn't even have time to get rice seeds, fully focused on the journey. Rice is one of the important components of food. 50,000 tons of grain is equivalent to 100 million gene divided among a province with tens of millions of people. An individual might not even get 2 gene of grain. However, after Yang Zhiyuan acquires a large number of new species tomorrow, he can begin to plant rice and sweet potatoes extensively in the space. 10,000 acres of good farmland can produce 100 million gene of potatoes in a day, or over 10 million gene of corn or wheat. This 50,000 tons of fine grain is Yang Zhiyuan's reserve for 10 days. There are still hundreds of thousands of gene of pork and soybeans in the space which can also be supplied. Payment cannot be neglected, otherwise it will lead to people becoming reliant on unearned income. A slight discount would suffice. A few years ago, the international market price was $2 per bushel. Converted domestically, that means 5 cents per gene of grain, not cornmeal or flour. Later, the state borrowed $363 million to import 6 million tons of grain from Canada based on the current exchange rate equivalent to about 7.5 cents per gene. In recent years, the international market has seen price increases due to droughts in various countries. However, if Yang Zhiyuan sells at 7 cents and 5, then 100 million gene of grain would equal 750,000 Huabei dollars. This is the daily yield of potatoes or sweet potatoes, or the yield of corn or wheat over 10 days. Not counting other materials. Selling too expensively is unnecessary, there's too much money that can't be spent. Currently, a worker earns $30 to $40 a month, spending 750,000 will take a long time. The first batch will sell fine grains. The second batch will sell coarse grains. Considering the distance from Hong Kong Island to the mainland, it is really feasible to make several trips in a day, not to mention loading and unloading. If it weren't for safety reasons, I would have already scattered grain all over the country. However, such actions could also lead to dire consequences. No country can allow an uncontrollable figure to appear. Therefore, Yang Zhiyuan deliberately took a detour to have Boswa help him. One reason is that this person is reliable and he can still be buried under the national flag in the future. The second reason is that he has a ship and the channels are already established, maintaining connections with domestic bigwigs. During the war for nation building against the Americans, he helped transport grain and medicine. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the qualifications to be buried under the flag. This is a true patriotic entrepreneur. He is fundamentally different from capitalists. That evening, Yang Zhiyuan and Boswa talked until dawn. Then Yang Zhiyuan insisted on leaving and went to one of Boswa's hidden warehouses. All the newly bought species today will be delivered here. Moreover, no one can stay here after dark. The grain will arrive tonight and the burlap sacks are ready. It's not that I don't want to avoid using burlap sacks, but given the current conditions back home, there are no containers or loading machines. After all, there still needs to be a diversion, unlike the current cargo ships transporting grain directly using port suction machines for loading and unloading without needing manpower. Given the limited conditions, it is better to pack the grain in burlap sacks in the space. After a day of procurement, an increasing variety of pets, freshwater and ocean fish, cattle, horses, tree species, herbs, bamboo, strange insects, and even a few flies were all gathered. Finally, there was beef to eat, and with horses available, riding one in the future would also be quite good. Having 5 or 6 horses, one could switch them out during travel, consuming a bundle of hay every 100 kilometers. No longer would he have to cycle alone in the cold wind, and going to the northeast or the grasslands would be much more comfortable on horseback than by bike. That day, Yang Zhiyuan's space underwent a tremendous transformation. A freshwater lake and grassland were added. The arable land increased to 100,000 acres, and the rest also saw various increases. 100,000 acres of good farmland could yield 1 billion gene of coarse grain or 100 million gene of fine grain in a day. Finally, rice was available. During the anti-Japanese period in Yushing, so much had been given, and now so much grain was being sent to support the capital and Huanhai. With this ability, it was only natural to help out more. After all, this was Wei Guire's home. On the third night, the sky was dark, and at a quiet port on the northern shore, countless people were silently waiting. Standing like pines, each was clearly an elite soldier. After an unknown amount of time, several lights suddenly flashed across the sea. Immediately, countless large lights illuminated the port. 10 ships entered the port in succession. Each ship didn't need to stop. The hatch opened and countless people entered in order, each carrying a sack before quickly exiting. At first there were inspections, but later only random checks were conducted. Yellow corns and wheat were unloaded in bags. What Yang Zhiyuan didn't know was that the few small bags of corn and wheat he left behind last night had been ground into powder by Boswa, who personally tasted the steamed buns and corn cakes made from them. It was understandable for people to be cautious. Such sudden door-to-door transactions warranted some precautions. Even after Yang Zhiyuan left the warehouse, the grain was only loaded onto ships after inspection. A general in military uniform quietly watched the empty cargo ship depart. He raised his right hand and solemnly saluted. This batch of grain did not require upfront payment for in exchange a large amount of cash or gold. It could also be put on credit to be offset with minerals at the end of the month. There was no interest charged if the minerals were not delivered. Payment could be delayed for a while. It was truly timely assistance, like a warm scent of coal in the snow. Longwoo's identity had been reported to the north by Boswa. The hometown urgently made a medal and a letter of thanks, which were directly airlifted to the southern port. They were brought back to the island by the cargo ship. The next morning these items were received by Yang Zhiyuan in his space. For the next 10 days, every night Yang Zhiyuan would go to a hidden warehouse to stock up on grain. Several warehouses were not close to each other. Yang Zhiyuan would notify Boswa to load the ships only after he stored the grain. Boswa also inquired but found no traces or sources of Longwu. After all, it was support for his hometown. As long as the grain was fine, it didn't matter. During the day, Yang Zhiyuan would stroll around the port city, enjoy some delicacies and take in the scenery. The fish near Victoria Harbor had not dwindled in Yang Zhiyuan's space. That day, while wandering, he encountered several delinquents bullying a beautiful woman. The beauty was chased away by Yang Zhiyuan. Indeed, he was still a child, not yet 16, and she followed the delinquents to their gang's headquarters. The gang leader, known as Big Chicken from Min province, had many soldiers from the bay who had escaped. Big Chicken, originally named Chen Gangxing, does it sound familiar? Was subdued by Yang Zhiyuan and accepted as a little brother. The gang was renamed and reorganized as Gangsheng Company. They also hired many professionals, starting grain and oil companies, transportation companies, real estate companies, and international trade companies. Finally, they established a large Red Eagle motorcycle manufacturing company. The motorcycle company collaborated with Boswa, and many exterior designs were inspired by the designs of future small days. Parts were mainly imported from the hometown, and Gangsheng Company was responsible for assembly and export to Asia, Africa, Latin America, and Europe. The hometown relied heavily on exporting agricultural products and mineral resources, which brought in limited profits. Yang Zhiyuan remembered from some novel that in the 60s and 70s the small days vigorously developed the automobile and motorcycle manufacturing industries, creating immense wealth. This provided many jobs and a huge amount of foreign exchange. Even if the hometown could produce lightweight, attractive, and high-performance motorcycles directly, it would still be challenging to export them to other Western countries. At this time, both the Tom Nation and the Polar Bear Camp had significant hostility towards the hometown. The reason for not building factories directly in the hometown was that first, all factories there were state-owned with too many leaders and cumbersome processes. Second, it was not conducive to export and could face blockades. Third, applying for patents would be difficult, and even if they went to court, it would be challenging. There were many reasons building in Hong Kong Island was more advantageous for development. Chen Gangxing could serve as a mascot, standing in the front, while many personnel and financial accountants were professionals personally arranged by Yang Zhiyuan. Naturally, Lei Luo also gave him a timely reminder. Initially he was not very compliant, but after being taught a few times by Yang Zhiyuan he became much more docile. He held a small share in the new company and had also brought along a few shareholders from John Bull, which lessened the problems. Of course, while giving a stick he also needed to provide some sweet dates. Otherwise, if he only offered the stick, people wouldn't recognize it. Binding interests were the most important. Just like a nation has eternal interests, it cannot have eternal friends. Later, Yang Zhiyuan thought for a moment and decided to establish a traditional Chinese medicine biotechnology company. Given the significant damage to traditional Chinese medicine in the hometown, if there were a Hong Kong traditional Chinese medicine company that could purchase a large quantity of domestic herbal medicines at high prices, it could not only generate revenue for the hometown but also lay the groundwork for protecting traditional Chinese medicine. In the future, traditional Chinese medicine would be used to research proprietary medicines and then radiate globally. Hong Kong Island could not just be a small island with high property prices. John Bull was reluctant to establish heavy industries on Hong Kong Island, and establishing it himself would also be a hassle, so he would start from other places. Surrounding the city from the countryside, there was no need for guns. Establishing light industries, traditional Chinese medicine industries, and supporting related industries in the hometown on Hong Kong Island. Real estate wasn't particularly exciting. In the future, some factories and residences could be built. This industry looked good in hindsight but was too affected by policies. Biotechnology and proprietary medicines would still thrive. Hospitals make money and people will always get sick and need treatment. Plus, with the grain and oil company, just wait and see how I'll outplay you. The grain and oil company was arranged by Yang Zhiyuan. It would eventually don the cloak of John Bull. In the future, they would sell seeds, grains, oils, food processing, and feed storage, and most importantly, they had Yang Zhiyuan's space as a support. In the future, I will set the prices. What soybean futures, what corn futures, as long as you tomcat dare to play tricks, I will simply crush you with massive production. No one in this era knew better than Yang Zhiyuan how fiercely the agricultural market in the hometown was being crushed in later years. Moreover, it would also lay the groundwork for food security. You have your schemes, but unfortunately I have my support. Time has quickly passed by for over 10 days. During this period, Yang Zhiyuan has sent over 10 billion gene of coarse grains back to his hometown, along with plenty of pork, soybean oil, and sugar. The sugar was extracted from new varieties of sugarcane, and Yang Zhiyuan plans to come once a month in the future. In these past days, he has arranged everything that needed arranging, and he misses his younger siblings and that little fruit from Yuxing province. That girl who loves to talk about the treacherous roads of Shu. I wonder if my younger siblings have gained weight. After discussing with boss He, he quietly left. It was still nighttime. This time he drove to the seaside and then took a small speedboat ashore, riding a motorcycle afterward. No more riding a bicycle. His divine sense had increased to over 100 meters, and as time passed it continued to grow slowly. It seemed that the grains transported were having a tremendous effect. The space underwent a dramatic change with the arrival of various minerals for the first time. Once Yang Zhiyuan collected them into the space, that rocky mountain expanded to over 500 square kilometers. Because over 100 types of minerals from his hometown were collected into the space, it can be said that it has grown significantly. Grasslands, pastures, plateaus, snow-capped mountains, freshwater lakes, saltwater lakes, mountains, forests, hills, plains, oceans, farmland, etc. have all formed a small world. Inside there are many white golden gradient cats from a sand, platinum gradient cats, black golden gradient cats, and even blue ones. Black panthers, leopards, elephants, lions, pythons, rhinos, and so on. The quantity is overwhelming. Who can blame Hong Kong Island for still being a place for John Bull? Plus, Asan was once a colony of John Bull. The wealthy of John Bull have certainly obtained rare animals from Asan. It is said that Asan has over 65000 types of animals and more than 49000 types of plants. Damn, that place has such great weather. I must visit when I have time. The reason for sending grains to Yuxing province is also because a capital defense battle is about to take place there. It was the battle where the hero shouted the enemy not only refuses to surrender but dares to retaliate. I hope this time we can reach their capital and bring back more beef. Claiming to be the third in the world, who would have thought that within a month it would turn into a capital defense battle? Sigh, such misplaced confidence. I wonder where that bravado comes from. Perhaps they've drunk too much of the Ganges water. Or maybe it's from drinking cow urine, which is said to be divine water. With over 100 meters of divine sense, as soon as there are people around, Yang Zhiyuan immediately switches to a bicycle and avoids crowded areas. Soon he found an opportunity and boarded a plane. After multiple detours, he finally arrived in the capital city. The security at the civil aviation airport was not that strict, and he quickly evaded the crowds. It was already past 10 o'clock the next night. At this hour there was no need to sleep. He directly went to the black market for a look and planned to return to Yang Zhiyuan in the early morning. This time he was familiar with the route, avoiding patrolling individuals and heading again to Dishengmen. The black market was bustling, but it seemed not much different from last time. It seems that the grains he transported last time were still insufficient. However, it may have had some impact on the lives of ordinary citizens in the capital. He inquired about the grain prices, which were even cheaper than last time. The market merchants have sharp instincts. Although the grains were secretly transported, the government had not made any announcements. However, the grains transported from outside have decreased recently, and the supply in the capital has not changed much. It appears that the boss of the black market has quite an impressive background. The news travels fast. This time he did not seek the black market boss to sell grains as it was unnecessary. He simply exchanged grains for some goods. While wandering around he suddenly saw a middle-aged man asking around to exchange a silver ring for cooked food. Yang Zhiyuan observed this person with curiosity. Dressed in ragged clothes he was trying to trade a silver ring for braised meat. It seemed unlikely. A gold ring could at most exchange for some coarse grains. A silver ring was even less valuable now. It was worth less than a silver dollar. Who would trade him a pound of braised meat? Seeing the man's destitute appearance with swollen legs and unsteady walking, he looked like he could collapse at any moment. Yang Zhiyuan pulled him into a corner. "Uncle, what's your situation? I can trade with you." The uncle stammered and paused before choking out, "This can be exchanged for a pound of braised meat. Just a pound is fine. If not, half a pound will do." "Why must it be meat? Can't you trade for grains, coarse grains, potatoes or sweet potatoes? Why insist on meat?" Yang Zhiyuan replied, puzzled. "Can you tell me why? As long as your reason makes sense, I can trade you a pound." Yang Zhiyuan answered affirmatively. I sigh. The middle-aged man suddenly sat on the ground sobbing softly. "Uncle, it's all right, take your time to explain. Here, have a corn pancake first." Saying this, Yang Zhiyuan handed him a piece of corn pancake. The man glanced at the pancake but did not take it. "I don't want the pancake, I just want to exchange for braised meat. If you don't want to trade, I'll ask someone else." This person was clearly both hungry and weak. Refusing the pancake he was offered, still insisting on trading for braised meat. Yang Zhiyuan didn't think much more and said, "Wait a moment," then turned and found a corner, pulled out a pound of pig head meat, wrapped it in newspaper, tied it with strawstring and returned to hand it to him. The man inspected the meat, took a sniff but did not take a bite. He placed the silver ring in Yang Zhiyuan's hand, said thank you and turned to leave. Yang Zhiyuan held the tiny ring just a few grams and only followed after the man walked away. The man seemed very anxious, clutching the meat tightly in his cotton-padded coat. He stumbled several times but got back up, continuing on his way as if he felt no pain. Exiting the black market, he headed east and then north. After walking for over half an hour, he reached a very small village. The village had about 100 households and there wasn't even a bark from a dog. The middle-aged man staggered to a household. He skillfully opened the door, closed it, and locked it. Yang Zhiyuan did not enter but scanned with his divine sense. He was taken aback. In the yard there were several shallow rectangular pits about a meter deep adjacent to several others. They resembled graves but were too small and narrow. Inside the house there were 5 people, a woman, 3 children, 2 boys and 1 girl lying on the bed barely breathing. The man entered the house, found the kitchen and took out the meat, preparing to slice and chop it. He boiled a pot of water and besides water he added some dry leaves to it. He placed the chopped meat inside and from a corner dug out a small bottle. He dumped all the powder from the bottle into the pot. Yang Zhiyuan was sure that it was not salt. Could it be? He couldn't help but associate it with the pits outside, which were just the right size to bury a few people. Because the pits varied in length. The several pits were connected together. It would be just right to bury 5 people. Oh, I see, this person wants to have a good meal with his family before they pass. Then he plans to bury everything in his own yard. Considering that he wouldn't even eat a pancake and the look in his eyes, he had clearly already resigned himself to death. On this cold winter night the biting wind howled, shrouding everything in desolation. A father's heart was already engulfed by despair, having lost all faith and courage in life. The food at home had run out, the house was barren and hunger tormented both his body and soul. Faced with such a predicament, the father felt utterly powerless, believing he could no longer endure this suffering. His gaze had lost its former brilliance, dimmed as if the spark of life had extinguished in his eyes. He harbored no hope for the future, only a singular thought: to spare his wife and children from further suffering. After a painful struggle, the father made a horrifying decision to end the lives of the entire family, including his own, with poison. He believed this was the only escape. Only in this way could they free themselves from the torment of hunger and suffering. Uncertain whether this act was foolish or not, Yang Zhiyuan quickly jumped over the courtyard wall and dashed into the kitchen. The man stared in surprise at the masked Yang Zhiyuan, unable to utter a word, not from fear but because there was nothing of value left in the house, just a few lives about to perish. He was momentarily stunned, wondering what this masked figure wanted at his home in the dead of night. Yang Zhiyuan did not wait for him to speak and swiftly knocked him unconscious. Once he was unconscious, it would be easier to save him. Yang Zhiyuan collected all the meat soup from the pot into his space and cleaned the pot, which was not much more than a clay vessel. Then Yang Zhiyuan took out a jar of millet porridge from his space and entered their bedroom. 4 people were sleeping on the Kong, their breaths weak and barely hanging on. Yang Zhiyuan did not know whether to be angry or to cry. Fortunately, the 4 of them still had the ability to swallow. Each was given a bowl of thick millet porridge. His gaze swept across the room, which was indeed barren. Some cabinets and chairs had likely been exchanged for food. A few tattered pieces of clothing lay piled in the corner of the Kong. After feeding them some porridge, Yang Zhiyuan returned to the kitchen. He set down several bags of coarse grains and some millet. With the vastness of his space, he had plenty of salt, adding a few pounds along with some smoked meat. He splashed a bowl of cold water on him to wake him up and handed him a bowl of porridge, pointing at the pile of grain. Just hang in there a bit longer, things will soon improve. I fed your wife and children a bowl of porridge and I've filled the pit for you. From now on, try not to get into any trouble. The man woke up initially confused. After listening to Yang Zhiyuan's words and seeing the porridge in front of him, he took it and knelt silently, choking back tears, nodding repeatedly without being able to say a word. After leaving the kitchen, Yang Zhiyuan used an iron shovel to fill in the pits. After filling them in, he stomped his feet a bit. The man must have drunk the porridge first before going to check on his wife and children. He then came back and knelt down with a thud, wanting to speak but was held back by Yang Zhiyuan, who whispered, "I appreciate your gratitude, but it's inappropriate. Speaking loudly might wake the neighbors. Let's focus on living steadily from now on." Having said that, he did not look back, opened the dilapidated door and disappeared into the night. It was both sad and lamentable. Scanning with his divine sense, Yang Zhiyuan threw some grain into the homes of those who lacked food, ensuring that their sudden windfall would not seem too abrupt. In the dark of night, Yang Zhiyuan rode his motorcycle, circling around Beijing, heading west. Just as dawn broke, Yang Zhiyuan and Zhou Hong were practicing martial arts with everyone when they suddenly heard a knock at the door. Zhou Hong paused, went to open the door and exclaimed joyfully, Big brother, you're back." "Big brother, brother," a group of little ones rushed over, their excitement causing a commotion. What had started as surprise quickly turned into tears of joy. This was what one called crying from extreme joy. Yang Zhiyuan, still sobbing, did not forget to take the bags from Yang Zhiyuan's shoulders. Seeing Yang Zhiyuan's travel-worn appearance, which he had deliberately put on, Zhou Hong quickly urged everyone, "Stop crying, let's take big brother inside." Several little ones were tugging at Yang Zhiyuan's hands, so he had to scoop up the smallest, Chu Xiaoya and Zhang Godin, one in each arm, and walked into the main room. The others clutched his clothing while a few dogs circled around Yang Zhiyuan. Well, the little girl and the 6th brother have put on some weight recently, haven't they? Haven't they? Yang Zhiyuan teased as he rubbed the little girl's nose. The little girl sniffled, "No, I haven't gained weight, I've just drunk half a bowl more porridge than before." "Haha, gaining weight is a good thing, not a bad thing. If you gain too much, I might not be able to carry you anymore." "That won't happen, big brother's big face can carry a wild boar, carrying you 3 is no problem." "Hey, am I big-faced or strong?" Yang Zhiyuan retorted. Lisi province chimed in, "The smartest among them, I meant strong, not big-faced, I misspoke." Yang Zhiyuan couldn't be bothered with that little brat. Yang Zhiyuan set down the little girl and Zhang Godin and sat on the Kong in the east room. He glanced around, the room was tidy, and upon touching the Kong it felt warm. "Come on, let me see how everyone has been lately." Zhou Hong was now wearing a blue floral cotton jacket and black cotton pants. Her short hair was neatly arranged, looking clean and tidy. Then he looked at Yang Zhiyuan. The boy appeared a bit disheveled, but he was much better than before, looking more robust. Chi-Erwa and Lu Hongjun were relatively shy, yet their little faces were flushed, and although their clothes had some patches, they were clean. Qin and Zhang Godin were likely the 2 most mischievous, lively and active, trying to leap onto Yang Zhiyuan while sniffling, but were quickly intercepted by him. Lisi province was the smartest, with many ideas. He rolled his eyes, realizing he hadn't covered up his mischief, at least he was the cleanest among them. Then there was Chu Xiaoya, the little girl. She was the most clingy to Yang Zhiyuan and the most fearful of Zhou Hong. The group stuck around Yang Zhiyuan for a while, and Zhou Hong asked, "Brother, are you hungry? Did you travel all night? Do you want to eat first and sleep a while?" "No need, I haven't eaten and everyone hasn't eaten either. Let's eat together." "Okay, then I'll go cook," Zhou Hong said before turning and heading to the kitchen. Yang Zhiyuan and Chi-Erwa said, "I'll help." Lu Hongjun and Qin chimed in, "Well, go start the fire." Lisi province, "You go heat the Kong," Chi-Erwa added as they left, not forgetting to assign this to the 6th brother. "Oh, fine." Lisi province went to heat the Kong, bringing Zhang Godin along. The boys and girls were ranked separately. Boys were arranged from Yang Zhiyuan to Zhang Godin, who was the 7th. The girls were just Zhou Hong and Chu Xiaoya. For instance, Yang Zhiyuan would call Zhou Hong elder sister and Chu Xiaoya little sister, while Zhang Godin had to call Zhou Hong elder sister and Chu Xiaoya little sister. Only Chu Xiaoya remained in the room, being the youngest. Everyone doted on her. Yang Zhiyuan held her and took a tour around the several rooms, feeling quite good. It looked much cleaner and had a semblance of home. He also checked the yard, which was well cleaned with a corner stacked high with neatly chopped firewood. They had gathered a lot, suggesting these little ones hadn't skimped on collecting firewood. Using his divine sense, he scanned the cellar. A minimal amount of food had been used and there was still much meat left. It seemed they hadn't dared to indulge in eating. Just as he returned, he had prepared game in his bag. At noon they could have more meat. The excuse would be that it was hunted from the mountains. While Yang Zhiyuan was away, eating meat every day would have drawn unwanted attention. Now that Yang Zhiyuan was back, there would be food, and even if others knew, they wouldn't say much. At this moment, Yang Zhiyuan was holding Chu Xiaoya and chatting with everyone in the kitchen. Zhou Hong continuously spoke. Big brother, a few days ago Captain Yang came looking for you. He said that the Kong received some reward and that it was reported in the newspapers. A group of children huddled in the kitchen where the wood stove was burning, keeping the place warm. The atmosphere was lively and occasionally a few of them acted playfully, much to Yang Zhiyuan's amusement. He shared some stories about the capital city with them. Everyone seemed to yearn for the capital. Perhaps he could take them to see it later. In fact, Yang Zhiyuan had his own considerations. He didn't want to bring everyone directly into the capital. If he could supply some meat and grain to certain factories and enterprises, getting a few of them into the capital would pose no problem. However, he feared that they might not be able to stay in school for long before experiencing the buzzing phase, followed by a large-scale movement of young people to the countryside. By then his younger siblings would be scattered in different directions, making it better for them to stay in the countryside. After all, they would eventually have a household registration in the capital. Now they could only enjoy a good 3 to 4 years there. The teachers in the city were all quite starved and classes could only be held for half a day. Others wouldn't have Yang Zhiyuan's foresight. They all thought living in the city was great. It was good in the city, but there were too many limitations. If the family ate meat every day, who knows what kind of trouble would arise. The key was that the neighbors would be envious. After all, they were just a bunch of children and it wouldn't be convenient for him to disappear for long in the city. In the mountains he could say he went hunting or to the city to earn money. He heard that Yang Famine had looked for him and even appeared in some newspapers. Yang Zhiyuan decided to find him after dinner. After the meal was ready, a large long table was set up in the main room. This was a foldable table inspired by Yang Zhiyuan's future vision. There were 2 square tables that could be folded against the wall and opened up for use. This way they could accommodate more people. Yang Zhiyuan thought to himself, if all these younger siblings got married in the future, how many more tables would he need? This room might not even be able to fit everyone. He had only considered the issue of them not going out, but hadn't thought about their marriages in the future. Since he was already here, shouldn't he find them some stable careers? It would be much better if they could find partners after entering. In this era, what jobs were reliable? Readers, how about a suggestion for a cigarette factory? A group of little ones was eating when the production team leader Yang Famine rushed over. Without entering, he shouted, "Zhiyuan, Zhiyuan, are you back?" "Ah, uncle, I'm back. Come in quickly." Yang Zhiyuan put down his chopsticks and steamed bun to welcome Yang Famine inside. Zhou Hong promptly replaced a basket of steamed buns with a basket of cornmeal buns on the table. The steamed buns were taken into the cabinet in the east room. Now only 2 plates of pickles and 2 plates of stir-fried cabbage remained on the table. Each person had a bowl of porridge and a cornmeal bun. The only ones left with unfinished steamed buns were Yang Zhiyuan and the ugly duckling. One was the biggest worker and the other, the smallest, had a bit more to eat, which was reasonable. The other children held cornmeal buns in their hands, nibbling quietly. When Yang Zhiyuan welcomed Yang Famine in, he noticed that his movements were familiar and quite adept. Among what was on the table, many families couldn't even afford to eat. Yang Famine looked at the meal and felt it was quite decent. He swallowed and asked, "When did you come?" "Please sit down, uncle. Would you like something to eat?" No, I've already eaten," Yang Famine hurriedly declined. Who eats breakfast at this time? People usually have 2 meals a day. A meal at 10 in the morning and another around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Recently more people had been working on the Kong heated brick bed, so everyone could earn a bit of money and buy more food. "Uncle, did you come to find me for something?" "Oh yes, something important." We made it into the newspaper. Yang Famine slapped his thigh very excited. Yang Zhiyuan quickly finished his steamed bun and drank his porridge. What made it into the newspaper? It's about our Kong project. I can't explain it well. You should go to Dr. Chu's house quickly, they know the details. I think there's a journalist looking for you too. Captain Yang was quite anxious. No uncle, I just got back today. I want to rest for 2 days at home and spend time with my younger siblings before going. This is urgent. The commune already knows and insists you return immediately. Yang Zhiyuan saw that old Yang wanted to pull him away and his younger siblings were clearly reluctant. Fine, they could all go to the capital for a few days of fun together. Alright, uncle. Well, finish eating and then go. I'll bring my younger siblings with me. Could you please prepare a letter of introduction? Also, I need to check if the folks from Xiaowei village are going to work on the Kong too. Don't worry, everyone from Xiaowei village is fine. Those who are able are working with our village on the Kong. They can earn some grain. Just be mindful of the children. How long do you think it will take on the road? You should go first and after the interview you can come back. This. Looking at the eager faces of his younger siblings. Alright, I'll go to the capital today, return tomorrow to pick you up and take you to have fun the day after tomorrow. No, I don't want to leave you, big brother. Brother. Big brother. One by one they began the golden pumpkin seed competition again. Yang Fumin looked at the crying children, unsure of what to say. Enough, stop crying. Big brother has important matters to attend to. Didn't I say I'd be back tomorrow? Zhou Hong indeed had the demeanor of an older sister, while the other younger siblings had red eyes and were also shedding tears. Li Xixing and Zhang Guden were clearly just machines with sound but no feelings. After Zhou Hong shouted, these two wiped their sleeves, showing they were unaffected, merely playing their part. Of course, Yang Zhiyuan knew that they both had deep feelings for him, but they simply didn't like to cry. Haven't they seen their cousin Yang Zhiyuan only let out a symbolic wail? Alas, this younger brother was becoming unbearable. Who needs a son who is merely a laborer? I can give him to you. Later I'll have to make a stone mill. Everyone at home can practice their strength by pulling the stone mill. It would save the donkey of the production team some effort. Otherwise, if all the grain was ground, it couldn't be left too long. For instance, wheat can be left until next year without issue, but once ground it should be consumed quickly. After giving his instructions, Yang Zhiyuan strapped on 2 burlap sacks and set off again. La. Seasons come and go, sweet and sour experiences unfold. May I ask where the road leads? The road lies beneath my feet. May I ask where the road leads? The road lies beneath my feet. Alright, off I go again. Alas, there are so many matters, it would have been better not to return. Fortunately, before leaving he left behind gifts for everyone. Each person received a pair of cotton shoes, a hat and several pairs of socks. He also made malt candy for himself. He didn't buy these in the harbor, they weren't appropriate to take out. After leaving the mountain paths, Yang Zhiyuan began to ride his bicycle at full speed, not on horseback. Otherwise, riding a horse would have been great. He could build a cart later. That would work. Tomorrow, after coming down the mountain, he could take a cart to bring them into the capital. In 2010, Yang Zhiyuan had seen horse-drawn carts in the third ring of the capital, and surprisingly there were no traffic police checking. It was really possible. Now it's even less likely anyone would check, just need to tie a bag to the horse's rear. Because horses will defecate. On rural roads it doesn't matter, they actually hope your horse or cow can produce more. But once in the city one must be careful. The cart frame is easy to make, space can be created with just a thought. But what about the wheels? Bicycle tires aren't too good, but if necessary motorcycle tires can be disassembled. If that doesn't work, he could take tires from a car. Creating a wooden wheel and wrapping it with a layer of rubber tire would suffice. The weather is pleasant with a clear blue sky and no clouds in sight. Unfortunately, since the last snowfall there has been no more snow, and the lack of rain and snow has led to drought in the fields. Raining and snowy weather is actually beneficial for the crops. In winter only a heavy snowfall can cover the winter wheat seedlings to prevent them from freezing to death. Then when the snow melts it irrigates the wheat fields. With the current irrigation conditions in the countryside, Yang Zhiyuan rode his bicycle at full speed, covering dozens of kilometers in just over an hour. It's not much slower than driving. Entering the city from Zizaman, he followed Zizaman Street heading east, then turned onto Zinjiku South Street, right onto Zinjiku East Street, and quickly arrived at Jishuatan Hospital, then turned into Tielu Hutong and again into Shueche Hadong. Finally he reached the doorstep of the Lao Chu family. The roads in the capital are actually quite easy to remember, much easier than those in Huai where many roads are diagonal or winding. It's just that it's measured by footsteps and bicycles. When riding in a car he doesn't have that feeling. Yang Zhiyuan can never remember the roads when he's a passenger, but he remembers them well after driving himself or walking once. Upon reaching the door there were 2 burlap sacks in the car ready to go. This time the other door knocker was also there. After knocking, a crisp voice quickly responded, "Who is it?" Yang Zhiyuan recognized it was Wei Xiaohua. "It's your brother, old man." "Brother, is that you, big brother?" Wei Xiaohua opened the door and saw it was indeed her big brother. The little girl looked much prettier than last time, with her hair tied in 2 small braids and wearing a red flower patterned cotton jacket, although it looked a bit bulky. She walked like Chu Xiaoya, resembling a penguin. "Big brother, I miss you." Big brother misses you too, come on in and talk." Yang Zhiyuan held her with one arm and pushed his bicycle with the other. Just then everyone was at home. Tao Yuxiu looked much more beautiful than before. Her face had color resembling xuanhuan. She had also been educated, possessing a certain grace. Her voice was gentle and soft. At first glance she wasn't striking, but the more you looked the more beautiful she became. She was a strong young woman, only 18 years old, and had not officially married Wei Xiaoguo's brother yet, who had already passed away. She was Wei Xiaoguo's sister-in-law who had not yet entered the household. "Xiao Yuan, you're here." Tao Yuxiu greeted Yang Zhiyuan gently. "Yuxiu, how have you been?" Her eyes sparkled with a smile. "I've been well, come on in quickly." Okay. As Yang Zhiyuan was about to prop up his bicycle he saw Lao Chu and Shenyang Chu Dama coming out. "Hey little friend, no need for you to carry those. What would you bring if you came?" "I'll take care of it myself." Upon seeing the 2 bags, old Chu immediately wanted to take charge. Since there was free labor he might as well let him take charge. As a result Yang Zhiyuan easily propped up the bicycle. Old Chu couldn't even lift 1 bag. This old man loves to show off and he has a great personality, otherwise he wouldn't have survived in that era. He greeted Chu Yi, Chu Dama and Shenyang, then easily carried the 2 bags into the main room. He greeted Grandma Chu. After everyone sat down they started asking Yang Zhiyuan about his whereabouts. He said he had gone deep into the mountains to hunt. He ate and slept in the mountains, otherwise he wouldn't catch any large game nearby. They then asked old Chu what was going on. After taking a sip of tea old Chu began to explain. It turned out that last time when Yang Dachuan and his brothers helped old Chu fix the Kong, it worked very well and many patients in the back room had seen it. They all thought the Kong was well done and it was no longer cold for them while seeing the doctor. Then one time Yang Zhiyuan's senior brother Wu Lei saw it and he wanted to fix the Kong but was spotted by the instructor from the same courtyard. The instructor was educated. After inquiring he found it so useful and fuel efficient that he reported it to the street and the sub-bureau. After the street conducted a field investigation it was reported to the district and city. Then reporters came to interview and after several visits they couldn't find Yang Zhiyuan. Later they entrusted Yang Dachuan to bring the news back to the village. "Zhiyuan, you need to find your senior brother immediately. This matter seems urgent and the government is paying a lot of attention to it. I heard there's a plan to promote it vigorously and commend you." "Alright, I'll find my senior brother. You all can help yourselves to the stuff in the bags. I'll see what the situation is. If I'm late and can't return to the village I'll just come back to sleep." "Okay, go quickly. We won't skimp on the food, don't worry." "Alright, I'm off." Sigh. Another busy day. Yang Zhiyuan recalled what his senior brother had said about helping to bring meat last time. Sigh. He should prepare 2 wild boars. He found a secluded corner and packed 2 already slaughtered and frozen wild boars. Since they were in 2 large bags they fit well. He placed them in the back seat of the bicycle, balancing with one hand while gripping the handlebars with the other. He headed straight for Jishuatan police station. Upon reaching the entrance he was just about to pedal inside. "Hey, what are you doing? Who are you looking for? Come register first." Ugh, an old man at the gate shouted and stopped his bicycle. As a result the 2 burlap sacks which were only tied at the mouth fell off the back seat. Once the balance was broken it was easy for them to fall off. That's quite normal. Yang Zhiyuan wasn't angry, it wouldn't be broken anyway and it's perfectly normal for them to ask for registration. Hey, why are you barging in?" "Sir, I'm looking for your Chief Wu. I brought something for him." "Looking for Xiao Wu?" He doesn't accept gifts, please take it back. Ugh, with just that mention of Xiao it was clear that this old man was no simple character. Yang Zhiyuan laughed, sir, if I bring this gift he not only has to accept it but will also be very happy and even give me money, do you believe it? I don't believe it, the old man stood there blocking him. Alright, let's make a bet. If he greets me with a smile and gives me money, you treat me to drinks at noon. If I lose, I'll give you 2 bottles of Moutai. How does that sound? Wow, this is the first time I've seen someone daring to bet with me, the lean old gatekeeper said with pride. But Yang Zhiyuan had already noticed that he was a veteran. Naturally, he was also willing to get closer to him. Just say whether you want to bet, but you can't look at or touch these 2 bags right now. Yang Zhiyuan quickly stated. Alright. Actually, the old man's eyes were sharp. Just by looking at these 2 tied bags he could vaguely guess what was inside. However, now that Yang Zhiyuan had provoked him, he could only urge the mule to get in the cart. Just then a security officer walked by and the old man asked him to call the Xiao Wu he mentioned. Soon Chief Wu along with the deputy officer rushed out of the office. Junior brother, you finally came back. What are these 2 bags? Chief Wu was a bit excited. The deputy officer reached out, touched the bag and opened one of the mouths to take a look. Very good, very nice, it feels oily just by touching it. After checking one bag he looked at the other, then tied the mouths of both bags tightly, nodding happily at Chief Wu and the deputy officer. Let's go, junior brother, come in with me. I'll have old Du find someone to weigh it and calculate the money for you. Saying this, Wu Lei and the deputy officer intended to lead him inside. Yang Zhiyuan turned to the gatekeeper. Old man, treat me to drinks at noon. The gatekeeper asked Wu Lei, is it really 2 pigs? Wu Lei nodded, yes old squad leader, how about drinking at noon? The old man's face darkened. Get lost, what a load of nonsense, and with that he walked back into the gatekeeper's room. Meanwhile, Yang Zhiyuan was just about to follow him into the office. Then he heard another voice, hey, that guy know who's the junior brother. Come over and register. After finishing the note, looking at the old soldier's darkened face, Yang Zhiyuan decided to let it go and not tease him any further. He took out a bottle of liquor from his bag and handed it to him, saying, old man, this one's for you. Wasn't it 2 bottles? The old soldier asked with a scowl. Well, since you lost, I thought I'd give you one as a gesture considering your age. It seems a bit unreasonable otherwise, Yang Zhiyuan replied. Yang Zhiyuan felt a bit frustrated, thinking that he could refuse, pretending not to care, otherwise the old soldier would surely play the rogue and demand more. The more you hesitate, the more he feels that 1 bottle is just fine. Everyone knows that old soldiers from this era might not have endured much hardship or seen many battles. As soon as Yang Zhiyuan entered the door, he noticed the old soldier's right index finger was missing. A person like this, unless they were left-hand, would hardly be able to shoot at all. Thinking about why only the index finger was gone, it could have been shot off by an enemy sharpshooter, blown off by a bomb, or frozen off in the bitter cold. Such a person deserves respect from the heart. However, under normal circumstances one should not ask and should avoid making him feel pitied. With the intent of betting, he offered 2 bottles of liquor to express his feelings. Alright then, 1 bottle is fine, the old man pretended to say reluctantly. Then Yang Zhiyuan took out a bag of fried cicadas and a bag of fried peanuts from his backpack, tossing them on the table. Here are 2 bags of snacks for you to enjoy with the drink. After saying that, he ran over to Wu Lei. The thin old man with a flash of cold light in his eyes remarked, this brat is interesting. Upon sitting down in Wu Lei's office, Instructor Li personally poured Yang Zhiyuan a cup of plain water. Indeed, there was no tea in Director Wu's office. Currently, tea could only be purchased with a Beijing city resident's subsistence purchase permit, allowing each household 1 tael for this year's Mid-Autumn and National Day. Yes, you heard correctly, each household could only buy 1 tael of tea during those 2 festivals a year. In 1961 and 1962 it was even more severe, with single men on collective household registrations allowed to buy 2 chien, totaling 2 chien a year. Fine, you have no tea, but I do. Yang Zhiyuan had brought plenty of good stuff from Hong Kong Island this time. He had blue gradient space, let alone some tea trees. He directly produced some Da Hong Pao tea leaves from branched cuttings. Drinking some oolong tea in winter would relieve fatigue. Yang Zhiyuan took out 2 paper bags, one weighing half a jin. He threw one to senior brother Wu Lei, saying, senior brother, with your stingy self, the head of the department doesn't even have tea, so use mine. You and Instructor Li can each have a bag of the rest. Instructor Li Hongwei grabbed a bag first and stuffed it into his pocket tightly, saying, thank you brother Zhiyuan. From now on you're my little brother and I'm your big brother. If your senior brother bullies you, I'll stand by you. Wu Lei had just gone to fill the kettle with warm water and missed grabbing the first bag. He caught the second bag saying, "Junior brother, we are supposed to be close brothers, so don't lean towards outsiders. If there's something good, let your senior brother know first, alright? I have good stuff to share with you. Since you are young, we won't drink the tea, plain water is fine. Otherwise I can get you some sugar to sweeten it up." After saying that, he quickly put that bag of tea into the drawer of the office desk. Yang Zhiyuan thought, are these two really this stingy? Well, then he directly took out a small bag of white sugar from his backpack. He opened it in front of the two, dipped a finger in and tasted it, saying, "So sweet." "Hey, hold on, little brother. Wait a minute." Both of them tried to stop Yang Zhiyuan as he dumped the entire small bag of sugar into the tea jug. He then pulled out a metal spoon from his bag and stirred it in the tea jug. The two senior officials of grade 17 stared at each other wide-eyed. "You looked at me and I looked at you." Then they both ran out and one of them came back holding a tea jug. Brother, can you spare some?" This tone reminded one of Captain Ming from Infiltration. "Brother Zhiyuan, my dear brother, share some with us." Yang Zhiyuan looked at these two clowns saying, "Is it really necessary for you two to share over $100 each in salary?" "Of course it is. You don't know, little brother. As grade 17 officials, each of us can have a quota of 1 gene of white sugar. But with so many colleagues, comrades and family members, it's only 1 gene a month and we have to take care of so many people." Senior brother had fought for years and spent considerable time in the Northeast, so he had a bit of a rough tone. But it sounded quite heartfelt. The Northeast dialect is indeed touching. Their individual treatment is decent, yet everyone has relatives and friends to care for. Senior brother had no parents but had a stepmother and father along with 2 children plus some good comrades. Indeed, Yang Zhiyuan found it hard to drink the sugary water he had in hand and was just about to share it with them. Suddenly Deputy Director Du Jigua came in holding a tea jug saying, "I knew there were good things here and you didn't even wait for me." All three of them had drunk with Yang Zhiyuan last time and he had even accompanied him for half a day. They weren't being polite at all. The three got along quite well and Yang Zhiyuan felt comfortable with them as they were straightforward and not hypocritical. In his past life, Yang Zhiyuan was like this. He didn't care how others treated him. He simply ignored those he didn't get along with or just pretended to as long as it was manageable. He particularly detested hypocritical people. After all, when he was doing well in real estate in his past life, he had also been a small leader for a few years. As long as others could get along, it was fine. Between colleagues, one must be aware of personalities. Not everyone can be completely open and there's no need to. After getting deceived too many times, one becomes immune. He ended up giving each of them a bag of white sugar and also gave Old Du a bag of tea. Old Du had come in to deliver money, bringing 2 wild boars that weighed 350 gene after gutting and skinning, rounding it off to 1 gene. This amounts to 1,050 yuan. The black market sells it for 5 to 6 yuan a gene, and although this was bought using the small treasury of the police station, it couldn't be too low or too high. This still required gratitude towards Yang Zhiyuan. Senior brother made a call and a reporter from a Beijing youth newspaper arrived shortly. Originally Yang Zhiyuan didn't want to be interviewed, but since senior brother and his 2 good buddies were involved, he figured it was fine to go along with it. After all, it was reported jointly by the instructor and senior brother. Yang Zhiyuan explained thoroughly about the new style heated Kong and fire stove that conserves firewood. The new style heated Kong can save 50% of firewood each year, while the new stove can save 40%. Additionally, the stove and heated Kong can be used together, allowing one to cook while boiling water. He also mentioned a type of firewood stove with square tubes that can be found in videos from later generations, which everyone can search for. This type is useful for military field marches, patrols, and large vehicle drivers. The advantages are that it uses less firewood while providing strong flames, is easy to move, and occupies little space. If the idea of conserving firewood were promoted nationwide, it would be a tremendous contribution. Because most rural areas now use firewood stoves, every bit of resource conservation contributes to the country. Many corn stalks are ground into powder for food now, whereas previously they were used to feed cattle and for fire. If every family could save 1 gene of firewood daily multiplied across the nation, that's an enormous resource. You should know that the Saihanba Mechanical Forest Farm in the northwest of Beijing is about to commence work. Why? Because the desert is almost blowing into Beijing. Otherwise they wouldn't have started planting trees back in 1961. This is much earlier than the 3 North Shelter Forest Program. Many rural residents have cut down large amounts of trees to survive winter. Think about how Chang'an was during the Tang dynasty by the late Tang, and thereafter it became unsuitable for building a capital due to extensive forest destruction and soil erosion. Yang Zhiyuan proposed another suggestion after logging in national forests. Different types of saplings should be immediately replanted in spring. Don't wait until all the old forests are cut down and there are no trees left to log. In the Northeast it's been like this for decades. As a result, many forest farms have closed and wood processing plants and furniture factories have shut down. This has impacted too many people's work and lives. Before the 1990s, the Northeast was prosperous due to high levels of urbanization, many factories, and high incomes. Unfortunately, many factories were shut down, bankrupt, or closed, leading to layoffs. This also created many bandits like the local Wu Yi and Shaoxi. These issues didn't arise overnight. Various reasons contributed, but environmental destruction was a significant factor. If there hadn't been massive deforestation, or if there could be simultaneous logging and restoration, more trees could be planted or medicinal herbs could be harvested in the future. Yang Zhiyuan had already laid out plans on the Hong Kong side, and naturally his hometown needed to be prepared as well. He didn't want to find that environmental degradation had led to a decline in wild medicinal herbs. Yang Zhiyuan didn't bring up the topic of sustainable development, leaving it for old Hua to mention later. Having had experiences of wandering, he only discussed the stove-heated Kong and tree planting. Reporter Lu was very excited and recorded several pages of notes. Comrade Xiaoyang, I've noted everything down. I guarantee it will be in tomorrow's newspaper. Let me take your photo. I believe your public society will reward you for it. Comrade Lu, can I not take a photo? I'm a bit scared of that thing. I've heard that it can capture a person's soul. Reporter Lu said seriously, how can Comrade Xiaoyang speak of superstitions? Many people can take photos, and you see many important figures love to take pictures. Wu Lei and the instructor naturally didn't believe that Yang Zhiyuan was afraid of taking photos. He was just making excuses. Indeed, Yang Zhiyuan disliked having his face printed in newspapers. He was afraid of someone causing trouble for him later with old newspapers, or simply didn't want everyone to recognize his face. It was better to keep a low profile. Being too high profile at this time wasn't a good thing. Seeing that no amount of persuasion would work, reporter Lu could only regretfully leave with the interview notes. 3 old jokers and a young joker, along with the old guardway, arrived at the small cafeteria of the police station. Today not only could everyone enjoy meat, but each person could also take home a few pounds. This made everyone extremely happy. Jishuatan Police Station is a large station with many personnel, including some security staff and temporary workers totaling dozens of people. After removing the bones from the wild boar meat, each person could also take home 3 to 4 pounds. Moreover, the wild boar meat sent by Yang Zhiyuan came from wild boars that had been raised since they were young. The gamey smell was minimal and there was a lot of fat. Wu Lei took the first bite and nodded secretly. He glanced at Director Li again. Director Li took a bite of the meat and also nodded. It was unclear what the two were signaling to each other. Yang Zhiyuan thought they were nodding in approval of the delicious meat. The old man at the entrance was surnamed Wei, and he truly deserved his position. An old soldier with a decent rank and seniority, he was assigned to this position due to his low education and injuries. They said he was guarding the gate, but it was more like finding him a place to retire. However, he smiled at the other 3 but glared coldly at Yang Zhiyuan. Alas, this old fellow had no sense of humor. When Yang Zhiyuan took out a bottle of homemade liquor, the old man took a sip and his expression changed. Kid, if you understand my temperament, you should come see me more often. Let's drink together. All right, I'll listen to you. The 3 leaders of the police station did not dare to compete with the old man for the liquor. Alas, it was quite frustrating. After the meal, the old man took the remaining half bottle with him. This liquor was brewed by Yang Zhiyuan, who had learned the craft from someone on Hong Kong Island. He had various grains in his space and had mastered the technique, so he could brew any kind of liquor he wanted. He could even establish a distillery and sell more to the polar bears. It was said that he could trade for various technologies, and drunk Russians like men with pockets would make mistakes that all men tend to make. It was said that after 30 years several trainloads of light industrial goods could be exchanged for planes. I wonder if they can now trade for some minerals and machinery. In recent years, debts have been repaid and fruits are actually passed through a large sieve. Too large won't do, too small won't do, only those that can just pass through the holes are acceptable. This is too much. If given the chance, I must go see that big bald man, the one who planted corn in the Arctic Circle. As a result, more people were starved by Ranku, leading to a feud between 2 families in 2025. The big bear and the small bear fought, and soon their eggs were all gone. They could fight for so long because of the hatred between these 2 lines. Truly a great leader. No Cicada, how did he not think of raising fish in the Arctic Circle? The water there is abundant and unpolluted. Oh, but wait, the polar bear's nuclear test site is on an island nearby. I guess he was also afraid of mutations. To be honest, if a few Godzilla-like water monsters were to mutate, it wouldn't be too bad. Anyway, it's cold there and the polar bears could be stored for next spring. After the meal, Director Wu pulled Yang Zhiyuan into the office. At this moment there were only the four of them. The door was closed and he even kindly locked it. Yang Zhiyuan looked at his senior brother with curiosity. What do you want to do during the day? Yang Zhiyuan leaned against the door, tightly covering his trousers, not covering the bag hanging from his lower abdomen. Wu Lei had not reacted yet and Li Hongwei wore a look of disappointment. What do you mean by that action, little brother? Wu Lei and Lao Du looked at their instructor curiously, wondering what it meant. They did not understand. It seems that old Li is indeed a scholar, understanding more. Yang Zhiyuan dared not move. I wanted to ask you, why did you come in and close the door and lock it? What do you three mean? Wu Lei directly said, we have no ulterior motive, we just want to introduce a job to you. No, if it's just a job introduction, why lock the door? What's the deal with that? Lao Du raised his index finger to his lips. Should keep it down, little brother. What's wrong? Yang Zhiyuan asked quietly. It's a good job, but it must be kept confidential and you need a clean background. Ordinary people can't get in. If it weren't for the three of us vouching for you, it would be impossible. Lao Du said quickly. It's not some shady job, besides I don't need to look for work. I can hunt and farm, which is quite comfortable. Junior brother, let me ask you, the 2 wild boar meats from the black market were provided by you, right? And today's wild boar meat is exactly the same as that from the black market. Yes, what of it? Yang Zhiyuan retorted, I can't sell it at a high price. Old Wu, shut up. Let me speak. Li Hongwei took over the conversation. Zhiyuan, here's the situation. You are able to get tasty wild boar meat, and at this time you can also obtain better quality hares than others, and you can even get cicadas in the dead of winter. We don't care where your supplies come from, but we want to introduce you to a good job that requires these items. And it has a high status and great freedom. You just need to supply some materials on time each month. What kind of good job is so secretive? It also requires you three to vouch for me. I won't go. Listen to me, just hear me out before you decide. Wu Lei began to explain. After a long discussion, it turned out to be a special supply department. It was originally responsible for preparing special food ingredients for government agencies, organizations, and state-owned enterprises. It was originally managed by the Ministry of Public Security but later transferred to the Beijing City's 2nd Commercial Bureau. Personnel vetting is strict. They have their own farms and pastures and specialized testing. Those without a clean background or reliable ideology cannot enter at all. The department is small, but the power is significant. It is a department-level unit with 4 divisions and 1 office, with many people selected from the Public Security Bureau. It exclusively supplies food ingredients for high-ranking leaders and senior officials. It is indeed a special supply. It is quite difficult to get into this place. However, for Yang Zhiyuan, who has a large supply of ingredients, it is quite suitable. However, he still did not want to join. The management here is too strict and he cannot bear it. Li Hongwei saw that Yang Zhiyuan was still unyielding and asked, Zhiyuan, can you provide a stable supply of wild boar meat? More in winter, less in summer. What's up? What we are finding for you is not for formal employees. We just see your hunting skills. Otherwise you wouldn't be able to enter. This involves a comrade's commission and our desire to contribute to the country. I heard he can't even get a bowl of braised pork. Also, one is to help a comrade and the second is to return you a favor. Although this job may be temporary, you can still have a stable salary. In the future, whether you sell or trade your hunted goods, no one will check you. You can also use your work permit to buy fresh ingredients across the country. Hearing this, Yang Zhiyuan's eyes lit up. This is a good opportunity. The key point is that he can use the work permit to travel all over the country, which is perfect for him. Can I really travel nationwide? Of course, but the premise is that you complete your purchasing tasks for the month. So what do I primarily procure? Meat. What could be more suitable than meat? But you can also meet my comrade first. This matter cannot happen without the 3 of us vouching for you. So you must understand the important safety and reliability of this job. Yang Zhiyuan thought for a moment and asked, is there testing involved? I don't want to be blamed if someone gets food poisoning. You can rest assured there will definitely be inspections. Any ingredient that is not fresh will not be allowed in. So think about whether you want to join. Okay, I'll join. Thank you, brothers. Don't thank us too soon, they may not necessarily want you. Later you should go to the Beijing reception center and look for manager Hu. Yang Zhiyuan never expected to be introduced to such a job. He felt a mix of anxiety and excitement. The ingredients from the space were absolutely reliable. He didn't understand why he was chosen. What he didn't know was that his senior brothers had already investigated him multiple times. His family background, his apprenticeship, and the fact that he had adopted 7 other Hulua along with his cousin. He had rescued Tao Yuxiu and Wei Xiaogui among others. Of course, the matters he handled with the space were not known to others. First, his character was acknowledged. Although his parents were gone, there were still traces to follow. There was also the relationship with his master and with Wu Lei. To put it plainly, the connections to his master and Wu Lei were very important here. It didn't matter that he no longer had parents, he still had his senior brothers and his master. Yang Zhiyuan's master had many unnamed disciples in various crucial departments. Yang Zhiyuan could bring out the cicada turtles without any problem and occasionally present fresh cicada turtles along with high-quality wild boar and wild rabbit meat, which caught the attention of Wu Lei's comrades. Although Yang Zhiyuan felt a bit anxious at first, he eventually let it go. The ingredients he delivered wouldn't necessarily reach the very top. Many agencies and large state-owned enterprises as well as foreign expatriates needed them. Especially in the past 2 years, the task of finding high-quality ingredients had been extremely arduous. Otherwise it wouldn't have fallen on Yang Zhiyuan. Yang Zhiyuan arrived at the guest house in the capital city feeling a sense of apprehension. This is the external name of the Special Needs Department. However, it is indeed a guest house, albeit of a relatively high level, where only high-ranking leaders, expatriates and foreigners come. Ordinary people cannot enter. Before Yang Zhiyuan even stepped inside, he was stopped and had to hand a letter of introduction from Wu Lei to the armed guards before being allowed to wait at the entrance. After an announcement inside, he was brought in by a dedicated person. Once inside, he was not permitted to look around and was quickly led to an office on the first floor. Inside there was just a desk, and seated was a middle-aged man with a serious expression and slightly graying hair. He wore glasses, had a furrowed brow, and was dressed in a zhongshan suit, his hair combed back, adding to his authoritative presence. Seeing Yang Zhiyuan enter, the man smiled slightly and relaxed his brow. Little young comrade Yang Zhiyuan. Yes, manager Hu, it's a pleasure. I was introduced by Director Wu Lei, Instructor Li, and Deputy Director Du. I see I've known about you for a while. Please have a seat. At this moment, manager Hu was still very polite. Comrade Little Yang. Manager Hu, you can just call me Zhiyuan or Little Yang. I am older and don't have much to say. Alright, I'll call you Zhiyuan then. Your senior brother and I are comrades. He has taught me a few moves, so we do share a connection. Then I suppose I should call you Brother Hu. Manager Hu didn't quite catch Yang Zhiyuan's last remark and continued, in that case I should call you Brother Hu. That's not appropriate, I have only learned a few moves from your senior brother. Although I am of the same generation as him, he is teaching in place of the master and I haven't truly apprenticed under him, so you can just call me Hu Gu. Hu Gu. Yang Zhiyuan went along with it. Well then just call me Hu Gu, manager Hu said. Zhiyuan, let's keep it brief. We have checked your abilities and background. To be honest, if it weren't for our connection and the guarantees from your 3 brothers, I wouldn't dare to let you in. Yes, thank you Hu Gu. It's no trouble. Your 3 brothers should have told you that the position cannot offer you a formal job for now. That depends on your performance. The better your performance, the quicker your chances of securing a permanent position. Our demand for ingredients is not limited to the local area. You can use your temporary worker's ID for procurement. You can go to other parts of the country and travel by car or boat without issue. We can even arrange sleeper tickets for you on the train. However, you must submit a certain quantity of ingredients each month, and at a specific time I will arrange for your formal employment. If you fail to meet the procurement quantity, or if the ingredients are not fresh for 3 consecutive months, you'll have to be dismissed. Whether it's meat, vegetables or eggs, poultry is acceptable and hunting is also fine, but illegal activities are not permitted. We are in urgent need of various ingredients, especially fresh ones. However, during winter, frozen meat is also acceptable as long as it's fresh. Can you manage that? In this season I can't guarantee fresh vegetables, but I can hunt. There aren't many wild animals left in the suburbs of Beijing, but there are plenty of great resources in the northeast. I plan to check that out later and perhaps visit the south in the summer for fruits. Good Zhiyuan, it's great that you have a plan. Later I will draft a letter for you to pick up a gun. The temporary worker's salary isn't high, but we have subsidies and reimbursements for accommodation and travel. Of course you'll need appropriate receipts and I will purchase the ingredients you hunt at a high price. For the other ingredients you procure I will reimburse you at cost, but the price will certainly not match the black market. I understand all that, Hugu. Don't worry, I'm not just in it for the money, I am also contributing to the country, right? Manager Hu replied with satisfaction, haha, you're young and have this level of awareness, which is quite good. We are indeed contributing to the country. The two then discussed many work details. In truth, Manager Hu mainly wanted Yang Zhiyuan to hunt more to alleviate the supply pressure on meat for the department. Manager Hu's other requirements were not too high. If Yang Zhiyuan could provide a bit more high-quality wild boar meat each month, he could supply the excess normal pork to those in leadership positions with reduced quotas or provide more pork to others. The reason was simple: when there is less meat and more people, there isn't enough to go around, but with a bit more meat it can be distributed more fairly. Manager Hu and Wu Lei had tasted Yang Zhiyuan's wild boar meat. It was evidently of much higher quality than the wild boar meat sold by others. Although it didn't have as much fat, the gamey and strong flavors were considerably milder. At this point, those who could provide supplies were all skilled individuals, which was better than having none. As long as the meat wasn't obtained through speculation or illegal means, Yang Zhiyuan didn't fear continuing to supply high-quality wild boar meat. After all, he hunted them himself, they weren't domesticated pigs, so what was there to worry about? He could just say that the meat was hunted, and when he delivered it he would bring a few live wild boars. This way others couldn't find fault with it. After completing Yang Zhiyuan's paperwork, a photo would also need to be attached. Work unit: Capital City Guesthouse. Position: Procurement Officer. Salary: 18 yuan. Subsidy: 10 yuan. As a temporary worker he couldn't transfer his household registration or food relations for the time being. Yang Zhiyuan didn't care about this. After discussing his task volume with Manager Hu, he learned that his quota was to provide 500 jin of wild boar meat each month, pure meat without bones. In addition, he was required to supply 1,000 jin of other high-quality ingredients. Don't think this task is high. In fact, Manager Hu was being considerate toward Yang Zhiyuan. Because with this work permit for procurement, even the meat processing plant would squeeze out some meat to deliver to him. After all, this was for serving high-ranking officials. Who would dare to neglect it? However, many people simply couldn't access the procurement officers of the Capital City Guesthouse. They had their own farms, breeding farms and vegetable planting bases, etc. Very few were involved in external procurement. Even if they were, it would only be for items not produced in-house. So don't be fooled by the fact that this is a temporary worker's permit. If used well, it still offers certain privileges. It's like the procurement and suppliers in the imperial kitchen of the Qing dynasty. Of course, the price cannot be as high as 1 or 2 silver coins for an egg. However, this work permit can help Yang Zhiyuan solve significant transportation issues. When parting ways with Manager Hu in the afternoon, Yang Zhiyuan specifically gifted him 2 pounds of wild boar meat. He wanted Hu to try its quality. If it was good, he would deliver meat of that quality in the coming days. Yang Zhiyuan was well aware that Manager Hu had already tasted the wild boar meat sent by him at Wu Lei's place. Yang Zhiyuan intended for Hu to use it to silence others. Otherwise, what if other colleagues suspected that Manager Hu had used connections? Manager Hu held the 2 pounds of wild boar meat in front of several small leaders responsible for procurement. After the chef prepared several dishes, everyone tasted them and found them quite good. The quality of the wild boar meat was indeed superior, far better than other wild boar meat. Everyone agreed with Manager Hu's approach. In the evening, Yang Zhiyuan finally returned to Old Chu's small courtyard. He had been running around for the past couple of days. Wei Xiaogui was naturally delighted to see Yang Zhiyuan grabbing his hand and not letting go. Guoguo, why are you so busy? I have no choice, I need to earn money for rice, Yang Zhiyuan replied as he picked up the little girl and walked into the house. Wei Xiaogui innocently said, did you buy me? Can't you give me some work to do? That won't do, you can't buy children now. Just consider me your little sister and I'll be your big brother from now on. Alright then, from now on I'll call you big brother. Good, you are my little sister, how about that? Okay. Yang Zhiyuan decided to temporarily arrange for Tao Yuxiu and Wei Xiaogui to stay at the Old Chu family in the capital. Tao Yuxiu slowly recovered and could assist his master and Aunt Chu with chores, cooking, and also wait for news about her cousin. Yang Zhiyuan inquired with Wu Lei, but there was surprisingly no news. Was there no trace of him? This was a bit strange. Could it be that her cousin had entered some research institution? According to Tao Yuxiu, her cousin was exceptionally good at math from a young age and became a teacher in his 20s. Such talent could not simply vanish upon moving to the capital. The most likely scenario was that he entered a secret research unit. It would be quite challenging for Tao Yuxiu to make contact as they were not direct relatives. Since he had saved both her and Wei Xiaogui, he would ensure they were well taken care of. Inadvertently, he had also assisted the cousin of Tao Yuxiu whom he had never met. In the evening, Yang Zhiyuan happily dined with old Chu and his family. Yang Zhiyuan prepared a feast including a beggar's chicken, a plate of stir-fried wild boar meat, a plate of braised wild boar head meat, fried peanuts, and dozens of cornmeal pancakes. These dishes made for a sumptuous dinner. In the evening, he chatted with old Chu and decided to temporarily let Tao Yuxiu and her sister stay here. With Yang Zhiyuan supplying the food, he would allow the two sisters to stay here and recuperate for a while. Tao Yuxiu felt a bit embarrassed and wanted to decline, but Yang Zhiyuan insisted that since he accepted her as a sister, he would naturally take care of her family and she could continue to wait for news about her cousin. If she truly felt uncomfortable, she could help with some light chores as if taking care of his master. After saying this, he handed her 30 yuan to ensure she had some money to use. Tao Yuxiu couldn't refuse and accepted the money after everyone's persuasion. Yang Zhiyuan planned to get the photos tomorrow, get his work permit sorted, and then bring his younger siblings to the capital for a visit while also delivering meat to manager Hu. He then prepared to head to northeast China as Yang Zhiyuan was eager to make things happen. After reading numerous hunting novels set in northeast China, he was itching to go. The next morning after breakfast, Yang Zhiyuan took the photos he had taken yesterday. When he delivered them to manager Hu, he saw Hu happily holding a newspaper and asking him, "Is this Yang Zhiyuan in the report?" Yang Zhiyuan took the newspaper and saw the 5 big characters Huaxia Youth Daily front page headline titled Youth in the New Era Saving Resources for the Country with the subtitle Remembering Yang Zhiyuan, a rural youth from Beijing whose new style fire Kong and stove can save the country 1 billion tons of firewood each year. While this journalist wasn't exaggerating, the country had a population of about 660 million. Over 80% were rural residents, which meant there were around 100 million rural families. Each rural family actually used thousands of pounds of firewood for cooking and heating every year. If each family saved about 40 to 50%, then nationally the annual savings in firewood would exceed 1 billion tons. The journalist's claims weren't boastful or exaggerated. However, Yang Zhiyuan noted that the report did not mention his experience of wandering from Lu province and only mentioned that he had adopted a few younger siblings. Yang Zhiyuan naturally understood the reasons. If that were reported, it would be troublesome. He glanced at manager Hu, saying, "Brother Hu, it's indeed me, but my background wasn't mentioned in the article. I believe you understand that. They just wrote me as a rural youth from the capital. I'm not even 18 yet. I should still be considered a youth, right? As long as you understand. You are mature for your age. You don't speak or act like a 16-year-old. With your height and build, others would believe you're 18 or 19. Don't dwell on it. Some things shouldn't be said, understand?" Manager Hu became serious. Yang Zhiyuan also understood. "Yes, brother Hu, I know, just venting a bit. I won't say it again." You're young but wise beyond your years. That's why I'm willing to take a chance on you. Otherwise I wouldn't dare to take risks. Now with this report, it seems no one dares to make any more snide remarks. Isn't this all thanks to your support, brother Hu? I merely pointed the way. It was your senior brothers who sought me out. Your arrival also eases my burdens. This is mutual need. Yes, brother Hu, here are the photos I took yesterday. Alright, I'll get your work permit sorted today. After that I'll take you to get a gun you can shoot, right? What are you saying? Brother Hu, I learned to hunt since I was a kid from the militia. How could I not know? That's good. We'll also apply for a gun license and then you need to register with your senior brother. Be sure to handle it carefully and stay safe. Don't shoot anyone. Don't worry, brother Hu, I know my limits. After that, the two went to the personnel department for registration, got their work permits, though not as formal workers, so they couldn't get a bicycle or anything. They then went to the warehouse to pick up a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. If it weren't for the special nature of the workplace, it wouldn't be easy for Yang Zhiyuan to acquire this gun. The military had only been equipped for less than 4 years. It was considered a mainstream weapon for the army at the time, and with old Hu's guarantee, it was unlikely he could have obtained it otherwise. Yang Zhiyuan had actually practiced shooting quite a bit in the space. He had previously captured the guns from the Dahuang family as well as Mosinagans bought on the black market and even some Bayubiu captured from Hong Kong. After finishing up there, he went to the police station, met Wu Lei and the others, registered the gun number and obtained a gun license. Wu Lei and the others had naturally seen the praises of Yang Zhiyuan in the newspaper, and as for the promotion of the fire Kong and stove that would be handled by the construction teams from Yang Zhiyuan, he certainly didn't want to build stoves for others every day. After meeting with Wu Lei, Yang Zhiyuan finally left the capital, riding his bike home, preparing to bring his siblings to the capital for a visit. He had to keep his promise from last time, as he would be busy later. On this sunny and pleasantly warm winter morning, the sun hung high in the sky, casting golden rays that warmed the skin. Yang Zhiyuan rode his brand new bicycle, speeding along the countryside path. Fields stretched endlessly on both sides of the road, with only occasional patches of snow covering the ground. A gentle breeze swept by, causing the snowflakes on the trees to flutter down, adding a touch of poetic charm to this tranquil village. Yang Zhiyuan was alone, surrounded by emptiness. In a joyful mood, he couldn't help but hum the classic song, The First Snow of 1960. The first snow of 1960 came earlier than usual. The bus on Route 250 on the 8th floor took away the last prince of the Qing dynasty. Of course, he was not the last prince. Yang Zhiyuan knew it was just for the sake of rhyme. He suddenly recalled why in 59 special policies led to the release of Puyi and some Taiwanese party members. Was it because they were starving inside with food crises, allowing them to fend for themselves? His singing echoed across the vast fields as if the entire world consisted only of him and this song. The snowflakes danced gracefully to his song, seemingly infected by his joy. A blissful smile radiated from Yang Zhiyuan's face as he reveled in this moment of tranquility and beauty, feeling the bounty of nature. Strong and unafraid of the cold, he naturally rode quickly. Entering the mountain paths, he rode where he could and stored his bicycle in his spatial storage where he couldn't. Now his spiritual sense could extend nearly 200 meters, allowing him to sense if there were people in the nearby mountains. In places where riding was not feasible, he would ride a horse, and if even that was impossible, he had to walk. By noon, he finally arrived at Xiaowei village. Indeed, Yang Zhiyuan had changed his route upon entering the mountains, first deciding to visit his younger brother Wei Shenmo's home. Before he left last time, he mentioned he would exchange food with them in 3 to 5 days. As a result, he had been away for over 10 days. Fortunately, he had informed Yang Zhiyuan to have the villagers from Xiaowei village help build stoves and heating beds. Otherwise, they might have starved. Near the entrance of the village, beside several large stones, Yang Zhiyuan had prepared several hundred pounds of coarse grains along with hundreds of pounds of potatoes and sweet potatoes. Upon entering Xiaowei village, Yang Zhiyuan detected with his spiritual sense that there weren't many people in the village. Most were women and children, with hardly any men or strong laborers present and no young boys in sight. Yang Zhiyuan arrived at Wei Shenmo's doorstep and knocked on the door. Soon a middle-aged woman opened it. Yang Zhiyuan took a close look and found her somewhat familiar. "Ah, you are Aunt Wei, right? Is your health better now?" "Yes, you are the benefactor of our family. I bow to you," Aunt Wei exclaimed excitedly, her loud voice startling the entire village. It was understandable for the small village of just a few families to be so small. Yang Zhiyuan quickly grasped her arm. "Aunt, no, this won't do. I am brothers with Xiaomo, and you are an elder. Helping him is only right." "You can't refuse," Aunt Wei insisted, unable to bow under his grasp. She pulled Yang Zhiyuan's hand and led him inside. "Come in, I'll prepare a meal for you." As Yang Zhiyuan entered the house and saw no one else there, he asked, "Aunt, where are Shenma and Uncle Wei?" "Oh, your Uncle Wei has recovered and went with Yang Zhiyuan from your village to help others build stoves and heating beds. He earns a bit of grain every day, so it's much better now. Shenma has gone to school. The little ones Xiaoche and Xiaowan have followed your Uncle Wei to work. Only Xiaoche and Xiaowan are at home with me." Xiaoche and Xiaowan are Shenmo's younger brother and sister. Shenma hasn't had his winter break yet. It's now the 11th month of the lunar calendar, and indeed it snows in October in this era. "Then where are Xiaoche and Xiaowan, Aunt? I brought some candies for them." Yang Zhiyuan did not see them in the room, but after using his spiritual sense, he found the two were in the heated room. "Ah, they don't have thick clothes there in the heated room," Aunt Wei said, somewhat embarrassed. Yang Zhiyuan replied, "Oh, may I go in to check on them?" "Of course, why not?" Aunt Wei opened the door to the inner room. It seemed that after these 10 days Aunt Wei's health had improved a lot, though she still appeared a bit weak. Entering the room, he saw the two little ones sitting on the heated bed wrapped in blankets. Yang Zhiyuan took out some candies from his bag and handed them to the two kids who weren't wearing thick cotton clothes. He hadn't brought a sack with him, just a bag, and couldn't take out any clothes for the children. However, helping Wei Shenmo with his greatest burden was already quite good. He could take care of his younger siblings himself. As long as he could help the whole family escape from the brink of starvation, that was enough. Yang Zhiyuan understood the principle of a grain of rice in favor of a bucket of rice in resentment. Now allowing Uncle Wei and his brother to go help others build stoves for some income was already very good. While they were talking, more villagers from Shaowei village began to arrive one after another. Everyone had heard An Weiss shout and knew that the benefactor who had exchanged food with them last time had returned. Upon inquiring, they found out that the men and young boys from the village had gone to work with Yang Zhiyuan. Only women and younger children remained at home. If there weren't any caregivers for the kids, many of the women would have planned to go out to work. After chatting for a while, Yang Zhiyuan prepared to exchange all the medicinal herbs and plant species he had brought last time. Since everyone could now follow him to build stoves, he would no longer continue to help. After Yang Zhiyuan finished speaking, everyone felt somewhat sad but acknowledged his decision. After all, Yang Zhiyuan had helped them through their most difficult days and had given them a job. What more could they say? One should be content. After exchanging the food, Yang Zhiyuan left Shaowei village without staying for a meal. Mainly the Wei family didn't have much food and there wasn't anything good to eat. The species exchanged this time were quite lacking, mostly just duplicates. Moreover, some had already frozen to death. However, his spatial storage had increased a little, which was better than nothing. Crossing the valley and the mountain peak, Yang Zhiyuan headed straight back to Yangzhiyuan through the mountainous area. He intended to go home directly, trying to avoid young Famine from knowing he was back. Otherwise, young Famine would definitely drag him to the commune to receive commendation. Then some leaders would take advantage of this, praising him excessively, raising the stakes, and then they would miraculously get promoted. Yang Zhiyuan did not like these people very much. Without their supervision, how could disasters be so severe? The lack of foresight was not frightening. What was frightening was the lack of brains. Forget it, it's better to see less of those people. Yang Zhiyuan entered his home directly from the west end of the village. At this time, his younger siblings were still at Yang Fuming's house learning to read. Just in time, he could prepare dinner for his younger siblings. There were 2 dogs guarding the house. They did not bark at Yang Zhiyuan, while another little dog might be following at Yang Fuming's house. A sumptuous dinner awaited. 1 iron pot stewed duck, 1 roasted wild rabbit, 2 beggar's chickens, a pot of charcoal grilled lamb chops, 2 plates of vegetables and 20 steamed buns. And a fish soup to top it off. Perfect. Indeed, the little ones were very happy to see Yang Zhiyuan keeping his word and returning. Yang Zhiyuan embraced this one and that one. Big pot, I never want to be apart from you again. The ugly duckling squeezed into Yang Zhiyuan's arms and said, "How old are you? You talk about a lifetime. You will have to get married in the future." "I don't want to get married. Getting married means no good food. I can eat well with Big Pot. Can I eat after getting married, Big Pot?" Yang Zhiyuan tapped the little girl's nose with the end of his chopsticks. "Haha, still a little foodie. It's not delicious now, but it will be delicious later. Big brother, we won't get married, we want to be with you for a lifetime." Lu Hua and Wu Hua said together. "Yes, you won't get married. You will marry a wife, and once you marry a wife you will forget your mother, and after marrying a wife you will forget your big brother too." "We won't, big brother. We won't marry a wife for a lifetime." "Marrying a wife is useless, even dogs don't marry," said Lu Wali Xisheng. Yang Zhiyuan asked seriously, "You said it, so remember everyone is a witness." "I said it," Lu Wali Xisheng confirmed again. "Alright, everyone hurry up and wash your hands for dinner. Today we will eat early. After dinner I will take you to the capital to play tomorrow." Okay. Tomorrow we will go to the capital to play." Zhang Godin was just about to jump for joy when Yang Zhiyuan hit him on the head with his chopsticks. "Be quiet, we will sneak out early tomorrow morning. Whoever shouts loudly again if the captain comes, I won't take anyone with me." When Yang Zhiyuan is not home, Zhou Hong's cooking is quite poor. Yang Zhiyuan really did well this time. Some ingredients were brought back from the city. The little ones kept secrets, while this courtyard is at least tens of meters away from the nearest house. Not afraid of any smell. Everyone happily enjoyed a grand meal, and in the evening Yang Zhiyuan chatted with his younger siblings. Just as they were about to rest early to go to the capital the next morning. Before dawn the next day, Yang Zhiyuan woke the little ones up. Without even having breakfast, Yang Zhiyuan carried the 4 smallest ones with a shoulder pole. This time, instead of using a sack, he used a basket carrying 2 on each side. The rest, Zhou Hong, Yang Zhiyuan, Qi and Lu Hongjuan, these older ones had to walk by themselves. Who told these few to be older siblings? The older ones had to take care of the younger ones. After all, Yang Zhiyuan's mother taught his elder brother this way in his past life. However, after the earlier teachings where Yang's mother could not see Yang Zhiyuan would get beaten by his elder brother. Sigh personal experience, it's all tears. It's hard to express. 1,000 gigabytes of disks wouldn't be enough to write it all down. When passing through the village in the dark, the dogs raised by other neighbors only barked once or twice before stopping. It seemed they were familiar with the footsteps of their younger siblings. Soon they arrived at the place where they had left the tiles last time, and Yang Zhiyuan told Yang Zhiyuan to watch over everyone while they took a break. Yang Zhiyuan walked towards the nearby forest and soon let out a large cart. It was a bit of a stretch to call it a cart since it was pulled by a large mule. Yang Zhiyuan clearly remembered how the space had increased dramatically after obtaining the mule on the island. Space prompt: new excellent mutant species added. 1,000 mu of fertile land increased. So later he cultivated many rare varieties such as white tigers, blue tigers, tiger lion beasts and lion tiger beasts, etc. Unfortunately, the newly added species were not as good as the mule. Yang Zhiyuan thought if he placed a black and white hybrid primate in the space, would it be? And what about humans and beasts? Yang Zhiyuan expressed that he had not seen it, such as wolf children and hairy wild men. Yang Zhiyuan stated that he didn't understand. This large mule was cultivated by Yang Zhiyuan from the space, focusing on being sturdy and strong. The reason for not using a horse was the fear of entering the city with a horse. Some people would try to borrow it for breeding because horses can reproduce, but mules, Such things often happen in the countryside, like borrowing a cat, borrowing a dog, borrowing a pig, etc. The large mule pulled a ground plow cart. Due to the mule's height, the cart was a bit higher in the front and lower in the back, and Yang Zhiyuan also added a barrier at the back. The few little ones sat on it, covering their legs with a blanket. To prevent them from getting hungry, each one was given 2 roasted sweet potatoes. Thus Yang Zhiyuan drove the lovely mule cart towards the capital. The mule cart wasn't fast, it would take a long time to cover dozens of miles. Just right, Yang Zhiyuan could chat with them along the way. When Yang Zhiyuan had left the mountain road and entered the main road to the capital, several leaders from the commune arrived at Yang's village. Some were holding pens and notebooks, their bodies trembling with excitement as if they had Parkinson's disease, eager to meet the outstanding young man Yang Zhiyuan, wanting to learn from him, to hold a commendation meeting calling for many people to learn from young Yang. Fortunately, Yang Zhiyuan had long since hidden. He really didn't want to deal with him. Just like how much was produced per mu, didn't anyone really notice? Naturally, the truth is in the hands of a few, and the few cannot convince the majority. There's a saying that goes well: humanity's biggest problem is not being able to learn from historical lessons. Some things repeat themselves. Yang Zhiyuan couldn't play that game and didn't want to engage with them. The gang from the island was different. If they didn't get on my boat, I would just drown you, and you expect me to wait for you to shout for help? Too much thinking. It was almost noon when they finally saw the majestic Zizaman. The road was all rural, where even the 8 great kings weren't that extraordinary. Occasionally they could cheer upon seeing some vehicles on the road. Before entering Zizaman, Yang Zhiyuan hung a prepared bag on the mule's rear, tying a paper diaper for it. It couldn't really be called a paper diaper, mainly to catch the feces to avoid being fined once they entered the city. Once they entered the city, the younger siblings felt their eyes could hardly take in everything: the small cars, large trucks, variously dressed people and bicycles speeding by. Each looked as if they had never seen the world before. Just like when Yang Zhiyuan first entered the county at 8 or 9 years old. Big brother don't laugh, second brother, third sister, eighth sister. Finally they arrived at Old Chu's home, and there was hardly room for everyone. It had been a while since Old Chu's house had been so lively. Fortunately, it was a standalone courtyard. Otherwise it would disturb the neighbors, which wouldn't be good. Many people were curious in this day and age. 9 children visiting someone's house was quite a sight. Wouldn't this meal finish off a month's worth of rations? Teacher's wife, Old Lady Chu, the wife of Old Chu, watched as this group of children played in the yard, each showing a kind smile. Indeed, it had been a long time since it was this lively. Usually when they were hungry they couldn't even think of being lively, they didn't dare to move. How unlike the children Yang Zhiyuan raised, each one sturdy and full of energy. Yang Zhiyuan also noticed that his younger siblings were not very introverted. Otherwise they might have starved on the way. Wu Lei's wife Chuanju also came with her 2 little ones. Now there were even more people. For instance, the ugly duckling was currently arguing with Wei Xiaogua over who was the youngest, cutest and most beloved sister of Yang Zhiyuan. Wei Xiaogua, I am the youngest girl in Zhiyuan's family. Chu Xiaoya, I can count to 9, just wait and see. How can you count to 9? Can you really count? I can count using my fingers 1 2 3 4 5. Big pot, help me take off this kid's shoes, I need 5 toes. Alright, ugly duckling with 2 hands counting on one hand and not knowing how to count the second hand, you need to borrow toes to count to 9. The adults were laughing heartily at the little one's antics. In the kitchen, Yang Zhiyuan, Zhou Hongtao, Yuxiu and Chu Wenju were preparing lunch. With so many people, to be honest, if many women in this era are stingy with oil when cooking, the food ends up being just mediocre. That's why many chefs are men. One needs strength to wield a large ladle, and they have to learn seriously from their masters, starting from washing vegetables and chopping for several years. 3 is just for hard-working women in the kitchen during the hot summer, while it's inconvenient for men. Of course, family recipes don't count. Plus, with many spices missing, the food will surely not taste as good as that made by professional chefs. Today, Yang Zhiyuan was to be the head chef. With so many people, they would definitely be eating the dishes he brought, otherwise it would just be the little portions from the old Chu family. Yang, the head chef, made it simple today. 1 pot of big pot dishes with wild boar slices, cabbage, vermicelli, wood ear mushrooms, dried tofu, bean skin and tofu. A few large ladles of pork fat stir-fried, reminiscent of the cooking style from Shandong and similar to Northeast's pork stewed with vermicelli. As soon as the oil hit the pan, the others assisting with chopping vegetables felt quite distressed. A large pot of 2 merged flour steamed buns. 1 steamer might not be enough, so 2 steamers it is. Also 2 beggars chickens, a pot of egg soup and 2 plates of cold shredded cabbage. With everything ready, there were too many people to fry any dishes. If outsiders saw it, it would be troublesome. Each person would get a big bowl of big pot dishes, a bowl of soup and a few steamed buns. This big pot dish tasted better than what Xia Zhu cooked. At this moment, Xia Zhu might not even spare 2 taels of oil for a pot of over 100 jin of vegetables. At most, he would add a spoonful of oil when serving. Wu Lei was also working today and rushed over for lunch after finishing his shift. His 2 sons were playing eagle catches chicks with a large group of older brothers and sisters. Anyway, there would always be an eagle catching his younger son's chick. As long as they didn't get too rough, it shouldn't be a problem. After all, old Chu is watching. If it weren't for Wu Shixiang's good luck, just as he finished frying the dishes, people came in. He had to teach him the good habit of washing pots and bowls. He couldn't let his senior brother develop the good habit of being lazy and gluttonous. In total, there were 19 people sitting at 2 large tables. Fortunately, the old Chu family had prepared a lot of stools for patients before. Otherwise, there would be tables but not enough stools. Each person got a big bowl of dishes, and after finishing, they went to serve themselves from the pot. Even his respected second senior brother, not the eldest, took 2 bowls of dishes and 7 steamed buns, sighing that even the landlord's family didn't have extra grain. During mealtime, hardly anyone was talking, just the sound of eating like feeding pigs. Well, the food was really fragrant. They kept eating until everyone was burping. Old Chu contributed a large pile of hawthorn balls. After everyone finished eating, they rested for a while, and old Chu, the master, and Madame Chu along with Chu Wenju took the group of children out on a stroll. One was to enjoy food while the other was indeed there to have some fun. Yang Zhiyuan handed old Chu 10 big black tens and also gave some tickets. He let them play around while he rushed to the mule cart to deliver wild boar meat to manager Hu. Riding a bicycle to deliver 1,000 or 800 jin of wild boar meat was a bit too absurd. Although the bicycles were of good quality at that time, carrying 200 or 300 jin was fine, but 1,000 or 800 jin would certainly crush the bicycle. Just right, today there was a mule cart with a few old sacks on top, and the cart was piled with 4 live wild boars, all tightly bound, their mouths tied up with ropes to prevent them from making noise. Each of these 4 wild boars weighed about 200 jin, totaling over 1,000 jin. Calculating the meat yield at 65%, these were wild boars raised by Yang Zhiyuan in his space, otherwise the yield would be lower. That would only be 600 jin of pork. As mentioned before, manager Hu could only accept pure meat. Not by weighing with bones. Many novels say wild boar meat is 3 yuan per jin, referring to this special period, or 2.5 yuan per jin. Do you think they would buy your hairless pig with bones and skin for 2 or 3 yuan per jin? At that time, 1 penny could buy something. Isn't 2 or 3 yuan still money? And there are pig skins, pig heads and internal organs. How could that be possible? The black market prices at that time were 5 or 6 yuan or even higher for pure pork, not for meat with bones. If I give you money to buy a jin of pork, you better not bring me any bone meat or I will hit you hard. Many people only earn 20 to 30 yuan a month. In normal times, pork was 6 or 7 jiao per jin, requiring a meat ticket. During famine, it was 5 or 6 yuan per jin, with pure fatty meat being even more expensive. How could they count bones? Some people's brains are indeed stuck, forgetting to retrieve them. The 4 live wild boars were specially prepared by Yang Zhiyuan. He was just afraid that if he delivered pure meat some people might think Yang Zhiyuan was providing domestic pigs suspecting foul play. To minimize his troubles, Yang Zhiyuan made sure every step was as perfect as possible. A mule cart finally arrived at the back door of the Beijing city guesthouse. He didn't dare go to the front gate as that would be too disruptive. Besides, the entrance for materials was always at the back, so he had the doorman call manager who arrived with a small notebook followed by 2 staff members bouncing over. "Hey there, little brother." "Yes, brother, who I came to deliver meat." "Great, brother, let me take a look." "Wow, such big wild boars, and they're still alive." "Nicely done, brother." "What's in that bag next to you?" "Oh, there are dozens of wild rabbits all nicely tied up." "Come on, brother, first show your work permit to the gatekeeper when delivering meat so that next time everyone will recognize you. Then we can slaughter and weigh them." Xiao Zhang, you two drive the cart inside and let the masters boil water to skin and butcher. "All right, manager," who one of Manager Hu's assistants replied. After Yang Zhiyuan finished registering, he followed Manager Hu to the office for tea. Old Hu could still manage to get some good tea leaves. After all, this is the Beijing City Guesthouse, a front-facing unit for the Special Supply Department. Old Hu had just opened the sacks for inspection, and Xiao Zhan leading the mule cart to weigh it was also quite specific. After all, the people staying here are either officials or overseas Chinese. How could they let anyone in without inspection? The back door wouldn't work either. Being a temporary worker here wouldn't allow that. Many fellow travelers delivering meat to the steel mill had the cafeteria director arrange for the gatekeepers not to even ask questions. How could that be possible? The steel mill is a department-level factory with armed security on duty. How could one enter casually? Pulling a cart of goods still covered, how could you enter a key factory without inspection? What if you had dangerous goods inside? Don't underestimate the people of that time. That's why Yang Zhiyuan took an entire afternoon to deliver the meat. These meats still needed testing later. Do you think just anyone can deliver here and be done with it? The Special Supply Department has dedicated testing workshops using technology and equipment developed by the old Russians. Although this meat won't be sent to the sea, aren't the other state-owned enterprises or high-ranking officials still officials? Don't underestimate a village chief as just a minor official, nor treat a minor official as a small fry. Although it's troublesome, Yang Zhiyuan is willing to come for that work permit that allows him to travel all over the country. In this era, without a letter of introduction or work permit, if you dare to wander around, you might not know how hard the people's iron fists are or how deep the ocean of the common people is. Yang Zhiyuan's work pass allows him to take the train, and he can even adjust his sleeper berth, but taking a plane is a bit difficult. However, it has become much more convenient. He doesn't plan to reimburse any airplane tickets, so he will have a legitimate reason to go to the airport and then quietly use his spatial ability to board the plane. For nearby places, taking the train is sufficient, and for distant locations he won't admit to having been there. Anyway, he won't provide anything other than meat in the future. Otherwise, he would have to disclose the purchase price, issue receipts, and arrange for transportation, which is too troublesome, especially in this era when transporting southern fruits often results in them rotting before arrival. He only provides wild animal meat, claiming that it was hunted in other places. Generally, wild game around the capital has decreased significantly except for deep mountains. After drinking tea for a while and chatting with manager Hu, Xiao Zhang came to call for Hu. He said the boiling water was ready and the master chefs needed to slaughter pigs, asking Yang Zhiyuan to watch closely to see how much meat could be obtained from the slaughtered pigs. Since it was his first time providing pork, he should keep a close eye on it. It is no wonder that in a high-end guesthouse a chef who cannot slaughter pigs is not a good barber. A wild boar has already been bled and the boiling water is ready. The first step is to give it a 100-degree hot water spa for a few minutes to facilitate removing the pig's hair. Fortunately, the wild boar raised in Yang Zhiyuan's space is not too wild, and the key is that its skin is neither too tough nor too thick, otherwise the chefs might just skin it and discard the hide. The bristles from this wild boar can also be sold. Those that are longer than 10 centimeters are particularly valuable. During World War II, they were considered strategic materials. One should not underestimate the recycling capabilities of the collection stations in this era. Even toothpaste tubes can be recycled for money. In this era, there is hardly any opportunity for those who collect waste to earn money. After roughly scraping off the hair, a small hole is made in the back thigh and iron wire is tied to several other spots. Air is pumped into the pig using a pump, causing it to inflate, which helps to clean off the remaining hair. Then comes the segmentation of the pork, which is straightforward. There are no spare ribs and every bit of meat on the ribs is scraped clean. Finally, the net weight of this pig was measured, yielding approximately 120 pounds of net meat. Of course, this excludes the pig's head and trotters, which will be calculated separately. Who has the time to clean the meat off the pig's head? The other pigs were also slaughtered quickly and the final net meat totaled over 530 pounds. Manager who purchased it at a rate of $3 per pound, which is far below the black market prices, and he also provided a significant amount of meat tickets. During this period, farmers raised pigs to fulfill quotas, and after selling them to the supply and marketing cooperative, they would receive a meat ticket equivalent to 1/10 of the pig's weight. Only one wild rabbit was slaughtered. It can be kept for a couple of days without issue. The meat yield from the remaining wild rabbits was calculated based on their weight. Wild rabbit meat is priced cheaply because it does not contain much fat, costing only $2.50 per pound. Thus, with 40 wild rabbits averaging 5 pounds each and a 60% meat yield raised in his space, the yield is high. At $2.50 per pound, this amounts to $300. This does not include the rabbit hides, as the rabbits have not been fully slaughtered. The pure pork weighed 530 pounds at $3 per pound. This totals 1,590 yuan plus 300 yuan, and with other parts it sold for a total of 2,000 yuan. Additionally, he received over 60 pounds of meat tickets and other receipts. One cannot say this price is expensive because this unit is not ordinary. Manager who would not dare to offer a very low price for the hard-earned wild boars brought in by the common people. Otherwise, if someone complains, he would suffer the consequences. This price was also determined after discussion among several leaders. Not bad. Yang Zhiyuan's meat procurement task for this month has been completed, and at the beginning of next month there is no national standard. Some received their wages at the end of the month. He can still collect about $30 from this month. There are still 2 pig heads left in the sack that have not been sold, as well as 2 pig tails. One pig head is prepared for Wu Lei and the other for Old Chu. The 2 pigtails are intended for Wu Lei and his young son, as pigtails are said to be effective for drooling, as people from his hometown say, making it just right to give them for treatment. You could say it's excusable for your young son to drool, but you're a 35-year-old man drooling. TSK. He will check in with Old Hu and plan to deliver meat next month. In a few days he will go to the northeast to hunt and deliver meat when he returns. As for Shazu's steel mill, that's better left alone. Delivering pork would just lead Shazhu to take care of a widow. It's not that he looks down on widows or that he cannot marry one. Yang Zhiyuan soul from a later life isn't that futile. However, for widows like Qin, the situation is too unsightly. It goes against one's conscience, and those without a conscience are better left alone. Yang Zhiyuan got into his BMW and prepared to return to Old Chu's home. After delivering the pig heads, he plans to send his younger siblings back overnight. Otherwise, it would be a problem to find a place to stay at night. There are too many children and they simply cannot all fit. Upon returning to Old Chu's home, it turns out all the children are back, but they haven't bought much. When asked, Old Chu revealed that the children were just curious and went for a walk, with very few willing to spend money. Nonetheless, Xuanhuan and Old Chu spent money to buy some food and toys. They barely spent $10. Well, it's good that my younger siblings are sensible. It's already evening and Yang Zhiyuan insists on leaving, but the teacher's wife intervenes, saying the elderly lady enjoys the children and they must stay for the night. Well, there's no helping it, they will stay. The children, the elderly lady, the teacher's wife and Old Chu will all squeeze onto the same Kong bed. The Kong is warm and in winter there is no need for thick quilts. I almost forgot about this. Otherwise it would indeed be difficult to arrange for tonight. Yang Zhiyuan does not particularly like sleeping on the Kong, mainly because the younger people are full of energy. If I want to sleep on a cool Kong and can't, I might as well find your daughter. Just kidding, mainly worried about not being able to sleep tonight. Moreover, he is older now and it's not appropriate to squeeze in with anyone. He would rather stay alone in the East Wing. Not being able to sleep at night, Yang Zhiyuan thought he might as well take a stroll in the black market. During the day he really had no mood to shop on the streets. Everyone looked as skinny as bamboo poles. There were hardly any snack vendors or stalls. It was quite boring. The black market is much more interesting. Just like strolling down a pedestrian street in his later life, there's everything for sale. If he wants to buy, he buys. If he wants to look, he looks. The black market outside Dishengmen has been visited twice already and Yang Zhiyuan does not plan to go there again. Today he wants to explore Dongxiaoshi. It's located south of Banbai Street in the Dongqing district, with heavy foot traffic at night, bustling like a market. There's everything for sale. Yang Zhiyuan bought some candied hawthorn to bring back for his siblings. It can also be made in his space, but the hawthorn in his space is so good, each one is quite large, so he might as well buy some fresh. Otherwise it would be hard to explain later, and with so much money not spending it would be detrimental to economic circulation. Thinking this way, Yang Zhiyuan feel quite good. Under Yang Zhiyuan's divine sense, those with masks and covered faces seem to have no disguise at all. Fortunately, Yang Zhiyuan has no voyeuristic desires, otherwise those young ladies. Yang Zhiyuan turned around and found that the goods sold in Beishao City were mostly the same with little variation. Mainly everyone was just trying to buy some grain. Many rural families lacked various receipts and could only squeeze out a little grain to exchange for money or other tickets. Otherwise, there were hardly any farmers selling grain here. Since there was no land cultivation in the city, where would the grain come from unless it was not obtained through legitimate means? After wandering for a while, Yang Zhiyuan encountered a few acquaintances. He had met a few sellers of precision components for steel rolling mills in Beishao City last time. Today he encountered them again, though all three were wearing masks. However, Yang Zhiyuan's memory had been quite good lately. With a probe of his divine sense, he was sure of their identities. If you were to deal in scrap copper and iron, I wouldn't care, but you managed to bring out parts that could only be processed by level 7 or 8 craftsmen to sell on the black market. What are they up to? Selling precision components on the black market? Or do they have some unspeakable secrets and connections with spies? These three fools couldn't possibly be selling components processed by Lu Haizhong or Yi Tianzuan. Yang Zhiyuan decided to test them. He approached and squatted down in front of their stall, picking up a precision bearing. What's the price? 1 pound of cornmeal, the middleman replied in a muffled voice. Is that all? Just this one. Yang Zhiyuan of course altered his voice to inquire. There are 3 more, buy all 5 pounds together. Oh, they even raised the price. Fine, I'll buy it. I'm curious about what these 3 are up to. You're selling such good parts for 5 pounds of cornmeal, but it should still cost 20 or 30 bucks. However, this price is really not high. Yang Zhiyuan said, show me the other 3, I'll go get the grain after I check them out. The man hesitated for a moment and then took out 3 identical parts from a bag. Yang Zhiyuan held each one in his hands and examined them under the faint light of his flashlight, which was covered with black cloth. He set them down and said, I like them, wait a moment, I'll go get the grain. Then Yang Zhiyuan went out for a spin before returning holding a small bag containing 5 pounds of coarse cornmeal. Inside, Yang Zhiyuan had thoughtfully included some small stones and a bit of soil. Look, I'm so considerate, I'm afraid it will be hard for you to digest the grain without some pebbles, so you don't have to peck like a hen. The 3 men looked at the grain as if they had seen their long-lost father, and after Yang Zhiyuan inspected the 4 components, they grabbed the grain and ran off. Yang Zhiyuan activated his directional divine sense and kept a distance to follow them. Once they left the black market and were in a deserted area, one of the shorter men whispered, brother, we're starving because of this spy mission. The middle-aged man who had just spoken with Yang Zhiyuan glanced around and slapped the shorter man on the back of the head. Damn it, Lao San, is this a place to talk? If you want to get killed, don't drag us with you. Yes, big brother, I said the wrong thing. Let's hurry home and cook. We'll deal with you when we get back, quick now. The 3 of them walked on, clearly very hungry, and their pace was slow. They walked for nearly half an hour, having to occasionally hide from patrolling officers. Yang Zhiyuan followed them from a distance. This area could be considered near the Jishuotan, about 10 minutes by bike from the Lao Chu and Wu Lei's homes. Yang Zhiyuan planned to see what these 3 fools were up to. This was a large courtyard housing 7 or 8 households. These 3 clearly lived together in the southern room of the courtyard, which was different from the normal 4-way courtyard. The 3 men climbed over the wall without disturbing anyone else. Once inside, they prepared to start a fire to cook. Their room could only be described as bare. Even a thief would probably have to leave them 2 liang of grain tickets. Yang Zhiyuan had clearly heard them mention the word spy just now, yet he had never seen such poor spies. Other than the 5 pounds of grain they had just exchanged for, there was nothing else to eat in the house. On the bed there were only a few ragged quilts, and there wasn't even a pillow. There was hardly any furniture to be seen. The 3 men lived closely together in 3 rooms, and each room was basically the same. The 3 of them wanted to start a fire to cook, but had neither firewood nor coal. The other 2 searched around the house for a while before saying to the man who had just traded with Yang Zhiyuan, big brother, there's no firewood at home, should we go to the yard and get some from the other houses? Alright, you go get some firewood and I'll go to their cellar to get some cabbage for a dish, said the middle-aged man. Be careful, big brother, we'll head out now. After the 3 of them left the room, cautiously heading to the neighbors' houses for firewood, cabbage and potatoes, Yang Zhiyuan kept scanning them with his divine sense. Seeing that they had all left their room, Yang Zhiyuan thought for a moment and lightly jumped into their yard, entering their room. He swapped the 5 pounds of coarse grain in the bag for 5 pounds of yellow sand. The 3 unfortunate souls had each hidden a pistol in their room. Yang Zhiyuan took away the bullets and powder from their guns. Oh, 3 spies who were nearly starving and could hardly move, what do they need guns for? They might as well eat some dirt and get some rest. After scanning the rest of the area, Yang Zhiyuan found no valuable clues, only these 3 guns. There weren't even a radio or a codebook nor any small fish for funding. Truly poorer than dogs. Not leaving a single trace, Yang Zhiyuan jumped out of their room. The leader returned first, followed by the 2 younger ones. One of the younger men exclaimed excitedly, "Big brother, let's hurry up and cook." The older brother replied, "Sure, let's quickly make something warm. If we don't eat soon, we'll freeze to death even if we don't starve." After saying this, the older brother took a bite of the cabbage stalk. The second and third looked at the older brother chewing on the cabbage stalk and swallowed their saliva. Thinking that they would soon have warm corn mush to eat, they suppressed their desire to beg for some cabbage stalks and prepared to start the fire to cook. In such a poor household, naturally, there was no iron pot. The belongings of these 3 were even less than those of Yang Zhiyuan's fleeing team. The second and third began to light the fire, while the first found a broken ceramic pot missing a third of the top to start boiling water. As soon as the water began to boil, the third one went to grab the bag of grain on the table, ready to pour some cornmeal in. Seeing this, the older brother quickly stopped him. "Lao San, use it sparingly, pour in less." The third nodded his long neck solemnly. "Big brother, I understand, I'll use it sparingly." Although the lighting in the room was dim, they could still see that the grain being poured out looked off. The third poured a little in and rubbed his eyes, wondering why the color of the grain didn't look like cornmeal at all. Did they add too much sand? We can understand if you mix some sand into the grain you sell, as times are tough for everyone, but this looks like it's all sand. The third placed the bag on the table, opened it wide, scooped some out with his hand, and with eyes wide open like copper bells, he skeptically licked it with his tongue. "Papa, big brother, this is too much of a scam." In the dimly lit room, the 3 foolish ones displayed incredulous expressions, their eyes wide as they rubbed them in disbelief. "You look at me, I look at you." The third brother's eyes filled with tears as he trembled and said, "Elder brother, this is too much bullying." The second brother was no exception, his short stature resembling a chubby monk, though his plumpness was only in comparison to the third brother's slender frame. The second brother could hardly believe his eyes. "Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible." The eldest brother also refused to believe it. He had personally tasted and inspected it, and aside from a trip to steal some cabbage stalks, this bag had never left his hands. He extended a finger and licked it. "Ugh, this. The eldest brother grew angrier the more he thought about it, his eyes turning red as he suddenly squatted down, unable to swallow the cabbage stalk in his mouth, sobbing, "This is too much of a deception, I clearly checked it." The 3 of them grew more distressed as the bond of brotherhood forged over the years brought them together in a tight embrace. Woo. A moment later, the third brother with a long neck and big head said, Brother, I'm hungry. If I don't eat tonight, I will starve to death." The shorter and smaller-headed second brother replied, "Brother, me too. How can there be no basic trust between people?" The eldest brother with a sallow complexion and squinting eyes said, "Yes, didn't they say that Chinese people don't deceive each other? Not even 5 gene of coarse grains were given to me, not even 5 gene. Even if it were 4 gene and a half of dirt and half a gene of grain, 2 taels would suffice. How can they be so heartless? Is there no law? Doesn't your conscience hurt?" Nearby the gate of the courtyard lived an elderly man surnamed Yen, who was the closest to these 3 foolish ones. Finally awakened by the noise, Grandma Yen whispered, "Old Yen, what's wrong with those 3 next door? It sounds like they are crying." "It's nothing, just let them cry, they'll be tired and fall asleep soon. They won't be hungry anymore, don't meddle and go back to sleep." "All right, old Yen. Little Yen. What are you doing with that noise? Since you're awake and the kid is asleep, why not do something?" "Do something? You're just going to waste half a steamed bun tomorrow. Sleep." Old Yen immediately pretended to be asleep. Who? Hearing her husband pretending to be asleep, Grandma Yen pinched him and could only put aside her thoughts, sighing, "Before they used to call me little sweetheart, now they don't even call me Lady Cow Sai." The 3 foolish ones next door finally stopped crying slowly, with the eldest brother looking at the second and third brothers, who gazed at him with pitiful teary eyes. With a determined heart, he pushed aside the second and third brothers, who were like babies sucking on him. He walked to his bedside and took out a pistol from a hidden compartment. Without checking, he raised his gun. "Second and third brothers, grab your weapons, let's go find our superiors for some food." Clearly, when we joined the investigation bureau during the spring festival of the 38th year of the Republic, they said they would ensure we eat and drink well and that women would be plentiful. Who knew that just a few years later we would be starving 9 times a day? Uncle can endure but aunt cannot. Let's go, second and third brothers, we're going to find our superiors for a meal. If they don't give us food, we'll take them down. Hearing mention of the 38th year of the Republic during the Spring Festival, Yang Zhiyuan chuckled. The 38th year of the Republic was 1949. The Spring Festival was at the end of January 1949 and the peaceful liberation of the capital took place on January 31, 1949. How coincidental was that? On the eve of the peaceful liberation of the capital, you joined the Bald Gang's investigation bureau and then came in to infiltrate. What were you all thinking? I'm truly impressed by these three foolish ones. I wonder how these three foolish ones have survived until now without being caught. Could it be their sheer foolishness that has kept them alive? I overheard the three of them wanting to find their superiors for food, so why not follow them a bit longer? It would be good to see who their superior is. Hiding in the shadows, Yang Zhiyuan watched the three of them as they attempted to climb over the wall but failed twice. He really wanted to feed them a little bun. They couldn't climb over the wall anymore, so they decided to open the gate and walked out through it. No more climbing, it was too much effort. The three of them stealthily walked in the darkness while Yang Zhiyuan trailed behind them several dozen meters away using his divine sense. It was still the middle of the night, very safe. Even if those three were experts, they wouldn't be able to detect him. They walked for 5 minutes and rested for 3 minutes, and Yang Zhiyuan felt an urge to feed them. It was like watching a movie. The two of them kept chatting by the bed, delaying the main topic. They were dragging it out even more than the character Xuanzang in Journey to the West. Finally they arrived at their destination. This short distance would take Yang Zhiyuan 10 minutes to walk, yet it took the three of them over half an hour. The three foolish ones hid in a dark corner. Second and third brothers, do you see that exclusive courtyard? That's our superior, codenamed Little Prince. The few parts one have were funded by him for me to exchange for money or grain. Tonight we'll knock on the door and then one of us will rush in and take all his money and food. Since they won't let us live, I will at least take someone down with me, right? Elder brother, we'll follow your lead. Right. Seeing the second and third brothers agree with him, the eldest brother prepared to lay out his action plan. Yang Zhiyuan heard the three of them talking from a distance, shifted his footsteps, circled around and bypassed them. He used his divine sense to investigate what they called their superior. Their superior was not doing well either. There were only a few dozen gene of grain in the grain jar, but there was some money. Yang Zhiyuan utilized his spatial ability to stash the door latch into his space and quietly infiltrated. The small courtyard was very small with no side rooms, just 2 main rooms and a kitchen. There was also a basement which only stored some stolen parts and a few cabbages and radishes along with some coarse grains. There weren't any radios or anything. There were 2 guns, and Yang Zhiyuan took the gunpowder from the bullets into his space. All the grain was replaced with sand and he took all the money and a few small yellow fish. Not a single metal part was left except for the 3 steamed buns left in the kitchen. Everything else that was edible was gone, all replaced with sand. Such good cabbage stalks naturally couldn't be left behind, and there were a dozen radishes. It wouldn't hurt to pickle some radish strips to take home, so better not leave you anything. Leaving it would be a waste. The 3 steamed buns were already in the kitchen. I'll let him use it to entertain his 3 subordinates when they come over. Having come a long way to visit, he should at least treat them to a meal, right? Yang Zhiyuan chuckled and quietly left the small courtyard. At this point, the so-called superior was sleeping soundly, completely unaware. In the dead of night, the owner of this small courtyard, Ding-Defy, was having a beautiful dream. In his dream, he finally met a girl with 2 small tiger teeth. However, just as he was about to kiss that small mouth with the tiger teeth, to his surprise, that little cherry mouth gradually grew larger, instantly transforming into a gaping maw. It was lunging towards his head as if it could swallow his entire head. Ding-Defy, lost in his dream, was jolted awake. In the middle of winter, he was drenched in sweat. Ding-Defy wiped the sweat from his forehead. Rubbing against the quilt, he sighed. After all, it was just a dream and he had no wife, so why not rub against the quilt? It didn't matter if it was dirty or not, there was no one to warm the bed. Whether it smelled or not, he was the only one who knew. After all, he often let out farts in the quilt and he could still reminisce about the chai-filled dumplings he had eaten today. Bang bang! Ding-Defy instantly got up and grabbed the gun hidden under his pillow. He listened carefully again. Yes, bang bang, someone was knocking on his door. Who could it be at such a late hour? Could it be someone here to arrest him? Was his cover as the little prince exposed? Impossible, his looks could only charm 1/10 of the young women in the factory. Or perhaps a young woman was captivated by his handsome appearance and came to seek his affection at night. But that didn't seem right, as she wouldn't come so late. Better to be cautious. If it were the police coming to arrest him, they would have barged in long ago. They wouldn't be so polite as to knock. For safety, Ding Defy put on his clothes, took the gun, and cautiously opened the door, stepping to the side and quietly asking from behind the door, "Who is it?" "It's me, the little prince," Ding Defy's codename. "I'm Black Tiger." "Open the door quickly, I have important intelligence." The voice outside was also low. The two of them spoke in a tone only they could hear. "Black Tiger, what are you doing out here in the middle of the night?" "Just come find me directly, little prince, hurry up and open the door. This is critical intelligence worth 100 servings of braised meat. Hurry up." "Is it true? Would I come to find you in the middle of the night if it weren't true? Hurry up or I'm leaving. Don't blame me for not coming to find you." Black Tiger was about to turn and leave when the little prince Ding Defy finally opened the door and grabbed Black Tiger, who had already turned around. Suddenly, two more people appeared from either side, pressing their guns against the little prince's waist and neck. The little prince's gun was immediately confiscated. This force didn't feel like the police, it was too soft. "Black Tiger, what kind of game are you playing?" Black Tiger had already turned around, slapping the face of the little prince Ding Defy. "Let's go inside and talk." Upon hearing this, the little prince realized they were probably not government officials. That made things easier. He could only be held at gunpoint by 3 people. The door was locked again and they returned to Ding Defy's bedroom. The living room was too cold. This bedroom was a bit warmer with the heated Kong. At that moment, Ding Defy was bound hand and foot. The Black Tiger brothers covered their legs with the quilt that had the little prince's scent, staring intently at Ding Defy. "Team leader Ding, little prince, my beloved superior, where are our funds?" "Oh, so you want funds? You scared me there, look at my handsome face. I almost turned into a wretched figure like Wu Dalong after taking medicine." "Black Tiger, weren't the funds sent to you a few days ago as parts? Selling those would bring in money." "Bullshit, those are hard to sell, nobody's buying." "How is that possible? Those parts could sell for over 100 yuan. Where did you try to sell them?" Ding Defy asked curiously, knowing that the oldest Black Tiger among the 3 wouldn't admit he sold them on the black market. You don't need to worry about where we sold them, we just can't sell them." After saying that, he tightened his waistband, which had become quite loose. The youngest still couldn't help it, his stomach was growling. Oh, it seemed the 3 of them were starving. Ding Defy's eyes shifted. "Ah, Black Tiger, it's all my fault. By the way, there are still some steamed buns I prepared in the kitchen tonight. If you don't mind, you can have a meal first." "Nonsense. Eating a few of your steamed buns would be an insult to me. Old 3, go get them." "Yes, big brother." The youngest shuffled heavily to the kitchen. The kitchen had no electric light and it was dark. He reached into the cupboard and indeed fell 3 steamed buns. The youngest didn't hog them for himself, he quickly ran back to the bedroom, beaming as he handed 1 bun to the older brothers. "Big brother, there are indeed steamed buns. Let's eat one first, then we'll use his family's grain to prepare a big meal and fill our stomachs." Yum, yes, a big pot." The 2 younger brothers couldn't wait any longer and quickly stuffed the buns into their mouths. In the middle of winter, the buns were frozen hard, but they weren't worried about choking. The 3 of them were choking, their eyes rolling back, yet none dared to spit out a morsel of food. Only the oldest managed to get a bowl of cold water, helping the 3 of them recover. However, after eating something cold and drinking cold water, their stomachs felt even hungrier and they also felt a bit of a stomachache. The 3 of them tightly squeezed their legs together. Interrogating Ding Defy, the little prince, where is the other grain hidden? Where is our funding? The little prince looked at the 3 guns pointed at him and dared not resist. He could only reluctantly reveal where he had hidden the grain. Of course, he didn't mention the hidden basement. But when the youngest brought out the grain with a candle, he almost cried again. Big brother, this is too much." Saying this, the youngest placed the bag of grain and a grain jar in front of the oldest brother. The oldest Black Tiger opened it and nearly fainted. It was all damn yellow sand, exactly like the 5 pounds of grain from his own house. Black Tiger grabbed a handful and threw it at Ding Defy's face. "Tell me, did you swap our grain for sand?" Ding Defy was also puzzled. How could his grain have turned to yellow earth? After all, he had just received his rations for the month. He made 5 steamed buns for 1 meal, but he only dared to eat 2, leaving 3 for the next morning and 2 for lunch. How could that be? He had used the grain to make steamed buns tonight. Impossible. The Black Tiger brothers thought that their superior really had swapped their grain for yellow earth, not waiting for the little prince to explain. They first gave their superior a beating. When the little prince turned into a pig's head, the three were only half convinced. To save his life, the little prince could only mention the hidden basement. Then when the yellow earth was brought out from inside along with a rotten cabbage stalk, the little prince was also devastated. Since his legs were bound, he could only hop towards the basement door. Luckily, the second of the Black Tiger brothers was a bit clever. He untied his legs and the little prince, with his hands bound behind him, stumbled into the basement. Upon seeing everything inside, he cried out, "Wow! Oh no, who did this? Before going to bed at night I even checked my life-saving grain." It was truly heartbreaking as one weeps. The listener also sheds tears, heartbroken and anguished. Despicable, stealing my grain without leaving a single grain behind. I can't live like this anymore. Only Yang Zhiyuan was hiding outside in the courtyard, observing everything and laughing to himself. Yang Zhiyuan never expected these lively characters to be so amusing. They were so funny that he couldn't help but laugh, something he typically refrained from doing. He saw Ding Xiaowangzi sobbing uncontrollably while clinging to the Black Tiger's thigh in the basement. The soundproofing of the basement prevented the neighbors from hearing anything. Unbeknownst to him, perhaps the Black Tiger couldn't hold it any longer and ultimately lost control. A thin stream of liquid had emerged. Ding Xiaowangzi cried as he smeared his tears and saliva on the Black Tiger's pants, oblivious to the fact that he had more goo on his hands, thinking it was merely his own tears and saliva. Occasionally he touched his pants, then wiped his mouth and eyes. The Black Tiger stood with his legs tightly pressed together, seemingly embarrassed and unable to explain. He endured as his subordinate knelt in front of him, clutching his legs while smearing tears and saliva onto his pants. Yang Zhiyuan distinctly noticed that the Black Tiger's face was trembling. If the flesh on those two faces hadn't been trembling, he wouldn't have realized that he was uncomfortable. How to express this? It was merely a matter of losing control. If there were no demands for a while, simply holding hands could suffice. Among countless sellers, someone must have lost control. Since the embrace couldn't linger, why not enjoy the moment and shed tears as well? At that moment, the Black Tiger resembled a gentle caregiver patting the top of Ding Xiaowangzi's head. "Alright, be good, don't cry, don't cry. If you cry, I'll wanna cry too. Be good." Ding Kawaii, not Ding Pighead, shivered upon hearing this, declaring, "I only like women, am not into men." In such circumstances, his subordinates were on the verge of starvation and he had no food left. Not even the 2 scallions or a head of garlic had escaped theft. He was concealed and lurking, not here to play a survival challenge. He was left with not a single penny, and the 3 younger brothers in front of him were eyeing him ravenously. It wasn't just for food, they might also want to sing a lament over their lost fortunes. The younger brothers could seek out their superior. He could also reach out to his superior. When in trouble, seek help from above. Don't let your superior live too comfortably. When Ding Pighead shared his plan, the Black Tiger, who had already changed into a pair of his superior's pants, said, "Dingo, I found you because you left a trace for me. I followed you to find your home. Is your superior also that careless? He won't be any better than me. We're fellow practitioners and I can't even find him." "Which practitioner?" "Alright, enough guessing for now. Let's tidy up and hurry. We can't let dawn catch us in this state. No money and no food. We won't even be able to approach the black market. Let's go." Find the 3 fools transformed into a 4-person foolish squad, advancing not to Ding Defan's superior's home. The same routine, the same formula, the same method. Wang Defa, the deputy director of the logistics department at the steel mill, was stunned to see his subordinate Ding Dafan, whom he had never met directly. "Damn it, my savings, my bread, my roasted sweet potatoes, farewell." Wang Defa had no idea where his superior was. That superior was always in contact through a single line, and even when they met they spoke through a door. He had nothing left, even his underwear had been stolen, leaving him with only the one he was wearing. He had also lost years' worth of embezzlement, bribery, and various factory intelligence and material documentation. Everything was gone. He didn't even dare to go to work anymore. Even if he had 2 fire sticks left on him, they were useless. No money, no tickets, and the risk of being arrested at any moment. The second Black Tiger brother was clever. Seeing that the others were silent, he quietly raised his hand. "Big leader, big brother, how about I propose an idea?" "Oh, little brother, what good idea do you have?" "Yeah, second brother, say whatever you want. We need to erupt from this silence." Seeing everyone looking at him, the second brother timidly suggested, "How about we turn ourselves in for a warm meal?" The third brother, indeed the second brother's counterpart, raised his hand, agreed. The Black Tiger, being the elder, naturally supported his brother and raised his hand. "Add one." Wang Defa was just about to scold his subordinates when Ding Dafan raised both hands. "Add 2, I'm a bit hungry too." "You mother f..." What kind of rabble is this under my command? After glancing at the already raised hands of the third brother, he also instinctively raised his hands at 4. Just as dawn was breaking and it wasn't yet time to start work, Wu Lei was awakened from his slumber by the patrolling team. Wu Lei, along with the instructor and deputy director, still feeling the heaviness of sleep, arrived at the door of the police station where they worked. They hadn't even entered the police station yet but noticed 5 people kneeling at the entrance facing inside the station. The 5 were wrapped in 3 blankets. The 5 were being held by an old man, the gatekeeper. In front of them were several cardboard boxes with the words, "We are spies, we surrender to have enough to eat. We will do anything." The old gatekeeper, full of energy, gestured to Director Wu, implying that there was something in his gatehouse. Inside were the evidence against these spies: firearms, ammunition, various materials, food, clothes, and a few heads of garlic, as well as some dried chili peppers and 2 scallions. It was unclear how the informant had obtained their belongings. Director Wu immediately sent someone to notify his colleagues to detain these individuals, and after asking the old gatekeeper, he learned that all of this had been sent by Yang Zhiyuan before the 5 had even arrived. At this point, Yang Zhiyuan had already slipped away. Director Wu was bewildered by this bizarre occurrence. Just for a meal, 5 spies had surrendered early in the morning. To make them confess quickly, hot meals needed to be served promptly. They hurried to interrogate them, hoping to extract more clues. While Wu Lei was busy, Yang Zhiyuan had spent the better part of the day playing with his younger siblings and returned to Yang Zhiyuan as dusk approached. Fortunately, the production team leader Yang Famine did not come looking for Yang Zhiyuan that evening. He might still be unaware that Yang Zhiyuan had returned to the village. Spending 2 days playing with his younger siblings had already delayed their studies. It's best to let them learn as much as possible in this cold winter. That evening, Yang Zhiyuan pondered what these younger siblings should do in the future. Should they continue as farmers? Or become workers, knowing that many workers would be laid off in 20 years? Perhaps become teachers. Or doctors. Thinking about becoming a doctor made Yang Zhiyuan's eyes light up. Yes, a few years later, during the buzzing period, he could bring Lao Chu to the village ahead of time. It would be wonderful for them to teach these younger siblings traditional Chinese medicine. After the buzzing period, he could open a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. With his space still available, he could provide good herbs for them, earn respect, and not have to worry about layoffs. Isn't that great? With this thought, Yang Zhiyuan finally felt at ease and fell asleep. Before dawn the next day, he left home, and by the time Yang Famine came looking for him again, Yang Zhiyuan had already arrived in the capital. Yang Zhiyuan bought a train ticket to Hacheng. However, he decided not to take the train and prepared to set off north from Pingchang on his own terms. This way he could not only hunt but also collect some new species. He had nearly a month this time, and he would return just about in time for the new year. He could really enjoy some freedom outside. If he chose to take the train, he would miss out on collecting many new species along the way. He mainly wanted to experience hunting in the northeast winter, having read many novels about it. If he didn't experience it, he would feel it would be a waste of his reincarnation. He also wondered if he could dig for ginseng in winter. Alas, if not, he might have to come back again in summer or autumn. Yang Zhiyuan rode out of the city with everything he needed in his space, requiring no extra preparation. He chose to ride into the mountains of Pingchang and then head north. He would ride where the path was convenient and walk where it was not. The mountains here were rather steep, leaving little room for riding. In the silent winter forest, Yang Zhiyuan walked alone, feeling a bit lonely. He released a bloodhound and a large black dog he had acquired on Gang Island. The 3 rural dogs from xuanhuan were left at Yang Zhiyuan. They couldn't keep too many dogs there, otherwise the neighbors wouldn't have enough food, while his family had so many dogs which would be too conspicuous. So he didn't release many of the breeds he had brought from Gang Island. The bloodhound was actually just a product of foreign hype. Originally from the Noodle country, it was later kept by the British aristocracy, the so-called John Bull, who exaggerated its abilities. In reality, it looked quite similar to many local dogs. It had large drooping ears and was very adept at tracking prey and scents. It was said that it could track scents even from 14 days prior. Whether that was true or not was uncertain. In any case, Yang Zhiyuan felt bored alone, so he released a few dogs to keep him company. As for the large black dog, it was simply because Yang Zhiyuan liked its appearance, having had one in his past life. If the bloodhound named Tianhuang didn't perform well, he would try releasing some other dogs in his space that were crossed with wolves. It was all just for fun. His space also contained a golden gradient cat, a breed from India, but once it appeared, all the animals within several kilometers would likely flee in terror. Although his divine sense could probe over 200 meters, Yang Zhiyuan's sense of smell was not as keen as that of a professional dog. Moreover, he couldn't identify animal footprints, so he instructed the hunting dog to track north. Along the way, having the two dogs as companions made things much better. Yang Zhiyuan successively shot some wild chickens, wild rabbits, wild boars, and even a spotted deer. He also collected some birds and nests found on trees. Additionally, he had the dogs find several wild kiwis which he directly stored in his space, resulting in more wild fruits to eat. Within 200 meters on both sides, whatever plants and animals Yang Zhiyuan thought were missing from his space, he would collect as much as he could. He had thought that there were no black bears in Pingchang during this era. Unexpectedly, he encountered a large bear with two cubs. They were hiding in a large tree hole, hibernating. After thinking for a moment, he decided to directly collect them into his space. He would hunt again when he returned to the northeast. After all, such fierce wild animals were quite rare here. By taking them away, Yang Zhiyuan could reduce the danger for local hunters. Having hunting dogs greatly increased the chances of discovering wild animals and people. Dressed as a hunter, Yang Zhiyuan would try to avoid encounters with others. To the north of the capital city lies the Yinshan mountain range. Beyond the northwest of Yinshan is the grassland province, and continuing north leads to the greater Xing'an range, with the northeast direction leading to the northeast plain. In the following days, whenever Yang Zhiyuan felt hungry, he would enter his space to eat. When he was tired, he would rest in his space. Sometimes he would also travel at night. The two dogs, one named Xuanhuan and the other De-He, should be given better names. Yang Zhiyuan feared the dogs might be displeased with such names. After 2 days of travel, Yang Zhiyuan arrived at a desolate area. Here yellow sand stretched endlessly, with only some remnants of snow left on the shady side of the hills. Occasionally some dry grass could be seen scattered among the sand. It was noticeably much colder here than in the capital, and there were no trees in sight for a long distance, just yellow sand. When the wind blew, it was hard to keep one's eyes open. Fortunately, Yang Zhiyuan had the glasses he obtained from Gang Island, including sunglasses and plain glasses. This place was only a straight line distance of 170 kilometers from the capital. This area had not yet begun to plant trees. The first mechanical forest farm in the country would be established next year. In his past life, Yang Zhiyuan had seen some novels and TV shows depicting this place. In the early Qing dynasty, Saihanba was still a dense forest area where emperors like Kangxi came to hunt. Later, Kangxi established the Mulan Paddock here. This meant it was enclosed and other commoners were not allowed to enter. There were dedicated guards to ensure the animals inside could reproduce naturally, making it a royal hunting reserve. Perhaps the emperor who was always winking in the story of the princess and Xiaoyuhua by Taming Lake had also been here. Unfortunately, during the late Qing and the Republic of China, it was opened up, allowing everyone to enter and cut down trees for profit. Many people cut down the forest, burned the grass, and farmed. After a while, when their lives improved, they became even more rampant, excessively logging, plundering the forests, and even setting fires multiple times. Let's not quibble about the high forest coverage during the good times, nor about how many of our coal and forestry resources were seized during those years. Unfortunately, not long after, the natural conditions here deteriorated sharply because this northern area was originally a large desert. By the early years of liberation, the original forests had completely disappeared and the area had degraded into highland wastelands, presenting a desolate scene of no birds rest on trees, yellow sand obscuring the sun. Moreover, the farmland was located on the southern edge of the desert. When the north wind blew, it would erode the fields. This region was part of the Inner Mongolia Plateau, over 1,000 meters higher than the capital. After the establishment of the country, many experts stated that if this area was not managed properly, within 100 years the lower floors of the capital would be buried under yellow sand. It was like standing on the roof and throwing sand into the yard, a very vivid metaphor. Therefore, Yang Zhiyuan specifically passed through here to see the place, thinking about leaving something behind to help the first generation of sand control workers. Yang Zhiyuan knew that the survival rate of seedlings planted by the first generation of sand control workers in their first year was less than 5%. In other words, if they planted 195 would perish. It could even be said that it was a total loss. Later they discovered a divine tree that determined the species of trees suitable for this area. The seedlings planted in the first few years were inappropriate, as this place was relatively cold year-round and summer temperatures differed greatly from other areas. It belonged to a remote and cold region. At the beginning, the forest farm took the wrong path. Not to mention the losses caused. Yang Zhiyuan remembered that the following year more than 300 forestry students from across the country came here, undaunted by hardship and difficulties, planting trees for decades. Yang Zhiyuan just wanted to help a little to inspire them or help them avoid some detours. He greatly admired their spirit. For a group of capable and commendable people, he was naturally willing to help them. In later years, over 1 million acres of artificial forests were established here, along with lakes, wetlands, farms, and factories. It can be described as a miracle of human determination overcoming nature. I remember when watching The Most Beautiful Youth, an old Russian expert said, "You cannot possibly grow anything here if you can't just move the capital." Can you believe those words? Just to escape the wind and sand, I should move the capital. Damn it, my uncle can endure it, but my aunt cannot. Thus, a group of workers and students began a 50-year endeavor of tree planting and afforestation. The old Russian asked why it was necessary to establish a forest farm in this barren land. The protagonist said, "Because this is the land we love most." To be honest, Yang Zhiyuan did not enjoy playing politics but preferred practical work. It was like this in his past life, and it is the same in this life. Just like the Hongqi Canal in Zhongyuan province, which Yang Zhiyuan had also seen on television. Honestly, it can truly move one to tears. Building channels in the mountains just for a drop of water is quite impressive. Moreover, it seems that construction began this year, taking 10 years to complete over 1500 kilometers of channels, sacrificing 81 lives, the youngest being 17 and the oldest 60. At this moment, the resilience of people and their determination to battle against nature can truly be said to surpass anything else. Saihanba has endured for over 50 years. There are no records of how many people sacrificed their lives, but this place has an average winter temperature of -1 degree Celsius for 7 months a year. During difficult times, workers and students struggled with hunger, living in underground shelters, suffering from malnutrition, frostbite accidents, or unexpected deaths. The numbers are unknown. Since Yang Zhiyuan passed through here, he wanted to leave something behind for them. He sat beside a desolate area sheltered from the wind. Yang Zhiyuan contemplated that the tree species referred to as the meritorious tree was the larch, while the forest farm initially planted was the Chinese pine. It's not that Chinese pines couldn't be planted here in the future, it's just that planting only Chinese pines at the start was not feasible. The saplings planted initially almost all died. It was later researched that the best combination is a ratio of 1:14 between larch and Chinese pine. Yang Zhiyuan recalled having seen in a novel about a forest farm in the northwest that had planted trees for decades but only one species of tree. As a result, due to a pest or disease, all the trees in that forest farm died. This is the cost of planting only one type of tree, a bitter lesson. The biological diversity was too singular. When a pest or disease struck, there was simply no way to resist it. Yang Zhiyuan was currently at the southernmost point of Saihanba, while the meritorious tree was located in the northwest corner. It was only discovered the following year that the possibility of planting trees here existed. Yang Zhiyuan took out paper and a pen from his space and sketched a rough outline. The meritorious tree had to be represented in the diagram. Then in some areas inside, underground shelters were to be constructed. Since he had stones and trees in his space, the underground shelters would be built near river water. There were still some small ditches nearby. People at that time directly drank from the ditches even if they were a bit farther away. Some underground shelters would be built near the ditches and some in the desert. Then a large area of straw grids was arranged near the underground shelters where there was no straw in the north. Wheat straw was used instead. Some seeds of larch and Chinese pine were also left behind. Now he could not plant trees directly here. Planting in this weather would lead to disaster. These seeds were saplings obtained from the nearby mountains and cultivated in his space. Next, Yang Zhiyuan followed his plan and built 10 underground shelters 1 kilometer north from the southern end of Saihanba, each quite large. The surroundings consisted of walls made of stones and there were wooden beams to prevent collapse. Inside, kangs were built, ensuring that the first batch of workers and students coming later would have a good place to rest. He also found the nearest ditch and built 10 more underground shelters. A map was left behind along with physical examples of the straw grids for sand control. The straw grid method was discovered only a few years ago during the Northwest Railway protection efforts. It is uncertain whether this method had spread to this area. This approach not only prevents wind and stabilizes sand but also increases the survival rate of saplings. The straw grids create microbarriers by erecting wheat straw, reducing surface wind speed and preventing sand particles from moving. Moreover, it has ecological restoration functions. The sand and organic material accumulated within the straw grids gradually form biological crusts, improving soil conditions and creating microenvironments for plant growth. Data shows that the survival rate of plants grown within the grids has significantly improved, even achieving 100 snow retention in winter, further conserving moisture. This method is inexpensive and easily obtainable in the north. Once everything was set up, several dead trees were erected at the entrances of the underground shelters. They were left as markers, believing that the first group of workers arriving in spring would notice them. As for his own traces, with the wind and sand blowing, nothing would remain. In two of the underground shelters, sketches specifically drawn by Yang Zhiyuan were left behind. He believed that soon the tree planters would discover both underground shelters and the meritorious tree. There were also quite a few seeds left behind, cultivated in his space, which would surely increase the survival rate. Yang Zhiyuan smiled, thinking that this time they would face much less trouble. As for whether the underground shelters would raise suspicions, what do I care? Even if discovered, there were no signs of human activity, so an investigation would yield nothing. Furthermore, who would be idle enough to investigate underground shelters in the desert, not to mention those who were not there to cause trouble? When they arrived and found them, they wouldn't know how happy they would be. Would they even worry about when and by whom the underground shelters were built? It was clear that someone was helping them, and didn't they know that? Moreover, it was done out of goodwill, supporting the construction of the forest farm, contributing to the capital's defense against sand erosion. Yang Zhiyuan thought about food and meat, but decided not to leave any behind. It would be too obvious, and the forest farm would receive government funding. Although they might not have enough to eat, they could still manage. The students who came to support later would all become employees of the forest farm. At the very least, their lives would have a basic guarantee. In a blink, Yang Zhiyuan glanced at the sandy land before continuing northward. As he traveled further north, he was soon nearing the foothills of the Greater Xing'an Range. This area now belongs to the Grassland Province, with the Reconnecting grassland to the east. Previously known as the Reconnecting grassland, it belongs to the eastern part of the Grassland Province, also referred to as East Mongolia. In the past, this area was lush with grass and rich in vegetation, but during the late Qing dynasty, to increase revenue, a large number of refugees were recruited to cultivate the grasslands. This led to a massive influx of farmers from within the borders, resulting in extensive cultivation of the grasslands. While grass can grow well in the grassland soil, it is far more barren for crops. Due to the poor soil quality, the land was abandoned after 2 or 3 years of cultivation because of sand damage, leading to the opening of new grasslands. In the barren, uncultivated land without vegetation cover, sand layers were blown up during droughts and windy seasons, forming shifting sand dunes. These sand dunes initially appeared as isolated points, but later connected, causing the grassland to degrade into desertified land. Therefore, at this time, desertification in the Reconnecting grassland has become somewhat severe. However, there is still a portion of grassland. Yang Zhiyuan once spotted a hunter riding a horse and holding a hawk, but he did not greet them. On the desolate Heart grassland in winter, there was not a hint of greenery, only the withered yellow grass and sandy ground trembling in the cold wind. Gazing at the boundless grassland, Yang Zhiyuan felt a surge of excitement. He released a black steed with a saddle crafted in Port Island, where many craftsmen skilled in making saddles thrived due to the local passion for horse racing and gambling. On the left, the sky was yellow, and on the right, it was pitch black. Riding the black steed, he galloped across the vast grassland. With one hand holding yellow and the other raising blue, donning a brocade hat and sable coat, 1,000 riders swept across the flat hills. Living on this expansive grassland indeed brought a refreshing sense of freedom and an open heart. It was reminiscent of the foot-basin chickens, living a decent life confined in narrow spaces, small in stature and naturally narrow-minded. While they do not count as a species. He galloped on horseback for quite a while. Let the yellow sand be our companion as we gallop gracefully. Riding swiftly, sharing the cleansing of the cold wind. Singing to the dogs, expressing the bitterness in his heart. With fervor, he seized the essence of Middle Ages disillusionment. Just as Yang Zhiyuan was in high spirits, he suddenly spotted 2 people in danger ahead. 4 or 5 wolves surrounded the 2 individuals and their 2 horses. The 2 hunters only had 1 dog, and faced with 5 grassland wolves, they were in a perilous situation. The 2 men had only 1 gun, an old-fashioned sand-shooting gun. They were in a standoff, not yet firing. One of the hunters had an eagle perched on his shoulder. At that moment, neither side made a move. The sand-shooting gun required reloading after each shot, meaning they only had 1 opportunity. There was only 1 hunting dog, while the other individual squatted with a knife resting on a wooden stick. The hunting dog was barking furiously but dared not advance. As Yang Zhiyuan approached slightly closer, the wolves noticed him. On the vast grassland, one could spot a person from a great distance. When Yang Zhiyuan was within 200 meters, he fired his gun. 200 meters was too far, even shouting would not guarantee that the others could hear him. He had 5 or 6 rounds that could be fired in succession. Within 200 meters, he could rely on his divine sense to hit every target. After the wolf pack discovered Yang Zhiyuan, only two turned their heads while the other three remained focused on the two hunters. Yang Zhiyuan shot from the side. Bang bang, two shots accurately struck the heads of two wolves. With Yang Zhiyuan's command, Xuanhuan and rebirth charged forward. The gunfire startled the remaining three wolves. Turning to flee, the hunters fired a shot as well, injuring one wolf and releasing their dog. Thus a pincer attack ensued with three hunting dogs pursuing the remaining two wolves. Soon Xuanhuan and rebirth pinned the two wolves down before the hunting dog could catch up. They bit into the necks, shaking them vigorously, and soon the two wolves had their necks broken. Yang Zhiyuan urged his horse forward. The other two men had already slaughtered the injured wolf and were walking towards him. Before the two men reached him, Yang Zhiyuan jumped off his horse shouldering his gun. He hadn't expected to see no one else along the way. At this moment he had disguised himself, roughening his appearance a bit and sporting some stubble, resembling a robust man in his late 20s or early 30s. "Hello friend, thank you for saving us." To his surprise, the other party turned out to be Mongolian, but instead of following their customs they extended their hands and clasped Yang Zhiyuan's hand tightly. The other two were one in their 20s while the other appeared to be in their teens. The younger one spoke Mandarin with difficulty. One could sense the flavor of a minority ethnic group. "No need to mention it, brother, it was just a casual act. You would have been fine even without my help." No thank you, distant friend, please come to my home as a guest." Alright, the one in his 20s was named Bu-He, meaning solid and sturdy. He indeed looked very sturdy with sheep fat smeared on his face. The upper body was clad in a sheepskin coat while the lower body was in large cotton pants. Standing just over 1 m, not quite 1 m, but he had a robust build. The younger one was named Na Shun, meaning peace, smoothness and longevity. Like Han Chinese families naming their children Shitu or Changshun. Through their conversation, Yang Zhiyuan learned that the two were brothers who had come to this sandy land to catch some wild rabbits. Now this area had also been collectivized with all cattle and sheep belonging to the collective. The Mongolian production team here didn't grow grain but collectively raised cattle and sheep. However, there were significant issues with a lack of distinction between public and private. Since herding households could not produce grain, the production team relied solely on cattle and sheep for output. The distributed cattle and sheep could not be consumed all at once. Thus, when grazing, they had to be taken along naturally. Unlike grain, which could be stored at home, the sheep distributed had to be fed grass. They couldn't be slaughtered and directly stored at home. In winter it was manageable, but in summer where would they be kept? Moreover, people couldn't survive on meat alone, they had to exchange meat with Han brothers to get grain. In any case, the lack of distinction between public and private was somewhat chaotic. This discouraged many herders, naturally leading everyone to work as lazily as they did in the interior. If they could slack off, they would. If the collective sheep were killed by wolves, the herders had no right to dispose of them. Winter was still bearable, but what would they do in summer? If not slaughtered, they would spoil. If slaughtered, their count wouldn't match upon return. It was inflexible and somewhat rigid. For instance, Su Lingjun had to have cadres accompany him during herding. If a situation arose, they had to resolve it directly. It was impossible to run back and forth for a single sheep, as some pastures were very far away, taking several days. Moreover, with the drought, the situation here was not much better. On one hand, they vigorously cultivated grasslands for farming to supply food to the country. On the other hand, drought caused the grass to grow poorly, although it was still somewhat better than in the interior. Additionally, herding families had adopted some orphans from nearby Huhai. Bu-He and Na Shun had come out to catch some wild game to prepare for their sick sister in exchange for some fine grain. This sister was a child assigned to their family by the state. A young orphan too small in age could not survive on meat alone. Her stomach couldn't handle it. She couldn't digest it, and since she had only recently arrived, she was unaccustomed to the local diet. Thus it was best to start with some fine grain to help her adapt gradually. Unexpectedly, they encountered 5 wild wolves in broad daylight. Nowadays, wolves had no choice. Ordinarily, they could catch rabbits in the grassland to get by. Who would have known that the drought had significantly reduced the rabbit population, causing many wild animals to flee? With a lack of ample food, wolves would attack humans in the daytime. Normally, wolves are quite clever and do not actively attack humans. They were simply severely hungry. The two brothers managed to handle the 5 wolves simply and prepared to return. They were heading back to entertain Yang Zhiyuan. After all, Yang Zhiyuan was their lifesaver. Noticing the eagle on Bu-He's shoulder, Yang Zhiyuan was curious about this eagle, which looked small and had its eyes covered. On the way back they all chose to walk as there were only 2 horses and the 5 dead wolves, making it impossible for 3 people to ride. They could only walk. Yang Zhiyuan asked Bu-He, "Aha, big brother, can your eagle catch rabbits?" "Of course it can." Upon hearing this, Yang Zhiyuan quietly released a wild rabbit from his space. Suddenly pointing towards Bu-He, he said, "Look, a rabbit." Bu-He quickly removed the cover from the eagle's head, making it chirp. Chirp. Chirp sound towards the direction the rabbit ran, then suddenly shrugged and the falcon shot like an arrow towards the wild rabbit. At this moment Yang Zhiyuan noticed that there were 2 small ropes on the eagle's feet. The ropes were not long and soon the falcon pinned the rabbit to the ground. Bu-He mounted his horse and rushed over quickly. He took the rabbit's meat from the eagle's claws and soon Bu-He had cut open the rabbit's belly, taking out some of its entrails to feed the falcon. Then he observed the surroundings again to check if there were any traces of wild rabbits. Seeing the prowess of the hawk, Yang Zhiyuan consecutively released 3 wild rabbits and 5 wild chickens. The surrounding tall weeds blocked the view of Bu and his brothers without any issue. These 2 brothers were warm and hospitable. Although Yang Zhiyuan could carry some food in his saddlebag, secretly supporting them would also be acceptable. All these wild rabbits and wild chickens were released one by one by Yang Zhiyuan. Thus none escaped the claws of this hawk. This hawk was much lighter than the rabbits, yet surprisingly powerful. Yang Zhiyuan couldn't help but feel envious, thinking of catching a few heidonking for himself. In his past life he had read about these creatures being present in the northeastern mountains. He would definitely gather some beautiful ones when he got the chance. Successfully catching several wild rabbits and chickens made Bu and his brothers very happy. After observing the surroundings and finding no more prey, he prepared to head back. During this time Yang Zhiyuan crafted another identity, that of a purchasing agent from He, specifically here to trade for meat and hunt. The 2 brothers were envious of Yang Zhiyuan's gun. As for identification, Yang Zhiyuan could easily create a simple one with plenty of materials. He had taken many varied photos in Hong Kong. He changed his name to Lu Dehua, sharing the same surname as the one who had been stabbed. Then Shun shouted, "Brother Lu Dehua, we're almost there. We're arriving at the market. Let's first exchange for some fine grains, then we'll head back to my place for a delicious meal tonight." "Brother Shun, I have the fine grains you want. During the day no one bothers us when we trade, but it's better to be cautious." Bu said, "Brother Lu, we don't have any issues here. In our Mongolian culture we only have mutton wool and Mara's milk. Usually we trade for what we need with our Han brothers using these items. It's quite relaxed here." "Well, that's true. The government does take care of ethnic minorities. After all, they don't have much money to buy things and there are few tickets. Barter systems aren't problematic. Within the borders they even trade eggs for needles and threads for salt and for other daily necessities. In some rural areas eggs are hard currency and can even be exchanged for medicine." This small market was situated among a cluster of Han residences with low houses and a narrow path in between. There were many people trading on both sides, some even leading live sheep. Yang Zhiyuan initially wanted to spend money on something unique but found that most people preferred bartering instead of accepting cash. They had their own pricing, which was quite strange. For instance, how much of something is exchanged for a pound of mutton or how much of another item is required. He was unsure how they calculated their prices. However, he had little interest in the local grains. There were also many unique Mongolian accessories such as sheepskin cloaks and wool felt. Additionally, there were saddles and boots made of cowhide and birch wood. There were also some silverware and Mongolian knives. Yang Zhiyuan was leading his fine horse while browsing around. Suddenly he heard a young man nearby say, "What a splendid horse. Are you selling it, brother?" Yang Zhiyuan glanced at him, saying, "Not for sale." As soon as he uttered those words it was as if he had stirred a hornet's nest, and soon several people surrounded him. Without uttering a word, Yang Zhiyuan, with his eyes fixed and his face wrapped in a scarf, quickly drew his gun and readied his knife. The young man laughed heartily, saying, "If you're not selling, then it's fine. I won't take what you love." He waved his hand to disperse the crowd, and after some hesitation a few people walked away. Yang Zhiyuan felt there was nothing more to see and decided to wait at the entrance for Shun and Bu. The 2 of them were ahead, trading wild chickens and rabbits for fine grains. Yang Zhiyuan wanted to take his time browsing. To avoid causing trouble for his 2 brothers, he decided to keep a low profile. If he were alone, any matter would be easy to discuss. After leaving the small market, Yang Zhiyuan looked around carefully and confirmed that no one was following him. It seemed the others were quite perceptive. After waiting a while longer, Shun and Bu soon emerged, each carrying a cloth bag on their backs. Yang Zhiyuan observed again, ensuring no one was trailing them. There were only 3 people and 2 horses. The other 2 rode 1 horse, and the items they purchased along with the several wolves were placed onto Yang Zhiyuan's horse. Originally they thought that Yang Zhiyuan's horse wouldn't be able to carry 5 wolves along with him, but they were surprised by its strength. Soon the 3 people and 2 horses along with 3 dogs disappeared into the vast grasslands. The sky was getting dark as they reached a campsite with several yurts. Around them were 3 or 4 yurts along with a temporary sheep pen made of branches and wooden boards. Dogs were found near the yurts, indicating they not only served as guard dogs but also helped herd sheep and fight wolves. Unlike the wild dogs in rural areas, the danger here at night was significant due to the presence of wild animals, and having no dogs to alert them would be troublesome. The outer layer of the yurt was made of sheepskin, and once inside it was quite warm. Before Shan even entered the yurt, he shouted, "Ag, mother, we're back. Look what I brought for Hu Hendu's sister." A kind voice came from inside the yurt. "You little rascal, your sister just fell asleep. Don't shout and make noise." "Ag, this is our friend who helped us on the grassland," Bu said, clearly downplaying the danger they had encountered. Yang Zhiyuan naturally didn't mention it. Seeing a friend arrive, Bus Mother was delighted and warmly welcomed Yang Zhiyuan into the yurt. She quickly brought out a cup of warm milk tea. Although Yang Zhiyuan didn't fully understand the Mongolian customs, he stood up and accepted it with both hands as it was presented by an elder, showing respect. Yang Zhiyuan lifted the cup and noticed it had a color resembling sorghum flour, looking as if it contained not just milk but other ingredients. After taking a gentle sip, he found it quite pleasing. It was rich in milky aroma, a bit salty, and had a hint of tea flavor. No wonder it had a tea color. It turned out Mongolian milk tea actually contained tea. This was very different from the milk tea of later generations. Meanwhile, Shan was showing their mother the bag of fine grains they had exchanged for the wild rabbits and wild chickens. Yang Zhiyuan also caught a glimpse of the sister lying on one side of a bedding in the yurt. The bedding was thick, preventing dampness. The little girl seemed to be around 3 or 4 years old. She was sleeping soundly. It appeared she had no major issues, just a slight discomfort from the change in environment. However, her 2 brothers were quite good. At this moment the conditions were not good enough to adopt orphans, indicating that Shun's family situation should be decent. Suddenly a dog barked, indicating someone had arrived. Soon a middle-aged man wearing a sheepskin hat and coat pushed the door open and walked in. Shun and Bu greeted him, saying, "Hey, Bu." He was likely their father, as it sounded similar to a ba. Yang Zhiyuan suddenly remembered a film starring Jingo where the protagonist was also named Abu, running around with a bowling ball. The policewoman called out, "Abu, Abu." This scene felt quite familiar. Bu introduced Yang Zhiyuan, stating that their father Abu was named Gaoleki, which meant justice. Upon seeing the wolf carcasses outside, Gaoleki called Shun out. Soon he instructed the family to prepare a feast for Yang Zhiyuan. A grand meal, a whole roasted lamb. Yang Zhiyuan did not expect the nomads to be so hospitable, offering a whole roasted lamb in this day and age. Even in later years, a whole roasted lamb could equal the monthly salary of many. Isn't this a bit extravagant? He had his own space and was not worried, but the other party was just an ordinary herding family. Even if they raised sheep, they would not eat lamb every meal. One, because they cannot afford it, and secondly, it's unlikely for someone to only eat meat with nothing else. Without vitamin supplements, a person's health can deteriorate. Thus this whole roasted lamb was quite a luxury. With such warm hospitality, Yang Zhiyuan was not going to be stingy. He took out 4 bottles of white wine from the burlap sack on the horse's back. Unexpectedly, Yang Zhiyuan, who was not a drinker in his past life, had developed a liking for alcohol in this life. It could also be because the liquor from this era was quite good. It was mostly pure grain liquor, much better than the blended concoctions from later years. In the evening, the Gao family and the neighboring Tumen family joined together. With both families having over a dozen members, 1 roasted lamb was not enough, so they prepared some other dishes as well. I must say, eating heartily and drinking freely was quite enjoyable. Moreover, when people drank too much, they did not cause a ruckus. Instead, they danced around the fire in a joyful spirit. It was quite infectious. Yang Zhiyuan was even pulled to dance for a while. No one minded his awkward dancing, it was all about participation. I must say he quite liked this family. They were straightforward, hospitable, simple and kind. Their frankness was something Yang Zhiyuan appreciated. Life was already hard, so there was no need to wear a frown every day. One should be happy when happy and sad when sad. Such a demeanor is quite pleasant. The dinner lasted late into the night before it finally concluded. Bui's family had 2 yurts, and that night Yang Zhiyuan stayed with Shun and He. Before dawn the next day, Yang Zhiyuan heard movement in the sheep pen. Opening his divine sense, he confirmed that Gao Lei Qi had already begun his busy day. Soon he would drive the sheep out to eat some hay before returning. At this time there was also very little winter stored hay and feed prepared for the sheep. Hence they needed to let the sheep graze in winter. Originally Yang Zhiyuan planned to greet them and leave, but unexpectedly he was strongly invited to have breakfast. Before leaving he firmly left behind 20 pounds of potatoes and 10 pounds of fine grain. The 5 wolf corpses were all given to He and his family, as keeping them for himself was useless. However, he could keep the wolf skins. He would retrieve them when he returned while letting them handle the wolf meat. Shun tearfully bid farewell to brother Lu Dehua. He also pursed his lips tightly as he watched Yang Zhiyuan ride away on his pure black steed accompanied by 2 dogs disappearing from their sight. Once he could no longer see Bui's family, Yang Zhiyuan changed his attire and switched to a yellow-brown horse. He then put Tianhuang and Dehe into his space. He then rode off to the small market from yesterday. Today's horse was not as spirited as the one from yesterday. It was too ostentatious today. He wanted to exchange for some local sheep breeds. He was also looking for cows, mules, horses and so on. The horses in his space were too flashy. Take that black whirlwind, it was a head taller than the local horses. It was too eye-catching. The same old strategy, he would exchange for some local grains, breeding sheep, horses, cows and so forth. Also local piglets, as piglet breeds vary in many regions. Yang Zhiyuan thought about collecting more to prevent his space from being too monotonous. He was too lazy to mention the area of his space, fearing others would think it was inflated. It had already become a small world, producing over 70,000 tons of fine grains or 700,000 tons of coarse grains daily. He planned to make another trip to the port island to have boss would transport it, accumulating more. This way he wouldn't have to wait there every day. There were countless types of meat, too many to count or clarify. Anyway, the largest population inside was wild boars, along with domestic pigs and hybrids, as well as other local pig breeds. Rabbits bred too rapidly, he needed to control their numbers. He believed that if he released some here soon, people would notice the increase in rabbits and come hunting. There was no need to worry about harming the grasslands, because as long as people lacked food, wild rabbits would not thrive here. After all, a country of gluttons would be a hollow reputation. Today he did not encounter that young man from yesterday at the market. Nothing noteworthy happened. Yang Zhiyuan simply rode away. The wind was swift and riding his horse felt exhilarating. Fortunately he had wrapped a scarf. It wasn't cold, but without it the chilly wind would have been rushing into his mouth. He did not expect that this place where the Horkan sandy land coexists with grasslands also had a river. He didn't know its name. Yang Zhiyuan broke the ice and used grain mixed with sesame oil to make a fishing spot. He caught quite a few fish. I bet all the Air Force veterans couldn't match his extravagance of using sesame oil for fishing. Mainly because it was cold, the fish were not very active and Yang Zhiyuan did not want to wait around, so he used sesame oil and cornmeal dough balls for bait. Goodness, this was like setting off an explosion at the fishing spot. Just a few of each type of fish would suffice. There was no need for many. Afterward Yang Zhiyuan rode away. He continued northwest, heading further into the mountains. The thought of the haydonking lingered in Yang Zhiyuan's mind. Last night he learned quite a bit about training hawks from He. Unfortunately he had no use for it. Yes, having space made one so willful. Training hawks, weighing them, feeding them feathers, none of which he needed at all. His strength was so formidable there was nothing he could do about it. With such strength did it make him proud. He sighed as he heard Tian Huang's call. He took out the binoculars he had procured from the black market in better times. Ahead there was a large herd of sheep, but he noticed there were no shepherds in sight. Strangely, how were these sheep yellow, not the color of feces, and some even had horns? They looked quite appealing with white bellies and yellow backs. They appeared quite delicious. Yang Zhiyuan scanned the area with his binoculars, but he could not find any shepherds. With their yellow backs, could these not be wild yellow sheep? In a past news report it was said that one year tens of thousands of yellow sheep from the grasslands had illegally entered our country, and we resolutely blocked them, yet not a single one was stopped. Ha ha ha, how could they be intercepted? Just open the gates and let them all in. Yang Zhiyuan gazed at the herd of yellow sheep over 1,000 meters away, contemplating how to catch some. These creatures were fast runners. With just his 2 clumsy dogs he was unsure if he could catch up. Moreover, these wild sheep generally leap easily and are fast and nimble. In areas with rocks and ravines they could jump over in a flash, which hunting dogs might not manage. Not to mention that they were deep in the grasslands with no end in sight. Hunting dogs just couldn't keep up. He wondered if he could catch up on horseback, but they might scatter. If there were heavy snow on the grasslands, it would have been easier to drive them into snowdrifts with the dogs. However, there was basically no snow at the moment. It seemed he could only use the old method. That was to set a bait. Yang Zhiyuan was currently positioned southeast of the yellow sheep, right in the downwind area. He put his horse and dogs into his space. He moved as close as possible. He was right in their advancing direction. After walking a few hundred meters, Yang Zhiyuan hesitated to go any further. He spread out a large net, sprinkled it with plenty of green grass and fresh green corn stalks. Pulling on a rope, he retreated, finding a depression and digging a bit into it. Completely concealing himself, he waited for the yellow sheep to take the bait. The net laid out ahead spans several square meters, and the rope connecting it is over several dozen meters long. As long as the yellow goat stands on the net, Yang Zhiyuan can use this rope as a medium to pull them into his space. Yang Zhiyuan lay on a thick cotton blanket, feeling no cold, and he was also camouflaged. Shooting a few would suffice, but Yang Zhiyuan just wanted to play. That would be too boring. It's like fishing just for fun. Much like some middle-aged Air Force pilots who fish all day only to release their catch back into the water when they leave. It's just a game. After a distance of a few hundred meters, the yellow goats finally arrived at the fresh bait he had scattered. A lead goat took a bite first, murmuring in satisfaction, "Not bad, tender and juicy, it's fresh grass." It even called out Baba to summon its companions and family. Soon after, a few, then a dozen, and eventually dozens of yellow goats stood on the large net. Yang Zhiyuan tugged on the rope in his hand. Dozens of yellow goats along with the large net and rope appeared in his space. The remaining goats, sensing something strange, immediately scattered in all directions. Well, that speed is indeed impressive. Next time I'll let out a snow leopard from my space to give it a try. This thing is definitely top tier in speed. Satisfied, Yang Zhiyuan mounted his horse and continued towards the mountains in the northwest. Having caught so many yellow goats might indirectly lead to the local people eating significantly less meat. Along the way, Yang Zhiyuan recalled the hunters he had encountered before and released many rabbits. As long as one hunter manages to catch several rabbits, it would surely attract more people soon. Consider it compensation for having caught so many yellow goats. Facing the howling northwest wind, I move forward. Running ahead, embracing the northwest wind and laughter. How can one know the vastness of the grasslands without measuring it? The northwest wind also cannot force me to kneel and plead for mercy. Singing my favorite lyrics, I finally re-entered the mountains. After several days of travel, Yang Zhiyuan officially entered the depths of the Greater Xing'an Mountains. During this time, he collected various animals and trees, and in some places even gathered a layer of soil. There were all sorts of grass, seed, saplings, and more. No big black dogs or northeastern golden tabbies could match the strength of northeastern women. Whatever it was, from roe deer dumplings to Cicada deer wine, he wanted a bit of everything. From minks to purple martins to musk deer. From otters to moose and even to the wild reindeer. There were so many, too many to count, absolutely too many. On this day, while Yang Zhiyuan was walking, the little xuanhuan began to call again. Could it be that there are wild animals again? I don't want any new species. Yang Zhiyuan raised his gun and began to move forward. Before he reached the spot, he heard a bear's roar in the distance. There were also sporadic gunshots and the mournful barking of dogs. Was there hunting ahead, and had something gone wrong? The sound of the bear's roar didn't affect Yang Zhiyuan at all. Perhaps there are hunters ahead in danger. There had been several rescue attempts on the way. He didn't care about rescuing again. If he didn't encounter it, that would be fine, but if he did, he would definitely check it out. Thus Yang Zhiyuan hurried along, climbing a ridge and taking out his binoculars to observe. A few hundred meters ahead, in a thicket, several people were being chased by a bear. Yang Zhiyuan immediately recognized someone familiar among them. What a coincidence! It was the young man he had met at the market in the Horkan grassland who had asked if he was selling horses. He had said he wasn't selling, and that guy hadn't said anything more. This time he had changed his disguise so he wouldn't be recognized. Seeing several lives at stake, he knew he had to save them. The guns of several people had gone missing, and while one tried to attract the bear's attention, the young man he had seen last time saved the person being chased. Yang Zhiyuan quickly ran a few steps forward to make aiming easier. He fired a shot into the sky to attract the bear and the fleeing person's attention. He warned everyone that he was about to shoot, so they should be careful not to get accidentally injured. The bear upon hearing the gunshot did not flee but instead charged towards Yang Zhiyuan. This was the opportunity Yang Zhiyuan had been waiting for. As the bear came within 220 meters, he fired 3 shots with astonishing precision. One shot hit its head, creating a bloody hole. The second shot struck its heart. The third shot hit its lower hanging parts. Well, let's just say he effectively rendered it unable to reproduce. Readers, please help translate this for them. Inertia caused the bear to charge another 10 or so meters towards Yang Zhiyuan. Yang Zhiyuan fired another shot, hitting the bear's head. The 300-kilogram bear finally collapsed with a thud, face down, making it inconvenient to retrieve the bear's gallbladder. Yang Zhiyuan first reloaded his gun, then slowly approached and shot the bear twice in the back of its head. He had his own space, but he strictly followed the knowledge he learned from northeastern hunting literature. For example, reloading his gun and approaching to take another shot. A cautious hunter like me with my own space. The main thing is to heed advice. Ignoring the gazes of others, he grabbed one of the bear's right paws and a right leg. In front of a crowd of incredulous gazes, he flipped the 600-pound creature over. He took out a specialized hunting knife for northeastern hunting. He sliced open the bear's chest. Extracting the precious gallbladder, he placed it in a cloth bag and tied it shut. Then he cut some heart, liver, and lungs to feed his 2 dogs. These 2 dogs the young man had not seen last time. He had only seen the black steed. He also hung the bear's intestines on a nearby branch as an offering to the mountain god. How about that? Familiar. Yang Zhiyuan had already learned a series of hunting operations from northeastern hunting literature before he crossed over. Of course, without space and spiritual sense, he wouldn't have dared to come. Reading is one thing, real hunting is not that simple. One wild boar would be unbearable. However, with my space, my gun, and my dogs, I am not afraid at all. The startled young man finally regained his senses. His eyes were still a bit vacant as he supported another youth dressed in a military green cotton jacket and walked over to Yang Zhiyuan. The 2 bowed and said, "Thank you, brother, for saving our lives, otherwise we would have been in real trouble this time." "Oh, it's nothing, just a small matter. Have you regained your senses? Now that you've come to your senses, clean up your stuff. This bear is still yours. I'll just take a few pounds of meat. Here, I have no use for the gallbladder, I'll give it back to you." No, brother, this time it was you who saved us. The gallbladder and meat are yours. According to hunting rules, just sharing some meat with us would suffice. Wait, we still need to express our gratitude for your life-saving grace. Yang Zhiyuan was now dressed like a scruffy 25 or 26-year-old hunter. The young man had only seen Yang Zhiyuan's eyes above his nose last time because he had wrapped his face in a scarf. Only his eyes were visible, and with a dogskin hat, who could recognize him? Not to mention Yang Zhiyuan had also disguised himself. Forget it, if I encounter someone in the mountains, I should help them out. I'm leaving. Yang Zhiyuan prepared to continue heading north. Unexpectedly, the young man grabbed Yang Zhiyuan. Brother, don't be in a hurry. For saving our lives, please allow us the opportunity to treat you to a meal as a proper thank you. Unexpectedly deep within the mountains, amidst the continuous snowfall, this fellow turned out to be quite the emotional person. Yang Zhiyuan noticed that several people were sincerely inviting him, so he decided to go along. He was still preparing to leave but decided to accompany them for a visit. Before exiting the mountain, Yang Zhiyuan first roasted some bear meat over the fire. Then he took out some fine salt from his backpack, sprinkled it on the meat, and finally added some chili powder and cumin. It was incredibly delicious. The young man's name was Gao Debao, and another leader with him was called Chi Jialan, the son of his father's army's political commissar. There were also 3 other lackeys. Gao Debao's mouth did not stop as he exclaimed, brother, this roast is too delicious, please roast some more, I beg you for more." His behavior reminded Yang Zhiyuan somewhat of Su Zhangyi. "Take it easy, Gao Debao, my dear, you should eat less meat. If you eat more, you might grow bear fat," Yang Zhiyuan advised earnestly. "It's fine, brother, I haven't eaten meat at home for a long time. I'm just accompanying Jialan to get some meat to satisfy my cravings." "MHM, yes, brother, that's right," the 3 lackeys chimed in, their mouths full of meat, making it difficult for them to speak clearly. It seemed these young men were also craving meat. Chi Jialan, though a second-generation rich kid, did not look down on the man who had just saved his life despite him being merely a hunter. He was quite polite, indicating that these privileged youths were not as unbearable as expected. Of course, this courtyard wasn't the big courtyard of the capital, but rather the municipal compound of Heching nearby. The 6 of them consumed over 10 jin of bear meat. After satisfying their hunger, Yang Zhiyuan thoughtfully brewed some tea to help digest. Naturally, the tea leaves were not of the best quality. They used local herbs that could assist in digestion. Then they proceeded to butcher the bear, chopping off the head, stripping off the skin and cutting the meat into several pieces. When Yang Zhiyuan went a distance to fetch his yellow Mongolian horse, he suddenly understood. Were these guys treating him as free labor? Otherwise, without him, the 5 useless ones would likely struggle to move the 600-pound bear. Despite the snow in the mountains, they could make a simple sled. But you need something to pull it. Otherwise, relying on people to pull it through a foot of thick snow would be exhausting. And to carry things too. Well, let's just say it was like sending a Buddha to the west. Yang Zhiyuan constructed a simple sled, placing 400 jin of bear meat on it along with 2 injured dogs. The remaining 200 jin of meat was to be shared among the 5 men. These few individuals were quite straightforward, holding guns, their own bags and some axes. Each was carrying over 40 jin of meat, eagerly preparing to set off. However, it wasn't long before they became exhausted. After all, these 18 or 19-year-olds had not done much work before. Holding so much and adding 40 jin of meat was quite a burden. Walking through over a foot of deep forest snow was manageable, especially since the slopes in northeast China weren't as steep as those in the southwest. Otherwise, it would be hard for them to walk, let alone carry things. Yang Zhiyuan could no longer bear to watch you idiots look at the horse ahead. It can pull the sled. Why not make a smaller one to pull along? My horse can pull 400 jin and you 5 little horses can manage over 200 jin. That's much easier, Yang Zhiyuan joked. Gao Debao looked at Gao Jin, who was carrying not a single jin of meat. Yang Zhiyuan's alias originally intended to be Long Out Yen, but he feared scaring the kids, so he took Gao Debao's surname. Gao Debao secretly grumbled, "Brother, you haven't carried a single jin," and are making sarcastic remarks. However, none of them mentioned it. After all, the other party had stated that they didn't want anything and even helped carry back 400 jin of meat with bones. What else could they say? After all, he had just saved their lives, and moreover, this meat was for their families. What's the harm in putting in a little effort? The kids listened to the advice. If they didn't want to, it was futile to resist. They could only join in. After cutting down a few small trees, he fashioned a small sled shape out of rope. Yang Zhiyuan looked at it and shook his head. He then went to find a thicker tree and split it in half. This would serve as the base of the sled. Surprisingly, this made it much easier. The 5 young men pulled over 200 jin of goods, resembling dogs pulling a sled. Recently fallen snow had frozen on the surface, making it easier to pull. The group walked for 3 to 4 hours before finally exiting the mountains, and on the way they managed to flag down a truck transporting wood. They rushed towards Hecheng. The horse was tied at the back of the truck, which moved slowly through the snow. By afternoon they arrived in Hecheng. The driver, after receiving 2 packs of cigarettes, kindly helped them deliver their load to the municipal compound. As soon as the sentry at the entrance of the municipal compound saw the 5 lively fellows returning, he immediately called for reinforcements. When the 6 of them, 1 horse, 4 dogs and 600 jin of bear, entered the courtyard, the welcome was not a warm reunion with family, but rather the sight of brooms, rolling pins and other makeshift weapons. Yang Zhiyuan looked at the motherly scene and felt a bit moved to the point of tears. Oh, how amusing. They hadn't registered upon entering, and soon someone was checking up on their backgrounds. His divine sense detected an opening as soon as he entered the courtyard. It wouldn't do, they had delivered the people, so he needed to leave quickly. Just as he was looking for an excuse to depart, he suddenly noticed someone in the first row of a row of houses built during the Japanese occupation who was starting to speed up. A young woman dressed like a maid and a middle-aged man. Neither of them had their clothes fully removed, and they were already getting started. Were they that impatient? Was there no foreplay? This was too blunt. No, this was too direct and crude. Was there urgency because the mistress was out punishing a child, or was one of them watching the excitement outside? Were the male owner and the little maid taking advantage of this brief moment to have a friendly match? Well, they really knew how to seize the moment. They saw a hole and dived, and saw a trap and jumped. You guys are quite skilled even in the kitchen. As Yang Zhiyuan turned around, he suddenly heard the maid unintentionally shout out, "Kemyafu! Damn, now I don't want to leave." Was this little maid from the Demauzi tribe? She didn't look like it. Most importantly, his divine sense revealed she didn't have that much hair. Or perhaps she was from somewhere else. As Yang Zhiyuan pretended to walk out, moving quickly towards the door, Gao Debao found an excuse. "Mom, you can't hit anymore, there's someone here, look, he's about to leave." Saying this, Gao Debao hurriedly came over to hold on to Yang Zhiyuan. Brother, what are you trying to do? You can't leave tonight, we five must properly thank you. Let's go to my place. At that moment Zhiyuan also realized that there was a shield available. He ran over and grabbed Yang Zhiyuan's other arm. Brother, come, let's go to my house. Yang Zhiyuan was just about to pretend to use all his strength to break free when the three nameless lackeys also rushed over. Regardless of everything, they hugged Yang Zhiyuan's legs. Brother, our home is also good. The last one to arrive was the only one who didn't know whether to grab Yang Zhiyuan's third leg or what to do with no place left to hold on. So they ended up hugging his head. An unusual posture emerged. A man dressed as a hunter around 25 or 6 years old was being held by 5 people. 2 of them were holding his arms. 2 individuals sat on the ground grasping his thighs. Another one wrapped his arms around Yang Zhiyuan's neck from behind. This posture was quite shocking. One might think they were capturing a vicious criminal. Yang Zhiyuan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Come on, why are you all holding onto me if you want to escape being beaten? He shook off the individuals holding onto him, especially the one around his neck. Be careful not to knock off the fake beard stuck to your face. The middle-aged women seemed to finally notice Yang Zhiyuan. The one who had hit Gao Debao the hardest said, Gao Debao, why didn't you mention we had a guest sooner? Who is this? There were several mothers surrounding them. The first half of her sentence sounded fierce while the latter half was gentle and kind. Indeed, the fastest to change their expressions in the world are not the Sichuan opera face-changing masters but your girlfriend, your wife and your mother. Zhiyuan replied, Aunt Gao, this is brother Gao Jin. We owe him a lot today, otherwise we might have been in danger. Exactly, Mom, he is our lifesaver, we could have been in big trouble today, Gao Debao said candidly. Yang Zhiyuan felt these people were quite straightforward, saying whatever came to mind, unlike some who were so hypocritical. They got into trouble outside but wouldn't dare speak of it. Oh my, it's Comrade Xiao Gao, thank you. Come on, let's go inside. Yes, we should thank him more. Come on, let's go to my house, was the response. Well, just now it was a few kids pulling, now it was a few aunties pulling. At that moment a jeep drove into the courtyard. The jeep stopped in front of everyone and 2 middle-aged men in military uniforms got out. One of the tall men with a scar on his face glanced around and said, what's going on here? Gao Debao's mother stepped forward and said a few words. The scarred man approached and firmly shook Yang Zhiyuan's hand. Thank you, Comrade Gao Jin. My name is Gao Shangqian, we are family from 500 years ago. I am Gao Debao's father and this is Zhiyuan Zhijialan's father. Thank you. Zhiyuan stepped forward and shook Yang Zhiyuan's hand again. Hello, Comrade Gao Jin. Thank you for saving our children. It was nothing. Yang Zhiyuan replied, unsure how to address the 2 men as no one introduced their positions. Gao Shangqian grabbed his hand again. Given your age, you can call me Uncle Gao, and Uncle Chi is fine too. You saved Debao and Jialan, this is a bond of life and death akin to brotherhood. You and Debao are like brothers, calling me Uncle Gao should be fine, right? What about us? Do we not deserve names? Asked the 3 followers. Alright, Uncle Gao, Uncle Chi. Today was a coincidence, we just happened to meet. It's common for us hunters to help each other when danger arises, there's no need. Gao Shangqian interrupted him directly, what's unnecessary? Today we must properly thank you. These kids are so reckless, I could guess what would happen without seeing it. If it weren't for you, at least a few of them would have been hurt. Gao Debao said, Dad. You go aside. You guys call for help to carry the meat to the canteen, go, that place is spacious. Gao Shangqian immediately arranged. Also take care of Comrade Xiao Gao's horse and dog. Come on Xiao Gao, let's go to the canteen to eat. Saying this, he put his arm around Yang Zhiyuan's shoulder and walked towards a building in the southeast corner of the yard. Why is this person so familiar? He feels a bit too close, like Sun Paoliang. Not to mention when he's not smiling he looks quite intimidating, but when he smiles he looks quite happy, like a cheerful fool somewhat resembling Sun Paoliang. In front, Zhiyuan, Yang Zhiyuan, Gao Jin and Gao Shangqian walked together. Behind them several women and a few boys were carrying things, some dragging meat. They soon arrived at the canteen and Yang Zhiyuan first took out the bare gallbladder and handed it to the chef to be scalded with hot water before storing it. Then Gao Shangqian pressed Yang Zhiyuan onto a chair. Immediately he and Zhiyuan took off their plain military overcoats with no insignia. Yang Zhiyuan realized they were wearing military uniforms underneath, revealing they were both colonels. At this time they were wearing the 55 style military uniforms which still had ranks, the 65 style no longer had ranks. Cadres and soldiers generally distinguish ranks based on the number of pockets on the upper garment. However, wearing 4 pockets was too excessive. Such military uniforms were not conducive to battlefield command. The canteen chef was preparing the bear meat and several women came to help preparing for a large feast. Gao Debao and Shi Jialan stood by and briefly explained the situation, but when it came to the part where they were fleeing, Yang Zhiyuan interjected. He mentioned that even when fleeing they had not panicked to the point of forgetting to help each other divert the bear, not forgetting their comrades. Gao Shangqian and Shi Shujun rewarded each of them with a kick. Gao Debao, go get the wine from home. Shi Jialan, go call Secretary Wang. And you Uncle Zhang, Uncle Wei, Uncle Li. The situation was simple. A few boys from the courtyard had become too complacent, their home's meat was too scarce and they had taken their family's guns, learning a bit half-heartedly before going hunting. Fortunately, they hadn't encountered a wild boar at first. The wild boars in northeast China are much larger than those near Beijing. It is said that the king of wild boars can weigh over 1,000 pounds. Just think about it, if a tank like wild boar weighing over 1,000 pounds charged at you, could you survive? Don't even mention shooting from 800 meters away. In the mountains and forests where there are many trees, one often needs to get closer before shooting. However, unfortunate for them, they encountered a hibernating bear. If it weren't for Yang Zhiyuan passing by, at least 5 of them would be dead or injured. The main issue was that when the bear roared, it shook one's soul, making it impossible to hold the gun steady, let alone shoot accurately. If it weren't for their 2 dogs delaying a bit of time, these kids would not have survived. Soon Shi Jialan returned with 4 middle-aged men, one of whom was the same as the man playing cards with the babysitter. He should be the Secretary Wang mentioned by Cao Shangqian earlier, and the other 3 were the fathers of the 3 followers. 2 were military men and 1 was not. The canteen was already small and there were many brothers and sisters of Shi Jialan and Gao Debao there. Now there were 4 tables set up. At Yang Zhiyuan's table were Gao Shangqian and his sons Shi Jialan and his son Secretary Wang and 3 other pairs of fathers and sons, making 12 people in total. Fortunately, the canteen's tables were rectangular, otherwise it would have been hard to fit 12 people at a round table. As soon as Secretary Wang arrived, Gao Shangqian introduced him as the neighbor from the courtyard, saying to just call him Uncle Wang. Other positions were not mentioned. He also did not mention his own position. However, judging by their attire and demeanor, Yang Zhiyuan could guess. Gao Shangqian seemed to be a commanding officer, while Shi Shujun played the role of a political commissar. Secretary Wang wore glasses and was dressed in a Zhongshan suit. Unexpectedly, his pants were pulled up quite fast, probably in less than 3 minutes. It takes 7 seconds to take off pants, 2 minutes and 50 seconds to put them on, 3 seconds in between, colloquially known as a 3-second real man. He should be a local official. Among the other 3 fathers of the followers, 2 military men also mingled with Gao Shangqian. The other one also wore a Zhongshan suit and was likely another local official. It's just unclear why there are both military officers and local officials living together in this courtyard. Soon the chef brought several dishes to the table, but the bear paw would take too long to prepare. Yang Zhiyuan missed this opportunity, but he could learn from someone in the future. Once the dishes were served, the feast began. Gao Ma and Shi Ma were seated at another table which also had younger children. It's not that women can't sit at the table, there simply wasn't enough space, and with men drinking, the women were reluctant to join in. Moreover, there were younger children who needed supervision. Gao Shangqian and Shi Shujun, along with 3 fathers accompanying them, wanted to toast Yang Zhiyuan. Yang Zhiyuan felt hesitant to let the elders toast him, as he carried the soul of someone with decades of cultural heritage from Lu province. Unsure of what to say, he could only begin the toast as a junior. After all, they weren't very familiar, only those 5 young boys could be considered friends. But with 6 middle-aged elders present, he had to follow the table's etiquette and go around for the toast. Since he wasn't familiar with them and didn't know their ranks, and as he wasn't involved in their bureaucratic circles, he decided to start toasting with the eldest based on appearance. Normally, the main seat at such long tables would be in the middle for those from the north. However, at this moment he was pressed to sit here by Gao Shangqian. Anyway, as he wasn't mingling in their political circles, it felt somewhat like a family banquet. He would start the toasts with the eldest based on age rather than official rank. He began with Gao Shangqian, who had a scar on his face, raising a glass, then went to Shi Shujun and finally to Secretary Wang, completing a round of 6 toasts. The liquor wasn't strong, just 2 qian per cup, totaling over 1 liang after 6 cups. Then the 5 young boys toasted Yang Zhiyuan. Another liang went down, bringing the total to over 2 liang, and they still had 2 more rounds to go. He quickly took a few bites of food to suppress the alcohol. After all, Yang Zhiyuan's soul was that of someone over 30, and with the enhancement of divine sense he noticed that Secretary Wang pretended to drink water but trembled slightly at the corner of his mouth when he toasted. What's this? Is it because he didn't toast him first and he feels a bit offended or dissatisfied? The others were fine, especially Gao Shangqian, who noticed that Yang Zhiyuan hadn't eaten anything and quickly downed over Tu Liang himself. Gao Shangqian naturally appreciated straightforward drinkers, a character shaped by his military background unlike the many twists and turns of bureaucratic life. Qi Shujun raised another glass, wanting to thank Yang Zhiyuan once more for saving the children. Yang Zhiyuan quickly replied no need to be so polite and stood up to drink. After 3 rounds of drinks it was already late. During the meal Yang Zhiyuan fabricated a backstory of being a hunter from the depths of the greater Xing'an Mountains, having lived alone in the mountains for years. Even if Gao Shangqian and the others investigated, it would be difficult to find the truth. In this day and age, many people who fled here built earthen houses by the mountain's edge and slowly settled down, with some even living without documents. Gao Shangqian didn't comment much. He understood the hardships of rural life and mentioned that he could help with residency paperwork later. This time Yang Zhiyuan didn't use the fake documents he had made. If someone were to seriously investigate, it would be exposed. That night Yang Zhiyuan slept in a small guesthouse room in the courtyard, accompanied by Gao Debao and Shi Jialan. This courtyard was built during the Japanese occupation with 6 rows of row houses, each unit having 3 stories. There were also basements with 6 households in each row. Gao Debao's family should have had a room, but Yang Zhiyuan took the initiative to avoid suspicion. After all, he was a colonel and he didn't know if there were guards in the family. It was better to be cautious. If there were secrets he shouldn't see, it would be inappropriate. That evening he also gave the bear gall to Gao Debao's mother, who said she would bring him money the next day. Coincidentally, this courtyard had a small guesthouse for relatives and friends with only 2 stories and a dozen rooms. It was likely a place for servants during the Japanese occupation, which was later converted into a guesthouse. The group engaged in casual conversation. They learned that this place was merely a residential area for officials belonging to the municipal government courtyard of Hecheng. However, those of insufficient rank were not allowed to live here. Recently there was a mountain flood in the summer that washed away Gao Debao's family home in the military district. Originally the military district's family quarters were also old barracks that had been confiscated, and naturally they were not as good as these row houses. The location was relatively remote and the quality was poor. After the collapse they had no choice but to rebuild. They temporarily borrowed a few units in the vacant row houses of the municipal government courtyard. Leaders preferred to stay in the innermost houses, and since there were vacant rooms in the first row they were lent to the military leaders. The families living in the first row included Shi Jialan's family and Secretary Wang's family. He didn't expect them to previously live in the same row. While Yang Zhiyuan chatted with them, he kept his divine sense focused on Secretary Wang, who wore glasses and seemed a bit hypocritical. He had a wife and a child who had also joined them for dinner, bringing ration tickets with them. The little nanny didn't show up at the meal, possibly feeling unworthy. His wife seemed to be in her 30s, not unattractive, yet he still liked to pick wildflowers. Moreover, it was right outside their door. However, while they were playing cards, Yang Zhiyuan overheard the little nanny exclaim something about the old Maozi in a rather comfortable tone. Deeply versed in the nuances of life as well as in the dynamics of Western and Eastern adult films, Yang Zhiyuan understood the meaning of that phrase. It meant pleasure and comfort. Yang Zhiyuan used his divine sense to carefully inspect their home once more and found that they had 3 guns. One was in the male owner's bedside table, another hidden under the little nanny's pillow, and the last one beneath her mattress. Moreover, he discovered a cloth-sewn wallet under the little nanny's pillow. Inside there was not only some money but also a piece of paper rolled up with the cash. The paper was filled with numbers seemingly written as a code. He didn't know the specific content, only that the numbers were arranged in groups of 4 separated by spaces. Damn, this looks just like coded intelligence. It's not surprising for the male owner to have a gun. Many officials had them during this period. However, it's quite strange for a female nanny to possess 2 handguns. Considering the phrase she uttered in comfort, the male owner's response becomes quite telling. She must be a spy, perhaps even an agent from the polar bear. Don't think the polar bear is just here to help us, they have their own ideas and interests. They did assist us indeed with 156 major projects, ultimately implementing 150. However, these projects were not acts of charity. Their initial idea was a Sino-Soviet joint venture. The other side would provide technology, personnel and equipment, while we would lend funds. Even if we didn't have the funds, we could borrow from them with interest and share the land equally. However, they later withdrew all experts and technicians, causing some of our projects to stall, leading to developmental issues, and then they demanded we repay the debts. For example, our sixth master, which took how many years? In February 1950, the Big Beard supported us with a loan of $300 million, setting the interest at 1% while other countries set theirs at 2%. At that time, the Big Beard was relatively friendly. In the early 1950s, during the Big Beard's reign, they were fairly accommodating, but we also paid for that. However, after Suyumi took power, everything changed. This guy was crude, arrogant, and overbearing. Since taking office, he had become increasingly aggressive, feeling secure and wanting us to comply with his demands. As a result, when we refused to comply, it led to a fallout. They withdrew the experts' technology and funds. The implication was that if you don't listen to me, I'll punish you by cutting off your support. Even if those agreements were signed and you received the money, it wouldn't matter. Those who have watched the Peony Still Blooms and Diplomatic Storm should know that there were many factors behind the feud between the two parties. These two dramas are quite good, relatively realistic and enjoyable for everyone, showcasing many issues. The key issue is that the other party wants to dominate, and who would want that? I could be the leader in my own right, who would want to play second fiddle? People have aspirations. Just because you are strong doesn't mean you can act as my superior. That depends on whether I am willing. It's like a child who has just become poor suddenly having a neighbor say that they are older and have helped before. Although you did hire me, I now want to be in charge of your family's safety and all external matters. I say 1, you cannot say 2. Whatever I ask you to do, you must do. Even if you want to hit your son, you cannot act first. Don't provoke your wild uncle. Everything else must align with my pace, otherwise you'll be cut off from the business you want to pursue. Who told you not to listen to me? You can't discipline the other children. That's my other foolish son. How can you just educate them as you wish? Yang Zhiyuan's divine sense was constantly focused on the little maid. Now the divine sense can detect distances of over 200 meters. If it detects a book or a person within that range by concentrating, one can clearly see what the other looks like and what words are on the book. It is essential for stealing. Unfortunately, Yang Zhiyuan had no interest. The little maid did not move all night. The next morning, Yang Zhiyuan wanted to leave but was urged by Gao Dabao and Shi Jialin to stay another day. However, the divine sense noticed the little maid taking a vegetable basket and preparing to leave. She said she had some errands to run and would return to play with them. Gao Dabao wanted to accompany her but was brushed off by Yang Zhiyuan's excuse. Yang Zhiyuan followed the little maid from a distance, clearly knowing she was carrying that wallet. She also had a handgun. It seemed she was going to buy groceries, but she executed several counter-surveillance maneuvers along the way. Eventually, she arrived at a state-run vegetable market and bought some vegetables. She handed the paper note to a middle-aged woman before leaving. The middle-aged woman did not move until she finished selling the vegetables. She appeared completely unhurried. After closing her stall, she said to a colleague that she was heading home for some family matters. Then this middle-aged woman pretended to return home, deliberately chatting with a neighbor along the way to prove she had indeed gone home. She stayed at home for less than 5 minutes before changing into a different outfit and stepping out with a basket. She was much more cautious on this journey, subtly executing some counter-surveillance moves. She carefully approached a public restroom. Between the men's and women's restrooms there was only a wall separating them. The wall wasn't very high, just over 1.70 meters. If a person taller than 1.80 meters stood on this side without stepping on anything, they wouldn't see the head of someone on the other side, and most people aren't that tall. So the wall isn't considered short. The woman entered the restroom, which happened to be empty. The middle-aged woman took out a small folding stool from her basket and stood on it to place the paper note on top of the wall. She pressed it down with a brick and then put away the stool. No wonder she went home to grab a basket with a small stool inside. So that's how it was used. However, if this information is placed here, isn't she worried that someone might peek over the wall into the women's restroom? Perhaps in this day and age not many would dare to do that. If caught, she could be beaten to death. Moreover, the woman placed the paper note close to the edge. Even if someone peeked over, they wouldn't grab a loose brick. Otherwise it would be even easier to discover. Also, after the woman left, someone would likely come to retrieve the information soon. Yang Zhiyuan checked the time. It was just past 7 in the morning. The time was still early. Yang Zhiyuan hid in a distant corner, quietly observing the public restroom. Less than 5 minutes after the woman left, a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit with 4 pockets arrived on a bicycle. He locked his bicycle and entered the public restroom with a briefcase. There happened to be someone in the men's restroom and that person was squatting. The middle-aged man immediately chose a stall and squatted down. I don't know if the first person squatting had a stomach issue, but they squatted for over 10 minutes without leaving. The middle-aged man clearly couldn't hold it any longer. Finally, the other person left. The departing individual was puzzled, wondering how this fool could squat longer than him. Didn't his legs hurt? Does it hurt, big brother? Ah. Does your leg hurt? The middle-aged man pointed at himself in surprise and said, "Am I calling you mom?" Damn, what a foolish mountain gunner. Finally finished, the middle-aged man hastily wiped himself, feeling like his behind could freeze into 8 pieces. Why did I run into this fool asking me to call him mom? When he stood up and stamped his feet, he finally realized the other person had asked if his legs were numb. Damn, you are the fool, you are the one who's foolish. The middle-aged man muttered quietly. He walked to the restroom door and checked to see if anyone was coming before quickly entering. He immediately returned, jumped up to remove the brick, and then jumped again to retrieve the paper note. Yang Zhiyuan couldn't help but chuckle, wondering why they needed to pass information over such a high wall. After the man obtained the note, he stuffed it into his upper pocket, which also held a pen. After coming out, he mounted his bicycle and blended into the flow of commuters. Yang Zhiyuan leisurely followed the man until he reached a small lumber processing factory. He heard the gatekeeper greet the middle-aged man, saying, "Good morning, director." Damn, he is still a director. This factory is not large and he is a director. If he uses a radio in his office, it could be quite easy. Using a little electricity, no one would be able to trace it back to him. He is the highest authority in the factory and others wouldn't dare to enter his office casually. The more he thought, the more likely it seemed. He initially thought about infiltrating the factory. However, doing so in broad daylight isn't ideal. He decided to observe the environment first. Unexpectedly, after circling the wall, he discovered that the northernmost part of the small factory was adjacent to a row of buildings which happened to be the office. His divine sense could already sense that the director was in one of the rooms decrypting codes. Clearly, he was indeed working directly at the factory. The office door was locked from the inside and the director was holding a book decrypting codes. The first line read "Border Defense." Yang Zhiyuan's eyes narrowed. Indeed, it was military intelligence. Moreover, he discovered a hidden cavity beneath his solid wooden filing cabinet. Inside the cavity was a box containing a transmitter. MD, I actually guessed correctly. It turns out they were hiding and sending intelligence from the factory. This intelligence concerns some matters regarding the border defense troops' weapons and organizational structure. It shouldn't be classified information, but it is certainly not common knowledge. Damn, this is definitely a crucial matter. It's important to note that a conflict occurred in the western region in August of this year. The incident on Baojian Island in '69 was quite significant, so many people are aware of it. Don't think that the big Russians are any good, they are the country that occupies the most of our land. In 1969 there were thousands of conflicts during this period, but very few people know about these incidents. It is easy to imagine. This factory manager is one of the spies developed by the big Russians. Unexpectedly, it's not just the bald-headed gang that has left many spies. The Russians in the northeast have also placed many people here in recent years. In fact, during the buzzing period, some people were also targeted for being too close to the big Russians. Yang Zhiyuan was now contemplating whether he should stop the other party from sending the telegram. If he doesn't stop them, they will translate the intelligence and resend it after re-encryption. After stopping them, how to explain it and which people to notify for further investigation would also be a concern. He may not be a small-time player. The other party has dual identities and the authority to manage this matter. He is merely a temporary procurement worker. He still hadn't met anyone using his real identity. If he quietly knocked someone out and secretly handed the information over, he feared that the informant would be scared off or go deeper into hiding. This intelligence was clearly leaked unintentionally from the families of the border army officials in the municipal party compound. If he doesn't take action, what if the higher-ups find out later? Gao Dabao and Shi Jialan's families would definitely be affected. Gao Shangqian and Shi Shujun treated him well as well, and Gao Dabao and Shi Jialan were not the kind of arrogant second generation. Forget it, let's do it. Yang Zhiyuan quietly climbed over the wall into the factory office, avoiding others, and arrived at the door of the factory manager's office, then used the space to secure the bolt. Before the factory manager could react, he knocked him out and bound him tightly with his own clothes and pants. This series of actions did not disturb anyone. Then he bolted the door. The factory manager's office happened to have a telephone and Yang Zhiyuan dialed "Connect me to the municipal party reception." He didn't know where else to call. "Hello, this is the municipal party reception. Who would you like to speak to? I am a guest who stayed there last night. Please help me find Gao Debao and Shi Jialan. It's urgent, hurry and get them to answer the phone. Just say Gao Jin was hit by a car, it's a matter of life and death." Yang Zhiyuan had to come up with an excuse to make the reception staff hurry to summon someone. Finding someone by phone in this era was quite troublesome. If Gao Debao was not home, it would be quite difficult. Fortunately, the reception staff understood that those who could stay there were either relatives or friends of the leaders, and since it was a car accident involving a life, they quickly went to find someone to answer the phone. Gao Debao and Shi Jialan were waiting at Gao Debao's home for Gao Jin to come back and hang out together. 3 unnamed younger brothers were also present. Upon hearing someone calling for Gao Debao and Shi Jialan to answer the phone, they quickly ran over. Yang Zhiyuan was unaware of Gao Debao's home phone number, which he might not even be able to call. Sometimes the operator would verify the caller's identity. "Hello, is this Brother Gao? What's wrong? Where are you? Is it serious?" Gao Debao's voice was extremely loud. "I'm fine, keep your voice down and let Shi Jialan answer the phone." "Yes, it's me. Keep your distance from others and listen to me, be careful not to let anyone overhear." Shi Jialan, who was beside Gao Debao, quickly picked up the phone, knowing it was not convenient for others to hear. He moved aside. Seeing others approaching, he hurriedly gestured for them to lower their voices and not come closer. "All right, Brother Gao, are you okay?" "I'm fine, there was no car accident. You need to go home immediately and call your dad and Uncle Gao, and both of you come to the Beiyang wood processing factory. Go directly to the factory manager's office and change into plain clothes. It's extremely urgent, do you understand? It's extremely urgent." "Okay, I understand." With a snap, Shi Jialan hung up the phone and pulled Gao Debao to leave. Yang Zhiyuan instructed them to wear plain clothes out of fear that there might be accomplices in the factory. As for the vehicle they came in, that was not a big problem. The army didn't have many cars, most were confiscated, and the local vehicles were also scarce, many of which were also confiscated. Yang Zhiyuan hung up the phone, then scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. Within 200 meters, no one was paying attention to this office. He moved the solid wooden filing cabinet aside. Sure enough, several bricks were different, and when he removed the bricks, there was a wooden board beneath, revealing a hole about 2 feet long and more than a foot wide. First, there was a wooden box containing a radio. He didn't see a password book, but there were many books on the factory manager's desk. It's possible that one of them might contain it. Then there were some document bags and some fake identity documents. Yang Zhiyuan didn't touch any of these and let them remain in the hole. With nothing to do, Yang Zhiyuan scanned the contents of the document bags with his divine sense. CTMD, not only were there praises for the factory manager, but also a series of tasks such as the conflicts that occurred in the western region last year. They also arranged for some incidents to be provoked to provide an excuse for the other party to take action. NMD, an incident could lead to casualties among our people. Don't mention the 6,000 to 7,000 small conflicts that occurred over the next 10 years. Each time there were sacrifices and injuries. The key point is that many ordinary people on the border, as well as educated youth and farm workers, were inexplicably harmed. Yang Zhiyuan had seen a document in his past life about a girl who was working in the fields on the border and was inexplicably beaten to death. Where the hell can one appeal this? It's one thing for soldiers to fight among themselves, but it's ridiculous for a group of soldiers to bully an unarmed girl. Yang Zhiyuan sat on a chair, his eyes darting around. His mind was racing with thoughts on how to create some trouble for the big Russians. Without space in hand, he needed to be as steady as an old dog. Now that the artifact was still here, spending every day at home taking care of children was not his style. Punching the nose of a polar bear, stepping on the eyeball of a little Japanese, fiercely kicking the butt of a John Bull, and slashing the face of an eagle sauce dog, this is the meaning of being reborn. A chosen one with space who spends every day at home raising kids, playing with dogs and fooling around with girls would eventually find it boring. Yang Zhiyuan felt his repressed heart slightly loosen. He couldn't just be stable like an old dog, he needed to take some action. Yang Zhiyuan hid in the office of the lumber processing factory's director. The employees of the factory were quite honest, no one dared to disturb him while the director was still inside. Yang Zhiyuan safely awaited the arrival of Gao Shangqian and the others. Even from a distance he sensed their coming with his divine sense. However, Yang Zhiyuan still waited until they arrived before opening the door upon knocking. The other employees paid no attention, seeing several people arriving by car. They headed straight for the director's office, apparently looking for the director. Hearing the knock, a voice called from outside little Gao. It was Chi Shujun asking. "It's me, Uncle Chi." Yang Zhiyuan opened the door to let in the group of 8, then closed and secured the door. Among those who arrived were not only Gao and Chi's pairs of father and son, but also Gao Shangqian and Chi Shujun's guards and secretary. As expected, both Chi Shujun and Gao Shangqian followed Yang Zhiyuan's suggestion, wearing military overcoats without any insignia and ordinary clothes underneath. Naturally, they also did not wear military caps, instead donning ordinary knitted hats. The 8 of them were puzzled, but upon entering and seeing the scene in the room, they were somewhat shocked. Inside the room, a person was tightly bound with a towel stuffed in their mouth, unconscious and unresponsive. On the office desk lay a radio, a small yellow fish, some money, and several sealed document bags. Gao Shangqian and Chi Shuju looked at the scene before them. "What's going on, little Gao? Is this a spy?" Yang Zhiyuan shrugged. "Uncle Chi, Uncle Gao, yes, as you can see here, take a look at this first." Yang Zhiyuan handed them the intelligence note that the woman had given to the factory director. Chi Shujun glanced at it, his expression changing as he whispered, "Xiao Wang and Xiao Zhang, stay. The rest of you 4 go to the entrance and stand guard." "Yes, sir." The 2 secretaries stood aside while the 2 guards Gao Debao and Chi Jialan positioned themselves behind the door, ready for defense. After Chi Shujun finished reading, he passed it to Gao Shangqian. Gao Shangqian glanced at it a few times and was about to slam the table and say "bastard," but was stopped by Chi Shujun. "Keep your voice down, maintain confidentiality." Yang Zhiyuan was surrounded in the corner of the director's office by the 4. He recounted everything that had happened. Yang Zhiyuan fabricated a story saying that he had grown up in the mountains hunting alongside his family to evade the Japanese invaders. Now he was using the name Cao Jin, 25 years old orphan living deep in the mountains and rarely interacting with the outside world. This had honed his physique, vision, hearing, and perception. Early this morning he set out to buy some salt matches, rope, and other items useful in the wild. However, just outside the courtyard he encountered a young woman. She was carrying a vegetable basket and a cloth bag to buy groceries. Yang Zhiyuan, with keen eyes, had rarely seen women in the mountains, so he curiously looked at her twice. Unexpectedly, there was an object in her cloth bag that resembled a handgun. Yang Zhiyuan trusted his longhorn hunting eyes. There was no way he could be mistaken. He then quietly followed her, wanting to see why a city girl would carry a handgun to buy groceries. To his surprise, the girl slipped a note into the money she handed to a middle-aged woman selling vegetables. He continued to follow the middle-aged woman, who returned home, changed clothes, and took a basket to a public restroom quite far from her home. The basket was covered with a cloth hiding a small stool. He then observed the factory's director receiving that note and coming to the factory. He observed from the side as the director was deciphering the numbers on the note, which began with the Border Defense Forces. Yang Zhiyuan concluded that this person must be a spy, so he devised a way to break and knocked out the director and called the guest house. That was the gist of it. Yang Zhiyuan did not directly mention that Secretary Wang, but he described the woman's appearance and attire. Upon hearing this, Chi Shujun and Gao Shangqian immediately realized who it was, just the maid from Secretary Wang's household. Hearing this, both men couldn't help but feel fortunate that their son had encountered a benefactor who truly was a lucky star. Although the intelligence they had was not considered a serious leak, if it unintentionally got out and was discovered by their superiors, both would face dire consequences. Now it was different. They had intentionally offered up a trivial piece of intelligence as bait, deliberately exposing a flaw to lure the fish. Now not only had they avoided blame but had also gained merit. Lao Chi and Lao Gao exchanged knowing glances, silently folding the note. At this moment the 2 men didn't need to dwell on whether little Gao Yang Zhiyuan had discovered this based on his hunting experience. The fact remained they would set that aside for now. The 2 men moved to one side and briefly whispered to each other. Then Gao Shangqian picked up the phone on the table and said, "Hello, connect me to the Political Security Office of the Military Region. I am Gao Shangqian of the 23rd Army's Independent Artillery Division." Lao Gao did not shy away from Yang Zhiyuan being on this call. Since Yang Zhiyuan was involved throughout, they had to investigate the situation clearly before proceeding. Then he made another call, "Connect me to the City Investigation Department." Yang Zhiyuan stepped slightly away from them, avoiding talking to the 2 second-generation individuals hiding at the door to avoid suspicion. Understood. He silently lamented the loss of 500,000, 450, 250,000. In later years, wouldn't 500,000, 450 be 250,000? Alas, this math learned through rounding taught by the butcher responsible for school procurement, right? Alas, now he wondered if there was any reward of $50. Seeing Gao Shangqian finish his call, Yang Zhiyuan approached again, pointing at the items on the table. Uncle Gao, Uncle Chi, you saw the things on the table. I only took them out from that hole. I didn't touch anything else. And he even patted down his pockets to show them that apart from some money he had nothing else. Indeed, as a hunter from the mountains, it was normal not to have receipts. If he had a large amount of tickets, that would be unusual. Having a few $dozen in cash was understandable. He earned it from selling game. Chi Shujun came over, pulled him to sit in another chair and said, both Uncle Gao and I trust you, don't worry, but the necessary procedures still need to be followed. Someone will come soon. You will say your identity is Gao Jin from the Political Security Office of the 23rd Army's Independent Artillery Division, following our orders to conduct a secret investigation. These two helped Yang Zhiyuan fabricate an identity to avoid being held accountable for the leaked information. Otherwise, how could they explain that a child's friend discovered a leak while staying in the family quarters? It wasn't arranged personnel following, it was a friend's son. Oh, I understand, Uncle Chi. Thus none of the 9 left. They could only wait for someone to come and take over. The first to arrive were personnel from the City Investigation Department and a deputy director from the Public Security Bureau. A departmental level official entered with 2 others and first saluted Gao Shangqian and Chi Shujun. Hello leaders, I am Zhang Weiping from the Heching Investigation Office, the director of the Heching Investigation Office. This is Li Qingjuan, the deputy director of the City Public Security Bureau, and this is Shen Jinnan, the head of our office's investigative section. The City Public Security Bureau chief was at most a deputy department head or a regular department head, but the deputy director was at most a regular department head or deputy head, while the head of the investigation department was a rank higher. Moreover, this was a leak incident, so it would definitely be led by the investigation office. Gao Shangqian said, okay comrades, how are you? Was everything arranged before you came? Yes sir, everything is arranged outside. The entire lumber factory is on lockdown and the news is strictly sealed. We are preparing to temporarily isolate and investigate in the factory to see if there are any accomplices of this factory director. Good, then the next work is handed over to you. This is our division's reconnaissance officer, Little Gao. He will explain the situation to you in detail. Xiao Zhang, Xiao Wang, you two stay and accompany him. After saying this, Gao Shangqian and Chi Shujun temporarily stepped out to smoke. With Gao Zhiyuan's statement that Gao Jin is an investigator from our department, the investigation office will no longer focus on Yang Zhiyuan's identity. The investigation department is indeed responsible for counterintelligence, but they cannot immediately suspect the military personnel who provided information and seized the opposing side's radio and some important materials. With the backing of old Gao and Chi Shujun, the investigation department must first follow the clues to investigate the enemy. Yang Zhiyuan repeated what Chi Shujun had taught him. The identity was changed to follow the orders of old Gao and old Chi, using some common intelligence to lure out the enemy's true intentions. The 2 secretaries remained to accompany them. A colonel corresponds to at least a deputy department level in the local government, sometimes even a full department level, and is also a powerful commander ranking higher than the head of the investigation department. The 2 of them could not report to the head of the investigation department, so only Yang Zhiyuan and the 2 secretaries could speak. When Director Zhang Weiping heard that the second secretary of Heching City had a maid carrying firearms delivering intelligence, and that this second secretary was a former subordinate of the first secretary in the city, he had to report to the province first. After all, this was also a deputy department level cadre. Since it was unclear whether this deputy department level cadre was involved in the case, there was a high likelihood of significant suspicion. If there were higher ranking officials above the second secretary, this regular department level cadre would be difficult to handle. Thus he could only let others leave first and let the 2 leaders, old Chi and old Gao, come in to report to their superiors together. After discussions among the Provincial Investigation Department, the Provincial Party Committee and the Provincial Military District, a deputy provincial level cadre was dispatched from the province to supervise this case together with the military region and the deputy director of the Provincial Investigation Department. To be on the safe side, they first needed to capture the young maid, the middle-aged woman selling vegetables, and the factory director. Measures would be taken for a surprise interrogation. Then they arranged capable personnel to continue close surveillance, tracking the second secretary, Secretary Wang, 24 hours a day. The strategy adopted was to scare the snake by hitting the grass. If the young maid was not captured, even if they concealed the information, it would not last long. Many people could see vehicles arriving at the lumber factory. Soon the middle-aged vegetable-selling woman would be alarmed, as would the maid. If the maid and the second secretary were in cahoots, it was likely that both would flee together, destroy evidence, and cut off other connections. Thus capturing the maid first was to prompt Secretary Wang into action. However, they could not lose sight of him, so elite personnel needed to monitor him 24 hours a day. They needed to consider shift changes, relays, and mobility. Originally, Yang Zhiyuan thought he had finished speaking and had no further involvement, so he planned to withdraw. However, he was stopped by Director Zhang Weiping. Director Zhang Weiping said to Gao Shangqian, Chief Gao, can we borrow some of your personnel? We are indeed short-handed here. Gao Shangqian and Qi Shujun exchanged glances. Director Zhang, this is your department's responsibility. How can you be short-handed? Two leaders, it's not that we are short-handed. The main issue is that once we capture these three individuals, the amount of information we need to investigate is overwhelming. We need to examine their social connections, family backgrounds, previous work experiences, and the people they have interacted with, and so on. Secondly, we also need to thoroughly screen Secretary Wang's connections, family background, and work experience to see if there are any omissions. Moreover, we should also send more personnel to investigate what lies above Secretary Wang. Just in case, primarily because we trust that the comrades from the military are good comrades. For now, we are taking over temporarily. Once the reinforcements from the province arrive, I will immediately let Comrade Gao Jin return. Gao Shangqian found himself in a dilemma. He exchanged a glance with Qi Shujun. It was originally a situation where a son encountered a hunter, but now it was turning out to be a difficult situation. If he refused, it might arouse the suspicions of the investigation department. If he agreed, they were not real soldiers. He thought that if he had known, it would have been better not to mention they were military personnel, but just say they were friends of his son. Now an ordinary hunter was being asked to help the investigation department, yet he had no identifiable information as a hunter. It truly was a difficult position. Had he known it would come to this, he would not have acted in the first place. A single lie requires 100 lies to cover it up. Although Yang Zhiyuan was outside, he could clearly hear the conversation inside. It truly was meddlesome, but it was not in his nature to let it go. If only he had written down the details right away, knocked the factory director out, tied him up, and left a note to leave himself. However, that could lead to unexpected changes. Who knew if the police that arrived had accomplices among them, or if the capture mission would be leaked? As Yang Zhiyuan was pondering this, Qi Shujun and Gao Shangqian came out. They called him aside. Xiao Gao, we need you to stay and help them out. Is that okay with you? Uncle Gao, Uncle Qi, I am just a hunter skilled in tracking but not proficient in anything else. It just so happened that today they probably did not take me, a small hunter, seriously. Perhaps they had let their guard down. Alright, as long as you can track, you'll talk to them. Just help with the tracking. Gao Shangqian made the decision. At 10 o'clock noon, the three individuals were captured. Their families were also taken into custody. The young maid was captured at Secretary Wang's home while he was at work. There were only his wife and children at home. Once Mrs. Wang left, she immediately called her husband, Secretary Wang. Unbeknownst to her, the house had already been wired with listening devices. At that moment, Yang Zhiyuan was sitting in a car, acting as a replacement for others. Even from this distance, Yang Zhiyuan could clearly see Secretary Wang using his divine sense. Secretary Wang was indeed a master, calmly handling his work. He did not make many calls, but he received quite a few. He must have known that his phone was being tapped. Even if something came up, he would not speak about it on the phone. Others could not directly notice his subtle actions. However, under Yang Zhiyuan's divine sense scan, there were no blind spots. The 5 were sent by the author. Secretary Wang was talking business with someone who had come to report to him while discreetly loading bullets under the table with both hands. 2 guns, 6 magazines, and 2 grenades. Lastly, a false tooth was discovered in his mouth. This person is indeed formidable. Who would have thought that a bespectacled, refined-looking man could be so ruthless? Others monitoring him could only secretly observe through other rooms. Due to angle problems, they could not see his actions under the table. As noon approached, Secretary Wang was chatting about work while also making an excuse to call someone. After dialing, it rang 4 times, but the other party did not answer, so he did not continue calling. He then concealed the guns and grenades on his person and pulled the person he was speaking with to go to the cafeteria for lunch. Having watched numerous spy dramas and novels, Yang Zhiyuan understood. This old rascal was about to flee, and he was prepared for a desperate struggle. The phone call he made earlier was also problematic. It rang only 4 times without anyone answering. He wondered if the person responsible for monitoring the calls had noticed. It was not appropriate for him to directly remind Director Zhang. He saw Secretary Wang arrive at the East Side cafeteria on the 1st floor with one of his subordinates. As soon as they entered, 2 people from the investigation department followed them in. This was rather obvious. The people who usually ate here were familiar faces, and even if strangers came to dine they would be accompanied by someone from the municipal committee. The sudden entry of two unfamiliar young men was too conspicuous. Yang Zhiyuan could clearly sense the sinister gaze beneath Secretary Wang's glasses. Secretary Wang ordered a bowl of noodles and ate a few bites nonchalantly. Suddenly he said to his subordinate, "Hey, eating noodles without garlic diminishes the flavor. I'll go grab a bulb of garlic." "Secretary, I'll go, let me help you," his subordinate insisted, as it was not appropriate for a leader to run errands personally. However, before his subordinate could get up he was pressed down by Secretary Wang. "No need, I'll get it myself. I'll grab some vinegar too, you don't need to worry about it. I'll chop the garlic and pour in some vinegar, just enjoy your meal." With that, Secretary Wang stood up and headed for a small door at the cafeteria window which led to the kitchen. The two from the investigation department did not follow immediately. The kitchen in the cafeteria was a compact space easily visible in its entirety. The two may not have realized that they had already been compromised. After waiting for a minute or two without seeing him come out, they sensed something was off. They hurried over to peek through the cafeteria window. Looking inside, they found that Secretary Wang was nowhere to be seen. They quickly signaled their teammates to go in and check. Inside there were only 3 cooks busy at work. "Where's Secretary Wang?" "Who are you?" "Secretary Wang is in the restroom." "Where's the restroom?" The cook pointed to the far corner. The two ran to a cabinet behind the restroom and discovered that there was indeed a restroom. They knocked on the door but received no response. They pushed on the door only to find it locked from the inside. One team member stepped back a few paces and kicked the bathroom door open with a loud thud. Inside they saw a small squat toilet with a window behind it which was shut. The person had already fled. The two turned pale and one of them said, "Let's go report to the director." One person left while the other stayed behind. Outside, Yang Zhiyuan sat in the car with a driver resting in the back seat with his eyes closed. Suddenly someone ran out and headed for the second vehicle. He was reporting the situation to Director Zhang. Only then did Yang Zhiyuan get out of the car and head toward the second vehicle. "Director Zhang, you follow me, and if you're driving, keep your distance, he won't get away. I'll mark the way with this red half-brick on the road." With that, Yang Zhiyuan shot off like an arrow toward the west. At this moment Director Zhang had no choice but to trust Yang Zhiyuan. Director Zhang quickly told the team member reporting to him, "Go get, shall we take the first car, follow us closely. Let's move, drive and keep up quickly." Yang Zhiyuan surged ahead, running swiftly. There was no other option as that guy had already sprinted over 200 meters away. He had to catch up or he would end up with egg on his face. While chasing, he thought this shameless old man must have some experience studying abroad in the past. After all, most of those who became spies in the future had some background in overseas study or attended events. Ding! 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 Everyone paid attention, emphasizing the point. International students, beware. If you go to study in certain countries and suddenly catch the attention of some beautiful women or high-paying companies, okay, you need to be careful. The two main weapons for developing spies are beauty and money, which are essentially the most common methods. If your willpower is weak, congratulations, you become a walking $500,000. That's why Yang Zhiyuan never dared to go abroad. It's not because he was afraid of the toothpick, ugh. It's mainly because he had no money. He didn't know if that Wan Yakian could handle the beauties of the big Russians. Sigh, old Wang, some things that women say in bed cannot be trusted. It's like paying for a service and the other party claims to be incredible. That's all nonsense. They have a lifetime of experience, perhaps more in a day than you have in a lifetime. Old Wang was running surprisingly fast and Yang Zhiyuan finally caught up with him. However, there was an alley separating them. He was unaware that Yang Zhiyuan had closed in on him. Feeling that he couldn't keep running as it was too tiring, he stole a bicycle. Damn you, a high-ranking official should have some decency. After all, we've all gone through higher education. How could he steal a bicycle? No choice, Yang Zhiyuan had to snatch a bike from the street while glancing back at the cars behind. If he couldn't see them, he would draw an arrow. Why not take a car? How could he explain being in a vehicle? He was chasing ahead alone, allowing them to keep their distance, which left him room to act independently. At this point he ran, he chased, he felt trapped. Yang Zhiyuan realized that the old rascal was heading toward the train station. The train station might not necessarily be his ultimate destination. That place was crowded but also open. It was a good place to shake off a tail. In a crowd, if something went wrong, it could get very troublesome. As he approached the next intersection where he would turn toward the square leading to the train station, a jeep suddenly appeared. It abruptly intercepted Old Wang. Upon seeing inside, Old Wang dropped his bicycle and jumped into the vehicle. "Damn it, you're trying to beat me in speed by getting in the car. You have a soft top and I want to feel the wind right." Yang Zhiyuan was originally cycling slowly on the opposite road. Now he suddenly accelerated, throwing his bike in front of the vehicle that had yet to pick up speed. In the blink of an eye, he rushed over. Bang, bang, bang. No matter how skilled one is, they fear the kitchen knife. No matter how high your position, you can be knocked down by a single punch. Inside the vehicle were 3 people, 1 driver, a middle-aged man, and Old Wang, who had just entered and was still settling down, catching his breath. Yang Zhiyuan knew that Old Wang had a poisonous mouth, so he didn't hold back. 3 punches, and the teeth that hid the poison for all 3 were knocked out, along with a few extras. Immediately he searched the 3 for all their weapons: handguns, grenades, blades, steel needles, watches. Even the cash and tickets hidden in their pants were extracted by Yang Zhiyuan using 2 sticks. He just didn't know if the sticks would damage their family jewels in the process. Then he took out 3 ropes from his space and bound the 3 men like pigs, finally gagging them. He didn't want them waking up and biting their tongues. They might not die immediately, but wasting medical resources was not an option. Once finished, Yang Zhiyuan leaned against the front of the vehicle, watching as Director Zhang arrived late, and he couldn't help but recall that famous saying: "Justice is always late unless one is perpetually absent." "Xiao Gao, did you take them down?" "Ah. Yes, I did. Are these 2 accomplices? Maybe they're here to pick him up anyway." The mission is complete. Him leaving Director Zhang. "Oh, by the way, before Old Wang fainted, he mumbled something about a phone. You should check it out." "Don't worry, we won't overlook such an important matter. Go back and inform the 2 leaders that the target has been captured." "Alright, then he'll be off. By the way, this bicycle, one was stolen by him and the other was borrowed when I was chasing him. Please compensate the owner later." "Sure, no problem." I slipped away gently just as I came softly. I waved my fist lightly, bidding farewell to the clouds of Hecheng. The treasure by the riverside is a bear in the setting sun. The reflection in the waves blocks my heart. I bid farewell to the lovely Debao Jalan along with 3 unnamed companions. I didn't bother to say goodbye to Lao Gao and Lao Qi. I was afraid they would dare to bind me to the army. What Yang Zhiyuan didn't know was that their division was the one that fought on Baojian Island in '69. Even if Yang Zhiyuan knew he wouldn't wait here for 9 years, he could only praise the skillful fighting. What could he accomplish in 9 years? Thinking about the thousands of border conflicts that would occur in the following years, big and small, countless soldiers and civilians would sacrifice and suffer injuries. Yang Zhiyuan felt quite upset. What wrong had the honest farmers done? Somewhere in the greater Xing'an range, deep in the mountains, as the mountains widened near the border, Yang Zhiyuan found a group of wild boars preparing to unleash his pent-up anger. He took out a gun. It couldn't really be called a gun. It should be a long spear. His master's master was the legendary sharpshooter Li Shuwen. Although he hadn't learned much about long spears from his master. He only learned Bajiquan. But his master still gave him a small booklet. The booklet contained illustrations of long spear techniques. Yang Zhiyuan still remembers his master's words: "No move surpasses having no move. One's realm must be improved in real combat." In other words, you can practice techniques, but when the time comes to fight, you must adapt and respond, enhancing your strength in real combat. Otherwise, if someone strikes you with a forceful blow aiming for your head, you can't be caught trying to fish in troubled waters. Indeed, you might injure someone while they could master the Naj BK evil repelling sword manual, yet you'd end up with your brain split like a Nazi pig. Yang Zhiyuan's English was taught by the gatekeeper of the school's sewer repair class, so please bear with it. Now Yang Zhiyuan held a gun in both hands, a long spear wrapped in iron wire. He charged towards the wild boar group recklessly. He wanted to vent his anger, practice a bit, and improve his skills. Previously he had relied on space to hunt. He had always been seen as the underdog, but now with the long spear in hand he declared, "Who else but me?" With that he prepared to take aim, and with one shot knocked a small yellow-haired boar aside. The wild boar king in the group, weighing 700 to 800 pounds, glared sideways at the bipedal creature before him. Funner. He summoned his concubines and generals, preparing to charge and attack. The sharp yellowed tusks glinted ominously as they faced Yang Zhiyuan. Yang Zhiyuan kept moving forward, continuing to charge, while dozens of wild boars rushed in response. Dong 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 dong. Like tanks charging, Yang Zhiyuan still had the thought to divide his attention. This resembled a scene of wild boars surging. Kill! Yang Zhiyuan shouted loudly. The gun flew with afterimages sweeping left and hammering right. Only the southern side remained without a target. No, the south was behind him with no wild boars. Pig blood splattered everywhere. Pig hair flew in the air. The pungent smell of blood and the gruesome scene left a black bear that had sneaked over utterly dumbfounded. It had been hibernating nearby. Not expecting to be startled awake by the loud shouts and then smelling the overwhelming scent of blood, it braved the cold and emerged from its den. It never expected to see such an impressive man. Truly a god descended to earth. The above sentence was a thought of Yang Zhiyuan. He also noticed the black bear. But right now he couldn't care less about it. The wild boar king's several savage charges failed to touch a single hair of his opponent. Watching his many beloved concubines and generals die tragically, the wild boar king became even angrier. His eyes turned red as if he had caught a fever. The arrogant Yang Zhiyuan extended his finger. Come here. His haughty demeanor could infuriate any hunter from a world of tomatoes. A crowd of hunters knelt in unison. Who is this fierce man and whose subordinate is he? Yang Zhiyuan held the gun, continuing to wave, leap, dodge, thrust and sweep. Even the wild boar king's hide, renowned for being difficult for bullets to penetrate, was left covered in wounds from the spearhead forged from space. The chrysanthemum withers, body covered in wounds. Your tusks have yellowed. Gun drops, boar's intestines severed. I quietly bleed, letting blood flow. The north wind howls, the night is not yet over. Your intestines cannot be severed. Only I remain, gun in hand, alone on the snowy surface like a pear. The wild boar king slowly fell under this beautiful song. Its eyes unwilling to close, refusing to die. Slowly the weak pig thought, this person is quite nice, even singing a farewell song for me. Reflecting on the brief life of the wild boar king, establishing an empire of wild boars. Pampering dozens of beloved concubines, gathering dozens of generals, birthing hundreds of piglets. Unexpectedly. May this two-legged beast, the new pig king, treat my beloved concubines well. The wild boar king passed away at the age of 5. Yang Zhiyuan touched each wild boar, gathering the corpses or half-alive boars into space. The dead were directly bled out and disemboweled using space, then tossed out to freeze. The living ones would mingle with the wild boar species. Seeing the black bear not far away, he reached out again. Come here. To his surprise, the other party directly turned and ran. Running while thinking with the intellect of a 5-year-old. You two-legged beasts, say 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers. You killed a whole group of wild boars and you still want to challenge me alone. I'm not that foolish. Seeing this black bear turn and run, Yang Zhiyuan was momentarily stunned. So shameless. Chase. The big black bear, though fast, couldn't keep up with Yang Zhiyuan, who was not playing fair. He unleashed his black steed, charging down the slope to pursue. The northeastern mountains are relatively gentle, not so steep. This black steed is not afraid of the bear's scent. Once released, it carried Yang Zhiyuan in pursuit. The black bear looked back after running for a while and was alarmed to see how quickly it was being caught up. These two-legged beasts are truly ruthless. If it weren't for the deep snow, waking up with an empty stomach, I would at least put up a little resistance, not lose my black bear's majesty. Now that resistance is futile, it might as well raise both paws. No, raise both bear paws. Kneeling on one knee, preparing to enjoy. This move had been seen before. 2 bipedal creatures had done this and survived, even teaming up to fight for a while. Yang Zhiyuan rode up, infuriated, not giving them a chance. Where's your spirit? Where's your bear temper? He tapped the bear's head with his gun. Sigh, it's not that I don't want to kill it, but the other side surrendered too quickly. This bear, however, had some intelligence, quite high. I'll keep it for future wrestling practice with others. Especially for senior brother Wu Lei to practice dribbling past the bear, no, to practice wrestling. Yang Zhiyuan named this black bear Tai Sen and stored it in his space, preparing to nurture it well for future wrestling matches against senior brother Wu Lei. In the police station in the capital, director Wu Lei suddenly shivered, wondering who was talking about him. It seems like there's nothing good coming. He should keep a low profile recently. Yang Zhiyuan returned to the spot where he had just killed the wild boars, waiting to see if any more would come looking for death. The strong smell of blood would travel far. Some wild animals have a very keen sense of smell. Unfortunately, it was unclear whether they were scared away or for some other reason, as no other carnivorous animals came by. Animals are not foolish, not all of them are fearless. Just like a few wolves that had come earlier, they took one look from a distance and fled, not daring to approach. Yang Zhiyuan had a meal in his space and prepared to pack up the wild boar meat before heading towards the border. He was not far from it. Recently Yang Zhiyuan's appetite had been increasing. Fortunately he had the space, otherwise he could barely sustain himself just by farming. The moment Tyson entered the space it grew a size larger. Yang Zhiyuan adjusted its time flow to match that of the outside world, planning to keep it as a pet. After packing up he continued on his journey. On suitable paths Yang Zhiyuan skied, on less suitable ones he rode a horse, and if that wasn't possible he walked. Thus a person, a horse and 2 dogs set out on their journey again. In the sky there was also a pure white sea eagle acting as an aerial scout. This was the young bird Yang Zhiyuan had caught in the mountains earlier, which had grown in the space. As long as Yang Zhiyuan wanted to raise an animal as a pet, the space would endow them with a certain level of intelligence. Moreover, they could communicate with Yang Zhiyuan on a spiritual level. For instance, the sea eagle named Kong Xiaosan would scout the sky and relay information about prey or other situations back to him. Its calls would allow Yang Zhiyuan to understand more clearly what was happening ahead. After walking for the entire morning he saw the large river ahead and knew he had reached the border. This was the Heilongjiang, which also served as the boundary with the Russians. Of course the divisions might vary, but the main borders in the northeast are the Heilongjiang and Ushuri River. At this point there weren't so many barbed wires separating the border, especially on our side of the Heilongjiang. The other side had plenty of barbed wire and lookout towers. Moreover, the Heilongjiang is not considered our internal river. The boundary is defined by the centerline of the river. The northern side belongs to the Russians while the southern side is ours. On our side there are areas where soldiers patrol at intervals and some lookout posts. However, it is not a continuous line. For example, the section Yang Zhiyuan was currently looking at had no patrols for the time being. Yang Zhiyuan was gazing into the distance at the river. The river's surface was completely frozen and he estimated that even driving on it would be possible. Suddenly he heard Tai Sen's warning call. A small dirt slope obstructed Yang Zhiyuan's view about 200 meters away. He quickly rode his horse in that direction. The small slope was not steep and he could ride up it. After reaching the top, Yang Zhiyuan took out his binoculars. Adjusting the distance, he saw on the northwest side of our riverbank dozens of Russian soldiers were chasing a few of our villagers with wooden sticks. Seeing this, Yang Zhiyuan's eyes turned red. Damn it, they were looking for trouble and had crossed the line. Looking through the binoculars he noticed the other side didn't have rifles, at most a few handguns. That made things easier. Yang Zhiyuan mounted his black steed, which he decided to name Heilong, and took 2 dogs with him. He pulled out a long elm stick just like an ancient cavalry general and charged forward. The opposing side had more than 30 burly soldiers beating our 5 villagers. 3 of them were already lying on the ground covered in blood. The other 2 holding wooden sticks were on the brink of collapse. Cries of anguish occasionally echoed. As Yang Zhiyuan rode closer, some of the enemy soldiers noticed him. Seeing he only had a long wooden stick and no rifle, they didn't take him seriously, thinking they would have handguns later and could kill him if they couldn't capture his black horse. However, they still took precautions, preparing to scatter the crowd. Unfortunately, Yang Zhiyuan had already arrived. With a scarf covering his face and a hat revealing only his eyes, he charged in like a god of death, knocking one soldier aside with a single blow. Cavalry had the advantage over infantry. Moreover, Yang Zhiyuan was incredibly strong and skilled in martial arts. Fierce and valiant, he injured and incapacitated more than a dozen of them in no time. The opponent didn't use their guns directly, which made it awkward for Yang Zhiyuan to use his own. But if they used sticks, he would do the same. If they got hurt, they deserved it. Yang Zhiyuan had been observing the 3 officers with handguns all along. 2 of them had already had their hands disabled by him. Another one was just about to draw his handgun when Yang Zhiyuan charged in on horseback, directly trampling the soldier's 2 legs with his horse's hooves. He used the stick to flick the fallen handguns away to a southern open area dozens of meters away. All 3 handguns were sent flying over there. The remaining soldiers were already scared stiff, huddling closely together back to back, brandishing sticks in a show of strength. Yang Zhiyuan dismounted and walked towards them alone with his stick. Seeing him dismount, the opposing side found it even easier. They shouted "Yura!" and charged forward. After dismounting, Yang Zhiyuan wielded the sturdy elm stick even more powerfully. 1 stick for 1 opponent, sometimes he could even knock down 2 at once. None of them could withstand a single strike. All were left injured with most of their arms broken. Their screams were far more tragic than those of our commoners. "You call for Yura. I will make you all sing conquer." Thinking of the more than 1.5 million square kilometers of territory, Yang Zhiyuan was even angrier. In just a few seconds the rest had all collapsed on the ground. The dozens of enemies' cries of Yura had turned into ouch, it hurt so much, and dying from the pain. That was the general idea as Yang Zhiyuan imagined. Yang Zhiyuan didn't understand much of the Russian language, only grasping a few phrases like Halashao Yura and another phrase Kumu Fuerte, meaning comfortable or enjoyable. Seeing everyone down, Yang Zhiyuan hurried to the 3 fallen villagers. The 2 younger and sturdier ones who were less injured were surrounding the 3 men. Lao Zhen Guda Biao Guzhao Si Go, wake up. The 2 were shaking the injured ones, crying in pain. Yang Zhiyuan went directly over, checked the 3 men's breaths and found they were still alive but had lost too much blood. Yang Zhiyuan pulled at the 2 men, saying stop howling, and pointed at one of them. You go rip some clothes off the enemy and wrap their heads. And you, he pointed at the other, do you know how to ride? If you do, ride my horse to notify our people, hurry up. The young man nodded anxiously. I can ride, I'll ride Big Brother's horse. Good, hurry, call more people. Yang Zhiyuan saw another person tearing the outer garment of one of the injured enemies. How can you tear a thick coat to bandage the wound? Yang Zhiyuan went over, took out a dagger and directly cut open the enemy's clothing. After tearing the clothes of several people, he helped bandage the 3 men. Suddenly his divine sense noticed a lightly injured enemy attempting to crawl to the spot where the guns were thrown. Yang Zhiyuan stayed silent, thinking about how to get the 3 men to the hospital. He then collected all the enemy's wooden sticks and used some of their belts to bind these sticks together, simply fashioning them into a soft ladder-like sled. Yang Zhiyuan was meticulously adjusting the simple sled, completely unaware of the soldiers quietly focusing on the person crawling to retrieve a gun. Just as that person was about to grab the first handgun, Yang Zhiyuan dashed forward with incredible speed, kicking the Russian several meters away, mere centimeters from the gun. The screams that had just momentarily ceased erupted again. After kicking the man away, Yang Zhiyuan secured 3 handguns at his waist. He now looked like a hunter from the deep mountains wearing a fur coat. A rope was tied around his waist to conveniently hold some handy items. He could directly tuck the guns at his lower back. Yang Zhiyuan shouted to the 3 injured youths, fellow villager, what do you go by? Strip a few of those officers' overcoats to cover them and get some gloves too. The youth looked up, sure big brother, thank you so much today. My name is Huzi Zhaohu. What do you go by, big brother? Yang Zhiyuan replied while collecting several officers' gear. My surname is Wang, a hunter. If I see something, you'll surely lend a hand, no need to thank me. Yang Zhiyuan then asked, how far are our people from here? We need to hurry and send the 3 injured back. Zhaohu continued, then I'll call you brother Wang. It's not far, as long as the other side has a lookout tower. We also have one not far from here. It's quick, but I didn't expect them to be so bold. We were just preparing to break the ice and catch some fish when dozens of them drove over the middle line to attack us. You mean they came in vehicles? Yes, brother Wang. Yang Zhiyuan scanned the area with his divine sense but found no vehicles. He then inquired Huzi, where are the enemy's vehicles? Zhao Hu stopped his actions and pointed to a dirt mound to the left front. Brother Wang, there behind that mound. We were preparing to break the ice and catch some fish over there when they drove over. We ran because they were likely scared of the ditch here, so they stopped over there. After getting out, they chased us down and knocked us all down. Oh, I see. Then there might still be people in the vehicles. He saw that they were over 200 meters away and wanted to check in case there were still people inside with rifles that would be troublesome. It seems he needed to be more cautious in the future, wary of the enemy's ambushes. Just now Kong Xiaosan's warning didn't help much, probably because it didn't recognize vehicles. He should educate it later, if not stew it. Over 200 meters, a good marksman could take him out in one shot. Better safe than sorry. Yang Zhiyuan tossed a stick to Zhao Huzi, keep watch here. Anyone who dares to move will be shot. I'm going to check on that vehicle over there in case someone has a gun. I'll see if I can grab a vehicle to get the injured to the hospital faster. Brother Wang, can you drive? Zhao Hu asked in surprise. I need to check and see. Can't say for sure until I try their vehicle. Okay then, brother Wang, you go ahead. I'll keep watch, but try to be quick. Alright, Yang Zhiyuan said, then ran towards the mound. After running a few dozen meters, his divine sense detected that indeed there were 2 trucks behind the mound still running with 2 drivers smoking inside. It seemed these 2 were not worried about their comrades at all. Don't worry, soon you will join them. Yang Zhiyuan slightly adjusted his direction and quietly approached out of the sight of the two truck drivers. Indeed, he discovered that they had dug quite a few trenches in some areas along the southern bank of the Heilongjiang River. No wonder the enemy's vehicles parked on the ice behind the mound they clearly had come over in trucks. Yang Zhiyuan knew they would also bring armored vehicles and tanks in the future. In 69 they had come with T-62 tanks, but that time their tank tracks were destroyed and couldn't return, eventually sinking into the ice and into the water. Later we sent naval divers to salvage it for the museum. Capturing two trucks this time is also good, and they are quite new, just right to send to Chuncheng first automobile for study. They could let everyone learn to replicate it. Yang Zhiyuan hid beside the truck, swiftly opened the door and knocked out one driver. He quickly pulled out the other driver from the other truck, knocked him out and tied him up. Both drivers were secured and tossed into the back of the first truck. Both trucks had tarps. They could block the wind quite good. The cargo area only had some seats and no long guns. However, both drivers had handguns on them. In the driver's cabin he found two AK-47s. Thankfully he was cautious, otherwise it would have been quite dangerous. Moreover, there was a walkie-talkie in the truck's cabin. It seemed the enemy could receive support at any moment. Yang Zhiyuan tried operating the first truck. The controls were quite tricky and it took him a while to figure them out. But it was fine, the engine hadn't been turned off, and finally he could drive away. With the aid of his divine sense, Yang Zhiyuan avoided some trenches circled around the mound and quickly reached the earlier battlefield. As soon as he stopped the truck before he could say a few words to Zhao Hu, he saw a considerable number of cavalry approaching from the east. It seemed to be our people, along with another truck behind. Our vehicles are still few. The cavalry had about 50 men, led by the youth who had ridden the Black Dragon to deliver the news, quickly arriving here. The leader was a captain. Dismounting, he exhaled warm breath and tightly shook Yang Zhiyuan's hands. "Thank you, fellow villager. I am Li Yuxiang from the Border Defense Forces." "No need to thank me, no need to thank me. Captain Li, hello, my name is Wang Dashan." Saying this, Yang Zhiyuan lowered his mask, revealing a face of about 30 years. Captain Li looked in surprise at the wounded on the ground. "You took them all down by yourself. You didn't directly kill them, right?" "Yes, Captain Li, I took them all down. None are dead, just broken arms and legs." "Comrade Wang, you are this." Captain Li gave a thumbs up and wanted the accompanying journalist. Many journalists stayed in the military camp at the time to gather evidence of illegal border crossings to take a photo of Yang Zhiyuan, but Yang Zhiyuan refused. Captain Li looked around. Squad leader, arrange a class leader for frontline vigilance, and the second class leader should hurry to assist our injured. The rest should tie up these bastards. The second squad leader is responsible for collecting the enemy's weapons, taking photos for evidence, and the radio operator should inform higher-ups. After arranging everything, Captain Li looked at the truck beside Yang Zhiyuan. "Is this truck they drove over?" "Yes, but it was parked behind that mound." "There's another one over there." "Oh right, there are still two drivers inside, two long guns, two handguns, and something like a telephone in the driver's cabin that I don't understand." Yang Zhiyuan pretended to be confused. Captain Li first checked the two tied-up drivers in the back, had them carried down, and then went to the driver's cabin to see the walkie-talkie, hurriedly asking the accompanying journalist to take a photo. At that time many journalists were with the Border Defense Forces, recording evidence and documenting sacrifices. He arranged for a squad to bring over the other truck. After the wounded were photographed and sent away, and after other evidence was photographed, Yang Zhiyuan was still invited to the military camp. As for those injured Russians, they were escorted to our hospital at this moment. Although our army was poor, they dared to act directly, unlike later generations who constantly condemned. They were taken away by higher-ups, so that was not something Yang Zhiyuan needed to worry about. Such legal disputes would surely arise. Recently such armed conflicts occurred from time to time, but it was the first time to capture so many of the enemy. After reporting, Captain Li also received a good commendation. At the same time he arranged for everyone to be on guard, as the enemy, having captured so many people, would likely first soften and redeem their men before retaliating. Such conflicts have happened frequently lately, generally with the enemy crossing the border to provoke trouble, and they wouldn't use guns, only wooden sticks and steel pipes to fight. However, once the enemy suffered losses, they would deploy small units to ambush our patrols and civilians. Once our 25-man patrol team encountered an ambush attack from the enemy, resulting in 24 casualties and 1 survivor. At noon Yang Zhiyuan had a meal with the soldiers in the military camp, watching as our soldiers gnawed on coarse grain buns and ate boiled cabbage in hot water, barely allowed to have more than a couple of buns. Yang Zhiyuan felt a pang of sadness. The soldiers couldn't even fill their stomachs, and being at a disadvantage in height certainly meant they lacked strength. No wonder they were not faring well against the enemy. With a heavy heart, Yang Zhiyuan ate the third bun passed over by the soldiers. The soldiers envied Yang Zhiyuan's martial prowess and wished for him to teach them a few skills. Since I've taken one more bun from you, I should give you something in return. It is often said that the relationship between the military and the civilians is akin to fish and water. The current soldiers are truly more straightforward, willing to fight bravely even when they are not well fed. Reciprocity is important. After finishing his meal, Yang Zhiyuan went to find Company Commander Li, who was busy arranging tasks. He asked Li to arrange a truck to help him transport the game he had hunted. "Wait, Comrade Wang, how much have you caught that requires me to arrange a vehicle?" Company Commander Li was quite surprised. Yang Zhiyuan, feeling a bit shy, replied, "I encountered a pack of wild boars this morning, around dozens of them. I'm not sure if one truck will be enough for us. In our military we now use the 56 model CA-10 produced by the Spring City 1st Automobile Team, which can carry only 4 tons, has a maximum output of 90 horsepower and a top speed of 65 km per hour, consuming 29 liters of fuel per 100 kilometers. Goodness, dozens of wild boars, and you alone?" "Yes, dozens of them. The location is a bit far. If we go now we might not return until nightfall." "Wait, Comrade Wang, those wild boars can be sold for money. Our unit doesn't have that much money." Company Commander Li said regretfully that he certainly wouldn't just take the common people's goods for free, but they truly didn't have that much money to buy them. Let alone taking the game that had helped his company immensely for free. Even though northeastern wild boars were not that expensive. After all, this isn't a big city. The black market price for wild boar meat in the northeast isn't that high, but it still costs at least several yuan per kilogram. Dozens of wild boars would amount to several thousand kilograms. That would cost at least tens of thousands of yuan. The food expenses for the unit aren't that high. Even if they had some funds left, it still had to cover the soldiers' allowances and the wages of the officers for the month. He couldn't dare to spend tens of thousands of yuan all at once to buy wild boar meat. "No, Company Commander Li, I caught so many that I can't possibly transport them all. Let's not get into that. Just send a vehicle to help this common person transport the boars, and I'll give you some as transport fees later, alright?" Yang Zhiyuan planned to act first and report later, transporting them out first. At this moment the instructor, who had remained silent, interjected, "I think this method is feasible. Company Commander, we can't take anything from the common people for free, but we can help Comrade Wang transport the wild boars, and in return we can consider the fuel as a trade for 1 or 2 wild boars, which I believe is acceptable." The instructor, who was already responsible for the soldiers' welfare, spoke up, and Company Commander Li no longer insisted. Recently the soldiers had been training daily, patrolling, and had to be prepared to fight at any moment. The consumption was indeed high. It was already a disaster year, and the food in the unit could only ensure the soldiers had something to eat, but they couldn't be too full. If it weren't for the enemy situation, everyone might have been able to engage in some side jobs. Now it was equivalent to being at a state of third-level combat readiness. It could be said that being at third-level readiness was quite apt for this former big brother. At this time the northeastern border defense had already reached a state of second-level readiness, as the enemy was far too strong for our army. The soldiers were indeed lacking in resources. Their consumption was too high and their nutrition was not keeping up. How could they have combat strength when they were underfed, especially in the dead of winter? Their clothing was thick, and even walking in the snow was a problem. After consulting with higher-ups, Company Commander Li still dispatched a truck with a squad of soldiers riding horses following Yang Zhiyuan to transport the pork. Yang Zhiyuan rode his black dragon, leading the way, and soon arrived at the Greater Xing'an Mountains. He left 2 people to watch over the vehicle while the others followed Yang Zhiyuan into the mountains with the horses. After walking less than 2 miles, Yang Zhiyuan discovered a hollow in the mountain. Before the soldiers could catch up, he threw the hundreds of frozen wild boars from his space into the hollow. This place was definitely not where he had hunted the wild boars in the morning, otherwise it would have been a hassle to transport them out. Seeing so many wild boars, the soldiers became excited. They had come in leading their horses and made a few simple sleds to load the wild boars, which they could then pull out with the horses. He wondered if Company Commander Li would get mad knowing that the soldiers were using their war horses to pull sleds. Yang Zhiyuan tried to use his black dragon to pull as many as possible each time. Moreover, he had also made a sled himself to pull. He could transport 3 or 4 at a time, leaving the soldiers stunned. Brother Wang is truly impressive. 3 or 4 northeastern wild boars, even after removing the organs, would still weigh 200 or 300 jin each. That's 800 or 900 jin combined. Brother Wang is incredibly strong, comparable to an ox. Yang Zhiyuan thought to himself that he had still held back somewhat, not daring to exert all his strength. Otherwise he could carry even more, fearing it would scare them. One of the northeastern soldiers asked Yang Zhiyuan, "Brother Wang, how did you manage to hunt so many wild boars so close to the mountain road?" "Oh, perhaps this pack of wild boars was looking for food in the village fields as they couldn't find any to eat in the heavy snow in the mountains." "But why are there no bullet holes on these wild boars?" "You didn't." The young soldier widened his eyes and asked. "Exactly, I killed them all with my long spear, otherwise if the gunfire had sounded they would have run away long before, leaving no traces behind." "I knew it." "Oh my, your combat ability is incredible, Brother Wang. Can you teach us a few techniques when we get back?" The young soldier knew how powerful northeastern wild boars were and never thought he would encounter such an impressive figure in his lifetime. Naturally, he wanted to learn a few skills. "Sure, I'll teach you a few moves when we return, no problem. By the way, Brother Wang, why is there no blood left on the pigs you killed?" "You ask a lot of questions. You should know the custom of respecting the mountain gods as someone from this northeastern area. The intestines and blood were taken out to honor the mountain gods and were likely taken away by other wild animals." "Oh right, that makes sense," the young soldier replied, still a bit puzzled as he dragged the wild boars away. It was indeed strange, there were no signs of a struggle, just the corpses of wild boars quietly lying there, but the young soldier was easy to deceive. By nightfall the truck, severely overloaded, slowly arrived at the military camp. It gets dark early in the northeast. As the military vehicle arrived, they quickly unloaded the wild boars and had to go back to fetch the horse-drawn sleds. Company Commander Li looked at the pile of wild boar meat resembling a small mountain. He couldn't help but drool, but old Wang hadn't arrived yet, so he felt embarrassed to touch one. He could only let everyone watch and arranged for some soldiers to boil more water in preparation. He also sent a squad ahead to welcome them. With over 100 wild boars, which actually weighed several tens of thousands of jin, Yang Zhiyuan had the military truck take away more than 15,000 jin, while the following sleds carried away a few thousand jin. He had collected the rest when no one was looking, then used the Black Dragon to pull many more, having overestimated the current capabilities of their trucks. Unlike the trucks we manufactured in later years, which would dare to overload by 100,200. The technology and materials of trucks back then were vastly inferior, causing the drivers to worry excessively. Yang Zhiyuan secretly stored the remaining wild boar meat in his space while they were not looking. When unloading later, he would take out some from the space. The night was as dark as ink. On winter nights the moon still illuminated some of the paths. The Black Dragon, like an unyielding machine, trudged along, dragging over 3,000 jin of wild boar meat. Yang Zhiyuan walked at the back. In fact, he hadn't loaded that much for the Black Dragon at first. It was only when they were close to the military camp that he took out some more from the space. Squad leader Li and the instructor had been waiting at the entrance of the military camp. Upon seeing him haul so much pork, they quickly led the way to the warehouse to unload. Yang Zhiyuan took the opportunity to unload more than 10 wild boars. After all, they were piled up together and it wouldn't be noticeable. Seeing that squad leader Li was still there, he asked, "Is there meat stewing on the stove?" Squad leader Li felt a bit embarrassed, and it was the instructor who spoke up. "Comrade Wang, our squad leader hasn't touched a single one. We'll help you sell them tomorrow." "Ah, how could that be? Let's pull out a big one first to treat the brothers in the squad." Squad leader Li scratched his head awkwardly. "That would be too embarrassing." Yang Zhiyuan pretended to be angry. "So many brothers helped me and they even used the squad's gasoline. Fine, let's take one tonight for a feast and tomorrow you can take as many as you want." Squad leader Li knew that the soldiers were indeed lacking in nutrition, so he let the cook take away a 200 boar. After leaving the warehouse, squad leader Li asked Comrade Wang, "I noticed that none of these wild boars were shot with a hunting rifle." "That's right. I have a rifle, but I didn't use it. I killed them with a shoulder-mounted two, which is the long spear used by our ancient people. This term comes from the Qing Yilu, which records the secret language used by the king of Shu's army, referring to a long spear as shoulder-mounted two. This nickname has literary basis, but it is rarely used in modern times." The remaining soldiers helping out and squad leader Li all gave a thumbs up. "Old Wang, you're really amazing." As expected, squad leader Li wanted Yang Zhiyuan to teach everyone a few moves. Yang Zhiyuan thought for a moment and agreed. The soldier canteen was brightly lit at night and everyone happily ate the wild boar meat. Although it was a bit tough and somewhat gamey for the soldiers who hadn't had meat for many days, this meat was truly delicious. After eating their fill, they would have the strength to take down a few more old enemies tomorrow. That night, Yang Zhiyuan was arranged to sleep in a separate room. Before falling asleep, he wondered what to teach everyone the next day. If using a rifle, there would be no need for Yang Zhiyuan to teach the soldiers. However, many conflicts now were resolved with cold weapons, including sticks, steel pipes, knives, forks, etc. And most were using wooden sticks. Since cold weapons were emphasized, Yang Zhiyuan recalled General Qi's Mandarin duck formation. He planned to make a slight modification. General Qi Jiguang's Mandarin duck formation was indeed the pinnacle tactic against enemies using cold weapons. Many soldiers today do not have much education, and even some of the main officers are experts in firearms. Many may not be familiar with this cold weapon formation without studying military books. In his past life, Yang Zhiyuan had read many novels about the Ming dynasty and had specifically researched General Qi Jiguang's Mandarin duck formation. Naturally, he knew its power. The Mandarin duck formation typically involved 11 people, and our army now had 12 in a squad, so the numbers were similar. Early the next morning, Yang Zhiyuan took the initiative to find squad leader Li and asked him to help send some wild boar meat to other squads and the battalion. He was too lazy to transport it outside himself, and he also wanted to send 2 to Zhaohu's village, especially since 3 villagers were injured yesterday. If the battalion felt embarrassed to receive it for free, they could treat it as a sale to the military at 50 cents per gene. Squad leader Li's eyes instantly turned red. Old Wang, thank you so much. Yang Zhiyuan now appeared older than squad leader Li. What's there to thank? Just treat it as me supporting the soldiers against the old enemies. Damn it, before liberation they harmed us a lot, occupying so much of our land, and they dare to run rampant. If we don't show them some strength, they'll truly think we are easy to bully. Exactly, eat well and take them down. Yes, take them down. Upon hearing that there was so much meat, everyone naturally felt a surge of pride. Seeing everyone in high spirits, Yang Zhiyuan was satisfied and said, Squad leader Li, I thought for a long time last night. I may not be as good as the soldiers with firearms, but if it's about wielding cold weapons, I really want to come up with a plan. What do you think? Good, let's go to the office to discuss. Yang Zhiyuan first borrowed a pen and paper to quickly sketch out General Qi's Mandarin duck formation. At that moment we happened to have 12 people in a squad, so Yang Zhiyuan drew the diagram based on 12 people. Originally, General Qi Jiguang's Mandarin duck formation used 11 people. Lacking artistic talent, the drawing was quite ordinary. However, the basic posture was drawn well. He depicted a modified version that could now be used. The front 3 people stood in a triangle formation with the vice squad leader in the middle holding a long stick, while the 2 shield bearers on the sides held 2 wooden shields in their left hands and 2 short sticks in their right hands. The shields were only meant to block the opponent's wooden sticks, since most conflicts now involved fighting with wooden sticks. Behind the 2 shield bearers were 2 wolf soldiers. However, it was difficult to find wolf soldiers in the north, so they used small trees with branches and tied some barbed wire or scraps of cloth to them. These cold weapons needed to be long to obstruct the opponent's line of sight, preparing for the 2 long-stick fighters behind to launch their attacks. In the middle stood a squad leader. Finally, the last 4 included 2 long-stick fighters equipped with tree branches to assist their comrades against the opponent's long-stick fighters. At the very back were 2 prepared marksmen with real firearms. If the opponent became furious and dared to bring out real weapons, they would fire immediately. Although our army may seem poor, we are truly willing to confront anyone. Otherwise, why would the old enemies with 1 million troops only engage in minor skirmishes? They dare not truly confront us. Back then the elders proposed a strategy: if things go badly, just let the enemy in, falling into the ocean of the people. If the enemy used mushrooms, we would execute a strategy of swapping homes. We would all run to their home and see if they would still use mushrooms. Currently we do not have mushrooms, only Miss Chiu got married. The enemy has become slightly more obedient and only dares to engage in small-scale conflicts. In his past life, Yang Zhiyuan had heard a saying that the old enemies dared to throw mushrooms, we would just blow up the Tomcat base. That meant bringing Tomcat into the mix. From a conflict between 2 major powers, it transformed into 3 major global powers fighting together. Later, after Nixon's visit in 1972, the old enemies became much more subdued. After listening to Yang Zhiyuan's narrative, squad leader Li's eyes lit up. Good idea, good idea. He immediately gathered a squad to start experimenting. They temporarily hired Comrade Wang Dashan to serve as the martial arts instructor for the squad, teaching this combat tactic. In fact, this arrowhead tactic could also be transformed into a circular battle formation. It could also be adapted into the 3-3 offensive tactic that our army excels at. However, for those old enemies who are rough and unrefined, it would only cost them their lives. This was enough to give them a hard time. Meanwhile, Yang Zhiyuan was teaching a row in the squad that was currently training when he suddenly heard a piercing whistle. The enemy was coming again. Squad leader Li blew the whistle. Emergency assembly. Squad leader Li listened to the report from the patrol team. 2 companies from the enemy had arrived, 2 mechanized companies, around 180 men. He only had 1 company, and even together they numbered just over 120. Moreover, not all of his men could be dispatched. However, the military situation was urgent and he could only mobilize 3 platoons to head towards the battle. They absolutely could not let the enemy cross their central line. Li arranged for the deputy instructor to stay behind with the cooking team and report to the battalion headquarters. Everyone else was to move out. The 1st platoon would ride ahead with the cold weapons used in training. The 2nd and 3rd platoons took rifles with machine guns following closely behind, and upon arrival they would split into left and right flanks to protect the 1st platoon. Once Li finished his arrangements, he immediately mounted his horse and set off with the troops. Seeing this, Yang Zhiyuan also mounted Black Dragon and joined the 1st platoon's ranks. The battlefield was still the same as yesterday. From afar, Yang saw the enemy had already crossed the central line and were pursuing the militia patrol team. Though the militia was outnumbered, they did not retreat an inch, vowing to resist to the death. Squad leader Li, equipped with binoculars, also spotted the situation. 1st platoon, follow me. Yang Zhiyuan drew his specialized elm long stick. He pulled up his mask, revealing only his 2 eyes, while wearing the deerskin gloves he had acquired yesterday. With 36 men in a platoon, including the platoon leader, deputy platoon leader, and himself, squad leader Li had a total of 40 men. 40 against 180, the advantage was on our side. Soon the team reached the river. The Heilongjiang River was indeed wide, about 1 kilometer across at this section. The enemy had driven several armored vehicles and a dozen trucks. Moreover, there were machine guns on the armored vehicles, menacingly watching. However, the enemy's machine gunners were not standing next to their guns. It seemed they were just trying to intimidate. Once the machine guns opened fire, those dozens captured yesterday would never make it back.